Saving WINNETOU.
Why Hitler Did Not Understand Karl May. By Ljubica Kozel.
And Frederik Glas. In December 2023, the exhibition Art for a New Era at the Hamburger Kunsthal marked the start of the anniversary year in honor of Caspar David Friedrich, whose 250th birthday was on September 5, 2024. The central theme of the exhibition, with a total of 90 drawings and 50 paintings, including well-known works such as The Monk by the Sea, 1810, Wanderer Above the Sea of Fog, 1817, Two Men Contemplating the Moon, 1820, and Chalk Cliffs on Rügen, 1822, is the significance of nature in Friedrich's landscape depictions. Accompanying the exhibition in Hamburg, which will be followed by others in Berlin, Weimar, Dresden, and Greifswald, articles, TV documentaries, and books have stated that Caspar David Friedrich is more enchanting than ever. His landscape paintings are perceived as a contrasting program to an everyday life whose potential for attrition is lamented everywhere. A deceleration-oriented culture of lamentation presented in a meditative tone permeates all areas of life. The lament about being too busy, which is always interpreted as a proud reference to one's own busy schedule, serves the purpose of making the increasingly humiliating conditions more bearable by lowering expectations. Where hecticness is omnipresent, calm and increased attention appear to be the solution. Banalities that are supposed to be rare due to a lack of time, a meal with friends, a glass of wine, a walk, are stylized as precious moments. Frank-Walter Steinmeier could therefore count on approval when, in his opening speech in Hamburg, he blamed modern technology for the fact that, under the pressure of constant acceleration, there was no longer any real sizzle anywhere. Quote, "I think almost all of us know the feeling of getting lost in this endless stream of external stimuli, of being at least unfocused, distracted, and overwhelmed, in contact with everyone and yet not connected." End quote. The phrases about exhaustion and loss of meaning presented in the pose of criticism would not be worth mentioning if it had not recently been shown that the unlived life encourages contemporaries to enthusiastically affirm state-imposed curfews and to penetratingly observe their neighbors in order to reduce stress, rather than to retreat or renitence. The art experience, just another word for the suspension of the critical potential of art, functions in the therapeutic society as psychosocial empowerment, as a hope-giving light in dark times. Quote, "And then we come into this exhibition. Behind us, it feels like a thickly padded door falls into the lock. In front of us, a wide space of silence opens up, the mysterious world of Caspar David Friedrich. Impenetrable forests, snow-covered fir trees, weathered oaks, jagged rocks, crooked summit crosses, dilapidated monastery ruins. Meadows shrouded in mist, and again the endless sea, the empty beach, here and there a sailing ship or a fishing net, and high above it all the sky, the clouds, the moon, from somewhere an unreal, unearthly light." End quote. But the coziness was not to last. As early as February 21st, the Hamburger Abendblatt reported a mass influx of mindfulness seekers. Visitors terribly disappointed by traffic jams at the Kunsthal. End quote. Friedrich's world has long since ceased to be as mysterious as promised. It is an integral part of the classics section of the art world. The romantic paintings are trademarks of industry, Max Horkheimer. Even Walt Disney had Friedrich's landscape motifs repainted as the background for Bambi, the Wanderer Above the Sea of Fog, whose pathos of solitude appeals to both committed student council members and melancholy Rammstein fans, is a popular mug and sock motif on Amazon today. Friedrich's understanding of art certainly included the intention to trigger emotion through pathos, but with the purpose of finding deeper knowledge and, above all, God. Friedrich, who was influenced by the natural philosophy of his time, saw the reflection of God's greatness in the elements. He depicted natural landscapes as mystical places imbued with Christian symbolism. Ludwig Tieck summarized the effect of Friedrich's works, which were aimed at Protestant renewal, as follows in 1819. "That religious mood and excitement, which recently seems to have revived our German world in a peculiar way, a solemn melancholy, he subtly seeks to express and suggest in landscape reproaches." End quote. The solemn melancholy corresponds with a longing for death. German Romanticism does not merely denote an aesthetic relationship to the world centered around inwardness. Rather, the partisans of Romanticism formed themselves as a countermovement to the social changes of their time. Peter Hacks railed against this literally reactionary tendency, which reacted defensively to the social upheavals of the present, in his polemic on Romanticism. Hacks, whose inspiration came from Heine, Hegel, and Goethe, saw Romanticism as a counter-revolutionary conspiracy against Napoleon and the Enlightenment, sponsored by the British Secret Service and reaching its peak in Germany. The old protagonists of Romanticism are described as broken opium consumers with a pronounced tendency towards esoteric drifting, as notorious hangers-on who perceive every form as a shackle and every progress as an imposition. Among the new romantics, Hacks counts left-wing deviants in the GDR as well as an intolerable mass of art lovers and artists with too many followers in the West. In doing so, he manages to put Beuys and Beckett in the same row. According to Hacks, Romanticism must be understood as an emotional state of frontiersmen, whose tendency to destroy form has the potential to drag every community into the abyss. The characteristics of Romanticism, the unhealthy, the subjective, and the reactionary, always point to the same thing, to the particularistic and tribalistic nature of the right-wing and left-wing feudals and the negation of any rational administration by people of the most opposing opinions. Heine. End of quote. Against the romantic need for rebellion, Hacks decrees, all deviations are fundamentally more stupid than the rule. The polity he has in mind above all is the GDR, in his eyes an anti-romantic project, in truth an authoritarian caricature of his classical-inspired fetish for form. He sees its downfall as a consequence of counter-revolutionary activities and a decadent attachment to the West. With his partisanship for the real socialist state as a disciplining force, Hacks complements those contemporaries who have discovered the post-bourgeois state as the incarnation of Western values and who separate the existing conditions from everything supposedly counter-enlightenment, irrational and regressive that is inherent in them in order to absolutize them, together with their state and parastate institutions, as the highest form of social coexistence. However, where the elevated state personnel, whether writing, pedagogizing, or politically preaching, elevate the particular interest of the deformed social context to the norm, the need to smash is given objective legitimacy. Which works of art express a profound disrespect for real conditions, as Horkheimer puts it, can only be judged on a case-by-case basis. Werner Busch, one of the best-known Friedrich scholars, who has been persistently writing against the one-dimensional rationalist opposition to Romanticism for years, varies the idea that Romanticism does not reject the calculation of the natural sciences and mathematics, but rather transforms it. The natural sciences proved to be an indispensable part of the Romantic experience. Rationality and Romanticism were also intertwined in Friedrich's works. His scientific orientation towards the model of nature was precisely the prerequisite for their transcendence, which could only be conveyed through an abstract, mathematical foundation. Within landscape painting, which for a long time was seen as a way of earning money and not as art, Friedrich stood for the renunciation of traditional formal language with his renunciation of the most precise reproduction of nature. His poetic approach was contrasted by artists such as John Constable, who were less inclined towards metaphysics and a rapture of the world. In his standard work History of Art, art historian Ernst Gombrich therefore attests to the master of German Romanticism's proximity to Chinese landscape painting, which he prefers to painters like Constable, who devoted themselves entirely to exploring the world of the visible, and instead of conjuring up lyrical moods, created something that would be much more important in the long run. Friedrich's landscapes do not reflect reality, but its dissolution. People are confronted by something larger than themselves. This is clearly exemplified in his painting Monk by the Sea. The monk, who can just about be recognized in the distance in front of the Black Sea, is, even in terms of color, in a state of dissolution. If he disappeared completely, nature would take no notice of him. Heinrich von Kleist reflected on the disturbing nature of the picture in a description. The picture, with its 2 or 3 mysterious objects, lies there like the apocalypse, as if it had Jung's night thoughts, and since, in its uniformity and shorelessness, it has nothing but the frame in the foreground, when you look at it, it is as if your eyelids had been cut away. End quote. The painting was bound to irritate contemporary viewers. The emphasized flatness rejected illusion painting and broke with the conventions of landscape painting that had prevailed until then. Friedrich reversed the idea of the painting as an open window, Leon Battista Alberti, according to which the painting, organized in central perspective, opens up a view of a section of reality to the viewer like a window. The Monk by the Sea, on the other hand, confronts the viewer with an opaque flatness, which is created by the emptiness extending from edge to edge of the picture and the way the picture is divided up. The very narrow foreground and the almost non-existent middle ground are contrasted with an expanding sky. This impression is supported by the horizontal lines, which, without a tree or rock bordering the edge of the picture, pass along the sides and could run on endlessly. Just like the open sides, the foreground also lacks an object to guide the viewer's gaze into the depths. The absence of a frame within the picture, which can also be found in other paintings, lends the picture something unlimited, with which Frederik wanted to create the impression of the infinite. The feeling of sublimity expressed here is not immediately directed at the chaotic superiority of nature, but at the spiritual resistance to it. Fear is sublimated. The high mountains speak as images of a space liberated from the confining, restrictive. In the sublime, the subject becomes aware of its nothingness and its naturalness and reaches beyond them to that which is different. In the midst of the overpowering nothingness, at the much-invoked abyss, stands Frederik's monk, pondering in solitude. Dignified precisely in his insignificance, or in the words of Gottfried Benn, resignation leads its perspectives to the edge of darkness, but it also protects its attitude from this darkness. The pathos of the solitary fighter, who does not shy away from death but longs for it, tending towards the ridiculous, cannot be detached from this. The more desolate the situation, the bleaker the prospect, the stronger the aggressive self-pity, which, depending on the occasion, escalates into the kind of rage that becomes the ticket for collective uprisings, against which the demonstrative loner is only seemingly immune. In his paintings, Frederik ignores social mediation processes. His moonlight romantic penchant for heart and soul-stirring stands in definite contrast to the forms of transportation of bourgeois society. Quite unlike his contemporary William Turner, for example, who depicted the industrial age in his paintings in an alienated form. The isolation of Frederik's oeuvre from experiences of the dawning modern age is linked to Germany's economic backwardness. Germany's first long-distance railroad, the line from Leipzig to Dresden, Frederik's adopted home, was not completed until 1839, a year before his death. Nevertheless, a longing for pre-modern conditions is expressed in the consequent displacement in nature, which already refers negatively to modernity. The social is naturalized and at the same time depoliticized as fate. Freedom means solitude and freedom from not through progress. Peter Marker, who presented his dissertation on Frederik's ideas of development and history in 1974, writes, "Nature and the necessary development observed in it can become the sum of all that is real because it was in the interest of the objectively weak petty bourgeoisie, who were unable to exert any social influence, to recognize the movement of history as essentially structured in the same way as nature, thus emphasizing its objective side." End of quote. Marker plausibly demonstrates, despite his penchant for schematic class analysis, that Frederik's painting ignores those categories of the progressive domination of nature in which it itself participates. A train of thought that is already considered political arrogance within the current reception of Frederik. This is also the case in Florian Illy's celebrated book Zauber der Still, which combines well-researched anecdotes with gruesome kitsch, for example when Illy's glorifies chronic confusion as a higher form in a thoroughly contemporary way. Quote, "Because no one can teach you that you should let your thoughts come and go like clouds as well as Caspar David Friedrich. He shows us what clouds can be. Gifts from heaven." End of quote. Elise counters the accusation that Friedrich's works naturalize fate in a shirt-sleeved manner. What nonsense. End quote. Friedrich should remain a classic for the educated citizen, to whom one pays devout homage. Quote, "The passivity of Friedrich's characters is precisely his trick to activate everyone else. His contemporaries, and us, they invite us to look at the world with their gaze. And that is precisely how they tickle our own view of the world." End quote. Aside from the offensive jab at the reader, which distinguishes Illy's prose from Marker's sober analytical texts, this pedagogically activating, anti-contemplative style contradicts Friedrich's works. In general, there is currently a tendency to want to consume Frederik in a well-tempered and, above all, uncontradictory manner. In view of the omnipresent irritation towards anything that could be right-wing, the amnesia towards the painting grand master of German Romanticism is astonishing. "We know," says Steinmeier, "that the National Socialists then completely misused Friedrich's work for their folkish racist delusions. There is another way of looking at it. The fact that paintings by Friedrich hung in the Reich Chancellery was not due to any calculation. They simply appealed to Hitler's taste, even if he considered the Romantics to be effeminate. After 1945, Friedrich was initially the subject of controversy. On the occasion of the exhibition The Romantic Spirit in German Art 1790 to 1990, which took place a good 30 years earlier, Romanticism was attacked in the English press as the antithesis of empiricism and an irrational precursor of National Socialism, with corresponding responses from Germany. The Nazis took a liking to Friedrich not only because of his emotionalism. He had also dedicated himself to the German fight for freedom, and the archenemy that almost drove him out of his mind was France. This alone says nothing about his art, but Friedrich also used his painting as propaganda. His painting Tombs of Old Heroes, 1812, is a monument to the salvation of the German fatherland, and is as iconic for German identitarians as the Hermann Monument in Detmold. As typical as his back figures, which underline the real insignificance of the individual in the better pictures, is his penchant for showing the figures in his pictures in old German costume, at the time a kind of bourgeois costume for German national revolutionaries that was banned in the wake of the Carlsbad decrees. These not only rebelled against Napoleon, but also instigated anti-Semitic riots because the better status of Jews, which had been enforced under French occupation, was perceived as an insult. The anti-Semitic pogroms in 1819 cannot be separated from the German fight for freedom. When Herbert von Einem, a Friedrich researcher in the service of the National Socialist Lecturers Association, praised Friedrich's landscape paintings of patriotic thought, in his book on Friedrich published by Rembrandt Verlag in Berlin in 1938, he did not have to instrumentalize too much. His German enthusiasm for the painting The Chasseur in the Forest, for example, which was created under foreign rule, was justified. Friedrich depicts the German forest as the final enemy of the French invader. Von Einem comments joyfully, "A snow-covered fir forest rises threateningly in front of a solitary French chasseur. In front is a tree stump on which a crow sits, croaking a death song to the man lost in this solitude." End of quote. Romanticism nevertheless only played a minor role in National Socialism. Retreat and inwardness did not harmonize with total mobilization for the purpose of annihilation. Today's pseudo-critical fixation on conformist rebellion, in the name of backward-looking and anti-scientific confusion, obscures the fact that the anti-Semitic People's State demanded total conformity and regarded politicized science as the ideological basis for the racialization of society. Friedrich, who instead stood in the tradition of the German counter-revolution, created works of art that went beyond this. To confront him with anti-fascist verve is ridiculous. To hang up works of art contritely, as Chancellor Merkel did with the expressionist Emil Nolde in a frenzy of reform, is above all embarrassing. The romantic glorification of the German essence no longer drives anyone today. It is rather appreciated as a soul balm for the stress-prone middle class. Nor is Friedrich currently being appropriated by Germanophiles, but by woke activists who, compelled to repeat themselves, use every occasion for their anti-Western propaganda. Although his work is also open to meaning in a problematic sense, which is said to have annoyed Goethe, and offers neo-romanticists moved by the climate plenty of material for doomsday projections, it is absurd to turn Friedrich into a climate protector. Friedrich was what today is hollowly called anthropocentric. For him, the purpose of depicting man was man and his emotional and mental states. His contemporaries could be disturbed by nature. Today, in the age of the Johann Schweitzer adventure vacation, mastering nature is primarily a question of money and sporting ambition. In a second, updated part of the Hamburg exhibition, 20 artists are presented who were encouraged to enter into a dialogue with the Romantic. The contemporary political theater shows a black wanderer above the sea of fog and poisonous clouds from a factory chimney instead of images of the sky. As is well known, originality is not one of the strengths of the politicizing cultural chic. The focus is on climate change, which conceptual artist Swantje Gunsel, who performs on behalf of the academic middle class, also wants to raise awareness of. Gunsel already has Friedrich experience. In August 2020, she sat in front of the painting The Sea of Ice at the Hamburger Kunsthalle, surrounded by plastic bottles fished out of the Elbe. In the Arte program, Caspar David Friedrich Superstar, she can be seen using a solar-powered ice cube machine to turn meltwater from the North Pole back into ice and return it to the Arctic Ocean. In her latest project, she takes the depressing spectacle to the next level and climbs into an ice-cold lake, stomping through the water and dragging a colorful playhouse for small children, which she has attached to a string, behind her. The martyr on a higher mission wants to draw attention to the fact that people are being victimized by climate change. What this theatrical mockery is supposed to achieve remains unclear. The artist's lack of feeling for the embarrassment of her cliché cascade points to a more serious problem. The narrow-minded, precocious world savior attitude is no longer only performed at vernissages, parents' evenings, or district meetings of socially acceptable eco-bourgeois. More and more members of the milieu are making a career with moral blackmail, while institutions such as the German Ethics Council, not so long ago merely an ornamental accessory of political rule, are used as oracles of the right life in propaganda form. All of this demonstrates the loss of aesthetic and political judgment that is functional to the late capitalist management of mankind. In Eli's book, we learn that the aging and almost forgotten Friedrich wrote to his brother that his own paintings remained, in some ways, a riddle to him. This speaks for his art, which is not identical with the artist's worldviews and political moods. Contemporary conceptual art does not have this enigmatic character. The platitude is evident. The only riddle here is why no one is bothered by the mixture of dilettantism and embarrassment imposed on everyone, which necessarily presupposes a viewer incapable of thinking. On November 13, 2015, a young woman filled a syringe with saline solution on the steps of Frankfurt's Romer, stuck the needle into her forearm and pulled the trigger. What may have seemed like an unorthodox method of combating a hangover to the uninitiated observer was actually a piece of political performance art that had been advertised with great fanfare for weeks and was intended to make a statement against the gentrification of Frankfurt's Bahnhofsviertel and the associated displacement of drug addicts from the district. The event was organized by the Frankfurter Hauptschule Artists Collective, which was making its first public appearance with this action. The fact that mediocre student art is puffed up into a political action may not come as a surprise, especially in a city where semi-educated palaver about critical theory is still a staple at every flat-sharing party. What is remarkable about the Frankfurt Hauptschule, however, is the considerable media interest it has repeatedly generated with its actions since it was founded. Even when the group set up in front of the Romer to play junkie for a few minutes, several camera crews and representatives from national newspapers turned up. Just like the even more successful Center for Political Beauty, the Frankfurt Hauptschule benefits from the fact that certain political positions that used to be exclusive to the radical left have now seeped into the liberal mainstream. The group has specialized in transforming left identitarian positions on topics such as gentrification, drug use, sexism, and racism into action art and has been well received everywhere. It therefore by no means occupies a special position or even an avant-garde function in the art world, but merely follows the general trend in the industry to submit to the imperatives of left-wing identity politics. For example, candidates for prestigious awards such as the Turner Prize are now selected primarily according to the rules of anti-racism and anti-sexism, while the quality of the work or even just the level of recognition of the respective artists remain of secondary importance. According to British artist Miriam Elia, a graduate of London's renowned Royal College of Art, young artists are primarily taught in the relevant academies how to present themselves in the public eye as taboo-breaking lateral thinkers without deviating even a millimeter from the moral code of postmodern social justice warriors, which is now iron law in the industry. The revolt to which young artists are educated therefore remains necessarily conformist and, in keeping with the spirit of the times, is directed against the already socially suspended remnants of civilization, without any thought of abolishing them in favor of a better society. In view of this, it is worth looking at the phenomenon of the Frankfurter Hauptschule not so much because of its particular character, but rather because of its exemplary nature. The example of this group allows us to draw a thoroughly representative picture of the embarrassing misery that almost always emerges when leftists think they are making art. According to their own statements, the Frankfurt Hauptschule was formed in the Bahnhofsviertel, around which all of their first projects revolve. The area around Frankfurt's main railway station was initially laid out in the 19th century as a residential and commercial area for the upper middle classes, as the preserved Wilhelminian-style architecture still testifies today. After the Second World War, it was transformed into a U.S.-style entertainment district, offering numerous entertainment options not only for soldiers stationed in Frankfurt. As an inner-city red-light district, the Bahnhofsviertel has long been a center of organized crime. It only became a focal point of the drug scene after the junkies were evicted from the adjacent Taunuzenlage in the mid-1990s. Although it has not yet lost its rundown character, noticeable changes have been taking place in the Bahnhofsviertel for some years now, as can be read in a constantly growing mountain of newspaper articles about the flair and transformation of the district, most of which are somewhere between a study of the milieu and misery tourism and characterize the district as a place of contrasts, contradictions, or sometimes contrasts. For some time now, the area has been considered hip precisely because of its neighborhood character. In addition to print rooms and brothels, there are more and more chic bars and studios in the district. Rents have been rising steadily for years, partly because it is attracting more and more young creatives. The fact that the art students from the Frankfurt Hauptschule set out 4 years ago to combat the gentrification of the district with performance art of all things therefore seems so idiotic at first glance that even some of the journalists who have since asked the group for an interview could not help but make the simple connection between the arrival of the creative scene and the gentrification of the district. When asked whether they themselves might not be part of the process they are protesting against, the self-declared neighborhood rangers routinely respond with phrases such as, "We can't stop gentrification, let's speed it up." In other words, with flirtatious self-irony. The tendency to compensate for political cluelessness and half-education with slapstick is shared by the art left with the entire student and radical left, which is increasingly enthusiastic about humorous interludes, in which, for example, the stupid group Die Partei has specialized. The junkie scene and the way the police deal with it are at the center of the actions of the Frankfurt Hauptschule on the subject of the Bahnhofsviertel. So far, the gradual arrival of the creative scene has done nothing to change the fact that intravenous heroin use, among other things, continues to take place on the streets of the district. However, if the Frankfurt Hauptschule has its way, the urban misery that finds a particularly blatant and visible expression here should not be abolished if possible, but rather preserved at all costs, because the image of junkies lying on the street with syringes in their arms, according to the group, is just the night side of mirrored bank towers. Society's pain is visible in the station district, and that's a good thing. Another press release is similarly lyrical. The junkies belong to the station district like the wind to the sea. They have to stay. We ourselves live here and feel very comfortable among junkies and criminals. End quote. The feel-good oasis of the Bahnhofsviertel is threatened by initiatives to upgrade the district, such as those promoted by the talent-free photographer and musician Ulrich Mattner, and above all by the Frankfurt police, who regularly carry out large-scale raids against the drug scene in the area with the aim of driving the addicts out of Frankfurt's calling card. Where state violence and gentrification show their ugly face, creative resistance is known to become a duty. The result was the heroin performance mentioned at the beginning. At the beginning of 2018, around 3 years after this first action, the Frankfurt Secondary School took up the topic of the station district again. Little had changed. The group was still speaking out against the gentrification of the district and for its preservation as a junkie reserve where creatives can go on a misery safari. To emphasize their demands, this time they did not simulate heroin use, but violence against the police. The art students demolished a faithful copy of a patrol car in front of the camera. The car and film were then exhibited at the Stadelschule's annual vernissage. The Frankfurt Secondary School uploaded a shortened version of their video clip on Facebook, in which the destruction of the police car and celebrating group members in a discotheque can be seen alternately, while a female voice comments on the events from off-screen with the following words. "We burned a sculpture in the shape of a police car and placed it in the station district. It stands for our vision of the future of this place. We see cars with sawed-off roofs gliding along Tonnestrasse. We see hordes of cracked zombies patrolling Münchnerstrasse with sawed-off shotguns. We see the smoke of burning emergency vehicles mingling with the warm light of the evening sun. And we smile." End quote. Pretty much everything that is wrong and despicable about left-wing criticism of gentrification is taken to extremes with this mixture of art student power-mongering and traditional German doom-mongering. Any benevolent suspicion that this might be about satirizing precisely such discourse and exposing it as a misanthropic spectacle is dispelled by the group, however. Quote, "Dystopias simply feel more real than utopias. Maybe that's why we made the dystopia of a station district controlled by junkies our utopia. Maybe it's just a matter of taste." End of quote. As in other cities, committed neighborhood protection in Frankfurt obviously functions primarily as a pretext that allows the offspring of high earners who have moved here to live out their equally snotty and anti-civilizational effect as part of their permanent further education and training to become creative people addicted to recognition. However, the regressive character that left-wing neighborhood defense initiatives also have elsewhere is particularly evident in Frankfurt's Bahnhofsviertel, because it is not just an isolated district, but a place where one is inevitably confronted with the sight of people who are literally ruining themselves under the pressure of addiction and life's hardships, an experience that requires complete lack of empathy to find valuable and inspiring. Her heroine performance is therefore not art, but self-satisfied activism. The action transfigures the regulatory question of whether or not junkies and their drug use should disappear from the public space into a purely aesthetic one. Namely, the question of whether or not watching someone's self-harm arouses disgust. Not only is the visibility of drug consumption demanded, which is stupid enough because there are visibly protected consumption areas for good reasons, but the action in front of an audience is also intended to encourage people to look. The motive for driving out junkies is implicitly the desire not to see. The aesthetically dressed up, but essentially moral judgment is, anyone who doesn't like to look is an enemy of addicts and wants to drive them away. The activists thus celebrate themselves above all, who are hardened and insensitive enough not only to endure the misery, but even to enjoy it as part of their own lifestyle. They are supposedly speaking on behalf of the victims. In reality, they are concerned with their own well-being. It's easy to say that they feel very comfortable in the Bahnhofsviertel for young artists who only consume the crime in the district from the safe distance of their hipster kiosk, while the addicts, dealers, and gang members are mainly pulling their own weight. Ironically, only high school graduates from the middle class, who are notoriously bored with their bland student existence and therefore find pleasure in sniffing out the spice of real life from the stench of slums, declare themselves to be high school students anyway. Unsurprisingly, their actions completely miss the reality of the junkies' lives. The use of heroin on the open street, for example, which the Frankfurt Hauptschule publicly advocates, is rejected by the majority of the scene. Understandably, the vast majority of addicts in the district have no desire to be watched by hipsters who are hanging around getting their fix and, if possible, prefer to retreat to the specially equipped consumption rooms for intravenous drug use, where they can consume in private and under hygienic conditions. And the police's approach in the district is certainly not as hostile to junk as the Frankfurt Hauptschule would like its audience to believe, as the treatment of drug addicts in the station district is still extremely liberal by German and international standards, characteristic of the so-called Frankfurt Way in drug policy, which the city adopted in the mid-1990s and to which it still adheres, is to allow drug consumption in a protected environment and to combine this with therapy offers, while repressive police measures are to concentrate as far as possible on dealers and their networks. Although police officers sometimes also issue bans on junkies and the core area of the scene has shrunk, there is still no question of a targeted ousting of addicts from the district. Despite all the advantages that breaking out of the confines of the neighborhood could have for the individual addicts, decentralizing the drug scene would mean that both the police and drug helpers would lose track of the scene, which has been reasonably compact to date, which is by no means in the interests of city policy. It was only in May 2018, at the insistence of the police, that the M47 Night Cafe was set up in the middle of the neighborhood as an additional lounge exclusively for drug addicts, to which onlookers are not allowed. A measure that is popular with addicts, but is likely to be a thorn in the side of Frankfurt's voyeuristic secondary school students. Last but not least, the withdrawal of law enforcement from an area like the Bahnhofsviertel, as demanded by the decidedly doom-minded artists, would simply leave the weaker members of society, including junkies of course, at the mercy of the criminal gangs who control the drug trade in the district and certainly don't treat their clientele any more kindly than the Frankfurt police do. The fact that no one at the Frankfurt Hauptschule takes any notice of all this is most likely due to the fact that the group members' contact with the junkie scene is unlikely to go beyond mere gawking, even if they like to proudly claim in interviews that they themselves are part of the drug scene in the station district, referring to their own cocaine consumption, because it is clear that this refers to a completely different drug scene than the one they make the subject of their action art, namely that of young creative cokeheads who convert their income into party drugs and who are not on the fringes of society but at its center. An important unconscious motive for the interest of the Stadel students with a ghetto obsession in the subject of drug addiction therefore seems to be banal voyeurism. In their eyes, the junkies belong to the station district like the wind to the sea, so they are primarily perceived as part of an environment that provides the stage for their adolescent self-presentations. If they are asked directly about their relationship to the hard drug scene, their answers are little more than mere sensationalism, and the wink, der Freitag, with which they are presented doesn't make them seem any less morbid. We like junkies, they say. They're good neighbors for us. We especially like the completely crazy and anarchic ones. There's one woman, for example. Tall, they say she used to be a model and still looks very good. When she used to smoke rock, she would get pretty crazy. She would shout "cunt liquor" after some guy for 15 minutes. Or she would throw bottles at the trendy pizza pasta kiosk and dance wildly on the traffic island on the corner of Tonnestrasse and Elbestrasse. That was simply a rare class. Unfortunately, She is now in a wheelchair because she was run over by a subway train that took off her left arm and leg. End of quote. After the Frankfurt Hauptschule worked on the gentrification of the station district in 2015, the next hot topic was tackled just 1 year later. This time, the campaign focused on so-called love locks, padlocks that couples, as a sign of a vow of fidelity, attach to bridges in many places, such as Frankfurt's Iron Footbridge, and then throw the key into the river. On Facebook, the artists' collective went on the offensive as follows. Quote, "Love locks are an attack of petty bourgeois aesthetics on us all. These locks are modern chastity belts. This is not about love, but about possession. We call on all Frankfurters to bring us their locks from the Iron Bridge. We will pay €1 for every lock that is handed in at the GalleryCon space on August 11th, 12 and 13 between 1300 hours and 1500 hours. We will melt down the love locks and use them to cast an object that will be on display as part of a group exhibition at ATLAERFRANKFURT from August 18th. End quote. According to the artists group, around 3,000 locks were received that weekend. Whether volunteers were actually primarily responsible for this remains unclear. Apparently, no one ever got to see the object they were supposed to be made into. Be that as it may, around 50 years after the founding of Commune 1, the mantra that claims to ownership should be kept out of love has also reached Frankfurt Secondary School. What is particularly remarkable about this is the gesture of radicalism. After all, the fact that man was not made for monogamy can no longer only be read in leaflets from the local AZ, but also in the feature pages of the country's highest circulation newspapers. What always goes unmentioned is that the emergence of monogamy represents a historical advance in civilization. Because love for a specific person and their idealization is only possible if they are recognized as an irreplaceable individual. Even the feeling of jealousy, which has been defamed for decades by left-wing emotional bureaucrats as a forbidden, supposedly petty bourgeois emotion that everyone must fight with ironclad determination, is entangled with the recognition of the special nature of the other, without which a humane society is inconceivable, and which is increasingly being forgotten in a world in which the individual and their individual qualities are becoming less and less important. Seen in this light, there may indeed be something to the argument that monogamy is no longer in keeping with the times. And the engagement of the Frankfurt Secondary School students against love locks also seems to be unconsciously fed, not least by the unease that there are still people who are less interchangeable and featureless than themselves. For although they see themselves as left-wing rebels, the collective's output is recognizably the work of people who could hardly be more boring and conformist. In terms of content, they repeat what everyone in the hip left-wing cultural milieu is saying anyway, or at least what doesn't cause any offense, and the form the group chooses to translate their political views into performance art is anything but imaginative. Berlin artist Maylene carried out an almost identical attack on love locks in several European cities back in 2012. This is, of course, no coincidence. Rather, it shows that up-and-coming left-wing artists are not only active in Frankfurt, but wherever there is an art academy. The works produced in this milieu hardly differ from metropolis to metropolis. The constant attempts to provoke the widest possible media response through rioting are therefore above all an expression of the idea that one must somehow stand out in an army of young creatives who are completely equally qualified and remarkably uniform in their work. Because the number of coveted gratuities in the cultural sector is limited, although this strategy works to some extent, the undisputed national market leader in the action art segment is not the Frankfurt Hauptschule. The most popular is undoubtedly the Center for Political Beauty, ZPS. Since the beginning of the Syrian refugee crisis in particular, the Artists Collective, founded in 2009, has repeatedly managed to generate a media buzz with its actions that the rest of the industry can only dream of. In addition to a particularly shameless penchant for the morbid, which apparently goes down well with the politicized public, this success is primarily due to the right instinct when it comes to choosing contemporary topics. Over the past 5 years, almost all of ZPS's campaigns have revolved around migration policy and the fight against the right, i.e. precisely the subjects that, alongside the climate debate, are most popular with the left-wing mainstream. Reason enough for the Frankfurt Hauptschule to also tackle this field. An opportunity arose during the 2018 Wiesbaden Biennale, to which the group was asked to contribute a project. Another guest at the Biennale was Munich activist Tunde Onder, who runs the blog Migrantenstadel and was allowed to transform a venue at the Hessische Staatstheater into a post-migrant multi-purpose hall with a daily changing program for a week. Because no one in Wiesbaden or anywhere else publicly objected to this, the Frankfurt Secondary School first had to fake a xenophobic attack in order to be able to stage itself as a front fighter against the shift to the right. During the week of the event, members of the group smeared the logo of the radical right-wing identitarian movement, IB, on an information container that had been set up in the city to draw attention to Anders' project and used a video message to pretend to be the Wiesbaden chapter of the movement. Only after this necessary preparatory work did the Stadl students see themselves in a position to succeed with anti-racist action art in the style of the ZPS. In response to the IBS supposed coup, they announced that they wanted to shoot interracial gay porn in the container, because, as we all know, nothing upsets the common German more than amorous liaisons between locals and foreigners of the same sex. The result was a silly, erotic clip in which sexual acts between migrants and Germans dressed in brown shirts and red armbands are partly implied and partly simulated. At the end of the Biennale, the group projected their work of art onto the container they had smeared and confessed that they themselves had been responsible for the allegedly xenophobic attack. This first attempt by the Frankfurt Hauptschule to expand its thematic field to include migration and xenophobia is interesting because it reveals the central problem that German state anti-fascism clearly has. In many places, there are simply not enough genuine xenophobes left to take action against. In order to be able to proudly take up the fight against the right, which has long since become an identity marker for the local mainstream, the multicultural Volksgemeinschaft is therefore increasingly having to invent its racist enemies. However, this does not change the fact that their own actions are always misunderstood as a heroic act of resistance against the supposedly overpowering brown danger. That political art that only serves to make the people who look at it and the people who make it feel on the right side and only seek a form of affirmation in art is very shitty and ultimately very questionable to reactionary, a member of the Frankfurt Hauptschule candidly stated after the action. Surprisingly, however, this did not refer to their own work. For their latest campaign, the Frankfurt Secondary School once again turned to the topic of love and gender. But instead of just working through the Western model of relationships, this time it was about declaring Western civilization to be the main enemy of feminist aspirations. To this end, they traveled to Weimar together on August 20, 2019 and threw toilet paper at the garden house in the park on the ILM, which Johann Wolfgang von Goethe lived in from time to time during his Weimar years and to which he repeatedly retreated. The attack was justified with reference to the poet's alleged misogyny. Quote, "The female characters in Goethe's works often appear rather weak. In Goethe's works, the men are usually the protagonists and the women passive. There were also some somewhat comical episodes with young women in Goethe's life. As a 40-year-old, he seduced the 23-year-old Christiane Vulpius and impregnated her. He subsequently kept her away from his home in the center of Weimar, as he was ashamed of his improper relationship with a cleaning lady. He pushed her into his garden shed. Goethe was still pestering the 17-year-old Ulrike von Levitzow well into his 70s. Poems such as Heidenroslein are still taught at school today. Young pupils have to learn them by heart. But is the whole thing critically scrutinized in terms of content? Either it is removed from the curriculum or they are told that it is humorous rape poetry." End quote. The group was by no means breaking new ground with this campaign either, but rather seamlessly following on from the #MeToo movement that emerged in 2017. As is well known, this arose from a debate about sexual assault in the film industry, but soon developed into a general campaign against the supposedly ubiquitous sexual violence against women in Western societies. As a result, the search for the missteps of old white men who had made a name for themselves in the field of art and culture was soon extended from Hollywood to the visual arts and literature. Based on the behavior of male artists, works perceived as unpleasant then also fell victim to the outrage, with several museums worldwide temporarily or permanently removing problematic works from their exhibitions in the wake of the uproar surrounding #MeToo. With its action, the Frankfurt Hauptschule was thus merely joining, somewhat belatedly, the already existing crowd of net feminist moral guardians who are already setting the tone in the cultural sector. And like other #MeToo activists, she wasn't too precise with the truth in her accusations. Goethe never kept Christiane Vulpius away from his Weimar apartment. In fact, she moved in with him immediately after her first meeting with the poet. Goethe's relationship with Vulpius, who came from a humble background and therefore had no higher education, was considered an affront by Weimar's high society, but the two lived together until Christiane's death in 1816, initially without a marriage certificate and from 1806 as a married couple. The widowed Goethe actually proposed to the young Ulrike von Levitzow, whom he had met during repeated spa visits to Karlsbad, at the age of over 70, which was generally considered a very unusual step even then. When Ulrika, who unsurprisingly only saw the famous poet as a fatherly friend, politely declined, Goethe did not take this as an opportunity to pursue the young woman against her will, but instead limited his contact with her and dealt with the experience of rejection, which was obviously still unfamiliar to him, in the Marienbad Elegy, which addresses, among other things, the loss of the erotic capacity for love in old age. Finally, Das Heidenröslein is a metaphorical poem that superficially deals with a child picking flowers, and as such cannot be immediate rape poetry at all, but can at most be interpreted as such maliciously, but only if one completely disregards the author's actual intention. The breaking of the rose by a naive boy is a cipher for deflowering, which Goethe adopted from older folk songs. He wrote Heidenröslein for the Alsatian vicar's daughter Frederik Brian, with whom he had a one-year relationship during his studies in Strasbourg. It is therefore more likely to describe the seduction of the then 19-year-old by the slightly older poet. Of course, this does not mean that Goethe saw women as equal subjects throughout his life. The objection that this would also be highly unusual for an individual who lived around 1800 is not accepted by #MeToo activists, however, because ultimately it is not about Goethe as a person anyway, but about Western modernity, which is to be denounced as fundamentally sexist. The activists of the Frankfurt Hauptschule also regard the famous poet as a particularly prominent old white man, but only as an example of general conditions. This completely ignores the fact that it is not the oppression of women by the patriarchy, but the gradual abolition of such conditions that is a unique feature of Western civilization. For although the European Enlightenment initially granted civil and human rights almost exclusively to white, male subjects, their proclamation set a dynamic in motion that enabled women and men to gradually fight for equal rights for women. Today, there is simply no longer any question of Western societies denying their female members a self-determined life simply because of their gender. The few structural disadvantages that still affect women here have been disappearing for years. The denial of this simple fact does not simply express critical overzealousness, but a fundamental anti-Western resentment that third-wave feminism shares with post-colonial and anti-racist movements. Just like these, it therefore targets not only the Western present, but also the entire Occidental tradition, without being able to perceive its ambivalences or, more precisely, the dialectic of freedom and unfreedom inherent in it. This can also be seen in the way in which the Frankfurt Hauptschule deals with Goethe's work. For his female figures are not unanimously as weak and passive as the artist's group claims. Above all, a development inherent in the work is recognizable here. For example, the clear characterization of artistic creativity as a specifically masculine quality, which can still be found in early publications, is broken up in the later works. Here, Goethe's work very probably reflects a social change, as the literary salons, in which art and philosophy could be discussed in a lively manner in Germany from the end of the 18th century onwards, were not only attended by women, but often also initiated and led by them. This was also the case with Johanna Schopenhauer's salon in Weimar, where Goethe was a frequent guest. Furthermore, around 1800, female authors began to appear in German-speaking countries for the first time who were able to earn a living from writing. For quite a few of them, the serious and often critical examination of Weimar classicism was of central importance. However, such a debate does not take place at the Frankfurt Hauptschule, and so everything the group has to say on the subject of Goethe can be reduced to the accusation of an immoral lifestyle, which was already used by Jesuits towards the end of the 19th century to object to the cult of genius surrounding the poet. If any conclusion can be drawn from the last action of the Frankfurt Hauptschule, then it is probably that the doggedly left-wing creatives are just as incapable of receiving art as they are of producing it. In the field of art criticism, the moral code of postmodern SJWs functions as a standard that is beyond all doubt, rendering any serious engagement with a work superfluous. In the course of their own actions, left identitarian content such as criticism of gentrification or the old white man is merely warmed up and declared performance art without any mediation. Art that no longer even pretends to be anything other than an expression of identity politics gives up any utopian potential and can go away. The art of classical modernism was particular, detached from the practical execution of the social process, but in this independence it presented a generality that was absent from the unreconciled whole. The artistic avant-gardes made the criticism of social conditions implicit in this explicit by insisting on changing the world in their own image. The condition of such art was its legally guaranteed freedom, which it could always invoke to defend its own interests against Philistines, moral guardians, and iconoclasts. However, the possibility for art to transcend the boundaries of social law in this way in the reservoir of the aesthetic has been exhausted since society has become a cosmos of fluid identities that no longer appears as a false generality, which the particular sphere of the aesthetic could oppose with its own universal claim, but rather as an unstable conglomerate of particular collectives, which at all times bring their particular sensitivities to bear against universalist impositions. Art that seeks to constellate truth within the framework of aesthetics and thus confront false certainties objectively loses its meaning where certainties have been replaced by sensitivities and the claim to truth is condemned in advance as narrow-minded male, white, or Eurocentric hubris. Whereas previously unwelcome art had to deal with demands for state censorship, against which it was often successful enough in asserting its special right, the effective use of juridical artistic freedom is now dwindling, because the anti-racist and net feminist shitstorm activists, who sometimes take offense at nude paintings, sometimes at erotic poems or, as recently, at the depiction of black people by comic artist Ralph Koenig, are not appealing to any sovereign belonging to the current legal system, but are instead turning themselves into legislators, prosecutors, and judges in personal union. There is only a gradual difference between these clean men and women who masquerade as a counterpublic and the Islamic iconoclasts who openly act as a terrorist counter-sovereign. What they have in common is the fanatical belief that they are empowered by their identity, the self-assurance with which the angry mob is unleashed, bypassing legal procedures, and finally the will to swear art to the dogmas of their own movement. Art loses its autonomy when it no longer has to measure itself against aesthetic standards, but has to justify itself to an extra-aesthetic compulsory morality. Could women feel discriminated against? Are racist readings conceivable? Does the work transgress Islamic commandments? Identity has long since become the sacred cow of art. Meanwhile, the Frankfurt Hauptschule does nothing other than follow such extra-aesthetic morals, politicizing and re-aestheticizing them. The fact that they throw themselves into the pose of the young savages cannot conceal the fact that they are all dull conformists who see artistic processes only as vehicles for their boastful agitation, which is not even irritating, but is quickly deciphered and applauded by the art community. The universally pleasing, bland mash of opinions served up by Frankfurt's middle class is the just punishment for an art public that is sick to its stomach of everything it doesn't know. In August 2022, a bizarre debate took place about Karl May's three-part novel Winnetou. The occasion was the children's film Der Junge Häuptling Winnetou, for which Ravensburger Verlag had published accompanying books, which it apologetically withdrew after accusations that they depicted indigenous people in a stereotypical and racist way. This quickly led to a discussion about Karl May's books themselves, in which a quick glance at any novel immediately confirmed literary scholar Johannes Franssen's suspicion that May's books could hardly be read with pleasure today. Quote, "The language seems cumbersome and old-fashioned, strongly committed to the conventions of the 19th century, and constantly crosses the line into kitsch. The dialogue is unintentionally comical, and even the most hardened supporter of literary autonomy must be offended by the obvious racism." End quote. Franssen did not ask himself why Karl May's books, like other books that are strongly committed to the conventions of the 19th century, continue to be read. He also omitted the fact that the debate about Karl May's Winnetou can hardly be understood without the context of the debate about forms of cultural appropriation. Although it was sometimes mentioned elsewhere that Karl May had only invented all the characters in his novels and that the country in which he had them appear was only imagined, it was nevertheless a case of cultural appropriation that was to be disapproved of, which is why Mitteldeutscher Rundfunk declared that in future it would only broadcast the film adaptations of the Winnetou novels with classifying references. Consequently, it was also a case of cultural appropriation when Karl Zuckmayer decided to name his daughter Winnetou in 1926 on what he later admitted was a somewhat infantile whim, thereby unobjectionably turning the male first name into a female one. In 1939, when Zuckmayer, who was persecuted by the National Socialists as a half-Jew, had to emigrate to the USA with his family, a real-life Winnetou arrived where Karl May had only allowed his Winnetou to live in his imagination. However, the name hardly irritated anyone there, as virtually nobody in the USA had ever heard of Winnetou before. Instead, it evoked associations with a Walt Disney cartoon series based on the story Powder Bear by the English author Alan Alexander Milne, in which the main character is called Winnie the Pooh, and so Winnetou Zuckmayer was called Winnie in the USA, even though she did not bear the slightest resemblance to a bear. This story makes it clear that the cultural relationships of appropriation and impact can be far more complicated than those who immediately thought of racism when they heard the name Winnetou in August 2022. This becomes clear in a different way in Franz Kafka's prose piece Desire to Become an Indian, which is short enough to quote in full here: "Desire to become an Indian. If only one were an Indian, immediately ready, and on the running horse, crooked in the air, trembling again and again briefly over the trembling ground, until one left the spurs, for there were no spurs, until one threw away the reins, for there were no reins, and hardly saw the land before him as smoothly mown heath, already without horse's neck and horse's head." End quote. In the wish, everything is imaginary. From the spurs to the reins to the horse and the landscape in which it rides, and spurs and reins are doubly so, because, as readers of Karl May's Winnetou know, Indians ride neither with spurs nor with reins. Since there is nothing real in wishing, wishing does not take anything away from anyone, especially not from Karl May's critics, hardly any of whom belong to the group of allegedly racially discriminated indigenous people, commonly known as Indians. But by declaring themselves advocates of the culturally different without being affected themselves, these critics are practicing what they criticize: cultural appropriation. In view of this performative contradiction, the habitus with which they conduct themselves morally in a way that is confusingly similar to puritanical moral strictness seems all the more grotesque. There are good reasons to disagree with those who would like to see Winnetou erased from cultural memory, just as the countless critics of Karl May's work in the 1910s and 1920s who wanted to withdraw it from circulation on the grounds that it was harmful literature for young people. Walter Benjamin opposed this in 1929, stating that substantial, powerful nourishment in literature could not only come from the masterpieces of Cervantes or Dickens, Swift or Defoe, but that it existed just as much in certain works of colportage, which appeared at the same time as the rise of technical civilization and the leveling of culture, which was not unconnected with it. The dismantling of the old spherical, tiered orders of life was complete at that time. It was precisely the finest, noblest substances that had often fallen to the bottom, and so it is that those who look deeper find the elements in the lowlands of written and pictorial works that they seek in vain in the recognized cultural documents. It was only recently that Ernst Bloch, in a fine essay based on such considerations, undertook the salvation of the wicked Karl May. End of quote. Bloch's partisanship for Karl May is not surprising if you know what Karl Zuckmayer reports in his autobiography about his behavior during his Heidelberg years. According to Zuckmayer, Bloch impressed him above all with his almost encyclopedic knowledge of all Karl May books and characters. "I believe," writes Zuckmayer, "apart from the painter Rudolf Schlichter and myself, he was the most thorough Karl May researcher of the time. Bloch and I tested and examined each other during a walk along the philosopher's path with detailed trick questions about the relationships of the lesser-known figures from Wild Kurdistan or the surroundings of the Llano Estacado, and were not able to take each other by surprise. Finally, Bloch tricked me with a question I couldn't answer. What was the name of Schutz's cousin? It turned out that he didn't have one." End quote. I used to say at the time, Bloch confessed in a radio interview in 1967 about his time in Heidelberg after the First World War, "I only know Karl May and Hegel. Everything else that exists is an impure mixture of the two." End quote. This appreciation of Karl May was still evident in Bloch's essay, which Walter Benjamin referred to in 1929. It bears the title Rettung Wagner's Durch Karl May. It also exists in the expanded edition of Bloch's Erbschaft dieser Zeit, 1935. Under the heading Rettung Wagner's Durch Surrealistische Kolportage, 1929. There, Bloch defended colportage because it had almost revolutionary features. The colportage dream, according to Bloch, is a revolutionary one, a raging fog of satisfied revenge and fulfilled desire, with plenty of suspense, action, and a magnificent triumph at the end. Long journeys, very distant or very splendid settings are essential to colportage. It by no means feeds itself honestly at home. It is not the quiet chord, the contemplative calendar story of the settled people, but a product of permissiveness, first created by it. Colportage in general is what can be almost immediately fruitful in our time, for there is nothing false about the splendor of the fairground. Colportage is truly close to the people, has become our soil and air, folk and church song. End quote. This is why Karl May, as Bloch's essay Die Silberbuchs Winnetou puts it, is the Shakespeare of the young, and in his novels almost everything is an externalized dream of the oppressed creature. However, it does not serve for distraction or intoxication, but for excitement and intrusion, providing a dream of world judgment for the bad, of glory for the good. This was also the reason why colportage, especially Karl May's novels, was persecuted by the bourgeoisie as dangerous, namely as filth and trash par excellence. So if Karl May's wishful fantasy of fulfillment is once again tabooed today, this is partly in the tradition of censorship history and partly in the almost evangelical desire to regulate fantasy itself. Before he published them, Bloch had developed his ideas, as we know from a letter from Bloch to Siegfried Kracauer dated February 20, 1928, in conversation with Theodor W. Adorno, who also mentioned them in a letter to Kracauer on the same day. Quote, "I see Bloch and Benjamin a lot, Bloch almost every day. I can confirm all the good things you attribute to him in human terms, and if he defends Richard Wagner with Karl May, there is little to be said against it, so genuine is the falseness in him." End of quote. As far as Karl May is concerned, little can be said against him because one can have elementary aesthetic experiences when reading his colportage. Adorno emphasized this in the introduction to his radio lecture Henkel, Krug und die Frühe Erfahrung, which he gave on June 15, 1965 to mark Ernst Bloch's 80th birthday, and which was unfortunately printed without this introduction. Unlike the printed version, Adorno's lecture begins with an explanation of the motto that he prefixed to his homage. It comes from the Frankfurt dialect poet Friedrich Stolze and reads Ui, ha ich gesagt. Stolze, Adorno explained, puts the sentence into the mouth of a boy. If I were to try to tell you something of the early experience I had of Ernst Bloch and on which all my later writings and his person depend, I could hardly find anything more precise. The child bursts into an admiring amazement, something stunned and dazzled, familiar from fairgrounds, the inexhaustible supply on which Bloch's utopia feeds. Thus one is only astonished at that which has something of appearance, because the reasonable order of the world in its unreasonableness does not yet allow that which is real to be real, that which is truly astonishing. The untranslatable word ui, hardly a word, rather an ancient interjection, requires childhood itself. It can only be used by those whose adult life has not yet exorcised the hope that the unprecedented could happen in the next moment. End of quote. As far as Bloch's idea of a saving re-appropriation of Richard Wagner's works was concerned, from whose hullabaloo of kitsch schemes the originally revolutionary must finally be sharpened, Adorno did not contradict this reappropriation, if only because he himself felt it was necessary. In June 1929, he praised Jürgen Felling's production of The Flying Dutchman at Berlin's Kroll Opera, saying that it had succeeded in finally cleansing Wagner of the dust of the metaphorical, the hollowed-out symbolic, the musty consecrated and the romantically costumed, and mobilizing the fond of topicality that is within Wagner's grasp today. End quote. This was successful because the opera plot was presented as illusionistic in a neo-objective stage designed by Ewald Dullberg. This was exactly what Ernst Bloch had recommended to save Wagner. Quote, "Experiments with open stage space would be instructive, with visible T-beams around the kitsch mythology and its props. Complete illusionary emptiness all around, log cabin, Rhine terrace, Brunhildenfels, view par un surrealist, in the middle." End quote. Adorno referred to this in his review and stated, "More quickly than those who accused Bloch of abstractness in his demands could think, what he thought concretely enough has become concrete." End of quote. Adorno did not go on to praise Karl May's work, but he did praise Bloch's impulse to defend it as the dream of a better life. According to Adorno, his inclination towards colportage had its systematic roots in the agreement with the lower, as the materially unformed as well as that which has to bear the burden of society. The upper of culture, form, according to Bloch's usage polis, is for him hopelessly entangled with domination, oppression, myth, truly superstructure. Only what has been pushed down contains the potential of what would be above it. That is why he searches in kitsch for that transcendence which blocks the immanence of culture. End of quote. Adorno remained reserved towards kitsch. According to his aesthetic theory, it is characterized by the pretense of non-existent feelings. However, as is often overlooked, he was far from discrediting kitsch as a form of cultural decay, especially not when it is inextricably intertwined with a utopian moment, as in the case of Richard Wagner. For him, this was inappropriate because the alleged purity of bourgeois art was bought from the outset with the exclusion of the underclass. Serious art, according to the dialectic of enlightenment, denied itself to those for whom the need and pressure of being there makes a mockery of seriousness and who must be happy if they can use the time they are not at the driving wheel to let themselves drift. Light art has accompanied autonomous art as a shadow. It is the socially guilty conscience of the serious ones. What the latter had to miss in terms of truth due to its social preconditions, the latter gives the appearance of objective right. The division itself is the truth. It at least expresses the negativity of culture, to which the spheres add up. End of quote. In contrast, the culture industry, which Horkheimer and Adorno then targeted, means something qualitatively different. The culture industry pursues the willful integration of its customers from above and forces the spheres of high and low art, which have been separated for millennia, together, to the detriment of both. High art is deprived of its seriousness through speculation on the effect. Low art is deprived of the unruly resistance that was inherent in it as long as social control was not total through its civilizational taming. The products of the culture industry offer a bad sublation of this contradiction, because the pleasure they provide, in order to remain pleasure, should not cost effort again and therefore moves strictly within the rutted tracks of association. This leads, one could say in Freudian terminology, to an immediate satisfaction of libidinal desires. But this is, as Adorno wrote in his 1963 summary of the culture industry, the promotion and exploitation of ego weakness. This has consequences that the French philosopher Bernard Stiegler described as the destruction of attention, both with regard to the psychological ability to concentrate on an object and with regard to the social ability to construct such objects. End quote. For Stiegler, this leads to infantilization, to available brains that have renounced their maturity. Nicholas Luhmann saw in Horkheimer and Adorno's critique of the culture industry the arrogant rejection of a pleasure in the automatic recognition of the already known, and failed to notice that in the dialectic of enlightenment it is not the pleasure of the masses that is criticized, but rather the systematic deception that the culture industry commits against the masses, while Fairgrounds or Karl May's novels actually made elementary aesthetic experiences possible. The difference to cultural industrial production is essentially based on the form of technical reproducibility of the work of art that became possible for Walter Benjamin with film and which he approved of. According to Benjamin, it shatters the aura of uniqueness, detaches the work of art from the context of tradition and changes its perception. Chalk effects now took the place of amazement or contemplation. Compare, says Benjamin, the canvas on which the film rolls with the canvas on which the painting is located. The image on one changes, the image on the other does not. The latter invites the viewer to contemplate. In front of it, he can abandon himself to his associative process. They cannot do this in front of the film. As soon as he has caught sight of it, it has already changed. Cannot be fixed, neither like a painting nor like something real. The associative process of the person looking at it is immediately interrupted by its change. This is the basis of the film's chilling effect, which, like any chilling effect, needs to be absorbed by a heightened presence of mind. End of quote. This is the point at which the critique of the culture industry in the dialectic of enlightenment begins, which is implicitly also a critique of Benjamin's apology of film. This is because film reception does not usually lead to an increased presence of mind, but only to a reception of distraction, which Benjamin observes correctly, but without reflecting on the problem associated with it. That with the replacement of both the possibility of contemplation and that of amazement by chalk effects, that utopian moment is also lost, which can still come to the fore and be noticed in colportage just as much as in other ways in serious art. The center of the autonomous work of art, as Adorno criticized Benjamin's essay on works of art in a letter dated March 18, 1936, in any case, does not itself belong on the mythical side, but is dialectical in itself. The magical is intertwined with the sign of freedom. Adorno vividly demonstrated what this means using the example of Richard Wagner, who was rescued by Ernst Bloch with the help of Karl May. Adorno dedicated a lecture to him in 1963, in which he emphatically emphasized Wagner's artistic significance even more than in his 1937 essay on Wagner, even though Wagner's esteem under National Socialism was not external to him or his works. Nevertheless, Wagner had emancipated music from the traditional language of form in a way that only Beethoven had done before him, for example by abandoning the number opera and instead composing the opera in its entirety without caesuras. This emancipation of the music from its merely skeletal, abstract organization is noticeable right down to the harmonies and instrumentation. This serves Wagner to present a whole that criticizes not only the opera system of the past, but also society based on the division of labor, from which he was ultimately unable to show a musical way out. For turning away from traditional forms in favor of a continuous dynamic musical development only leads to another form of statics, an incessant change in the ever-same. In The Ring of the Nibelung in particular, the circular, hopeless conception of the tetralogy, as indicated by the word ring in the title, blocks the qualitatively different and new in advance, which at the same time would be aesthetically required at the critical point at the end of Götterdämmerung. End quote. However, the plot does not lead to a departure but merely to a redemption from the myth through a regression. The Rhine maidens pull the golden ring down into the depths of the water in order to bring the Rhinegold back to where it originally belonged. The unsatisfactory aspect of such an ending is the failure to achieve emancipation from the myth, which had previously seemed to be promised musically by the consequent departure from the traditional formal language. At the same time, this lack is what Adorno defines as the core of time and truth content. Both can only be revealed in a production if one forces the false, the fragile, the antinomic itself to appear. This is exactly what Ernst Bloch recommended when Karl May rescued Wagner. The inherently antinomic truth content of Wagner's work leads us back to the dialectic of the Enlightenment. For its starting point is also a mythical entanglement, one into which humanity enters when it begins to explain the violent and overpowering nature that confronts it through myths and thus makes fear controllable. This is the beginning of enlightenment, which has never been able to free itself from this mythical origin because it only ever perceives in nature that which it is able to control, first mythically and then technically and instrumentally. Art, which also has its origins in myth, can make this circumstance tangible as soon as it detaches itself from myth and emphasizes what does not conform to Enlightenment rationality. For Horkheimer and Adorno, this also includes pure amusement, the relaxed abandonment to colorful associations and happy nonsense. The utopian moment, however, Rudiger Bubner argued in 1973 in his momentous essay on some conditions of contemporary aesthetics, binds art to truth and makes it heteronymous, i.e. a mere appendage of philosophy. In addition, the category of the work is called into question by the emancipation efforts of modern art. Quote, since the constructions of cubism and futurism, since the ready-mades and material images of all kinds, one of the essential tendencies of modern production has aimed at overcoming or exploding the conventional work unit. If, therefore, concluded Bubner, the danger of heteronomy threatens, and if the massive work category, which provides the ontological carrier of a truth centrally perceived in art, continues to exist, then the only methodological path that remains is the departure from aesthetic experience. End quote. And this is exemplarily achieved in Kant's critique of judgment, because Kant, starting from the natural beauty, deliberately does not ask what it is that causes aesthetic effects. What aesthetic experience experiences, says Bubner, is constituted in experience and through experience so that it cannot be objectified independently of it, for example in a work, what the content of that experience is. It is solely an achievement of the reflecting subject, which experiences itself in its achievements. Bubner's fundamental attack on Adorno was extraordinarily influential. Martin Seal and Christoph Menke, among others, who taught or teach philosophical aesthetics in Frankfurt as representatives of the so-called third generation of critical theory, followed on from him in various ways. Indeed, a paradigm shift can be discerned when Joachim Kupper and Christoph Menke stated in 2003 that aesthetic experience had established itself not only as a term for a subject area in aesthetics, but as its basic concept. The prerequisites for this were created by Jürgen Habermas as the exponent of the so-called second generation of critical theory, who, in his theory of communicative action, no longer understands art as something that is capable of transcending reality, as Adorno did, but instead describes it as just one of three life-world spheres of value, alongside science and morality, in which expressively determined forms of interaction, in contrast to cognitive and normative ones, do not form structures that can be rationalized on their own. Accordingly, for Martin Seal, aesthetic contemplation is only a radical form of dwelling in the here and now. However, there are a number of problems associated with this, of which I will only name for that seem to me to be the most important. Firstly, we completely lose sight of the fact that the objects of aesthetic experience are not timeless, but historical. However, if the genesis and nature of objects of aesthetic experience no longer play a role at all, but only the effects that are triggered by them. Aesthetics becomes ahistorical. In his critique of Kant, Adorno already pointedly noted that artistic beauty, in contrast to natural beauty, which was Kant's primary focus, belongs to an already constituted world that has a history and belongs to the thing but eludes sensory perception. It is therefore necessary to reflect on this history. Otherwise, to give just one example, the departure from the polyphonic musical compositional art of the Baroque to a new simplicity in the early classical period would be completely incomprehensible. And of course, the reasons for this historical change are not audible in the musical performance. On closer inspection, a reflection on history is even necessary in the case of natural beauty, because it is also the result of history, of natural history, a fact that Goethe in particular was preoccupied with throughout his life, especially with the relationship between nature, understood as the result of history, and man-made art with its history. Secondly, if only aesthetic experiences play a role which everyone can have for themselves or not, and for which no intersubjective commitment can be demanded, then the social dimension of aesthetic experience is at least reduced. For Martin Seal, any object, such as a ball lying in the garden, can become an infinite space of possibility for diverse aesthetic perceptions. However, the constitution of the life world aestheticized in this way remains completely indifferent, even though, as the French historian Philippe Aries has shown, childhood as a protected space of experience only emerges with bourgeois society, and only with it do aesthetic experiences become possible, such as those that Ernst Bloch was able to have when reading Karl May's books. The life world constitution of the subject of aesthetic experience is not independent of social development and, since the emergence of the culture industry, also not independent of its culture-industrial conditioning. In most texts on a theory of aesthetic experience, however, it is understood as static, invariant, and unproblematic. This also applies to Christoph Menke's aesthetics of negativity, which amounts to a normative deconstructive aesthetics and turns away from what Adorno regarded as aesthetic experience. One that is a utopian experience of something that the mind has neither of the world nor of itself. Thirdly, experience, including aesthetic experience, is always made on or with something. Subjects make experiences not only out of themselves and not only in themselves. According to Adorno, experiences are also not something merely attached, because they are always also demanded by the thing to be determined, and therein the primacy of the object asserts itself. This applies not only to aesthetic experiences, but to all experiences in equal measure, which is why Jens Kuhlenkampf recommends completely abandoning the idea that a somewhat specific concept of aesthetic experience can be formulated. Fourthly, the fact that aestheticization can also serve manipulative purposes is ignored. Thus, Walter Benjamin's observation that fascism pursued an aestheticization of politics is not wrong if one does not agree with Adorno Benjamin's demand to respond to this with a politicization of art. Denying the reality of what Adorno described as the cultural industrial promotion and exploitation of ego weakness should be difficult for anyone who has ever tried to get a child to stop playing tirelessly on a PlayStation. However, ideological criticism and criticism of the manipulative character of cultural industrial products are not possible within the framework of concepts that indiscriminately affirm any kind of aesthetic experience of any object. These problems do not arise if one follows Adorno's insight that autonomous art is inevitably also always a fate social in Emile Durkheim's sense, because even the most sublime work of art takes a stand on empirical reality precisely by stepping out of its spell. Rudiger Bubner simply ignored this dialectic in his undialectical criticism of Adorno. More than 50 years after the publication of his critique of Adorno, it would therefore be time to rescue not only Winnetou with Ernst Bloch and Adorno, and not only Richard Wagner with or without the help of Karl May, but first and foremost critical theory, and not in the fuzzy form to which Jürgen Habermas, Martin Seely, tutti quanti have reduced it, but as it was developed by Horkheimer and Adorno. One of the oddities of the brief Soviet-American friendship, which survived the joint victory over Germany by only a few years, is the survival of this forced partnership between two seemingly completely opposing societies in the music of socialist realism, particularly in the symphonic works of Dmitri Shostakovich. This was and is true not only for the so-called Leningrad War Symphony of 1941, which celebrated triumphs in the USA from 1942 under Toscanini and other famous conductors, but also for the Eighth Symphony of 1943 that followed it. After the Cold War, the Fifth Symphony of 1937, which formed the style of socialist realism, also conquered concert halls and the favor of audiences, especially in America. Shostakovich had the task of attaching the seemingly friendly label of humanism, which in reality emphasized its barbarism, to the most terrible regime that the 20th century had produced until June 1941, when Germany overtook it. He did so against his musical intentions under the life-threatening terrorist pressure of the party bosses, by resorting to a formal language that was no longer true even when it still seemed new, that of late Romanticism. In this endeavor, he did not orientate himself on the ingeniously elaborate abruptness of a Brahms, who actually remained a classicist, but on the crudeness of his flatly heart-rending contemporary Tchaikovsky. The more individual symphonic music claimed to be after Beethoven, the more directly it addressed the listener's immediate feelings rather than their musical intellect, the more it relied on trivial, unquestionable emotional governors. The result was the sound of the culture industry, which relied on effects borrowed from the classics, which the corresponding artisans either quoted or reproduced in a confusingly similar way on the assembly line and basically pieced together rhapsodically. There was hardly any need to develop the musical material. It was enough to use a framework that went back to the sonata form in a very template-like and uninspired way, without taking up the challenges inherent in it. Thus there are great emotions such as above all sadness, even pathetic grief and naive, almost Arcadian joy with a bit of unaffected folk tone in it. Temptation, inner struggle and inner conflict, people are at odds with themselves and searching, are also present. Such episodes cannot do without a dash of parody, grimacing or discordance in order to reach the great reconciliatory ending, whose message could be described as serious but hopeful. These are the contents of Tchaikovsky's lousy symphonies, the meaning of the Nordic murmur, drone and yawn of a Sibelius, the messages of English late bloomers such as Elgar or Vaughan Williams, and flow vitalistically and immediately ideologically into Shostakovich's and Prokofiev's Stalinist production from the mid-1930s onwards. The formal and motivic material of late Romanticism had long since reached the level of salon music and later film music, before five-year plans, the Gulag, forced collectivization and politically provoked famines devoured millions of human lives, and a strong demand for heroic music to accompany the epical decisions of the people for this murderous progress arose. The engagement, now also in music, behaves as harmlessly as its late Romantic predecessors, because all the feelings come from the stanza and are presented as if the First World War had not taken place, not to mention Hitler and Stalin. Even before the First World War, the three founders of the Viennese school knew what happened to heroism in the age of material battles, succinctly expressed in Berg's three orchestral pieces Op. 6. Gone was the canon of emotions and forms that made an eroica possible. Gone was the naivety that could be inherent in a waltz or a march. The material had to deny itself, the waltz had to lyre eerily, the march had to proclaim doom, and so on. Committed music, which, like most committed art, was created in the Soviet Union or in alliance with it after 1933, could not cover up and confirm the gigantic crimes committed in the name of humanism, for whose higher historical philosophical meaning any lie was justified, other than through the explicit denial of the musical avant-garde, which would have blabbed something about the truth of this new humanism and the recourse to musical forms of decay, whose authors could at least claim to have known nothing about the First World War. In terms of material aesthetics, Shostakovich fell behind his great role model Gustav Mahler, who had already anticipated Berg's orchestral pieces. In the midst of Stalinist mass terror in 1937, he said of his Fifth Symphony, which had just been triumphantly recorded, "The theme of my symphony is the development of personality," and paid homage to totalitarianism by affirming in words and, above all, in well-crafted but fundamentally corrupt music what had just been definitively denied: that the self-confident life of a person living out his individual freedom existed under its rule of all things. The success of this adapted and squeezed music in the USA confirms that two seemingly incomparable systems harmonized in an uncanny way, because the material of both Stalinist and democratic rule is quite obviously the citizen who has long since been broken by the incomprehensible violence inflicted on him, and who proves to be a subject only when he believes that he can come to himself through the consumption of art, reflect on his life, and even come to terms with his feelings. The real human being and his feelings, as they roar out of Tchaikovsky's symphonies, who was only unable to sign a contract with Warner Brothers due to a historical error, his freedoms, his pain, and ultimately his maturation fostered by experiences and decisions, all the credo of socialist realism, has been elevated by Shostakovich and has lent a period called the anti-fascist era, which ended with a necessary victory but a false peace, ominous topicality to this day. The ability to belittle, even justify the Gulag and to mock the victims of Auschwitz by claiming that they were anti-fascists is not only due to the perfidy of Europe's and America's intellectuals, who had been engaged in anti-fascism since 1935 at the latest and could not let it go even after 1945. Their fervent belief in humanism, which appeared at times as proletarian, at times as cross-class encompassing humanity, and at times as existentialists celebrated as an eternally young principle, precisely what had been cashed in on in the 20th century, and thus betrayed those impulses of longing, the feelings of despair, of being torn apart, of disbelief, which in rare moments could still convey to the individual his hopeless loneliness, completely to those instances that execute him by driving out the idea of something else through optimistic noise. Incidentally, Dmitri Shostakovich understood a thing or two about the violent noise of the totally administered world that insists pointlessly on positivity. The first and third movements of his 15th and last symphony, completed in 1971, turned into a gruesome sweep of grotesquely exaggerated platitudes, a keyless bubbling that only pretends to have a goal through self-sufficient activity, in reality performing the absurd standstill at breathtaking speed, anemia with powerlessly asserted vitality. The fact that great art does not follow a program or denies it against the will of its creator would not be disputed today, especially by those who want to put it into service. And yet it is striking how quickly, when the work, which should be the only thing that matters, questions the individual's freedom of choice and instead stands alone, seemingly cold and incomprehensible, as if it could and wanted to reveal nothing more, the lost meaning is made up for with biographical references to the author. In this way, art, in reality the artist's life, is used for non-artistic purposes. They may be well-intentioned, but they confiscate one of the last instances of objection to a life whose seemingly existential expressions should be mistrusted. This is done for the purpose of making the looted property the witness of politically intended accusations, as if its complaint and its promise could never be completely trusted without such an interpretation. Even in the great prose of the 19th century, which we are used to classifying and devaluing as realism, the refusal of the respective work to allow itself to be incorporated as an accompanying text to contemporary events and the philosophical, sociological, or critical journalism associated with them is far more evident than the view obscured by film adaptations or canonizations can allow. This only becomes clear in the post-realist phase of novel literature, which began with the epical break of 1914, which only found its way into the few peak works of the so-called avant-garde of the 1920s and 1930s, and whose authors still proclaim today against all reality with Shostakovich's characterization of his fifth. The theme of my novel is the becoming of the personality. When Jews play a prominent role in literature that is not decidedly Jewish, the untenability of any concept of realism and engagement becomes embarrassingly clear, precisely because it is stubbornly written according to the stale program of the individual's decision and struggle for freedom and a meaningful life. The centuries seem to be upside down. In the 19th century, when the seemingly cultivated anti-Semitism of the general public and the anti-Semitism of extermination that was gaining ground contrasted with the gradual legal and social equality of the Jews, it was possible, in a prominent individual case at the time, to take up the cudgels for the Jewish people in such a completely uncommitted manner that the first Zionists distributed entire chapters as brochures for their cause, and not without good reason. In the 21st century, on the other hand, a celebrated bestseller of post-realist literature goes completely unnoticed, revealing the core of any concept of engagement and thus also of freedom as compulsively addicted to harmony and therefore anti-Semitic, precisely because it describes the development of some people towards a life in which they come to terms with themselves and an unfriendly world, against which it is so easy to engage precisely because they have long since internalized its inner meaning. On September 26, 1876, Chaim Gadella, one of the leading men of the Jewish community in Great Britain, wrote a letter of admiration to Mary Ann Evans in which he thanked her for presenting us to the world in such a favorable light and in such a pleasing and learned manner. He enclosed A Vision of Syria Again in the Hands of the Jews and his own translation of the 42nd chapter of Mrs. Evans' latest novel into Hebrew, which he had just published in a Lviv newspaper. The poet's kind reply, full of words of appreciation, prompted him to ask if he could print this letter in the Jewish Chronicle. George Eliot, the most celebrated prose writer in the English language at the time and Mary Ann Evans' well-known pseudonym, replied as follows: I have a reluctance to introduce my own person to the public in any way that could only be overcome by an urgent sense of duty. End quote. Misinterpretations, falsifications, rumors for the hollowest minds and personal hostility are the regular result of such activities. Quote, were I given the opportunity for more of this frivolous, not to say depraved, sort of commentary than already exists in sickening abundance, I would step out of my proper place and act for what I believe to be an evil outcome. End quote. In the same letter, she outlined her appropriate function, seemingly in the opposite direction, in one sentence. It is my function as an artist, if at all possible for the good, to influence the feelings and plans of my contemporaries. End of quote. George Eliot did not like the public, even though, as one of the most successful authors of her time, she wrote precisely for them, and even though her 7 novels and a remarkable volume of essays were also intended to influence the public to recognize the good and live accordingly. She distinguished between the indiscriminate many that she was able to reach as an artist and a sphere of controversy that had long been mediated by the instruments of journalism and politically organized opinion, and was not suitable for leading the individual to a moral value judgment and thus an individual decision. The enthusiastic acclaim that George Eliot had received since 1876 from so many representatives of organized jury, but also from many privately enthusiastic Jewish readers, related to her last novel Daniel Deronda, which had just been published and which still causes so much consternation today because of its unprecedented partisanship for the Jews, that the Short History of English Literature, published by the renowned Penguin paperback publishing house in the 1977 edition, in which George Eliot is given 5 pages, a lot for a book of only 400 pages covering 1,300 years of literature, does not even mention him. Daniel Deronda is considered the first Zionist novel in world literature, not without good reason, but not really rightly either. It is also, and rightly so, the first novel by a non-Jewish artist who endeavors to paint a picture of the Jewish people that not only rejects the world of rejection and prejudice in its entirety, but also largely refrains from playing off the better, poetic, truly Jewish Jew, so to speak, against the average representative of his people. An example of this, quote, "If amiable complacency is the germinal sign of earthly happiness, Solomon in all his glory was a very pitiable mortal in comparison with Mr. Cohen. The latter clearly belonged to a breed of people who like to put strangers in a better mood by telling them about their satisfaction with themselves." As he went on with lively rapidity, he took the little one from the woman, held it in his arms, and left its face to the tiny hands that examined it curiously. Deronda scowled and hastily declared this Ezra Cohen to be the most unpoetic Jew he had ever met in books or in life. His language could not be more different from that of the Old Testament, and no shadow of the suffering people distinguished the ordinariness of his soul from that of a rich, rosy grocer of the purest English descent. It is, of course, a Christian opinion that Jews should not be conceited. End quote. Daniel Deronda, one could say with Adorno's valid definition, is a deeply committed novel, and George Eliot, who wanted to influence the feelings and plans of her contemporaries, is perhaps the prototype of a committed writer. Committed art, says Adorno, does not want to bring about measures, legislative acts, practical events like older tendency pieces against syphilis, the duel, the abortion paragraph, or the compulsory education homes, but to work towards an attitude, Sartre, for example, on the decision as the possibility of existing at all in the face of spectatorial neutrality. Let us take Daniel Deronda's decision as he announces it in the penultimate chapter to the actual hero of the book, Gwendolen Harleth, widowed Goncourt. "I want to go to the Orient to familiarize myself with the conditions of my people in the various countries there." Daniel Deronda replied gently, anxious to explain as precisely as possible the impersonal side of what separated them. "The idea that moves me is the restoration of a political existence for my people, which would make them a nation again and give them a national center, like the English have, although they are also scattered all over the world. That is the task to which I am committed. I am determined to tackle it, albeit in a small way. I am determined to dedicate my life to it. At least it may be that I create movement in the hearts of others as it has been awakened in me." End quote. In order to come to this decision, it should be added, Deronda must find his people, and not as someone who is initially indifferent to Judaism and finally, after a key experience, as someone who is attentive and committed to his people. That would have been too little for a decision based on George Eliot's ideas. She knew very well that as a Jew, even as a baptized Jew, you can never completely escape your Jewishness, and, against this background, the constant preoccupation with Jewish questions is, so to speak, fate and not a decision. To come up with a British man who is not Jewish at all, who experiences his Jewish mission, then converts and places himself at the head of Zionism, which has just emerged in an early form, would have made the book and its title character implausible. George Eliot tried a trick and placed Deronda's decision in a newly discovered and credibility-strengthening determinant. Daniel Deronda grew up as the foster son of a British high aristocrat with all the privileges of an exclusive upbringing without regard to later earning a living, the idleness of high society, its activities and diversions, and always amply provided with money. The only question mark hanging over him is the identity of his parents. His foster father remains silent about this. In the course of the plot, Duranda senses his own Jewishness, not least through occasional contact with Jews. He feels drawn to Judaism and initially despises trivial, business-minded Jews such as the aforementioned Ezra Cohen. As much as he appreciates and supports the person from whom he learns the most about Judaism and its possible mission, i.e. Israel, as much as he is attracted by what his mentor, the slightly messianic Mordecai Lapidoth, tells him, he would not make it his business as an English gentleman, and it must be added. He could do no more than support them from afar, especially financially. What Duranda finally decides on shrinks considerably in relation to his freedom of will when one considers that the Jew receives his consecration out of inner inclination through the fact that he is definitely one by birth. Destiny outweighs choice. The fact that George Eliot chose Duranda's path in this way is necessary and logical. She did not want to show the ennobled Jew, but wanted to stay with the difficult problem of the free decision for the good, and she wanted to present her audience, the majority of whom are not Jewish, with a hero who is only Jewish by chance. Duranda is someone who is not forced to be Jewish by any family history, no personal history of rejection, no considerations, no commitment to genealogical or anti-Semitic facts, but someone who, like his mother, could successfully conceal his Jewish origins. One of us British readers, in other words. This is why he seems so epical to Gwendolen, who replies to his opening that he is Jewish. I hope you're not worried about that, you're quite the same as if you weren't Jewish now. Duranda's decision to change his life for that very reason. Quote, the world around poor Gwendolen seemed to grow wider, and she lonelier and more helpless in the midst of it. The thought that he might come back after his sojourn in the Orient sank before the bewildering vision of these far-flung intentions, in the face of which it seemed to her that she was nothing but a speck of dust. There comes a terrible moment for many souls when the great movements of the world, the vast destinies of mankind, which before were far away in newspapers and other neglected reading, penetrate like an earthquake into one's own life, when the slow growth of successive generations is transformed into the marching step of an invading army or the ghastly clash of civil war, when graying fathers search only for the corpses of their blooming sons and girls forget all vanity to make scarves and bandages for the shattered limbs of their fiancés. Then it is as if the invisible power, the object of lip service and mere outward devotion, becomes visible, as in the Hebrew poet's imagery, mounting its chariot of flame and riding on the wings of the wind until smoke rises over the mountains and the plains shudder under the rolling, fiery visitation. End quote. But what Gwendolen feels and George Eliot possibly wishes for does not actually happen. The battles take place on the peripheries and do not present us with a decision. Daniel would have remained who he was, a sensitive, weak-willed yet highly educated and very scrupulous young man who could only have processed his interest, indeed his being drawn into the Jewish world, as an outsider, as just another quirk, perhaps, if the search for a task and the decision to do it had not been taken away from him in a fairy-tale way, so that he could do what everyone else was denied, without having risen so far above them. The novel Daniel Duranda remains wistful, the decisions are made by others, or they take place with us, so to speak, without us having the freedom to say yes or no. Where Duranda disappears into a distant world, towards a better fate with an equally slightly fairy-tale-like Jewish woman at his side, and does not enter into marriage with Gwendolen, she remains behind as the woman who has made a wrong decision and not of her own free will. Gwendolen has sold herself to an aristocrat and millionaire as a very beautiful, very unself-conscious and very spoiled but penniless girl who is well educated for success in society. In other words, she has married him. In doing so, she has bought a decent living for her mother and sisters and an existence as a representative of the best society beyond the humiliating governess existence she would otherwise have had. And yet she has bought herself the whole hell of humiliations that a man can inflict on his wife. Gwendolen, who perceives her husband's fatal accident on a boat trip where only she was present as the fulfillment of her hatred, her murderous wish, and feels like a murderess, has become guilty and will remain so for a long time. Although her husband has left her a small inheritance and thus humiliated her posthumously one last time, she is not even able to refuse his estate as a sign of a final break with her dead husband without making herself even more guilty in a haughty way, as it would mean plunging her mother and sisters into misery. In Daniel Duranda, the necessity of choosing a freer and more moral life than contemporary Britain offered its citizens clashes with the real absence of alternatives, without this gulf being bridged by a necessity for choice inflated to existential proportions. George Eliot could not and would not do more than attempt to commit her readers to goodness in thought, feeling and action, without being able to offer alternatives for action or even life, if she did not want to lie. The gulf between Deronda's journey to the Middle East and the perspectives of those who cannot join her is infinitely wide. Where Deronda only gains personality and decision-making power when fate gives him a helping hand, all that remains for Gwendolen is the hard and unspectacular task of building her own personality, her own existence, out of the ruins of her illusions, a task whose prospects of success remain unclear. They say I am ignorant. But what's the point of seeking more knowledge if life is worth nothing? She asks Deronda, and he responds with an appeal that also reads as a lament for the unattainable. Quote, "The point is," Deronda said with a touch of indignant severity, which he liked to emphasize to reassure himself, that life would actually mean more to you. Real knowledge would awaken in you an interest in the world that would go beyond the narrow horizon of selfish desires. It is the curse of your existence, forgive me, in the existence of so many people, that any passion is exhausted within such a small framework because there is a lack of ideas and kindred spirits that would open up a wider field. Is there a single intellectual pursuit that gives you great pleasure or in which you are interested for its own sake? Whether this wider field can be opened up at all, not only in a woman's life in Victorian England, remains questionable. In 1882, Sigmund Freud expressed his astonishment in a letter about the depiction of very intimate interactions between Jews in Daniel Deronda, things we only talk about between ourselves. End of quote. What was probably meant here were the facets of a wavering Jewish self-confidence, such as self-denial and messianic confessionalism, which George Eliot spread out in various Jewish figures without resentment, the effort to achieve complete assimilation and the flaring desire to show the Christian majority citizens the right way for once, the ominous desire to play the grimace of the anti-Semitic image of the Jews themselves, and the fierce effort to perfect oneself as a better Jew. Moreover, Freud, who was an avid reader of Eliot, must have been touched by an insight such as the following. After Deronda's revelation of his Jewish path, Gwendolen felt for the first time the power of a vast, mysterious movement, was for the first time displaced from dominance in her own world, and gained the impression that her horizon denoted only the onward thrust of a being with which her own existence revolved. End quote. The shattering of Gwendolen's notion of self goes even further. Until the catastrophic situation in the penultimate chapter, she had still had the unspoken impression, which had accompanied her from childhood, that everything in her surroundings somehow existed specifically for her. For this reason, no personal jealousy had been aroused in her with regard to Deronda. She could not spontaneously think of him as someone who rightly belonged more to others than to her. End quote. The consequence is terrible. Quote. But now a shock had come that went deeper than personal jealousy. Something spiritual and indefinably powerful that pushed her aside and at the same time turned all anger into self-abasement. End quote. Throughout his life's work, Adorno spoke of the existing lack of freedom of the individual in the modern exchange society, and postulated that the only demand that could be made without impudence would be that the powerless individual should remain powerful through the awareness of his powerlessness. George Eliot speaks of great struggles, such as that of the Jews for their self-determination, which take place without one being able to be there. The novel Daniel Deronda opposes comforting promises of a private happiness in the corner, or at least a private creation of meaning, and yet it escapes this tendency, and with its philosophical chapter mottos, essayistic and aphoristic insertions, the almost psychoanalytical considerations, is only able to preserve the conventional form of the Victorian novel with difficulty. It is as autonomous a work of art as a Victorian novel can be. What remains of the category of decision in engaged literature is only the abstract authority of commanded choice, writes Adorno in his great essay Engagement, indifferent to the fact that its own possibility depends on what is to be chosen. Accordingly, in Daniel Deronda there is only Gwendolen's wrong decision, for which she has to pay so cruelly, and the following statement by Adorno would probably have spoken from George Eliot's heart. Art does not mean pointing out alternatives, but, through nothing other than its form, resisting the course of the world, which constantly puts a gun to people's chests. What can happen when Jews take on a central role in a committed novel can be seen in a book with the courageous title Freedom. This book, which is completely committed to the prevailing compulsion to give the reader a message, needs antisemitism in a very old and very new form as a hinge for the production of what is frivolously called freedom. Adorno should be quoted again. In the concept of the message of art itself, even the politically radical, there is already the world-friendly moment. In the gesture of addressing secret agreement with the person addressed, who could be torn from their blindness simply by reciting this agreement. End of quote. Engagement goes back to a humanism that, from the 1930s onwards, degraded thousands and thousands of artists to the ornaments of a company that mobilized against fascism in alliance with Stalinism. Resolutely opposed to evil and on the side of historical progress, these humanists suppressed the Soviet terror, the subjugation of an entire population into a forced labor army, and cuddled up to the deliberately blinded community in a very world-friendly manner. This was always done in the knowledge of a pre-existing agreement between consumer and committed artist, which has its reason in the receptivity of the masses, whether proletarian or bourgeois, to hollow phrases and existential situations that only confirm the hopelessness of one's own life and being at the mercy of a fantasy world that stems directly from the culture industry. Today, engagement threatens the return of the all-crushing horror that should once have heralded the liberation of humanity and stands for a lousy integration into the existing hopelessness, but with a fist in the pocket or a "we are 99% on the lips. This message has survived the Warsaw Pact and is aimed at the citizens of the metropolis with banalities full of lies borrowed from the Soviet Union's euphemists. Committed art convinces those addressed with its own false convictions and turns criticism into conviction. Says, "You won't deny that all wars are terrible." It reinforces the false certainty that the little bit of freedom that exists is an empty promise, behind which only power politics and business interests would hide and which is basically worth nothing. And it conjures up a state of harmony that manifests itself in good neighborliness, close friendship and deep love, which is threatened by greed, competition, and selfishness. Engagement is a humanism of acquiescence to a world in which supposedly everyone can make big decisions at any time. For peace, the environment, oppressed peoples and religions, and always very world-friendly against the United States of America and the state that Daniel Deronda once helped to found as an idea. Anyone who seriously gives a novel, which is supposed to be a realistic social novel, a happy ending minus a few tongue-in-cheek ironies, i.e. leads his characters to a better understanding, which is supposed to be a role model or an offer of reconciliation for the readership, not only fails as a poet but must also punish those who are out of line. In Freedom, freedom appears like this. There is Patty, a housewife and longtime model mother who fails because of her gnawing ambition, who discovers the meaning of life as a school social worker in her late 40s, and Walter, an environmental activist who, after an unholy alliance with the mining industry, ekes out a lonely existence as an environmental officer in a rural region and finally reconciles with Patty after a long separation. And her son Joey, who, after a short but stellar career as a procurer of faulty war equipment for the highly corrupt war profiteers of the Iraq War, quits and not only spends his fortune on an environmental project and the bereaved families of soldiers killed because of the bad equipment, but also finally confesses to his extremely taciturn, i.e. boring but unwaveringly devoted childhood sweetheart, and thus renounces the glamour that comes from the very beautiful women and the big money. And so ends 30 years of the Berglund saga. Patty has finally given up and come to terms with the relationship with Harold's best friend that burdened the entire first 20 years of her marriage. And Harold's young and beautiful lover has been taken out of the novel in a car accident, just as Jenna, son Joey's temporary luxury flame, disappears into her artificial and dishonest world. This is Freedom by Jonathan Franzen, 736 pages long. The American bestseller of late summer 2010 and 2 months later a critical success in Germany. It is also the great social novel about the years from 9/11 to 2004, including a prelude from 1979 and an epilogue in the wake of the economic crisis of 2008/2009. Franzen's readership is exhausted. It is the so-called liberals, i.e. the more left-wing strata, who have been voting for the Democratic Party with a heavy heart for decades, and they are certainly the same people who have also read Philip Roth and John Updike, who died in 2009. Unlike Franzen, the late work of these two classics is retrospective. In Roth's case, American history ends in the author's own despair over the developments that he only traced until the early 1970s. Updike's hero Rabbit dies at the end of the 80s in a world he has long since been unable to comprehend, more vegetating than participating in a literally broken heart. Roth characterizes the exhaustion as the failure of the middle class in its once self-confident attempt to finally create a broadly prosperous, inclusive and largely free and therefore quite happy America without racial barriers. Franzen, who is said to have inherited and even surpassed Philip Roth and John Updike, has, unlike them, dared to tackle contemporary material with contemporary characters. His protagonists are not left behind in their solitude, damaged by life. He believes he can present people who have come to terms with history since the late 1970s. where Roth noted the epochal break in the massive disappearance of classic industries since the 1970s, Franzen deals purely ideologically. For him, the American evil, which does not want to lead to a European idol, lies at the very beginning, in the arrival of bad-tempered people in the New World. At the beginning of Walter's line of ancestors is an antisocial, ruthless, and basically nihilistic Swede, Einar Berglund, who emigrated to the USA at the beginning of the 20th century because he was the eldest of 8 children, the prince of the family on their farm in southern Osterland. And so it continues in the flattest layman's psychology. For 20 years the mother-son had shone on Einar, but then his mother accidentally had another child, a son, and she fell for him just as she had once fallen for Einar, and Einar never forgave her for that. End quote. The Einars couldn't make it in America. Quote. He became one data point of many in the American experiment in self-government, but it was statistically skewed from the start because it was not those with gregarious genes who fled from the crowded old world to the new continent, but those who did not get along well with others. End quote. On October 25, 2010, Franzen explained to journalist Sarfraz Manzur for The Guardian what the sociability gene is really all about. Quote, Manzur says, some of the characters in Freedom talk quite positively about the European approach to freedom and polity, and the idea in your book is that people came to America for money and freedom, and it almost seems like you're suggesting that the United States fetishizes freedom and that you can have greater freedoms by having human bonds. Franzen says, I try not to agree with any interpretation of my book, but believe me, what you're saying is not a misnomer to me. You could make so many criticisms like the treatment of the Indians that goes way back and our long relationship with slavery, and then the Cold War in which we were certainly guilty. But the extent to which we're almost a rogue nation, making incredible problems around the world in our attempts to preserve our freedoms, to preserve our sport utility vehicles. Manzur says, like Operation Enduring Freedom? Franzen says, yes, Operation Enduring Freedom. I'm curious, what is it in our national character that makes us a problem state? And who really are the people who left Europe to come over here? It was all these misfits. It was all the people who couldn't get along with others. End quote. The Berglunds, apart from Walter's temporary lover, who is from India, are the only relevant characters in Freedom who would not be of Jewish origin. All these Jews, including Patty's parents, are either uninterested in their Jewishness or keep it up with oddball customs without ever making a mission out of it. It's about Dangerous and other Jews. Dangerous are the Jewish Jews as far as they are not just crazy. The most dangerous is Howard, the father of Jenna and Jonathan, both friends of Joey. Quote, Jonathan's father was the founder and figurehead of a think tank that advocated the unilateral assertion of American military supremacy to make the world a freer and safer place, especially with regard to America and Israel. Hardly a week went by in October and November without Jonathan Joey referencing a commentary in the Times or the Journal in which his father laid out the threat posed by radical Islam. End quote. You can describe a creep as one whether he's Jewish or not, and one bad cartoon does not an anti-Semite make, but shows the obtuseness of the author. In Franzen's case, only a little bit of a lot comes together. For example, the most trivial of all recent conspiracy theories. It revolves around the neocons, whose best-known representatives are indeed Jews. Their ideas appear as manipulations and their theory as the usurpation of power by a sect-like group of Jewish chosen ones who play with war and peace. A Jew, the Austrian emigrant Leo Strauss, always appears as their godfather in both left-wing and radical right-wing American ideology. The adventurous think tank operator is modeled on him and his supposedly pernicious influence, and the young woman is as envied as the fatherhood of a beautiful daughter. Quote, his mouth was full of extraordinarily white teeth, which he flashed every time he started to speak, and he looked almost old enough to be Jonathan's grandfather. Besides Jonathan and Jenna, he had 3 much older children from previous marriages and 2 ex-wives. End quote. At Thanksgiving dinner, he talks about foreign policy in such dominating detail that the other conversations gradually dried up. And because Thanksgiving is associated with a bird, Franzen falls for this description. The turkey-like strands in his neck were more visible in person than on TV, and it turned out that his white smile only stood out because of the almost shrunken-headed smallness of his skull. End quote. So he is the father of Jenna, who was of that disturbing beauty that relegated everything around her, even the elementary organ functions of the observer, to the status of a triviality. For Joey, the fact that such a disfigured human being, had been able to father the stunning Jenna was only further proof of his paramount importance. End quote. A villain who doesn't have to think of Shylock's beautiful daughter, who, according to the anti-Semitic enemies of Shylock in The Merchant of Venice, should not have a Jewish father. The wife of this eerily omnipotent man, once clearly a hot rod and still not without it, approaches Joey. Jonathan told me you're Jewish. Joey evades, yes, apparently I am. To her question, but not religious. He replies, I wasn't even aware of it until a month ago, and he gets some advice. I'd imagine you'd find it interesting to learn a bit about your heritage. And when he goes to bed, he finds a whole pile of Holocaust and other Jewish industry. Upstairs in his turkey-smelling room, Joey found a stack of books on the bedside table, Elie Wiesel, Haim Potok, Exodus, The History of the Jews, plus a note from Jonathan's father. Some suggestions. You, to keep or pass on. Howard. End quote. Joey will survive this attempt at manipulation unscathed, but he must first overcome the inner struggle between genuine personal disinterest in the history of the Jews and respect for the mysterious power of those who capitalize on it. Quote, he leafed through it and felt both a lack of personal interest and a deepening respect for those who had that interest. End quote. Happily overcoming the challenges posed by Jews and the disaffected, the Berglund family experiences their calling to a freedom of duty that has nothing at all to do with George Eliot's concept of duty. It is a duty that arises when freedom comes from shit. Where Gwendolyn breaks down in Daniel Deronda and her personality is threatened with dissolution after the collapse of her infantile world, in Franson's work people find themselves in each other, people who do not reach for the stars, who cultivate their sociability gene and who do not see it as the curse of their existence, as Daniel Deronda postulates, that any passion is exhausted on such a small scale, because there is a lack of ideas and kindred spirits that make a notion of freedom possible in the first place. Joey's static world of fitting into mediocrity and freedom from challenge arises after the following truly existentialist decision-making situation. Quote, fortunately, the ring showed itself in the second sausage he broke apart. Something hard in the middle of the soft, a pure circle in the chaos. As best he could, he washed his hands in the dirty water, flushed with his elbow and carried the ring to the sink. The stench was horrible. He cleaned his hands, wring and taps 3 times with lots of soap, while Jenna complained outside the door that breakfast would be served in 20 minutes. And what he felt now was strange, but he felt it clearly. When he came out of the bathroom with the ring on his ring finger and Jenna ran past him and staggered out again, screeching and swearing about the smell, he was a different person. He saw this person so clearly that it was as if he was standing outside himself. He was the person who had tackled his own shit to get his wedding ring back. It wasn't the person he thought he was or would have wanted to be if he'd been free to choose, but there was something comforting and liberating about being a real, defined someone instead of a number of contradictory potential someones. Immediately the world seemed to slow down and stabilize, as if it too was settling into a new necessity. End quote. When political movements fall into crisis, art and culture come into their own. After the postponement of the revolution, the apocalypse, or the third grab for world power, the former movers and shakers not only have a leisure problem that they try to solve by going to the cinema, theater, and exhibitions, they also suddenly have to think about their own future. As they have generally learned nothing other than something to do with people, media, and culture, motivating comrades, agitating the masses, event management, etc., they often have little choice but to become either social workers, social education workers, or psychotherapists. Or they enter the cultural sector. The decaying products of the protest movement of 1968 in particular left behind a veritable mountain of self-rhymed, self-pottered, and self-campaigned material. Even those who recognized their lack of talent and therefore refrained from picking up a guitar, a paintbrush, and a rhyming dictionary played along. They commented on the products of their former comrades either in essays for the Kurzbuch, Alternative and Aesthetic UND Communication, or they occupied one of the newly created chairs for media, communication, or cultural studies and appointed their personal preferences, either Bertolt Brecht, Bob Dylan, or François Truffaut, as the ultimate in the present, past, and future culture industry. One of the prerequisites for such transformations is the ability to make oneself dumber than one should be after years of reading Marx, Adorno, and even Lenin. The prerequisite for the transition from revolutionary to cultural functionary is usually a mixture of forgetting and repression. Intellectuals, in particular, regularly seek support for this transformation process from other thinkers, about whom they would at best have turned up their noses 2 years previously. These thinkers must fulfill at least 3 requirements. They must, firstly, have at some point formulated a clever thought alongside numerous banalities and errors. Secondly, their essays and books must have at least some links to the movement's previous canonical texts. And thirdly, they must be dead so that they can no longer defend themselves against attempts to appropriate them. On the one hand, recourse to the new mastermind can ideally increase one's own market value. Since the relevant writings can only be counted in meters of shelf space, dissertations, master's theses, diploma theses, and term papers on the previous pillar saints of the comrades can no longer win a scholarship, teaching position, or flower pot, even at the height of the movement. In contrast, the new mastermind can, at least for a short time, gain the distinction that is important in the funding application business of the art and culture industry. On the other hand, with his help, his own change of course can be presented as a mixture of consequent continuation of the previous path under changed social conditions and deep introspection. After all, there is an enormous need among intellectuals in particular to make the various memory losses, breaks, right and left turns that occur in the course of a brain worker's life appear not as the result of chance, opportunism, and historical processes, but as a consequence of intellectual integrity and straightforwardness. For the protest movement of the 1960s, the function of intellectual train conductor for the march into the institutions was assumed not least by a thinker of whom the academic establishment wanted to know nothing during his lifetime, but who, analogous to the rebellious students of 1968, had long since been brought home to the hallowed halls of academia, Walter Benjamin. Although Scherkamp had already published a 2-volume selection of Benjamin's writings in 1955, Benjamin was no longer unknown to the German public since the publication of the Illuminations, and, in particular, the volume of essays The Work of Art in the Age of its Technical Reproducibility in the first half of the 1960s. However, he only became a cult figure of the 1968 generation, as he was called by Willem van Regen and Herman van Doorn a few years ago, after 1968. While Benjamin was initially appreciated above all for his call for art in the class struggle, the politicization of art, he was soon regarded as the secret inventor of media and communication studies. As different as the references to Benjamin were Benjamin the class warrior, Benjamin the media theorist, Benjamin the cue for incessant talk about films, comics, music, and his own favorite series, they did have one thing in common. Even in its beginnings, the protest movement's appropriation of Walter Benjamin was first and foremost an exorcism against the person from whom the protest movement, as Herbert Marcuse noted in 1968, had learned to protest in the first place. The first Benjamin debate of the post-war period, which was initiated by the magazine Alternative in 1967, was in reality an Adorno debate. Adorno had been appointed Benjamin's executor shortly before his suicide and, since his return from exile, had made an unparalleled effort to make his work better known. The arguments put forward by the Alternative were so outrageous that any kitchen psychologist could have recognized that the authors were less interested in Benjamin's work than in attacking his executor. Adorno was accused of having moved Benjamin's original Marxism out of the center of his thought through abridgments and text selection. Although anyone who has even superficially studied Benjamin's work knows that there is no original Marxism at the center of Benjamin's thought. Nor is Benjamin's Marxism particularly original. Adorno, it was further claimed, ran the Institute for Social Research in America, most recently in New York, together with Horkheimer, although Horkheimer headed the institute alone during the period of emigration most recently, i.e. before it returned to Germany, not in New York but in Los Angeles. And Gershom Scholem, co-editor of some of Benjamin's writings, was counted among the Frankfurters, as it was called in the Alternative, although he was never located in Frankfurt, either intellectually or physically. Jerusalem, where Scholem had lived since 1923, is neither close to Becken, Born, or Rodelheim, nor does the origin and beginnings of the Kabbalah, his great book, have much to do with critical theory. Together with Adorno, reflection was to be maneuvered out of the event that called into question the bustling activity of the Federal Republic's cultural scene from the very beginning. The vanishing point of the class struggle, film theory, media and communication studies attacks that were directed against Adorno and critical theory in the matter of Benjamin was the event that, in Adorno's words, had turned all culture into garbage, the event at the center of mature critical theory, Auschwitz. This mature critical theory, in which the students of 1968 were far less interested than in the essays from the Zeitschrift für Sozialforschung, which were barely 30 years old at the time and yet had already become historical, finds its condensed expression in Adorno's famous statement from 1949, "To write a poem after Auschwitz is barbaric." No statement by Adorno has provoked more indignation. No statement has been less forgiven than this one, despite Adorno's incorporation into the art, culture, and science industries. The reason for the vehement rejection of this sentence is probably to be found in the fact that, unlike Adorno's categorical imperative, it develops in a nutshell what Auschwitz was. For in order to be able to organize thought and action in such a way that Auschwitz is not repeated, that nothing similar happens, there must first be an understanding of what happened through the extermination of the European Jews. Adorno's categorical imperative could thus easily become the official motto for celebrations, festivities, and commemorations because it does not specify what is behind the term Auschwitz. If the Holocaust is merely understood as one of the countless humanitarian catastrophes that world history has to offer, even the organizers of the various peace flotillas against Israel are able to pass off their activities as acting in the spirit of this imperative. The sentence about the impossibility of poetry after Auschwitz, as well as Adorno's well-known statement about the transformation of culture into garbage, are statements about Auschwitz as much as about art and culture. The crime was so monstrous that it also corroded the idea of the good, the true, the beautiful, which art stood for in the heroic age of the bourgeoisie. At the same time, the two movements point to the fact that this idea was also linked to the lie from the outset. If the Nazis could regularly end their propaganda events with Beethoven's Ninth without even the slightest doubt about what they were doing, this not only shows that the spirit, the tradition of philosophy, art, the enlightening sciences could not take hold of people and change them. The Nazis' enthusiasm for Beethoven also devalued the ideas behind Beethoven's music. All that remains of the idea that all people could become brothers is the aftertaste that it has always had for connoisseurs of the story of Cain and Abel. If, in Benjamin's words, the work of art was always also an expression of barbarism, Auschwitz caused the spirit to evaporate from art and culture. Auschwitz irrefutably proved the failure of culture. However, Adorno's sentence was not only met with hostility because it expressed an awareness of the significance of extermination. It also drew such vehement defensive reactions because, in immediate connection with it, it denounces the urge to carry on. This urge, which was reflected not only in the unbroken class struggle rhetoric of large sections of the left, but also in the hustle and bustle of the cultural and artistic trades, was certainly also present among those who, following Adorno, were aware that Auschwitz had created a new situation in history. Even some of his closest friends and students repeatedly tried to soften his judgment by, firstly, only allowing it to apply in the context of the late 1940s, the time of the new Goethe, Schiller, and folk art boom. By, secondly, explaining that it had been distorted by omitting the postscript, and that also eats away at the insight that expresses why it became impossible to write poetry today. Or, thirdly, even claiming that Adorno had recanted his statement. In fact, Adorno occasionally seemed to want to make his dictum easier to digest. The spirit of the times occasionally spoke through him too. He also used Auschwitz in weak moments as a metaphor for Vietnam. Contrary to what is claimed in the blurb of the Reklam volume Lyrik nach Auschwitz, Poetry After Auschwitz, a product of one of the countless research projects of the same name, he neither retracted nor denied his statement. In the famous passage from Negative Dialectics, which is repeatedly referred to as a denial, it not only states that it may have been wrong, that no more poems could be written after Auschwitz. Adorno immediately added, but the no less cultural question of whether it is still possible to live after Auschwitz is not wrong. End of quote. This passage is neither a retraction nor a denial, but a radicalization. Is it even possible to live after Auschwitz? This radicalization points to the background of the urge to carry on all the defenses of guilt of the Germans and their hijinks aside. For it is difficult to live under the shadow of Auschwitz. The monstrosity of the crime is almost impossible for the rational claim of the mind to cope with. Auschwitz pointed out more urgently than ever the need to change the situation. At the same time, however, the crime has shown how poorly the possibility of such a change is. Society hermetically seals itself off against the realization of the need for change. This constellation leads critical theory into a dead end from which it is impossible to escape with the mere effort of the mind, because it is dictated by reality. Without the desire to be wrong in its own statement about the total blindness context, critical theory would no longer be critical but fatalistic. The time when one could complacently point to one's own predictive ability is long gone. However, as soon as critical theory gives in to the desire to be wrong, allowing it to color the diagnosis pink, it is no longer critical either. It no longer keeps the door open to the practice that could only fill it. Apart from the Cold War, which covered the past like a veil, this almost unbearable ambivalence may have been one of the central reasons why the confrontation with Auschwitz was often a parallel movement of attraction and aversion, even among the most resolute social critics, and sometimes even among Adorno himself. Whether in the brief period between the liberation of the camps and the beginning of the Cold War or in the years around 1968, the conceptual approach to Auschwitz was usually followed by an attempt to save a part of what had been denied by Auschwitz art, culture, or the pathos that no political movement seems to be able to do without, and at the same time to mitigate the horror that the term Auschwitz stands for. Against this background, the fascination with Benjamin was not based solely on Benjamin's pronounced photo, film, and class struggle tic, particularly as his class struggle and media-scientific remarks were always more or less abruptly juxtaposed with theological discussions. His appeal was probably mainly due to the fact that he had taken his own life before the event around which Adorno's main works revolve. Benjamin was the one critical theorist in whose work Auschwitz did not occur because it could not occur. In other words, talking about Benjamin meant not having to talk about the fundamental rupture that took place in and through Auschwitz. Benjamin, who, unlike many of his later followers, saw knowledge as closely tied to historical experience, was paradoxically the critical theorist with whose help critical theory could be disposed of. When Adorno occasionally spoke more mildly about contemporary art in the years around 1968, he was not least reacting to the debates at the time about the end of art. A section of the left, which had dominated the art and culture scene in the Federal Republic of Germany since the early 1960s at the latest, wanted to say goodbye to art in view of its uselessness for the class struggle. All that would soon remain of committed art, which was in any case the only thing that was talked about in these circles, was the artist's political engagement. Only a few years later, however, hardly anyone wanted to know anything about the end of art. With the decline of the protest movement, some of those who had spoken against art in the name of the proletariat, the oppressed peoples or progress also settled down in the feuilletons, theaters, publishing houses, and foundations. They, too, contributed to the fact that museums of contemporary art resemble evidence rooms in which the proof that there is nothing to take back from Adorno's devastating judgment of 1949 is stored. If Adorno asked after receiving the first news of Auschwitz what culture was actually still waiting for, the question can now be posed as to what those who dismiss Adorno's judgment as outdated, too undifferentiated or pessimistic are still waiting for. For what is better proof of the statement that all culture, and with it, art, is garbage after Auschwitz than the art that has been created in the more than 60 years since Auschwitz? If the positivist understands the 3.5 works that may have succeeded in absorbing the new world historical situation as a falsification of this thesis, the materialist, especially if he is aware that the present also objectively demands art, knows that these are the famous exceptions to the rule. Contemporary works of art that continue to negotiate the experiences that the works of Balzac, Delacroix, or Baudelaire already reflected upon only function if we disregard the fact that the world has moved on despite the standstill created by the capital relationship. That a fundamental break has taken place between the work on shagreen leather, Dante's Bark, or the Flowers of Evil, and the appearance of the works of Truman Capote, Arthur Miller, or Paul Auster. By omitting, circumventing, or attempting to seam this rupture, contemporary works of art become an instrument of defense. Like the culture that emerged after 1945, they have to cut a piece of critical consciousness out of themselves. At the same time, they lose their truth content and become indistinguishable from the products of the culture industry. But things are no better for Holocaust art, as it has been so aptly and tastelessly called for some years now. If historical experience is first and foremost reflected in aesthetic form, which of the relevant poems, paintings, and pieces of music could not have been created before 1940-41, the beginning of the extermination in terms of their design principles? Which work, in other words, is different from Picasso's Morgue, which, although it is said to have been created in view of the photographs from the first liberated camps, hardly differs stylistically from Guernica from 1937. Not only because Picasso may not have recognized the novelty of the horror of Auschwitz or Majdanek due to his attachment to traditional notions of progress and reaction, but above all because he had already exhausted his stylistic means in the face of the subjugation of people under the law of value or the previously unimaginable horror of the First World War, the Spanish Civil War, and political persecution in Italy or Germany in the 1930s. After Auschwitz, abstract art also picked up where it had left off in 1940-41, with the beginning of the extermination. Furthermore, if art is the shaped processing of the experience of fear and suffering, the question can be asked as to which of the works created as a result of Auschwitz expresses the fact that Auschwitz cannot be reduced to the concepts of fear and suffering. Adorno alludes to this peculiarity to a certain extent when he explains, following Beckett, that there is no longer so much to fear. For contrary to what is occasionally explained with overly reductionist reference to Jean Amory, the hallmark of National Socialism is precisely not torture, which paradoxically actually also allowed the victim the faint remnant of what was once called decision, indescribable pain or betrayal. Rather, the essence of National Socialism is extermination, which no decision could avert from the Jews once they were in the ghetto. Those who, like the Warsaw Ghetto fighters of 1943, decided to resist, thereby signed their death warrant just as much as the Jewish counselors who hoped to make themselves indispensable by cooperating, and thus became agents of their own annihilation. However, it is not only the form of a work of art that speaks for or against it, but also the possibility of its reception. If Auschwitz stands for the failure of Beethoven's music, then the usability of so-called Holocaust art in the business of consternation and reparation stands for the failure of the works of Paul Celan, Nelly Sachs, or Imre Kurdish. For what remains of Celan's Todesfuge if it can be read aloud by Leah Roche in the Bundestag? What remains of this poem if it can be set to music by a not entirely unknown political hip-hop band of the 1990s and framed in the booklet as follows? Quotation. We believe that dogmatism, party determination, and the restriction to pure theory quickly cause an actually primeval revolutionary factor to fall by the wayside. Party. Partying and going out can not only mean solidarity, it also makes us feel our possibilities and strengths, and we will need them on the barricades. As long as we can party, we won't lose our optimism. End quote. Against this background, Adorno's sentence from 1949 may have been wrong for one reason at most. It could be understood ex negativo as an incentive. Ever since Peter Sondy declared in 1970 that no poem was possible after Auschwitz, unless on the basis of Auschwitz, whole hordes of artists, rhymesmiths, and craftspeople saw themselves encouraged to invalidate Adorno's statement with shake, stick, and cross rhymes. The poets, it was soon said, had refuted Adorno. Since the early 1960s, Paul Celan in particular, to whom Sondy's misleading sentence referred, and Adorno's affinity with Celan have regularly been used as evidence that Adorno was not only wrong, but had also been convinced of the opposite. The Holocaust survivor of all people, for whom writing had become a condition for continuing to live, and who took his own life in 1970, not least because of the burden of the past, served as an indication to the Rumkorfs, Herbergers and Hartlings that the impact of Auschwitz was not so deep after all. At least art had remained unscathed. Indeed, at the latest, since the Abwehr Collective transformed itself into a community of remembrance in the 1970s, it had even received new impetus in terms of its choice of subject matter as a result of Auschwitz. In view of the fact that even Beethoven could become the soundtrack to extermination, his works were also part of the background music with which the SS loved to drown out the screams of their victims. That the Reichskulturkammer could simply continue under the name Gruppe 47 after 1945, and that meaning could also be created with poems about complete senselessness. There is no reason to mourn the loss of art. The agony required to decipher the content of contemporary art alone shows what is left of the good, the true, the beautiful. The fact that mammoth conferences are required for this purpose, which are more reminiscent of endurance exercises with a change of position than of the attraction that the autonomous work of art and modern art itself once exerted on its opponents, shows the state of art. If we are to believe the witnesses of earlier eras, engaging with art was once as strenuous as it was enjoyable due to the demands that the artwork made on its viewers. Enjoyment is not diminished by effort. Today's engagement with art, on the other hand, is arduous because the artworks no longer make any demands. It is exhausting because an enormous amount of overcoming strength is required to endure the boredom, the intellectual and aesthetic platitudes that contemporary works generally come up with. Mourning, however, would have to apply to the idea that art once conveyed alongside its affirmative character. Mourning would have to apply to the time in which art was still the governor of things not defaced by exchange, and had not yet completely assimilated to the products of the culture industry. Adorno's aesthetic theory should also be understood in this sense. If the book is almost exclusively dedicated to works of art beyond Auschwitz and much of it is formulated as if it had been written before 1945, then the reason for this is probably not that Adorno wanted to retract his sentence about the impossibility of art after Auschwitz. On the contrary, aesthetic theory is first and foremost a historiographical book. It is Adorno's only historiographical work. Adorno becomes historical because art fails in the present. The question of aesthetics can no longer be negotiated in terms of contemporary art, but at best in terms of the art of days gone by. It ignites in what it once was. With references to the supposed exemplary character of the past for the future, intellectuals, whose opinions are of no interest to anyone in the present, regularly make claims for the days to come. On the basis of their knowledge of history, they disinterestedly make themselves available as prospective leaders. Nevertheless, Only those who realize what art once meant can imagine the extent of the catastrophe that has taken place and still continues to have an impact. In contrast to the waves of art that can regularly be observed with the decline of political movements on both a large and small scale, such an examination of art not only eludes the exaltation of the artist that has become fashionable again in the meantime. Political advice is sought from writers, poets, or painters, although a work of art should at best emancipate itself from the often limited views of its creator. At the same time, it rejects the secret motto of the contemporary art and culture industry, which is also the maxim of the capital relationship, that it will always go on like this. The memory of the potential that the work of art once had is, in other words, the memory that it was not always like this and that it perhaps does not always have to be like this. If art was both critic and governor of a better practice, in the heroic age of the bourgeoisie, the memory of what art once was becomes the governor of art in the post-Nazi era. The view of contemporary art criticism that critical theory is no longer suitable for analyzing contemporary art finds its counterpart in the hostility towards art of today's political exegetes of critical theory. The focus of the latter, to which one must react explicitly, while the representation itself must be directed against the former, is the critique of the administered world and antisemitism, which came to fruition in the extermination of the European Jews. The exegetes brush aside the art of the present with a grand gesture. They refer to the paragraphs that Adorno placed after his famous categorical imperative. All culture after Auschwitz, including the urgent criticism of it, is garbage. Even the insertion against the slogan should make one suspicious, and Adorno immediately clarifies it. Whoever pleads for the preservation of radically scholastic and shabby culture makes himself an accomplice, while whoever refuses culture immediately promotes the barbarism as which culture has revealed itself. End of quote. The sharpness of the antinomy, which is the result of National Socialist barbarism, lies in the fact that this antinomy is itself a reflection of suffering under experience. The right to expression is like the right of the martyred to roar. Objection to Adorno's own positing that, after Auschwitz, no more poems could be written. The antinomy can thus be read as an explication of the categorical imperative in the state of bondage with which Adorno begins the paragraph. In this, the moment of what is added to the moral can be felt bodily. Bodily, because it is the abhorrence, which has become practical, of the unbearable physical pain to which individuals are exposed, even after individuality, as a spiritual form of reflection, prepares to disappear. Anyone who reduces the imperative to its political implications and relegates the possibility of art to the time before 1941 obscures its subject matter. Categorically, he demands to revoke the integration of physical death into the failed, disgusting culture, which, according to Adorno here, sweetly reeks of carrion, carcass, dog shit, and garbage. But all culture is damaged, not just the culture that emerged after Auschwitz. Those who politically reduce the imperative now base their ideals on the past so as not to dirty their experience of the present, the unsorted, the result of which is supposed to be a clean argument. But this experience is not an experience. It is the transformation of half-education into imagination. In this way, he turns art into a political issue, just as the discourse of his contemporaries demanded of him. Art after Auschwitz is therefore not to be measured by its historical or political content, but rather by its form. It is to be evaluated according to how the idiosyncrasies of the subject unfold against the objective antinomy, how they become reflexive against it. It does not necessarily have to be about the Jewish experience of artists, nor does it have to be an immediate reaction to the Shoah. Art after Auschwitz is measured by whether the problems of representation, which arose for Jewish artists such as Barnett Newman, Mark Rothko, or Ad Reinhard from their confrontation with the Shoah, are also valid as objective problems for artists with other experiences, i.e. whether the memory against forgetting is preserved in the deep layers of aesthetic experience and formal decisions. Intention and objective content are not the same thing. As Adorno later noted in preparation for aesthetic theory, culture is garbage and art, one of its sectors, is serious as an appearance of truth. As such, negative dialectics is echoed in aesthetic theory, but not without being ideology at the same time. It does not have one without the other. If the truth of art, its only meaning, is the unconscious and, as it were, blind historiography, which the work of art achieves when mediated through its law of form, all its moments stand in a meaningful relationship to one another, it is nevertheless a priori socially guilty, since it is ideological, and this above all content and substance. In order to talk about so-called contemporary art from the perspective of critical theory, It is necessary to reconstruct the primal scene that establishes its Oedipal conflict as bourgeois post-bourgeois. To present this fundamental change in the production of art without which art can no longer be understood today, as it must always return to it from the perspective of the productive power of the subject, i.e. with a view to its objective psychic processes and conflicts, is the guiding principle and anti-structuralist intention of my train of thought. In the 1940s, New York became the center of art. Almost all the avant-garde positions of the pre-war period, which were chased away and destroyed in the post-revolutionary Soviet Union and in fascist Europe, were concentrated in the city, of necessity under the condition of capitalist production. The bourgeois society of the United States forces them back into the commodity form and thus consolidates the modern tradition of art self-criticism as art. The freedom of works of art, of which their self-consciousness boasts and without which they would not be, is the cunning of their own reason. In 1968, Sol LeWitt buried a small cube in a collector's garden. The work is documented by a certificate signed by LeWitt, which shows 9 photographs of the situation. The first portrays 3 people with the cube lying at their feet on a path. The second image repeats the shot with a single man, presumably the collector, and the third shows Sol LeWitt in the same position with his shirt sleeves rolled up. In the second row of the arrangement, a spade can be seen stuck in a heap of earth in a different place. Next to this picture, in the middle of the certificate, another shows the artist facing away from the viewer, bent over the hole in the lawn with the spade. The sixth picture now shows the small, almost square pit from a perspective that is repeated in picture 7 with the cube placed in it, which is already covered with a little earth in picture 8. In the last picture, which closes the rectangular shape of the arrangement, the pit is filled in. Footprints bear witness to the fact that the earth has been tamped down. The work, which now comprises a sculptural gesture, a performance and arranged photographs, as part of a contract, bears the name Buried Cube, containing an object of importance but little value. 2 years earlier, LeWitt published a statement in the magazine Art in America describing the quality of the cube. Of each, the most interesting thing about it is that it is relatively uninteresting. Compared to other three-dimensional forms, it lacks any aggressive force. It implies no movement. It is the most unemotional of all forms. The burial of the cube buries the self-image of so-called minimal art, which had developed largely from the dissociation from traditional European art, and opens up a conceptual practice that would become increasingly important in the following years. In 1965, the artist Donald Judd reflected on the developments in American art at the time in his essay Specific Objects. A change in working methods had first become noticeable in 1946. Before 1946, the edges of the rectangle form a boundary, the end of the picture, establishing the unity of the work without emphasizing this boundary. The composition, colors, forms, refers to the relationships within the picture. Rothko's, Still's, and Newman's paintings, as well as Pollock's all-over painting, begin to emphasize precisely these boundaries. The elements within the rectangle are large and simple, and they have an immediate correspondence with the rectangle. The fact that this also applies to Malevich's Black Square, which was painted almost 30 years earlier, does not irritate Judd. "I'm not interested in European art, I think that's over," he said in 1964, and in certain respects he was right. What was cannot be recovered. It was also important to Malevich that the edges of the rectangle did not run parallel to the edges of the picture plane, and the quality of his pictorial language lies precisely in the perfection with which he brings the individual parts into tension with one another. This is a perfect example of Judd's criticism, which also applies to Piet Mondrian's works, although he prepared a great deal formally, and in his choice of materials he too was always concerned with the balance of horizontal and vertical elements on the surface. Essential to them is the rejection of the picture as an illusionary space, the idiosyncrasy against pictorial depth and descriptive moments, which is countered by emphasizing surface, material, and thus the real spatiality of the painting ground. The result is a specific relationship between surface and wall, which itself becomes part of the form. The new works obviously resemble sculpture more than painting, but they are closer to the latter. This becomes clear in Frank Stella's painting at the end of the 1950s, which covers the surface of the painting. A painting is not a picture, with lines that never run the risk of being separated out as individual elements. From these working principles, a path leads into sculpture that intersects with the tradition of Duchamp's ready-mades. The criterion is the subordination of the parts, form, image, color, surface, to the whole, an idea that is formed under the concept of oneness. The thing as a whole, its quality as a whole, is what is interesting. The objects become specific through the persistent identity of the material in which an objectivity lies. Materials from industrial production are now used. Art could go into mass production. Specific objects transform traditional painting and sculpture, which were only containers, and their driving force is to get away from these forms. Donald Judd comments, "The impetus for change always comes from a certain discomfort. Nothing leads us to a process of change or any new act except a certain uneasiness. This discomfort finds more precise expression in Robert Morris' notes on sculpture, another minimal artist who accompanies his work with reflections on it. Crucially, it is about the liberation of sculpture from representation. Sculpture demands literal space. The floor, which bears witness to gravity, is the necessary foundation, diametrically opposed to the illusionistic surface on the wall, in order to become aware of the object to the maximum." Interestingly, for Morris, color in particular arouses his contradiction. Its optical, immaterial, uncontrollable, non-tactile nature cannot be reconciled with the physical nature of sculpture. Although he has to acknowledge that things exist as colored things, he opposes the use of color, which emphasizes the optical and thereby undermines the physical, or as a specific element detaches itself from the whole of the work. These idiosyncrasies, which he formulates as objections, apply to sensual material, impressively shiny polishes, the demonstration of the production process through traces of the artist's handwriting, the detail, and other relationships that create intimacy, such as anthropomorphic forms or illusion. All of this serves the need to strengthen the external quality of the object, and thus protect the viewer from being seduced by the internal relations of old art, which would not have existed since the Renaissance by chance, a time in which the idea of the individual, as a subject shaping his or her circumstances, became socially generalized. The same process takes place in relation to temporality. The ideal Morris is also aware here that this is not possible would be for him a work with only one quality, a single pure sensory impression that the form of the object evokes. Quote, "Only one aspect of the work is immediate, the grasping of the form." End quote. Whereas Cubist painting wanted to literally unfold space and time in the picture, now the spatiotemporal experience is to be shown in a real, immediate way through the constantly changing perspective of the shape of the object in space. Quote, "The better new works take the relationships out of the work and turn them into a function of space, light, and the viewer's field of vision. The object is only one of the elements of the newer aesthetic. But now the interest is directed more towards the control and/or coordination of the overall situation. Control is essential if object, light, space, body are to come into play properly. The object itself has not become less important. It just no longer takes itself so seriously." End of quote. The American art historian Michael Fried states with astonishment, "The vehemence and prevailing irreconcilability of this conflict is something new. I have already noted that objecthood has only become an issue in recent years. But that doesn't mean that before the situation that has now arisen, paintings, or even sculptures, were simply objects in this sense. I think I would be closer to the truth if I said, not simple. There was no risk, not even the possibility of seeing works of art simply as nothing more than objects." End quote. 1 year before the burial of his cube, which was followed by the development of conceptual wall drawings, Sol LeWitt wrote a trend-setting text aimed at further pushing back the significance of the object in art. Quote, "The danger exists that the physicality of the materials becomes so important that it becomes the idea of the work, just another kind of expressionism." End quote. LeWitt does not oppose intuition, on the contrary, he defends it against attempts to theorize art. Quote, "This kind of art is not theoretical and does not illustrate theories. It is intuitive, it deals with all forms of mental processes, and it is unintentional. No reason to assume that the conceptual artist is out to bore the viewer. Only the expectation of an emotional kick, to which those conditioned by expressionist art have become accustomed, would prevent the viewer from understanding this art." End quote. But he also relativizes the role of reception itself. Once out of hand, the artist no longer has any control over the viewer's way of looking at things. End quote. While Judd wanted to gain control over the space in which art is viewed, Ljubica sees this space as an insecure basis for the work. While the objects of so-called minimal art open up into the space but close themselves off from the inside, conceptual art takes the relationship between object and public back completely. The idea itself, even if it has not been made visible, is just as much a work of art as any finished product. End quote. And in negative terms, three-dimensional art is a physical fact. This physicality is its most obvious and expressive content. Conceptual art should engage the viewer's mind rather than his eye or his emotions. End quote. Robert Morris's idiosyncrasy against the intimacy of the object is radicalized by Ljubica. The object now necessarily appears as an objectification of subjectivity and stimulates the idiosyncrasy against expression in general. Quote, the physicality of a three-dimensional object then comes into contradiction with the intention of not being emotionally charged. Color, surface, texture, and form reinforce the physical aspects of the work. End quote. Nevertheless, Sol LeWitt acknowledges that the work must materialize in some way in order to become an object. If we limit ourselves here to the investigation of the excremental, we can state as the main result of the psychoanalytical investigation that the human child is compelled to repeat those transformations in the relationship of the human being to the excremental during its first development. In the earliest years of childhood, there is still no trace of shame because of the excremental function, of disgust for the excrement. The small child takes a great interest in them, as in other secretions of his body, likes to occupy himself with them, and knows how to derive manifold pleasures from these occupations. As parts of his body and as achievements of his organism, the excrements share in the what we call narcissistic esteem with which the child regards everything that belongs to his person. In psychoanalytical terms, the movement of art away from the conflicts inherent in the work towards the entry of the material object into the idea is essentially anal. It can be traced back to the world of the pre-Oedipal, polymorphously perverse emergence of object relations. In the oral phase, which precedes the anal phase, the infant and its introjection activity are only limited in their possibility of libidinal occupation and by the temporary absence of satisfying objects. The aggressiveness that the denial evokes in the child in this oral phase discharges itself like a tension and only hits what happens to be in its way. It leads to a certain degree of relaxation, but only through a temporary slackening of strength. Reaching the anal stage radically changes this state of affairs. End of quote. The Parisian psychoanalyst Bella Grunberger, author of the quote, published a collection of essays in 1971 entitled Vom Narzissmus zum Objekt, From Narcissism to the Object, from which I mainly draw on the study of anal object relations. The oral character wants to incorporate the occupied object. The anal character, however, confronts the object, which is initially the excrement, acquires, according to Grunberger, or rather, conquers its uniqueness as well as its autonomy in relation to the object and to a certain extent opposes it. He thus places a distance between his object and himself, draws a boundary between himself and the object, which would be completely alien to the oral. End quote. This energetic position, in which the anal subject places itself above the object, is the foundation of its sense of security. In the anal-object relationship, the quality or the actual essence of the object becomes unimportant. The objects serve certain functions and are interchangeable. Only the energetic relationship between subject and object counts, and the establishment of this relationship alone is sufficient for the subsequent satisfaction of the drive. The anal character regards the peculiarity of his object as an obstacle to his domination, which provokes his aggression. In short, the anal personality type does not so much occupy the object as the energetic relationship that binds it to the object. With this early childhood motor experience with its first own object, excrement, the child ends the dependency on its environment that is inevitable in the oral phase. Now the child's anality helps to close the narcissistic wound. The child is, so to speak, adjusting itself at its own expense, but this time against the environment. This experience, which is largely repressed, remains effective in the adult. His object of control is largely excremental, and this origin shimmers through again and again in the most diverse contexts. The excremental object is simultaneously narcissistic and object-like. It is narcissistically occupied by the child as part of its body, and this occupation naturally remains when the excrement detaches itself from the body, which corresponds to the process of the libidinal occupation of the object with narcissistic libido. End quote. This dichotomy saves the narcissistic honor in conflicts by transferring everything that is a source of narcissistic disappointment to the outside by means of projection, and keeping everything that is a source of pleasure and narcissistically satisfying within itself and occupying it positively. The excremental object is thus on the one hand a gift and a value, on the other hand an aggressive weapon. The child recognizes as its own what is good. What it is not itself or what it cannot occupy becomes at the same time the other and the dirty. End of quote. My point here is not to define the anal character in art as pathology or as a subjective expression of the unconscious, as the majority of psychoanalytical art theory would like it to be, but as a reaction to the crisis of the work, the artist's inner, externalizing object, which is objective and therefore an individual problem of artistic attitude. Quote, the artist's idiosyncrasies are reflected in the canon of prohibitions, but they in turn are objectively binding, in which the aesthetic particular is literally the general. End quote. The transformation of the object in art is not progress in the aesthetic, but rather indicates the unconscious idiosyncrasies of the artists in the economic and cultural situation of post-bourgeois society of having to make art. The image of the anal character is only meant to be denunciatory insofar as it is meant to polemicize against this situation in a socially critical sense. However, what minimal art and conceptual art quite traditionally think of as progress instead demonstrates, from the perspective outlined here, retreat, reaction to lack. The anal character in art thus assumes a position that, as a mode of production, promises to integrate the conflict that the situation creates. This position could be described with Melanie Klein as depressive. It is a position of ambivalence that belongs to the subject, in which it is able to integrate its libidinal preoccupation with an entire object as both a good, nourishing object and an evil, failing one. Klein's counterpart is the paranoid schizoid position, which is essentially characterized by the perception of partial objects that are either good or evil. The ability to integrate is called depressive because the subject is confronted with grief and the need to make amends for the good object destroyed/lost through integration. The anal character in art becomes significant because it succeeds in the determinate negation of the traditional object relationship. It is avaricious but not envious. In the object, the subject is the spirit bound to the thing. Riamut Reich summarizes the position that Adorno adopts from Hegel in order to assert the primacy of the object in art as well. A characteristic of European artistic avant-gardes was, to quote Melanie Klein again, that they switched from the depressive position, working on ambivalence in the work or on the object, to the schizoid paranoid position. This circumstance is reversed in the post-war American avant-garde described above, because, unlike the art should become life world avant-gardes, it no longer forms itself politically, but articulates itself formally in art. It is determinate negation, not abstract negation. It averts the psychosis that threatens the avant-gardists of the failed revolution, which is the successful counter-revolution of the extermination of the Jews, by symbolizing itself as art, thus integrating the evil object and returning to the depressive position, that is, enduring the ambivalence again, acknowledging the antinomy. This subject must necessarily pass through the artist subject. The productive power of the subject unfolds through objectively mediated subjectivity. This particular economic situation favors certain social characters. Everyone knows that, not just sociologists, and everyone is alone in behaving towards it. The anal character in art is now in a position to express this newness. This is the cunning of reason, with which art regains its freedom and marks anality as a moment of the dialectic of enlightenment. It is the ontogenetic earliest integration of domination into the subject against domination. In post-war era New York, the avant-garde, which wanted to rid itself of its commodity form, reintegrates itself as anti-bourgeois art into bourgeois art, whose economic conditions are changing rapidly. It is now necessary to reconstruct how the transformation of the character of the work takes place from the libidinous occupation of the object to the occupation of the object relationship through the idiosyncrasies of the individual artists. Jackson Pollock, who in the immediate post-war period succeeded in emancipating himself from European cubism, irrevocably consigned to history by German barbarism, within the framework of traditional form, is a good starting point for this. In one of his rare reflections on his own artistic practice in 1956, he describes his decision to work on the canvas on the floor. Quote, "I feel closer, more a part of the painting, because this way I can walk around it, work on it from all four sides and literally be in the painting. I'm not afraid to make changes, to destroy the painting, etc., because the painting has its own life. I try to let that come through. Only if I lose contact with the picture is the result a mess. Otherwise there is pure harmony, a simple give and take, and the painting works well. End of quote. Here it is the oral pleasure of losing control that enables Pollock to forget and reconstitute himself in his drip paintings, without falling back into traditional forms of expression, those that have already allied themselves with objectivity. The subject character of the work, its ambivalence, is self-evident to him as long as it is adequate to the self-image. With Grunberger, that which it is not itself or that which it cannot occupy becomes both the other and the dirty. Having lost contact, it becomes clutter, garbage, excrement. The artist is faced with two basic conditions. He must have to paint in the most general formulation, objectify, and he must expose himself to the constraints of professionalization within the existing art system. End of quote. This echoes Arnold Schoenberg's statement that art does not come from being able to, but from having to. It is the anal phase that confronts the child with the nature of having to, a consequence of the ability to contract intestinal muscles. In other words, it becomes aware of the necessity of elimination. At the same time, having to defecate marks the resistance to natural compulsion. Otherwise the child would not have to defecate but would poop. Excretion is pleasure-filled because it provides relaxation, but this now means that the opposition to nature, which objectifies itself as feces, can be given up again in the name of the ego, because it presents itself as a satisfying subject-object relation. I speak my nature. That is the essence of expression. The repression of the desire for excrement, which manifests itself in shame and disgust, makes it almost impossible to reveal its connection to artistic expression without attracting the suspicion of malicious intent, a reflex that accompanies the history of psychoanalysis. Of course, the fact remains, the interest that was previously directed at excrement is transferred to other objects, e.g. from excrement to money, which only becomes meaningful to the child at a late stage. The essential characteristic of the anal-object relationship is the control of the object. The child develops its ability to control by playing with the excrement, an object of pleasure that for the first time does not come arbitrarily from outside and enables it to restore its narcissistic integrity. However, the subject character of the artwork, which made object love and the loss of control possible for Pollock, is now to be destroyed by art subject destruction through control. This problem arises inherently from the antinomy of expression itself, whose appearance is most flagrant because it appears as appearanceless. The repetition of the working method is only possible to a limited extent, even less so since it has robbed itself of objectivity and wants to embody naked subjectivity, and exposes itself to the suspicion of imitating. Expression is a priori an imitation. The repetition of a certain moment of expression, which is true, but cannot be strained, which is already only possible to a limited extent for the individual subject of productive power, becomes a problem for commodity producers forced to progress in competition. Their objective task is to position the use value of what is their own as the new against the old. In the economic situation of the post-war boom in the USA, the term is assigned to the side of exchange value by identifying Pollock's work with its economic success. After the Second World War, the increase in galleries is significant. Now the middle class is buying. The market diversifies. Speculation in art, as can be observed in Impressionist painting, reached a new level. The paintings of Pollock and other abstract expressionists became a major social event. Pollock, for example, was the subject of a large photo reportage in Vanity Fair showing him painting. The shortest formula for depicting this idiosyncrasy is expression equals shit equals lust equals money. Subjectivity now appears solely as a means to the end of production. It provokes the artists to want to retain control over the object's relationship to the outside world. They drive subjectivity out of the work in order to save it from being castrated by exchange value and look for ways to get a grip on the objectifications of their imagination through structuring, theorizing, and control. Robert Morris, as a painter still strongly influenced by Jackson Pollock, must see above fend off the uncontrollable color that seduces, because, as already quoted, its optical, immaterial, uncontrollable, non-tactile nature is not compatible with the physical nature of sculpture. The oneness and the literal space are aimed at the concrete, as something illusory and purged of illusion. Form is wrested from anality, at the price that it reappears all the more sublimated. Grasping, and identifying are to be thought of with Grunberger from the anal experience and, of course, the idiosyncrasy against the non-conceptual, which cannot be eradicated, is related to Morris. As always, however, It depends on whether it becomes reflexive and how the idiosyncratic can transform this tension into a new form. What minimal art tests on the external object is withdrawn into internal objects by conceptual art, in idiosyncrasy against the material autonomy of external objects in general. Anality thus manifests itself in procedures of administration, donation, and collection, in which the domination of the object relationship can be practiced. When these objects appear, they reveal themselves as degraded, as waste or excretion, as is probably most clearly shown in Robert Smithson's distributions. His work Asphalt Rundown, Rome, 1969, for example, impressively shows how a lorry load of asphalt is rolling down a slope. Lawrence Weiner's 2 minutes of spray paint directly on the floor from a standard aerosol spray should also be mentioned. As examples of administration, Joseph Kosuth's Unavoidable Installation, 1 and 3 Chairs, 1965, which shows a chair between its photographic reproduction and the definition of chair from an old German English dictionary. 14 years before Beckett Square, Bruce Nauman paces along the edges of a square, dance or exercise on the perimeter of a square, 1967, exploring the bleak framework of action of bourgeois subjectivity. Another way of materializing the idea out of the anal constellation is the gift, which underlines or establishes a relationship with coprophilic pride and sovereignty. Examples include on Kawara's postcards, for example the I Got Up At series, in which the artist informs various recipients every day when he got up, and John Knight's Journal series, in which he presents people from the art world with magazine subscriptions selected by him. The gift as a work of art seeks to elude exchange through its cultic, traditional logic, which, however, is always suspended in the logic of the art economy as soon as it rationalizes itself as a means of production. Sol LeWitt follows the working principle of the collection in his artist's book Autobiography, 1980, which brings together over 1,000 images of his systematically photographed apartment, including all the objects in his possession, in a strict grid. Ed Rush's fanfold booklet Every Building on the Sunset Strip, 1966, in which all of these are photographed and mounted in a row, should also be mentioned among many other of his publications. Once again, the anal personality type occupies not so much the object as the energetic relationship that binds it to the object. His thinking not only endeavors to eliminate the ambivalences of subjectivity with materiality, it also aims at a positivist pleasure in thinking, which converges with a pleasure in collecting, with the desire to achieve order and dominion over things, to cut them off from one's own experience, i.e. to degrade them to an idea and administer them as such. This is the other side of the dialectic of enlightenment, the seriousness of which is initially playfully revealed in art. It is not yet possible to judge in general whether someone who makes tabula rasa with all expression is a loudspeaker of reified consciousness or the speechless, expressionless expression that denounces it. However, to the extent that the administered world tautolizes itself as a medium of forgetting, so does its art, which today can almost only counter the right of the martyred to shout, to which it must necessarily relate, with pop cultural distancing or in the form of political kitsch. So here, too, it is by no means a question of individual psychological determinations. From the repression of coprophilic tendencies, Freud might say, important contributions to character formation develop or are reinforced. However, the phylogenetic implication is the decisive factor in the argument. It is not about the character of the artist, certainly not about the good or bad. It is about how the character of art changes in certain historical situations. Form as sedimented content is also conceived by Adorno strictly in terms of cultural criticism in the Freudian sense. The definition never refers only to concrete works, i.e. their immediate process of creation, but always also to the foundation of form from the historical depths of this process. Now back to Sol LeWitt's work Buried Cube, containing an object of importance but little value. The riddle of the work cannot be solved. The impulse itself articulates the concealed desire to destroy the work. Revenge on the reign of ambivalence. The aim is to reformulate the structure of the riddle, i.e. to relate its title, which suggests a moment in the production process, and is itself one, to the process captured in the photograph. First of all, the work contains an arsenal of anal elements. Domination through production, separation and destruction of object relationship, dissolution into earth, conscientiousness of execution, work clothes that match the meticulous and cleanliness of the office, and also the documentation that stems from this sphere. Perhaps it makes more sense to retract the obvious interpretation of the funeral scene, due to its position in the work. The resolution cube equals coffin, content equals minimal art, objective importance equals deceased, objective little value equals corpse works too well. Another approach opens up if one interprets the work as burying a treasure. Cube equals chest, contents equals treasure. However, it cannot be a treasure in the traditional sense because the contrast between importance and value is not emphasized in it. An important difference to the corpse lies in the role of the imagination. The corpse, if it is not animated by fantasies of resurrection, is withdrawn from the imagination. The mourning for the deceased is carried out on substitute objects. The treasure, on the other hand, always remains present as a magical object, promise, wealth and its immeasurability, the generality of the equivalent or the unknown, promising origin. All of this also goes hand in hand with Grunberger's concept of the phallic nature of narcissism. It draws its power from the secret. The treasure belongs to the sovereign. In the anal phase, the sovereign is, says Grunberger with Karl Abraham, the child on the throne, the potty. There it can resist the actual object of excrement as well as the educator. At this climax of the anal sadistic phase, of omnipotence and no, the child now attempts to renounce parental support and to establish itself as a finished individual in one fell swoop, a position that maintains narcissistic integrity, in which it avoids Oedipal struggle and instead attempts to triumph over the Oedipal rival in a magical narcissistic way. This is the hour of the treasure that the child acquires, which is often simultaneously hidden, displayed, and jealously guarded. Moments that can also be found in Sol LeWitt's photo series, in a much more sublimated form, of course. The most important characteristic now comes to light. Paradoxically and by definition, the treasure consists of heterogeneous, worn, disfigured, mismatched, and dirty objects that have no use or value in themselves. It now seems that the child sees the waste character of these objects, and even more so that he considers this characteristic to be decisive. The origin of these objects is mostly in the dark. They are not bought, they are not gifts, they have rather been found, secretly picked up or simply stolen. Since the treasure ultimately comes from no one, an Oedipal origin and the associated system of object relations is ruled out. Because the treasure was created by the child and is its invention, it can project itself onto it in a magical narcissistic way and create its own universe in which it is the master. Once the treasure has been created and its elements united, i.e. endowed with narcissistic possession, it represents a veritable protective system against castration fears. End of quote. The objection that the quality of the cube consists in the fact that it is uniform. According to LeWitt, it lacks any aggressive force, it implies no movement, it is the most unemotional of all forms. Moreover, it may even have been industrially produced for a fee and is extremely clean, describes the exact opposite of the childlike treasure in a striking way. But the treasure must not be confused with the treasure chest, even if it is impossible to separate one from the other. The chest is the side of the treasure that holds its shape together and protects it from the outside. In left-wing and Marxist theories, a tradition has developed of eyeing art with suspicion, which still influences the perception of the relationship between politics, criticism, and art. The concept and idea of political art only emerged at the beginning of the 20th century. Prior to this, the relationship was defined by the terms art and morality and, based on Schiller's writings, was primarily negotiated with a focus on education. Jean-Paul Sartre finally coined the term engaged art, which still seems to have imaginative power today despite all the uncertainties surrounding the concept of the political. New music proves to be a particular crystallization point for these discussions, as it is always at odds with them. The composer Luigi Nono, who had been a member of the Italian Communist Party, PCI, since 1952 and referred to Sartre's concept of political engagement, took a different path to many of his contemporaries. Unlike them, he saw no contradiction between avant-garde aesthetics and political positioning. This is all the more remarkable given that during his time, 12-tone music was censored as decadent in the Eastern Bloc countries, something he himself was affected by in a music theater production. The main accusation leveled at Nono, as well as at new music in general, by the representatives of socialist realism and the West German fighters for a moderate modernism was that of incomprehensibility. In fact, a closer examination of Nono's aesthetics and the reception of his pieces shows that this accusation is specific to him, but incomprehensibility becomes an aesthetic critical category in his compositions. In addition to Sartre, Bertolt Brecht and George Lukács were important points of reference for artists and critics for a long time. Some similarities can be identified between the three theories, which are focused on here more than the equally significant differences. Brecht's aesthetics and work in particular are very ambivalent, as he was both for and against the prevailing idea of realistic art production. While Lukács used the term realism to describe the idealistic content aesthetics of the 19th century as the norm of judgment, Brecht and Sartre, despite their formal experiments, also assumed that social conditions could be depicted. This idea is based on an ideal of simplicity and comprehensibility, as political messages are to be conveyed using easily understandable forms. Brecht does formulate the necessity of alienation in his acting theory. However, his criticism of people singing on stage is based on the lack of realistic motivation in singing. In this way, Brecht opposes the artificiality of opera with a restriction of permissible forms of representation and qualifies music in general as unreasonable. In the expressionist debate, Brecht criticized Lukács' views, but basically argued not for a revision, but an expansion of the concept of realism. While the avant-garde around 1900 formed a break with the realist mode of representation, left-wing theories apparently clung to it. Sartre's highly influential book What is Literature? Follows on from this, particularly in its conception of the relationship between artwork and artist, as well as the associated conception of language. Artist, work of art, and means of representation are understood by Sartre as an immediate unity. Language is understood exclusively as an instrument for carrying out the intentional project of the author-subject. Sartre thus commits language to a clear production and communication of meaning, which is a prerequisite for engagement. Words should indicate things of the world correctly, not please or displease, he says. And, when you are in trouble, you reach for any tool. Once the danger is over, you don't even remember whether it was a hammer or a log. End of quote. Sartre explicitly opposes literature that makes forms and artistic means perceptible. Quote, "Style must remain unnoticed. Since the words are transparent and the gaze passes through them, it would be absurd to insert unpolished panes between them." End quote. The aesthetic concepts of the 19th century are clearly pronounced here. The idea of imageability is linked to the idea of the unity of form and content under the primacy of content. Sartre also follows this view when he remarks that the decision on the subject matter comes first, whether a book is about butterflies or about the situation of the Jews, and then it remains to be decided how to write about it. Socialist realism is probably the most radical and socially effective form of aesthetic restoration. For Lukács, anything that deviates from realism is a sign of decadence, the weakness of the subject and the artists, which is a personal reproach to them. His criticism is directed against modernism from Flaubert to Proust, from Joyce to Beckett. Degree in political practice, aesthetic judgments were ultimately used to ban writing and sometimes to deport people to gulags, as happened to the theater avant-gardist Vsevolod Medjurkald. The primacy of content among the three theorists follows the idea that the highest criterion of political art must be its comprehensibility. Its aesthetic quality is subordinate, its form is at most scrutinized for its impact. In Sartre's case, this goes so far that, of all artists, it is only writers who are obliged to become politically active. However, if the language of the writer is pragmatically reduced to communication, little remains of the intrinsic quality of literature and poetry, which would distinguish very precisely between logs and hammers, butterflies and Jews. One school of criticism that remains largely unnoticed in today's discussions is Russian formalism, which, at the same time as the Russian avant-garde, fundamentally questioned previous thinking about art and literature. An essential aspect of this critical direction and art practice was the reflection on the form of the artwork, which was now understood as a poetic and aesthetic principle and no longer as an incidental, traditional form that is added to this or that content. Although there is a coincidence between the realization of the importance of form and the revolutions of 1905 and 1917, the constructivist approach was suited to the criticism of Tsarist society, but not to the idea of the new society, and was banned from 1924. In the aesthetics of Benjamin and Adorno, many concepts of Russian formalism are implicitly taken up and developed further. Particularly noteworthy is their examination of the tension and mutual change of formal and substantive moments, as well as the development of the critical moment from the structure of the artwork itself. Today's debates about art are also largely concerned with moments of content. If we assume a seamless unity of the world, its representational depiction and the reception of the message communicated via the detour of art, the usual approach of judging art according to categories derived from politics, psychology, or moral philosophy is hardly surprising. However, it remains unclear why these categories are applied to art at all. If messages were as easy to convey as the underlying sender-receiver model assumes, neither novels nor music would need to be written, nor would their critical reflection need to be undertaken. With the primacy of the text and the spiritual in art, left-wing aesthetics tie in with positions of the idealistic view of art. It assumes that a pre-existing idea is only represented in the work of art. This results in the reduction of the concept of understanding to the text and the so-called spiritual content. In contrast, Adorno draws attention to the qualitative change in content depending on the concrete materiality of the artwork. Adorno speaks of sensual and intellectual moments of the artwork and of impulses that are prior to it but not accessible to it. Both the intellectual and the sensual moments form the content of a work of art and thus require a different concept of understanding. This is the basis of Adorno's view that art is a different mode of cognition than philosophy, which remains theoretical, and that both modes of cognition should complement each other. It can already be concluded from the dialectic of enlightenment that Adorno criticizes the existing relationship between the spiritual and the sensual in art theory and society, as this relationship reflects the dialectic of the mastery of nature, in which art also participates. The decisive difference to the aesthetics of Sartre and Lukács is that Adorno does not present nature as a discursive structure of the mind or as a formless mass over which the mind is to dispose, but as an irreducible moment with its own historicity. Thus, understanding is not limited to grasping a textual message. And understanding a work of art from this point of view really means nothing other than becoming aware of the constellation or the dialectic in which these moments stand in relation to each other, i.e. understanding in what way the sensual is the spiritual and in what way the spiritual is sensual, thus always keeping the two moments apart and yet always thinking them together at the same time. End of quote. The reflection of the various aesthetics is not limited to an ivory tower separated from reality, but conceals fundamental problems of social constitution. Precisely because Adorno is attentive to how little an identifying or contemplative attitude towards works of art is appropriate, his aesthetics are more suitable for grasping processes in the art of the 20th and 21st centuries and for reflecting on the critical potential of art than those of Sartre or Lukács. The development of new expressive possibilities and materials is a central moment in the development of atonal music and dodecaphony. The break with the tonal system means a great expansion and enhancement of material, but at the same time contributes to the shock of the avant-garde. This shock came about in music because the usual attributions of meaning to chords and intervals, for example, were abolished. This break with reaction patterns that had become second nature creates the impression of the incomprehensibility of new music. The liberation of material from unambiguous attributions of meaning can be described as a general process in the avant-gardes of the 20th century. The fact that the idealistic aesthetics of representation basically no longer function in the 20th century can be seen in Sartre himself when he excludes painting from the committed field on the grounds that the depiction of a slum is mute. In his view, it cannot generate the unambiguous meaning that would be necessary to convey a message. It is obvious that in the relationship between music and language, the relationship to text in music has been as relevant as it has been controversial for centuries. As early as the 18th century, there was debate as to whether music was a separate level of expression and how it related to the text. In relation to opera, the question expands to include the dimension of gesture, which usually mediates between the instrumental representation and the conceptual text on the level of the visible, but also provides information about the imagined relationship between physical and linguistic expression. While Goethe only allows his poems to be set to music as background music to their textual content, Schubert formulates the autonomy of the media levels of music and text in the spirit of early Romantic aesthetics. This view, which Schoenberg takes up once again with a touch of genius aesthetics, is ultimately also invoked by Nono to defend his compositional principles. Incidentally, it should be noted that the widespread understanding of Romanticism needs to be revised, as it is often only the conservative late Romanticism from the 1820s onwards that is seen through Lukács' eyes as a preparation for fascism. National Socialism would be more accurate. Little attention is paid to the fact that early Romanticism around 1800 made a significant contribution to the development of Marx's concept of critique and to the aesthetics of Adorno and Benjamin, particularly in the formulation of the autonomy of art, but also through the new constellation of the concepts of critique, dialectics, and hermeneutics. Friedrich Schlegel's hermeneutic writings make us aware of the historicity of the work of art and its reception by distinguishing between the levels of production and reception. The idea of autonomy, which forms a prerequisite for criticism in Adorno's aesthetics, is a neuralgic point in the distinction between Adorno's and Sartre's aesthetics. Autonomy, which as a fait social is a socially achieved and not fully realized, i.e. illusory, is conditioned by the form of the work of art. By separating itself from the circle of empirical things and by transforming and organizing the empirical materials, references and ideas according to its own laws, the work of art can assume a critical distance from society. This is why it is so easy to miss a work of art in its reception by judging it according to political, moral, or psychological criteria, since these have themselves become material. With the illusory nature of autonomy, Adorno decidedly emphasizes the influence of society on the constitutive moment of the artwork. The social processes also have an influence on the concrete design of the respective form, which is expressed in the off-cited and little explicated formulation of form as sedimented content. In Ideas on the Sociology of Music, Adorno explores the significance of this insight for art criticism. Society has sedimented itself in its meaning and its categories, and music sociology must decipher it. It is thus referred to the actual understanding of music down to the smallest technical cells. End of quote. The idea that society could influence the form of the work of art is not to be found in Sartre's work. In the end, he arrived at the same embarrassing solution as some European communist parties in the 1950s and 1960s. In long, fruitless debates, they tried to establish a clear connection between art and politics, how one could be sure whether a work of art was politically on the right side. Like Sartre, they finally came to the conclusion that the artist's stance should be the criterion. As mentioned, Sartre thus restores the unity of artist and work, which reached its peak in the idealist aesthetics of genius. The insistence on the committed attitude of the artist and the intellectual has an ugly side to it in addition to its helplessness. Moral pressure was used to enforce party political lines, to secure hierarchical groups, and to achieve the mass character of the respective party. The intellectual obligation of intellectuals in the SU included, for example, their participation in the life of the people, in order to be able to write in a socialist manner in accordance with Andrés Danov's guidelines of 1934, and to contribute to the construction of the new society. However, this also included the possibility of exile at any time to an extremely innovative but remote company in the countryside. It is noteworthy that the concepts of many European and American avant-garde artists, who call for the abolition of the separation of art and life, move in a related direction. Peter Berger argues that artists want to realize the critical impulse of bourgeois art in a reformist way by abolishing the institution of art and resolving the conflict between autonomy and ineffectiveness. The examples of Joseph Beuys and Hermann Nietzsche make it clear that this reform sometimes has more to do with personality cults and decaying materials than with social change. Adorno describes this conflict as art rattling its own chains, the constant danger of hermetically sealing itself off in its systems of meaning or covering up its ineffectiveness with political slogans. Contemporary art production is not free of this contradiction. For this reason, the implications of Adorno's concept of autonomy for the question of a critical potential of art that could be set against the demand for its engagement or political effectiveness must be taken seriously. A distinction between the concepts of the political and the critical would have to be developed, for which it should first be pointed out that political art is not necessarily critical, since an opera performance in honor of Mussolini, for example, can be understood as a political manifestation, but obviously has no critical implications. With Kant, Adorno refers to the purposelessness of the work of art, which contributes to its critical potential. The existence of things that cannot demonstrate their function represents a scandal in today's society, which is heightened when works of art cannot be consumed without resistance and are therefore unsuitable for communicative and reproductive purposes. The accusation of incomprehensibility has been leveled against new music almost universally. Nono, who used explicitly political texts until the mid-1970s, was repeatedly maliciously accused of not being comprehensible and therefore of having difficulty reaching people or even the masses. It should be noted that the incomprehensibility of sung texts is by no means a new phenomenon that only emerged in the 20th century, but applies very widely to opera performances and is blurred by today's practice of surtitling. Friedrich Schlegel's fragment, Über die Unverständlichkeit, on incomprehensibility, in which he reflects on the accusation of incomprehensibility, is highly revealing. He comes to the conclusion that this phenomenon is not due to the incomprehension of the incomprehensible, or the incomprehension of the comprehensible, but rather that words enter into connections and often understand each other better than the reader. Philosophical words behaved like a crowd of spirits that had sprung up too early and confused everything. Schlegel cherished the hope that everything could be understood in the next century. His hope was not based on an individual change but one of time, history, society, specifically, that the French Revolution would leapfrog to Germany. Schlegel's incomprehensibility refers to the transcending moment of language and art. The ideas of the inner references of words are further developed in Benjamin's concept of constellation, from which a modified concept of understanding could be extrapolated. Similar to Schlegel's assumption that comprehensibility was only a question of time, Schoenberg was also firmly convinced that dodecaphonic music would attain the same universal validity as tonal music, because he did not understand it as a revolutionary break, but as a logical development from the dynamics of the tonal system. However, neither the critics nor the public in the 20th century were able to follow him in this assumption, and no one whistles a dodecaphonic motif on the street. None of them found their way into the realm of cell phone ringtones. Rather, it is evident how absurd it would be to formulate such hopes from today's perspective. It is also obvious that the historical index of incomprehensibility is different after the Shoah. Nono's composition Il Canto Sospiso, premiered at the Darmstadt Summer Course in 1956, almost provoked a scandal in conservative post-war Germany due to the incomprehensibility of its text. The composition is based on letters from resistance fighters sentenced to death who fought against National Socialism and fascism in Europe. They are grouped around the farewell letter of a young Jewish woman who is deported. Their individual feelings, their individual resistance to extermination, are emphasized more than typical positions taken by people. The press criticized this senseless sound, which becomes a cipher for incomprehensibility. Karl-Heinz Stockhausen, who contrasted Nono's composition with Pierre Boulez's Marteau sans Maître, 1954, and his Gesang der Jungling, 1956, in a radio broadcast with the intention of presenting himself as a dialectical middle ground between comprehensibility and incomprehensibility, accused Nono of driving the meaning out of the text. Nono composes the text, as if it were a matter of withdrawing its meaning from the public again. He presents the text in such a form that one understands almost nothing when listening to it. So why text at all, and this one in particular? You can explain it like this, especially when setting to music those passages from the letters where one is most ashamed that they had to be written. The musician only takes a position on himself as a composer who had previously selected the texts. He does not interpret, he does not comment. He rather reduces the language to its sounds and makes music with them. End of quote. What is striking about this rejection is the insistence on a meaningful context, which, from the perspective of post-war Germany struggling for existence myths, could not be questioned under any circumstances with this historical object. In order not to jeopardize the grand narrative of the German people's history of suffering, the laborious construction of a moderate modernism that shaped the post-war period can certainly be inferred. When looking at Nono's compositional style, it is noticeable that the incomprehensibility is not a matter of arbitrary destruction. Nono breaks with traditional ordering schemes in order to transcend the moment of interruption between text and music, which in Il Canto Sospiso itself becomes a moment of expression. Nono formulates a concept that points in a different direction. He is concerned with expressing the text as a phonetic-semantic entity. In the release of the phonetic moment, this could receive a semantic content. By replacing this simple linearity of events with a new complexity, a polyphonic structure is created that results in the overlapping of meanings. It is obvious that Stockhausen's accusation that it is about the movement of the material for its own sake, and that the text is therefore treated as one parameter among others, is not true. Nono differs from other serial composers who take pleasure in the correct calculation of parameters, as in his case meaning and expressivity emerge through the serial treatment. The superimposition of text fragments does not serve to eradicate meaning, but rather to relate individual experiences in multiple ways. The polyphonic form makes something special possible for the choral setting. Through the condensation, a common and general theme emerges without the individual being eliminated. Nono formulates his choral technique, in which the words are successively distributed to different vocal registers. I wanted a horizontal melodic construction that seizes all registers, a floating from sound to sound, from syllable to syllable, a line that sometimes emerges from the sequence of individual notes or individual pitches and sometimes thickens into sounds. End of quote. In dealing with the text, it becomes clear that although Sartre is an important starting point for Nono in the development of an idea of political art, he has no relevance in the development of aesthetic form. In the texts on the new music theater, Nono hints at a concept of expression testimonianza in relation to Sartre, which aims at an interlocking of expression and testimony. For Nono, unlike Sartre, this means that without the further development of aesthetic language and expressive possibilities, no testimony can be given about the conflicts of the respective present. This is based on a specific understanding of the historicity of art, which Nono also shares with Adorno and Benjamin, but which he draws from Antonio Gramsci's cultural theory. This approach is condensed in the concept of linguaggio, which is generally used in the Italian avant-garde context and can best be translated as mode of expression. Gramsci views the material, techniques, and forms of art as human activities that are historically mediated. In this way, the term focuses on the linguistic similarity of images and modes of expression that can form a structure without resembling the language of words. Nono's approach draws further significance from the context of the avant-garde of the 1950s/1960s, insofar as the central aspect of art became a more conscious subject of discussion in the course of the crisis of the concept of the work. The development of graphic scores and aleatoric compositional processes overturned the idea, which tended towards classicism, that the ideal way of receiving music was to read the score, which was the actual form of the work. Although the score defines a possible space of interpretations and can therefore point beyond the individual interpretation, the musical context must be explored anew in each interpretation. Stockhausen's accusation of serial reduction is strange, as Nono sharply criticized this way of composing as well as John Cage's aleatoric procedures in a lecture in Darmstadt in 1959. He accused both of treating the material as a mass without history, which could be made available for any purpose, instead of reflecting on it in the way it had become. The position against the rationalist calculation of music on the one hand and the idea of an immediate experience of sound on the other, as represented by John Cage and other American composers, is reinforced in the course of Nono's composing. Against the myth of immediate listening, however, it should be mentioned that Cage's constructions, which are intended to enable an experience of sound independent of the comprehension of the musical context, are so complex that it is impossible to speak of immediacy in a simple sense. Cage's pieces, which were often dismissed with a reluctant gesture as a joke, on the other hand, caused a shock in European composing and ultimately also met with Philo-American admiration. Remarkably, Cage and the American listeners were envious of the fact that they could listen with innocent ears, so to speak, without any historical conditioning or prejudice. Neither the fact that Cage had studied with Schoenberg, nor that there had been a lively exchange between American and European artists since the beginning of the 20th century, could impress the Germans in their projection of purity. In contrast to this view, the sounds that Cage makes audible bear a clear social index. In 433, one of his best-known pieces, Cage brings the form of the concerto to reflection. According to tradition, the famous pianist David Tudor enters the stage, sits down at the piano, opens and closes it again after a previously aleatorically determined period of time. He repeats this process twice more and then steps down again. The result of this event is that the audience begins to listen to itself and the external noises. In the second part, a thunderstorm becomes audible. Whereas at normal concerts outside noises and other listeners are perceived as disturbing, here they become part of the piece. The prerequisite for this is the use of the traditional concert form, which is simultaneously transformed into a moment of content. The entrance and exit, the opening and closing of the piano lid, the sounds of the thunderstorm and the coughing of the audience all take place within a temporal and spatial structure that determines the form of the concerto. However, Cage does not limit himself to presenting a variable content in a predetermined form. Rather, the length of the parts, the number of players, and the type of instrumentation of the piece are freely selectable, so that a maximum number of components are transferred into the zone of the indeterminate. During each performance, the distinction between music, sound, or noise loses clarity. The social dimension of the concert form also comes to the fore, as the focus of attention on the stage has the side effect of being able to ignore the other people. One facet of the dialectic in the natural history of the concert form becomes tangible here. Odysseus, who allows himself to be tied up so that he can listen to the siren's song in contemplation without giving in to sensual desire, is a mythical image of the audience captivated by the action and sound events. They have accepted the conditioning that has been gradually enforced since the 18th century as a necessity and react aggressively to deviations. In Cage's pieces, there are no motifs or complexly composed contexts that can be understood by listening. Rather, the reliable scheme of expectation and memory that determines the temporal structure of listening is interrupted. The unexpected happens constantly. Generally speaking, it is the fulfillment of expectations, the ability to relate what appears to the past, which ultimately creates the impression of understanding. Both Cage and Nono break with the expected in their own way. In his late work, Nono increasingly focused on the critical potential of perception and hearing. In the late major work Primeiro, which operates with text overlays as well as fragments of Benjamin and Holderlin that are notated in the score but cannot be played, ascolta, the invitation to concentrated and attentive listening, finally becomes the only comprehensible word in the composition. As if to repeat the rejections and accusations against Nono from the time of Il Canto Sospiso, one critic complained at the most recent performance that you don't know who or what you should be listening to. Not that there were no sound events in 2.5 hours. It may at first seem surprising that the call for conscious perception could have a critical content and that Nono, who used melodic and rhythmic elements of workers' songs and texts by Marx and Rosa Luxemburg in his compositions, was an outstanding representative of this position. In Nono's formulation of the political and critical necessity of ascolta lies the dedication to the subject matter in its radical particularity. The devotion to the materials, the object, the counterpart corresponds to Adorno's formulation of freedom to the object, which he makes the decisive attitude of cognition. The significance of knowledge goes far beyond its pragmatic applicability and acquires a moral dimension. Particularly in the interplay between art and philosophy, the mode of cognition envisaged by Adorno is one in which the subject allows itself to be questioned and changed through the experience of the object. The increasing importance of performance in new music and Nono's special design is also an expression of the criticism of identificatory modes of cognition. The polyphonic design of music and language allows listeners to decide where to focus their attention, enabling them to reflect on their relationship to the object. In the multifocal sound spaces, a different aspect, a different form of the aesthetic object becomes perceptible from every listening position. Just as Nono is interested in a differentiated harmony of individual moments in the choral movements and not in a uniform homophonic sound, the audience is not addressed as a receptive mass, but as a set of individual subjects. Nono thus refers to the radically special nature of aesthetic objects, which stands in opposition to the everyday interchangeability of people and goods. There is a utopian moment in the polyphonic compositional method, as the subjects, represented by the singing voices, are in relationships other than those envisaged by society. Polyphony is part of Adorno's idea of informal, unconstrained music, in which the form is formed from the individual moments of the material and its mimetic expressive impulses. The form should have an organizing effect without subordinating the material as a generality and without exerting the violence of rationality. With regard to the relationship between new and old forms, Adorno remarks at the end of aesthetic theory that although the old forms would possibly fall to people again under the conditions of a liberated society, a state of peace and order and harmony, which is attached to them today, is by no means desirable. Rather, in the new forms, something new unfolds that points to something else and not only speaks of the state of damage in which it was created. Nono describes the tragedy of listening, as the subtitle of Prometeo reads, as the contradiction between what is technically possible and what is perceived as difficult reception. He sees the only possibility as opening up to all possibilities, with all the potential we have within ourselves, not just in our ears, not just in the great realm of perception, but in the life of our spirit and our possible infinities. Nono's description of searching listening, which characterizes the compositional process, converges with Adorno's vehement search for the new and Cage's experiments. We must know that we can fail at any moment, but still search, always search for the unknown. End quote. Adorno criticizes Brecht's political aesthetics for the principle of simplification, as social processes can no longer be depicted due to their complexity. Russian formalism is the antithesis of simplification. The connection between artistic and social form is also transferred to the category of material by Adorno and Nono. Following this idea, there is no basis for assuming the comprehensibility of a simple form. The technique and materials of artistic production are related to the technical development of the non-aesthetic realm. In this respect, a deliberately simplified form is not able to reflect the state of society and therefore makes nothing comprehensible. On the contrary, by adhering to the classical dramatic and narrative form, in which conflict, plot, and dramatic progression arise from the antagonism of two closed characters and are played out in the medium of language. The state of society is obscured. In this form, which turns the subject into a Platonic demiurge and formulates an ideal that cannot be upheld according to Marx's and Freud's critique, the destruction that took place in the 20th century cannot be expressed. This form would not describe the decline of the subject and bourgeois manners, the impossibility of communication, which caused a language crisis as early as 1900, not the impossibility of action, which points to the powerlessness of the individual subject. The fact that becoming a subject is only possible at the price of deformation is not described. It is this social development that is responsible for the decay of the old forms and not the malice or incompetence or wrong political attitude of the artists. A particular historical situation made it possible for Nono to undertake an experiment against simplification with the composition La Fabbrica Illuminata. In a steelworks in Genoa, Nono recorded the sounds of the factory on tape, which he edited in the studio. The text of the composition consists of documentary excerpts from trade union reports on the physical imposition of work. These are combined with literary fragments that describe how the rotating shift restricts the life of a couple. It is stated that even the most private things, sexuality, have to follow the beat of the factory. The text is sung by a soprano, who has to push through the scraps of text against the processed factory noises that screech and drone in at her and the audience from 4 loudspeakers. The composition ends with a wonderful passage by Cesare Pavese, who formulates the hope of a tomorrow without fears against despair. At a performance of the piece in the factory canteen, which provided the source material, the workers reacted, according to the story, with an astonished perception of the everyday noise surrounding them and the observation that reality is much worse. It becomes clear that Nono also wants to achieve a change in his audience's perception at this point and is not content with the textual thematization of the working conditions. The specific kind of incomprehensibility, in which conversations are torn apart and shouted over by factory noise and the sounds of war, can also be found in a different context in films from the 1960s by Michelangelo Antonioni, Jean-Luc Godard, and Alain Resnais. It is therefore an aesthetic cipher that expresses a certain relationship between language and industry that can be deciphered from a historical and social perspective. The socially abstract, which is expressed here precisely in its invisibility, is made recognizable by the fact that the correspondence between seeing and hearing is broken up in films and concert performances. The technical alienation and the possibility of time delay through tape and live electronics create sounds to which no direct sound source can be assigned and whose temporality becomes unclear. The focus is on the subject, who is exposed to these conditions and reacts to them. In view of the topos of La Fabbrica Illuminata, the labor dispute, it is remarkable that it is a female voice that expresses demands and leads the accusation. She thus represents the general as a single subject. This position is usually occupied by male voices, while the generality of the female voice is usually limited to lament and lamentation. Nevertheless, the composition is not based on a simple opposition between the human voice and deadly industry, which could easily be reduced to a confrontation between a male and female element. Rather, the singing voice resembles the sounds of steel production. It is not only the capitalist reality that can no longer be captured by the aesthetics of the image. It is precisely in the relationship between women and industry that another dimension of destruction and the incomprehensible emerges in the works of art, which also has a significant impact on epistemology. While the admissibility of electronically generated sounds in the sacred realm of high art was being debated in circles of serious music at this time, Nono described his relief at not having to discuss with the workers whether his compositions were still music. It becomes clear that, in principle, there can be neither an end to art nor a non-understanding of contemporary art that would be justified by the novelty of its processes or forms. At least not one that could be related to the aesthetic realm alone. It would have to be related more precisely to the processes of society itself, whose incomprehensibility corresponds to its inability to be depicted. Nono and Adorno also relate the historical dimension of art to the reception of works of art. From today's perspective, Nono's compositions with direct political implications reveal a characteristic of the political. The political effect of these pieces, which often manifested itself as a scandal, arises from the friction between the concrete political situation and its reflection in the music, i.e., from the contact between the sphere of art and reality. The political, however, is fleeting in its dimension of effect. It disintegrates with its realities, as can be seen in Nono's comments on his pieces. In contrast to the sound of his compositions, in which one cannot hear the light years of technical progress in the recording studios, the historicity of his texts is abundantly clear. Benjamin uses the concept of realia to define the material moments of a work of art that could be described as content. These lose their relevance in the course of social change, such as adultery literature with adultery. According to Benjamin, other layers of the artwork become tangible over the course of time. The former effect, which is capable of producing scandals, can no longer be experienced 50 years later. The critical nature of the form, on the other hand, may only come to the fore then, partly because the historically constituted perception itself changes. Incomprehensibility, which does not result from a rejection of experience but from the constellations inherent in the work of art, is also fleeting. As a quality of the object, it can only be realized in potential experience and thus become effective as a critical category.
The motto of the latest pamphlet against cancel culture and politically correct language cleansing is a quote from Franz Kafka that has long since become a popular hit, taken from a letter written by the author to his school friend Oscar Polak in 1904. It reads, "I believe one should only read books that bite and sting. If the book we read doesn't wake us up with a blow to the skull, what are we reading it for? So that it makes us happy, as you write? We need the books that act on us like a disaster. As if we were cast out into the woods, away from all people, like a suicide, a book must be the axe for the frozen sea within us." End quote. This sounds radical, and anyone with an authentic artistic sense will nod it off without thinking about the fact that Kafka was just 20 years old when he wrote these lines and that his life as a writer was still largely ahead of him. A few years later, he would not have allowed himself to get away with such primer-like existentialism, just as he would not have allowed the metaphor to slip from bite to punch to axe blow. But it is precisely because of its existentialist pathos that the quote is popular today. That great literature must provoke its readers, disrupt expectations and deconstruct stereotypes is part of the bad common sense of an art world that feels reliably progressive. What is remarkable about the quote is the hostility to happiness, which simply counters the misguided need for books that make us happy with the invocation of unhappiness and shock. But isn't happiness, insofar as it is not confused with mere contentment, also a shock? In his 1957 study Literature and Evil, Georges Butterly, who understood more about Kafka than most Kafka lovers, identified the recognition of such ambivalence, the simultaneity of happiness and sadness in the subject-shattering experience, as characteristic of modernist literature and especially of Kafka. In doing so, he touched on something that today's opponents of cancel culture and supposed language censorship find just as unpalatable as those who would prefer to eradicate all offending words from world literature: the contradiction between the aesthetic experience of the object and the self-identity of the subject. The aesthetic experience appropriate to the object always contains a moment of regression, although it is not absorbed in regression. It recalls the promise of individual freedom, precisely by questioning the encapsulation of the individual in his or her selfhood. Critics of wokeism reject this experience just as much as the woken themselves. Melanie Mahler, who prefaces her book The Dismatured Reader with the Kafka quote, is a classical philologist at the Free University of Berlin and defends a concept of maturity against woke language sensitizers and controllers that is hardly compatible with the poetics evoked by Kafka. Mahler's mature reader, who does not allow himself to be forbidden by the authorities and wants to examine every literary text independently to see what to do with it, relates to the activity of reading, as Kafka and Butterly understood it, like the mature citizen, who insists on his rights against his fellow human beings every day, relates to civil law, as a parody of what he invokes. The polemically intended title of Mahler's book, which traces the disenfranchisement of the reader in the typeface by implementing special gender-political characters, makes it clear that the author is primarily bothered by this kind of mangled language because it is annoying to her, just like the speed limit on the highway is to the responsible citizen. Although Mahler's book is very instructive in its philological reconstruction of offensive words and metaphors and their function in canonical texts of world literature, from Catullus to Astrid Lindgren, and provides critics of language-sensitive literary improvement with good arguments, the rather staid than world citizen concept of maturity that she defends takes away the pamphlet's persuasive power. The introduction on the politics of canceling suffers from the fact that cancel culture is not only understood as a form of grassroots democratically enforced bans on speaking, performing and writing, but also encompasses all possible variants of anticipatory obedience to norms that have little in common with institutional repression or censorship. Mahler then devotes 9 chapters to various, sometimes only hypothetical, conflicts about sensitive language. The chapters are arranged in counterpoint, each closely linking a case from the field of classical philology with one from classical modernism. Examples of unleashed eroticism, Ovid and Joseph Brodsky, the linguistic reflection of cultural appropriation, Virgil and Kleist, the representation of female sexuality, Euripides and Annie Ernaux, obscenity, Petron and Celine, and youthful female emancipation, Sappho and Lindgren, are contrasted with one another. The examples have been chosen with care. Sometimes, as in the case of Kleist and Virgil, there is an intertextual connection between them, but always a motif historical one. The life historical consequences that unruly language can have for its authors are also addressed, for example by looking at the significance of exile for Ovid and Lindgren's attempts at posthumous rewriting. Nevertheless, Mahler's book has 3 weaknesses that have to do with her ideal of the reader's maturity. Instead of reconstructing whether and how the sanctioning of literary language was reflected in the works, she cites her examples as precedents for a future literary culture war that, for the most part, has not yet taken place. All of the authors she cites are freely available in numerous translations. No rooster crows after Catullus, Virgil and Aristophanes. Here, cultural historical oblivion has done the work of possible censorship. Moreover, Mahler does not treat her sample authors with regard to the aesthetic quality of their texts and their possibly shocking potential, but only with regard to their, then and now, offensiveness in terms of content. The question opened up by Buddeley and later by Roland Barthes, Julia Kristeva and others about the genuine connection between language and somatic transgression, about the extent to which language provokes differently than images or sounds, therefore remains unasked. Thirdly and finally, Mahler nowhere systematically examines the connection between literature and censorship, the significance of mentors, patrons, publishers, and editors for the genesis of what is called sensitivity reading in the Woken context. In other words, she hardly deals with the prehistory of the subject matter she tracks. As a result, instead of criticizing cancel culture and language renovation, it simply evokes once again the bourgeois canon of world literature, which is already in a state of decay, as an object of imminent destruction. Even what this canon itself contains, the works of Goethe, Kafka, Kleist, Celine cited by Mahler, has little to do with Mahler's concept of maturity, because all-important literature addresses its readers not as mature people, but as those who are uncertain of themselves. The great texts that Mahler rightly wants to save from the destructive work of gender and post-colonial deconstructors were never, as she would like, simply anchors of bourgeois self-assurance, tradition and solidity, but called them into question more radically than postmodern language correctors would like. Anyone wishing to counter this should remember the shattering potential of the texts instead of denying it in the name of unshakable canonicity. When Akeef Paringsei's book Deutschland von Sinnen, Der Irrelkultum Frauen Homosexuell und die Zuwanderer was published by Manuscriptum Verlags Edition Sonderweg, it was by no means the right-wing extremist outing that Paringsei's detractors have since portrayed it as for the purpose of discrediting him politically. Rather, Paringsei has cultivated the style of uninhibited invective since the beginning of his writing career. His crime novel Felidae, which made him famous in 1989, is told from the perspective of the cat Francis, who is also a detective. As in the 7 sequels published up to 2012, the choice of an animal protagonist here is linked to a commitment to the impure, the rustic and the unruly, to everything offside that civilization, since it cannot fulfill its promise, generates of its own accord. The novels Der Rumpf, 1992, and Ihn, 1997, published outside the cat crime series, continue this theme. The Fuselage, also a crime novel, which uses the topos of the impossible crime from E.A. Poe's The Murders in the Rue Morgue, tells the story of a man born without legs and arms who uses his crippling condition to plan the perfect murder in a home for the disabled. In Ihn, a virus has wiped out the male part of the world's population, so that the remaining women are forced to put the demands of radical feminism, such as reproduction without heterosexual intercourse, into practice in order to survive. Even in these early books, Paringsei tries out ways of writing in which colloquialism and high language, vulgarity and academicism, like Anglo-American mystery novels, some of his novels have footnotes, are intertwined. The dirty style of his literature in this sense therefore has little to do with the intercultural migrant literature and Kanikspraak poetry of the 80s and 90s, to which his early work is usually attributed. Although Perinçay repeatedly resorts to syntax and grammar distorted into Turkish German and migrant vocabulary, unlike in Kanak-Sprach, this does not serve him as a means of identitary ethnic self-marking, but on the contrary to linguistically destroy and ridicule the cult of identity. Accordingly, Deutschland von Sinnen, der Irrel Kultum Frauen, homosexuell und Zuwanderer, is also an aesthetic hybrid in which empirical information on Islamic migration, marriage and family policy is combined with forms of polemic, satire, insult and invective. The question of what form of text Deutschland von Sinnen actually is, and whether it was in good hands in the non-fiction category, in which it was one of the top 10 paperbacks in Der Spiegel at the beginning of 2014, has never been asked. One reason for this was that it was overshadowed by a speech Perinçay gave to representatives of the Pegida movement in Bonn in 2015, which is why the media public was almost exclusively interested in the scandals he provoked and their long-term legal consequences. As a result of the Bonn speech in which he called the Greens a child-fucking party, Germany a shitty state, and attested that Islam had as much in common with German culture as my asshole has with perfume making, the Random House publishing group stopped distributing his fiction titles, and even the right-wing cop publishing house terminated its cooperation. The reason for this, in addition to the aforementioned insults, was the misinterpretation of a passage in the speech in which Perinçay said that those in power in Germany had so completely discarded fear and respect for the people that one can shrug one's shoulders and recommend that they leave the country, adding, "Of course there are alternatives, but unfortunately the concentration camps are currently out of order." Numerous daily newspapers interpreted this passage, which depicted the internment of members of the people by those in power, as a desire to set up concentration camps for refugees. Although the misleading reporting was subsequently reflected, for example by journalist Stefan Niggemeier, Perinçay has since been the subject of numerous and sometimes successful charges of incitement to hatred, insult, and defamation. Irrespective of whether Perinçay's statements are exaggerated, ill-considered, or simply untenable and to what extent they are justiciable, his case is exemplary of a linguistic political development that has been affecting not only the literary industry for around 10 years, but also the linguistic form of its productions, the fusion of morality and law, which is replacing the aesthetic judgment of the work itself. The objection that Perinçay appears as a public figure with an obvious political propagandistic agenda should at least take into account the fact that the linguistic forms of abuse, insult, and obscene invective were already a genuine part of his earlier literary texts, just like his alter ego, the fictional character Der Kleine. While such considerations of legal interests were taken so seriously throughout the bourgeois era, as can be seen in the pornography trials against Felix Salten, Arthur Schnitzler, and Arno Schmidt, that it sometimes took decades for the corresponding court decision to be made, the consideration of linguistic aesthetic form hardly played a role in the judgments on Perinçay. The neglect of aesthetic form goes hand in hand with a systematic blurring of the difference between morality and law. This becomes clear in the concepts of insult and defamation, which in the judgments on Perinçay, but above all in the reporting accompanying them, were assessed as moral transgressions rather than as violations of a legal right. In civil law, rights or fundamental rights refer to the specific relationship of individuals to the legal interests guaranteed to them by the Constitution or protected by private law. In this sense, no one has rights, but the rights to which everyone is entitled guarantee the protection of legal interests. One of the most important constitutionally protected legal rights is human dignity, the violation of which, however, because of its status, cannot simply be felt, even if it is intersubjectively comprehensible, but must be proven so that a corresponding violation can be sanctioned. The pragmatic status of the alleged violation, i.e., also the linguistic status of the statement, the speech and the action in which it is said to have taken place, is therefore of constitutive importance in the legal assessment of the question of whether personal rights have been violated by insult or defamation. In this sense, insult, defamation, slander, etc. refer to legal facts that are not independent of, but also not identical with, the feelings and value judgments attached to them. What has been taking place for some time in the cultural sector, especially on the literary market, under the auspices of political correctness and sensitivity reading, is a thoroughgoing subjectivization of the concept of legal rights, supported by the civil state and administration, using the means of extortionate emotionalization and moralization. Whether a text or a work of art can be judged to be politically dangerous, morally offensive, and aesthetically successful in one and the same act of judgment, whether moral offensiveness and political questionability themselves may have contributed to such aesthetic success, and whether, even if a politically and morally questionable work is aesthetically unsuccessful, the freedom of aesthetic expression, which is guaranteed regardless of its success, must be defended against attempts to restrict it, even for someone like Parinksai. Such questions, which have orchestrated the debates on art and censorship since the 19th century, are in the early 21st century already considered insubordinate in themselves, because artistic freedom is now hardly regarded as a legal right independent of the needs and emotions directed at it and attached to it. Instead, those who invoke artistic freedom for good or bad reasons are similar to those who want to curtail it, for politically sympathetic or unsympathetic reasons, in that for them art is nothing more than an aesthetic expression of subjective sentiment, and is therefore not to be measured against itself, against its own formal law, which it can live up to or fail to live up to, but against the political and moral stance that is either permissible or impermissible. The concept of permissibility is well suited to the gesture of recognition, because it blurs morality and law, legality and legitimacy. What has been prepared since the 1970s by the aesthetics of reception comes into its own. Since then, a work of art has not been regarded as an independent object, but as the effect of the forces from which it has emerged in terms of production aesthetics and which it triggers in terms of effect aesthetics. It is identical with what it does to me and what it has been made of: feelings, effects, attitudes, good or bad intentions. What constituted autonomy aesthetics in the bourgeois era, at least in terms of its claim, the insight that the work of art, by virtue of its own constitution, points beyond the impulses that enter into it and are ignited by it to an objective, and thus to truth and freedom, has long been forgotten. With the sense for the constellation in which the works of art refer to truth from within themselves, however, the ability to recognize their historical meaning is also lost. Hence the enthusiasm of language improving sensitivity reading for texts that have become historical. From Rudyard Kipling to Agatha Christie and Astrid Lindgren to Michael Ende, sensitivity reading endeavors to eradicate bad words, characters and storylines from adventure, crime and children's literature and replace them with supposedly more contemporary counterparts. But if there are as few Negroes in Kipling's work as there are in Lindgren's and no more dubious Chinese in Christie's, the indoctrinating updating with historically charged words and images also destroys the aesthetic sense. All the meanings of the words, whether glorifying or pejorative, imbued with imagination, give the aesthetic form in which they are encountered their conciseness and thus their meaning. If they are erased with a clean-cut gesture to protect children and sensitive readers, the context within which their political and moral meaning can be understood in the first place is shattered. Such self-imposed desensualization by language administration is at the same time a desensualization, because imagination and fantasy form the link between bodily perception and mental reflection, view and concept. All that remains of the context of meaning created by the words in their linguistic constellation are the unrelated words themselves, which, according to the performativity theory of language, are nothing more than speech acts that insult, discriminate, or sensitize, but do not contribute to the knowledge of truth. The more aggressively an armada of politicians, media people, publishing house managers, proofreaders, and editors engage in this kind of deconstruction and thus deprive potential readers of the pleasure of the text, Roland Barthes, in the name of legalized reading morals, the more clumsy the politically incorrect responses of the authors who have been sidelined in this way will be. The case of Akif Parinksai is therefore revealing, because the more he was treated as persona non grata, even among his newfound friends in the Axe de Guten and I Gentemlijk free circles, the more uninhibited and shameless his calculatedly defamatory writing became. The same could be said of Thor Kunkel and, at a lower artistic level, Matthias Matusek. The linguistic puritanism that is increasingly transforming itself into a kind of writing and publishing justice favors, through its insane prudery and administratively organized avoidance of vulgarity, the effect-bound, stupid tendency to simply break the newly imposed rules instead of suspending and undermining them in the work on language, just as some children only spill notoriously because they are repeatedly forbidden to do so. But a literature that only knows taboos that have been established and broken and remains in this predictable stimulus-response pattern is neither surprising nor shocking, neither seductive nor eye-opening, but as banal and boring as its own personnel. When the Max Planck Institute for Empirical Aesthetics was founded in Frankfurt am Main in 2012, the name empirical aesthetics may have raised hopes among some that there was now an institute that would deal with the empirical objects of aesthetics, i.e., works of art, and thus form a certain corrective, both to aesthetics, for which they serve as mere examples, and to the art sciences, which lack aesthetic reflection in their work. However, this hope is quickly dispelled in the Institute's self-description. It has set itself the goal of researching what is aesthetically pleasing to whom, why and under what conditions, and what functions aesthetic practices and preferences have for individuals and societies. By narrowing aesthetics down to mere pleasure, both the recipient is reduced to this pleasure and the works of art are only considered, if at all, with regard to the pleasure of the receiving subject. This recipient-oriented approach means that the empiricism of empirical aesthetics does not deal with empirical works of art. Rather, the Institute understands empiricism as a scientific and statistical, one could also say positivist, approach. It is concerned with investigating the cognitive and affective mechanisms that control aesthetically evaluative perception and their neuronal, physiological, and behavioral correlates. Here, the works of art can only serve as stimuli for the measurement, and the recipients can only be used as measurement sensors. Empirical aesthetics in the best sense could mean penetrating through the subject to the object. The Max Planck Institute, however, takes a different path in order to ultimately gain a concept of neither the object nor the subject. The research question of what functions aesthetic practices and preferences have for individuals and societies also does not bode well, as evolutionary biological explanations are obvious here. One study, for example, explains the finding that the frequency of goosebumps decreases when repeatedly listening to a poem in comparison to chills, a kind of pleasant shivering sensation, by the fact that the inflationary display of goosebumps could have meant disadvantages for our ancestor, whereas chills are a private, subjective response, invisible to others. Therefore, evolution would not have disfavored their erosion with repetition in a similar way. The social process of dominating nature, which is also directed against the inner nature of the dominators and thus suppresses mimetic impulses such as goosebumps, is naturalized here, as it were, in that these impulses depend on the pleasure of an evolution presented as a subject. Winfried Menninghaus, director of the Institute's Language and Literature Department, follows a similar path. He advocates a Darwinian approach to explaining art, through which he ultimately affirms forced cultural collectives. A more appropriate name for the institute would therefore be Institute for Positivist, Darwinian Recipient Research. Empirical aesthetics certainly sounds better. However, this still holds a marginal position today, which may not sound very plausible in view of a Max Planck Institute dedicated to this topic, but a little self-victimization probably brings evolutionary advantages. The fact that it is not far from the supposed role of victim to megalomania is reflected in the Institute's claim. Its research is aimed at a universal understanding of aesthetic feelings and an integrative aesthetic theory. To this end, it draws on hypotheses, theories, and models from very different disciplines, in particular from psychology, the traditional poetics of the individual arts, musicology, art and literary studies, philosophical aesthetics, biology, sociology, and the neurosciences in order to develop them further in an integrative way. In the case of philosophical aesthetics, this integrative further development is then presented in such a way that individual sentences from the classics of aesthetics are used as hypotheses in order to place themselves in the tradition of these theories and to subject these hypotheses to empirical testing. This ultimately leads to the impression that the Max Planck Institute for Empirical Aesthetics has finally proven, scientifically, what Aristotle or Schiller, for example, had merely speculated. Quote, however, dating back as far as Aristotle's paradox of tragedy, i.e., why do people enjoy watching tragedies? This peculiar blend of aesthetic reward and negative emotions has been debated for centuries in philosophical and artistic traditions under the concept of being moved, which Friedrich Schiller succinctly defined as the mixed sentiment of suffering and the pleasure taken in this suffering. By demonstrating both increased negative effect, as indicated by facial muscle activity, and recruitment of reward-related brain structures, our study provides the first physiological evidence supporting Schiller's definition of being moved. End of quote. Schiller can only be grateful that magnetic resonance imaging has finally confirmed him. If only he had had these possibilities, he could have saved himself the trouble of thinking. Hegel is not spared either. The introductory text to the project Absorption and Attention in the Experience of Music begins with a quote from his Aesthetics. The work of art draws us completely into itself and carries us away with it. This absorption by the work of art is to be measured on the basis of the recipient's eye movements. Here, too, the investigation may not dwell too long on the musical works and their characteristics. This would make sense since the Hegel quote is about a special ability of the works. However, it quickly becomes clear that neither Hegel nor the works are at issue here. In the further course of the text, being drawn into the work of art becomes, without comment, immersing oneself in the work of art, which in turn places the recipient at the center. However, the study is not about finding out something about the artwork through this immersion, but only about the mere immersion itself and thus about the recipient and his attention. The work of art is the blind spot of empirical aesthetics. Empirical aesthetics could be an examination of art, fed by the experience of works of art. In the understanding of the Max Planck Institute for Empirical Aesthetics, it is merely evidence of a scientific lack of art and an impoverishment of experience. It is therefore not surprising that the Institute looks at art from the perspective of commodity aesthetics. Ultimately, by analogy with research into the reception of art, it can also investigate the attention span and appreciation that a potential consumer has for any given supermarket product. To some, the Institute's reference to classics of philosophical aesthetics in the context of its studies will seem like a joke. However, it should be pointed out that it was precisely through its positivist method and its non-reference to works of art that the Institute succeeded in empirically proving the following sentence by Adorno: "It would be difficult for science to come up with something more alien to art than those experiments in which one imagines measuring aesthetic effect and aesthetic experience by the pulse rate." End of quote. Hebel's answer to the question of what would take the magic out of life in later years, which Adorno quotes in the aphorism Kaufmannsleben from Minima Moralia, could be applied to the history of the Enlightenment. Quote, "Because we see in all the colorful, distorted dolls the roller that sets them in motion, and because for this very reason the delightful diversity of the world dissolves into a wooden uniformity. When a child sees the tightrope walkers singing, the musicians blowing, the girls carrying water, the coachman driving, it thinks it is all for the pleasure and joy of it. It cannot imagine that these people also eat and drink, go to bed and get up again. But we know what it's all about. Namely, acquisition, which confiscates all activities as mere means, interchangeably reduced to abstract labor time. The world of perception, according to Adorno, is thereby immersed in gray, the quality of things is transformed from their essence to the accidental appearance of their value, and this also disfigures their perception, that in which the light of one's own purpose no longer shines as pleasure in the thing fades from the eye." End quote. The light, however, which the perceiving eye needs, already provoked Novalis' mockery. Because of its mathematical obedience, the business of the Enlightenment was not named after it without reason. It had allowed itself to be broken. However, this meant that the glow disappeared and the excessive freedom through which people are able to recognize more than mere specimens in the figures of the world. The goal of the Enlightenment has always been the appropriation of the world for human purposes and the abolition of suffering. As a way out of the darkness of a world that was experienced as an alien, opaque power into the light of reason, it wanted to abolish natural power relations and empower people to think and act as individuals. Enlightenment in the comprehensive sense of progressive thinking, as Horkheimer and Adorno often quote in the preface to the Dialectic of Enlightenment, has always pursued the goal of removing fear from people and establishing them as masters. However, the realization of this goal seems utopian today, as the promises of the Enlightenment have so far remained unfulfilled, both the bourgeois and the Marxist ones. While D'Alembert could still enthuse in the 18th century that the true system of the world had finally been recognized and that the pressing questions of humanity had been solved, and even Horkheimer in the 1930s recognized a liberating potential in the development of productive forces and technical rationality, the program of the Enlightenment, the urge to rush towards foreign stars, proved to be an insane compulsion with National Socialism at the latest. No sooner was man master than he brought about a new kind of barbarism, as described in the Dialectic of Enlightenment. For the process that set the Enlightenment in motion, that historically turned people into individuals for the first time, the capitalist production process, also brings about their self-destruction. It ultimately turns against the individuals by virtue of its own dynamics. The realization of the true system is due to the universal reduction of everything individual and living, all specific energy, to the same abstract form of work from the battlefield to the studio. Horkheimer and Adorno see a disenchantment and dequalification of the world of living nature at work here through the calculating mind, which ultimately leads to an uninhabitable world. They observe with horror that the pressing questions of humanity turn out to be about the manipulable object and its value, and that such reductions affect more and more areas of human life and ultimately also the living per se, the individual, in whose name enlightenment began. What cannot be subsumed under the general law of value and cannot be reduced to progressive thinking human experiences, needs, and suffering ultimately becomes irrelevant. The individual becomes a specimen, a mere biological entity. As a consequence, however, this indifference of the life of each individual to which history is moving, as Adorno writes in Negative Dialectics, already means its annihilation. Even in its formal freedom, it is as fungible and replaceable as under the kicks of the liquidators. End quote. Even with artistic means, the dequalification of living nature brought about by the Enlightenment process cannot be reversed. Modern art participates in the dialectic of enlightenment. As a form of human practice and depicted reality, it is part of the empirical world and thus of the rationality that prevails in it. It cannot simply jump out of it. Nevertheless, special laws apply to it. Modern art reacts to the disenchanted world by turning away from empiricism. It no longer follows any predetermined ideas merely imprinted on the artistic material, refrains from immediate imitation, and makes itself the thing. It concentrates on its media, the way in which the material is formed, which at the same time retains its own right. Modern works of art thus reveal the material conditions of their production. Through such revelation they are enlightenment. The fact that paintings consist of color, literature of words, music of sounds, points to the fact of the sensual basis of the world as a source of meaning. Artistic form exists solely for the sake of this meaning. Through this, works of art become models of a rational practice that is nevertheless non-violent in relation to the sensually particular. In them, everything is arranged as casually as if it were natural. In this respect, they no longer show what is, but what could be. Therein lies their anti-barbaric element. Turning away from empiricism is the central problem for modern painting in particular. It is therefore questionable how it can still legitimize itself as a form of Enlightenment practice, and this question touches on the possibility of its continued existence. Painting has traditionally always had an immediate reference to the representational world and an illusionistic element. It produced reality with its means pigment, color, surface, only fictitiously through optical illusion. However, this process carries the danger of becoming ideological. After the rationalization and disenchantment of the world of living nature, this method of representation is no longer adequate to reality. Modern painting attempts to solve this problem by focusing on its own practice through the reflective use of the material. The emphasis on the paint material, brush strokes, and surfaces also demystifies the paintings, making them abstract. At the same time, however, they reveal their natural basis. The more illusionless and abstract the paintings become, the closer they approach that which is not reduced to abstract rationality. The refusal to perceive anything outside specific problems of form, the exclusion of all that is representational and formally insignificant, however, harbors the danger that the sensual quality of the paintings is reduced until it is ultimately null and void. If the unity of the pictorial composition is totally rationalized, the paintings become lifeless, as empty as the social abstractions leave the visual world behind. Piet Mondrian's Cubism, for example, led to the point, as Clement Greenberg notes, that even the medium of canvas was no longer appropriate for him due to its sensual qualities. Minimalism also tends towards the positivism of mere objecthood. The paintings are more or less merely given objects, just as the natural scientist finds them. The rationality of the paintings is transformed here into a contingency that corresponds to social rationality, but can no longer point beyond it. After the First World War, but by the 1940s at the latest, painterly formalism therefore no longer seemed adequate to satisfy the enlightened intention of modern art. The painter Frank Auerbach, who was born in Berlin in 1931 and sent to London in 1939 by his parents, who died shortly afterwards in Auschwitz, registered this problem and drew conclusions from it. His paintings are created less through a definable form than through configurations of the color material. Auerbach uses an enormous amount of paint for his paintings. The sensual quality of the oil and its special properties, such as its great openness and long workability, are always retained in the result. Especially in the paintings created in the 1950s, there is an almost coarse substantiality. The inherent weight of the material, emphasized by the impasto, makes the paintings opaque to discursive thinking. However, the paintings do not fall back into what Adorno calls a barbaric literalness. This is where Auerbach's mastery lies. The the paint material never merely serves physicalistic procedures, is an end in itself or used as a mere means to externally disrupt a possible context of the painting, but always remains reference to the creative activity, the long laborious work on the canvas. The trace of artistic control over the material, both the brushwork and the speed and strength of the paint application, remains evident in the paintings. In the course of his working process, he sometimes works on a single painting for months or even years. Auerbach scrapes the layers of paint off the canvas and applies them anew. Visible traces of the history of the paint application also remain in the works. Such traces record the artist's failure in the result, his fear and frustration when it becomes clear that the painting is still not right, that it requires renewed effort, that the material requires different decisions. The element of the figurative, the insistence on genres believed to be outdated, such as landscape and portrait, is also not a return to likeness or to a new idealism in painting. Auerbach is also aware that painterly abstraction cannot be revised after Auschwitz. No intact image of the human figure is possible without transformation. But his abstractions, unlike the Cubist ones, have no positivist confidence, but dissolve into the picture surface formed by the configuration of the color material. They serve as an attempt to reflect the history of the decay of painterly genres and, at the same time, to capture the sensual representation of human experience to which these genres are indebted. Auerbach chose a different path than, for example, Francis Bacon, who was nevertheless close to him, and in whose paintings the human figure and its pain are depicted in a much more immediate way. The solution of the New York School of American Abstract Expressionism to dissolve forms into textures, sensual immediate units, and their relationships in favor of expression, did not seem right to him either. What Greenberg criticized about a style of painting like Auerbach's, the violation of the orthodoxy of 1950s painting, the attempt to wrest from the paint material what other modern artists made of relations, the figurative element, the attack on taboos of form, is therefore not mere mannerism. It is an attempt to take account of a historical situation in which the experience prevails that individuals, reduced to mere specimens, are null and void and their hopes and expectations of emancipation have been shattered. The fact that the paintings succeed despite the lack of a thoroughly rationalized construction and despite the receding dominance of line and design principle over the physical mass of the paint material testifies to the historical falsity of such dominance. Auerbach's paintings speak of the real suffering and violence that the social production process has inflicted on bodily existence. They remind us that rational man himself is a piece of natural material, that he has a body. Such suffering, however, is resistant to artistic construction. In this way, the paintings are at least imaginary reparation for the catastrophe of world history, as Adorno puts it in aesthetic theory, for what rationality does to the individual, to which it refers and which it wants to let speak. Auerbach's paintings react to the disqualification of the world by turning away from the uniform coherence of its elements. They are full of visual contradictions, offering no idea that can be grasped at a glance and that precedes the works. Although what was abstracted from is still preserved, they initially appear to be, according to T.J. Clark, a confused, irrelevant scribble that refers to nothing natural and does not strive for any order or consistency. The paintings are so formally disrupted that they almost dissolve into pure color material, inorganic matter. The almost unbearable physical weight of Auerbach's paintings initially has a disillusioning effect on the viewer, inhuman and unspeakably ugly. Although they are visibly rooted in definable genre traditions Auerbach learned from the pictorial language of Delacroix, Ingres, and Courbet, they initially seem to have no connection to the human experience that has always defined this tradition, no longer pointing to anything living or wanting to mean anything at all. I believe that all good painting works as if the picture has just escaped from a thicket of fixed positions and has conquered a freedom in which it exists of its own accord, and according to its own laws, and has left all conceivable explanations behind it with a stroke of liberation, says Auerbach. At some point, the explainers will catch up with the image again, but never completely. Auerbach can claim this never complete because he organizes his paintings in such a way that they form an unknown and unrepeatable unity. The paintings are held together as if by magical threads, as Catherine Lampert once said in conversation with Auerbach. We are dealing with configurations of the real that cannot be grasped through a classifying, literal approach. In contrast to this, they are a more that requires pictorial imagination on the part of the viewer. One must follow the potential of the painting, which, as Adorno formulates in Negative Dialectics, is waiting within it. Auerbach's works are therefore reminiscent of a sensual experience of the world that would be more than a mere reproduction of a given structure. In this respect, they point to a different, freer possibility of both appropriation and production. In the paintings, one does not see the roller that dissolves everything into a wooden uniformity, but rather the color of the living shines out of them. Not literally, for Auerbach's palette is often covered in dark, especially in the earlier works, but the glow stems only from the aesthetic appearance, from the fact that the paintings are unpredictable units that for a moment become very special, and from their own purpose as pleasure in the thing, which refers to the potential of human reason that is not exhausted in abstract rationality. It is no secret that the idealistic systems have long since failed historically. Since then, aesthetics has been grappling with the problem that its general concepts and categories, which were valid for a long period of time for the observation of art, have become anachronistic, inadequate neither to the current experience of reality nor to modern art production, since the idea of a comprehensive context of meaning, the identity of subjective experience and the world, has become absurd with the establishment of bourgeois society, but at the latest in view of the Shoah. On the other hand, aesthetics cannot conjure up any other concepts. This dilemma cannot be resolved. It applies in particular to a central concept of aesthetics, the category of beauty, which is traditionally oriented towards the idea of a comprehensive cosmic harmony, the Hegelian world chorale. The harmonistic concept of beauty is tied to certain historical presuppositions such as the metaphysical understanding of the world that was binding for a long time. In beauty, the fundamental identity of the individual and reality is vividly presented. The world can be experienced as a wholesome context of meaning that harmonizes with individual experience, which is still expressed in idealism. Hegel's famous definition of beauty as the sensual appearance of the idea is an expression of the idea that beautiful art is the sensual affirmative representation of truth as a correspondence between the self and the world. However, Hegel also suspected that the identical aesthetic experience in the face of beautiful appearance had already become a false consciousness in his time. He attributed a past character to fine art, as it was no longer able to adequately express historical truth in the face of the slaughterhouse of history. This could only be represented critically, for Hegel this meant conceptually. The avant-gardes ended their attack on the concept of beauty, which had become untrue, in the early 20th century, when capitalism and its negative consequences had finally prevailed. Finally, with the two world wars and the Shoah, the classical category of beauty became completely impossible. After the demise of a subject that is able to experience itself as identical with the world, after Auschwitz, beauty can no longer be viewed affirmatively from the nightingale and song thrush perspective. Criticism of the category of beauty in the face of its crisis is not new. As an expression of historical problems and objective contradictions, it has been practiced in very different and often contradictory ways. What is new, however, is a tendency in aesthetics to want to avoid such contradictions or simply to ignore them. Thus, the aesthetic categories are not so much criticized by citing them before the court of reason, as Kant still demanded, but rather they are given a rather short trial. The verdict is either affirmative, since beauty, the traditional aesthetic category par excellence, is obviously no longer relevant to art appreciation today. It can now be attributed to the culture industry and the world of commodities, the current realm of beauty. This is often the viewpoint of cultural studies or a decidedly plural postmodern aesthetic. Or the category is eschamatized according to a tendency of contemporary philosophical aesthetics and replaced by others that are considered adequate for contemporary art production. Both judgments, however, are guided by the premise that the concept of beauty is only available to an art or culture based on the primacy of identity and harmony, and both therefore ultimately lead to the same result: mimicry of society and, as a result, the justification of existing conditions. Thus, it has currently become acceptable to no longer criticize traditional aesthetic categories, such as beauty and aesthetic experience, in an art-immanent way, but to free them from their restriction to art and to extend or transfer them to the culture industry or the commodity-producing society as a whole. According to Knut Hickathir, this redefines both the terms and the criticism of the culture industry, which forms the current principle of beauty. From this perspective, the culture industry enables consumers to live out the need for beauty that art no longer allows today. It is not their works, but a successful everyday life, the delights of ordinariness, through which the desire for a world liberated from lack and renunciation of instinct can be cultivated. The beauties of the popular have become the model for sensual experience in general, Winfried Fluck also notes, because it is only through them that individuals still experience their conformity with the world. The aim is to take account of historical developments, in particular the increasing aestheticization of art and the simultaneous aestheticization of the world of goods and life as a new stage of capitalist socialization. This development should no longer be ignored by insisting on art's immunity and criticizing the culture industry with a wistful view of art's glorious past. For the abolition of art's exclusive right to the beautiful, which it had always claimed, is also a democratic process, since it is everyday reality alone that is now determined as the object of aesthetic experience. No one is excluded from this experience, and this, in turn, is effortlessly commensurable for everyone. Since the beautiful is not the sensual appearance of an idea that is merely accessible to cerebral acrobatics, but is necessarily commodified and therefore merely a surface phenomenon. This fact corresponds to the renunciation of a general concept of beauty, for such a concept would not do justice to the plurality of phenomena of beauty. What is striking, however, is that despite all the plurality, the definitions always remain diffusely based on the traditional harmonistic concept of beauty. Accordingly, the beautiful serves as a collective term for somehow positively valued experiences in the colorful field of plural tangible beautiful goods. However, such a form of aesthetic theory is an inadequate reaction to aesthetic problems and thus also to a social situation. Far from perceiving these as problems arising from a historical situation, aesthetics here becomes a merely external reaction to a problematic situation, a reflex of social conditions. For if the concept of beauty is transferred to the culture industry without further ado, it loses not only its eminently critical qualities, but actually all the qualities that have historically accrued to it, not least through the separation of art from everyday practice. It becomes affirmative, as false as the society from which it results. What remains of it is merely an identical beauty shaped by the commodity character of cultural industrial products, consequently a schematized beauty that no longer works through unqualifiable stimuli. Since the appearance of the culture industry disregards qualitative differences, the products are a priori prepared in such a way that they can be exploited. Schematically, they are thus completely objective, independent of their effect on the consumer. However, the schematically beautiful also has an effect, namely as a false promise of happiness, since it is merely a function of satisfying needs, which is necessary for goods to be marketable. The aesthetic needs of consumers are exploited but not fulfilled. Despite all incantations to the contrary, such products can only promise happiness. It can never be realized on this basis. The application of the category of beauty to the culture industry, therefore, has considerable consequences for the concept of aesthetic appearance, of which beauty is the bearer. For if appearance is freed from the restriction to art, a sphere separate from social practice, it loses the contradiction of being both apparent and true. In the coincidence of aesthetic and social appearance, the moment of blindness to reality that is essential to aesthetic appearance is lost, which is true because it exposes the essence of social relations as false. What remains is a ubiquitous and ideological phenomenon, the fetishistic appearance of the ineluctability of antagonistic reality, since the schematic smoothness and formal harmony of the culture industry's products conceals the antagonistic nature of social relations. Like works of art, the culture industry also creates an illusory reality, but unconsciously in the sense of a more or less illusionistic duplication of reality. This makes the culture industry a socially consciousness-producing instance, so that the very possibility of aesthetic experience is called into question. If conformity with the object is established schematically, since the general conditions and rules of sensuality, under which categories are applied to objects, are set by the culture industry, the reception is preformed in such a way that the mediation between the object and the recipient is no longer accomplished by the latter, but the given must only be repeated mechanically in the sense of a performance of adaptation. Thus there is neither an unregulated material of perception nor a responsible subject of experience, but only the unconscious recognition of an already familiar object. It becomes questionable, however, whether the concept of experience can be maintained at all if it is understood as a spontaneous appropriation of objects, which does not forget that part of the object that eludes any schematization and also leaves the recipient a moment of freedom in relation to the object. While aesthetics, which takes the beauties of the popular as a yardstick, can at best be accused of naivety with regard to the ideological elements of the culture industry, commodity aesthetics blatantly affirms the appearance of commodity fetishism, from whose point of view culture should be organized. Hartmut Bohm, for example, sees the possibility of overcoming social antagonisms, the divide between the individual and society, in discovering Africa in us. Or Wolfgang Ulrich, who observes the fictional value of commodities, which refers to the magical practice of bringing things to life, as it emancipates itself from its use value and thus from its commodity character, so that the commodity aesthetic education of man can finally begin, as he says, alluding to Schiller. Soon everyday products would be regarded as masterpieces of aesthetic appearance, whose fiction is by no means a lie, but is capable of developing a reflective and emancipatory effect. The attempt to transfer the traditional concept of beauty, which art has long blocked for good reason, to the culture industry or commodity aesthetics must fail, as it is closed to historical experience. Such an aesthetic forms its judgments on the basis of conventional ideas about schematized objects. As a result, concepts such as beauty are softened to such an extent that both the inner historicity and that which is critically directed against the historical development that has made the concepts problematic disappear from them. Another attempt to solve the problems with beauty consists in removing this category from aesthetics altogether. The argument here is also often made against the background of the traditional harmonist ideal. A category such as beauty is no longer considered appropriate to the present and its artistic production. Accordingly, Ursula Frank, for example, problematizes the traditional systematic conception of beauty, which is rooted in a humanistic metaphysical understanding of the world, with a view to contemporary art production. If a category such as beauty is used, works of art are inevitably interpreted as spiritual entities that convey an absolute understanding of the world. Today, however, the concept of reality oriented towards humanity and metaphysics is no longer binding in its unambiguousness, and art expresses this. In view of the dissolution of the boundaries between the arts and life, exemplified by pop art or happenings, and the dissolution of artistic autonomy as an area separate from the practice of life, contemporary art can now only be understood as a relation of signs, as an abstract, interchangeable media sign. At the same time, this means the loss of a unified aesthetic experience. This development, which can no longer be adequately understood and reflected by a category such as beauty, requires new categories. Frank proposes staging and medialization, for example. Even Gunther Feigl, together with Hans-Georg Flickinger, attests that the concept of beauty is untrue insofar as the objective validity of the concept of beautiful art has been suspended in modernity and absorbed by art that is no longer beautiful. In view of historical experience, modern art can no longer invoke the objective validity of its immediate sensual truth like classical art. It is therefore spiritual, no longer vivid, and can no longer be understood under the premises of categories such as beauty. For Lyotard, the same historical experience also causes art to turn away from the sensually representable and towards the anesthetic, so that the concept of beauty becomes false. All classicism appears forbidden in a world in which reality is destabilized to such an extent that it no longer provides material for experience, but rather for exploration and experimentation. End quote. For Lyotard, it is Auschwitz that signifies the end of representation and the subject, leaving behind only a feeling of the unrepresentable, to which the category of the sublime corresponds. An aesthetic of the sublime is therefore the driving force behind modern art, whose task is to make visible what cannot be represented. Finally, according to Wolfgang Welsch, art must even explicitly confront the beautiful and sensual in order to save the non-identical. Whereas an aesthetically barren time's beauty was still an elysium of sensuality that art tried to save for itself, this has now been reversed in view of the aestheticization of the living world. In contrast, it is necessary to create aesthetic wastelands that can be captured with categories such as disturbance or alterity. Although these rejections of the category of beauty attempt to do justice to historical experience, their abstract negation ultimately makes them as uncritical as the turn to the culture industry. Here too, aesthetics threatens to turn into affirmation, albeit in reverse. One reason for this is that the aesthetic appearance, which disappears from the observation of art with the category of beauty, can no longer be turned critically against the false appearance of the commodity-producing society and its culture industry. For the sensual appearance of beauty is a mode of representing truth that cannot be expressed in this way through more rationality. Turning away from the sensual would thus make the promise of happiness of aesthetic appearance impossible. Another reason for the affirmative turn in aesthetics, which occurs with the rejection of beauty, concerns the possibility, or rather the impossibility, of aesthetic experience. For with the category of beauty, Lyotard, for example, simultaneously eschematizes that of the subject, whose identity is destroyed by the shock of the sublime, completely formless, non-representable. Her criticism of a historically outdated concept of beauty is correct, and the impossibility of a wholesome aesthetic experience cannot be denied. After all, the concept of beauty is not a fixed superhistorical fact, but has a specific social context in each case. In early bourgeois society, for example, it was bound to different conditions than under the conditions of the culture industry. For this very reason, however, it is wrong to simply suspend the category conceptually, i.e., subjectively in this case. As long as there is something objectively contradictory and unresolved about beauty that points to its historical conditionality, the concept cannot be displaced from aesthetics. Aesthetic problems often refuse to be resolved. It would therefore be up to aesthetics to pose problems, not to produce simple solutions. One such problem would be a concept of beauty that reflects its own historical obsolescence. The concept may be outdated in its traditional form, but it does not prove to be completely inappropriate to reality. Despite the decline of beauty in a post-human culture, the content of the concept has not been historically compensated for, and can therefore neither be stilled by adhering to the outdated concept nor simply negated in view of the current result, modern or no longer beautiful art. On the other hand, however, the concept must not be held on to by force or its historically dead content restored, or, as it is so often called today, reconstructed. The beautiful must be aesthetically tangible, not abstractly constructed. Therefore, the imminent critique of the category of beauty is a possible way out of the dilemma. Reflecting on the conditions and history of beauty enables its differentiated, unregulated experience. In view of the crisis of aesthetics, Theodore W. Adorno's aesthetic theory insists that the alternative of abstract negation or a softening and opening of its outdated categories is not one to which those who do not merely resign themselves to aesthetic problems must bow. In a 1969 projection for a new edition of the Dialectic of Enlightenment, Adorno comments on the problem faced by anyone who adheres to the categories of political economy today. Critical theory today is faced with the dilemma of either strictly adhering to these categories and thereby blatantly missing the mark, which is obviously the case, or softening the theoretical skeleton with the intention of taking account of changes in reality and falling prey to conceptless positivism. End of quote. This dilemma, this limit of critical theory in the face of the possibility of failure, is best taken into account by using the once valid critical concepts, not in order to erect them as invariants, but in order to consume them in the process of their reflection and perhaps drive them further. In this sense, the traditional categories of aesthetics are not timeless absolute norms, but are to be criticized imminently. They have been eaten away by the process of opening up art that the avant-garde has initiated, according to the beginning of aesthetic theory, and at the same time the constituents that stem from an outdated ideal of art and humanity are being lost, as their substance has been removed by advancing historical consciousness. Quote, "Extreme suspicion is due to all self-righteous invocations of humanity in the midst of the inhuman condition. Not a word for the noble, the good, the true and the beautiful that has not been desecrated and turned into its opposite, just as the National Socialists delighted in the house, its roof resting on pillars, while in the cellars they were tortured. Positive values have degenerated into a means of preventing reflection on the fact that none of them have been realized. Whoever is concerned about this must no longer put them in his mouth and must dismantle them wherever they are held up to him." End quote. This historical allergy to beauty stems from a sensitivity to the apparently false reconciliation that all that is pleasing implies. But since for Adorno the idea of the work of art is reconciliation, art must become uncomfortable in the face of any attempt to imply that such reconciliation exists and to repress suffering. The discomfort of art in itself, after the real catastrophes and in the face of coming ones, is also felt by aesthetics, which with its concepts hangs helplessly behind a situation of art in which art, regardless of what becomes of it, shakes the concepts that can hardly be thought away from it. The fact that Adorno speaks here of the impossibility of thinking away refers to the objective experience that is sedimented in the categories. This objective experience is that of social domination. Since this domination is also directed against beauty as such, it criticizes, where it flashes up, social unhappiness in a similar way to that which Adorno attributes to successful thinking. That is why beauty must not wither away. An aesthetics without the category of beauty is therefore not only positivist, for example if beauty is now removed from art and wildly assigned to the culture industry with its trivial generality derived from schematic ideas, but also wrong if beauty is kept silent simply because the chatter of harmony and the like can no longer be endured in the face of reality. As Adorno notes in a 1959 lecture on aesthetics, He attributes this resigned silence to the mortal fear of tearing one's hands open on the concepts, of shaking them like art itself, and yet holding on to them in order to be able to reflect on them, so that they themselves can prove appropriate to aesthetic experience today. The belief that they can simply be replaced by other categories is tantamount to a rejection of the enlightening power of aesthetics and a capitulation to what is merely the case. As it says in Adorno's negative dialectic with regard to the questions of metaphysics, what should be the most urgent thing for people is in danger of being forgotten. Objectively, it has become problematic. Subjectively, the social web and the permanent excessive demands of the pressure to conform no longer allow them the time or energy to think about it. The issues have not been resolved, not even their insolubility proven. They have been forgotten, and where they are discussed, they are only sunk deeper into their terrible sleep. Gerhard Scheidt, who criticizes the fact that Adorno still uses the dead idealistic categories of abstract art, would also like to counter this. Since these are located below the tortured body, which even for Adorno eludes all sublimation and experience, their theoretical apparatus ultimately becomes a consolation for the loss of all meaning. Although, as is well known, all culture is garbage for Adorno after Auschwitz, its concept is illusory and absurd, and the art that takes this seriously is imbued with shame in the face of the tortured body. He does not, however, abstractly denounce tradition and its questions. This would not even be possible, since tradition itself never completely disappears in its negation. The categories of aesthetics must be criticized, but not thereby discarded. In the notes to the 1931 lecture on aesthetics, Adorno already formulates in this regard that the systems of aesthetics are indeed symptoms of false consciousness. Their historical failure points to the impotence of the idea in the face of reality, and therefore they must be criticized. At the same time, however, they are to be saved, because in the field of aesthetics, history is always the history of problems, so that historical facts must always be developed from the factual problems of aesthetics, which then reveal themselves as historically produced. The insight into the decline of a category such as beauty, therefore, always remains linked to historical philosophical considerations. The historicization of beauty thus represents an arbitrary act in which concrete factual questions are skipped over. Accordingly, Adorno also emphasizes that only the dialectical path leads out of this problem. The much later aesthetic theory also states that the change of categories refers to the penetration of historical experience into theory, which forces us to deal with the problems that otherwise always recur historically. Therefore, the unfolding of the categories is forced. Although this has an apparent aspect and can be criticized in this respect, at the same time it has enough power to break any aesthetic relativism. The perishing categories must be thought of as passing over in determinate negation. Motivated and concrete dissolution of the common aesthetic categories alone remains as a form of current aesthetics. It simultaneously releases the transformed truth of those categories. The transformed truth of the category of beauty, however, would be one that is still historically unfulfilled and only reveals itself in the critique of the category, which reflects its decay, in which it passes over into its negation. The abolition of a category such as that of beauty would therefore be tantamount to the abolition of the objectification of historical truth. Since aesthetics cannot rest on a fixed invariant truth, it must move into the open and uncovered. In doing so, however, it always exposes itself to failure. Consequently, aesthetics cannot know whether its claim will be honored historically. The category of the beautiful is obviously anything but unproblematic for Adorno. Nevertheless, for him there is no question that aesthetics cannot do without the concept, since a work of art can hardly be conceived without the idea of beauty. For Adorno, the sensual moment of the work of art, at the same time the center of beauty, is the highest moment of art, just as sensual experience is the one that comes closest to the metaphysical. Following Adorno, a critical concept of beauty based on objective, historical experience could be developed. The fact that Adorno states in negative dialectics with regard to metaphysics that it can only win by throwing itself away, i.e. by turning into materialism, since what happened shattered the basis of the speculative metaphysical thought's compatibility with experience, means for beauty that it can only be saved by transposing it into the realm of the material, the physical. Adorno's intention here is related to Celan's. For Celan, a concept of beauty after Auschwitz is only conceivable out of pain. He who weeps only for beauty kills it. Only he who goes to the crooked-nosed hunchbacked with the most intrinsic pain will encounter the eidos of beauty. In accordance with the demand to think the declining categories as passing over into determinate negation, Adorno takes up the classical aesthetic systems, above all Kant and Hegel, and applies their concept of beauty negatively. A harmonistic, positive definition is no longer conceivable, as the social order contradicts it. In extreme consequence, this means the transition of the beautiful into the ugly, which for Adorno expresses the contradiction against this order and suffering, as it can be traced back to the principle of violence. However, the experience of ugliness is accompanied by an ideological moment. The indignation about it corresponds to a society that denies its character based on domination and coercion. In this respect, as a reading of the passages in which Adorno speaks of the ugly suggests, the category summarizes everything that naive reception, but also aesthetics, has always ostracized and been indignant about: suffering, the archaic fear of horrifying nature, negativity. For Adorno, ugliness therefore seems to be a cipher for the non-identical nature of beauty, which is neither reconciled with it nor completely absorbed by it. The beautiful, which for Adorno was once the historically deprived, has abolished the ugly, just as in certain historical phases the ugly can again become the negation of the beautiful. When Adorno emphasizes, for example, the crude materiality of works that resemble the inorganic, devastated industrial landscape, which what spirit, thought as well as art, does to the other, with the intention of reparation, he refers to this negation. Through this, the beautiful sinks, as it were, into a deeper historical layer of rock, but in no way loses any truth there. This negative concept of the beautiful expanded by the ugly results from the critique of Kantian subjectivism and in particular the Hegelian notion of the beautiful as the sensual appearance of the idea, which Adorno criticizes as the appearance of a false totality, but at the same time strives to save aesthetic appearance. For him, saving appearance is the only way to hold on to the sensual representation of truth. However, the sensual is no longer Hegel's representation of an absolute idea, but for Adorno, who thinks of metaphysics as merging into materialism, a representation of physical suffering, which, spiritualized by its entry into the work of art, refers to this idea. Truth is therefore not conceived as absolute correspondence, but as the representation of a non-existent, non-identical thing. The appearance of beauty as a momentary negation of false totality can be experienced on the basis of its non-identity. For Adorno, beauty must therefore have absorbed the ugliness on which it is based and which points to the irreconcilability of, not least, social natural relations. The experience of beauty is not one of identity, but refers to the historical non-identity of subject and object. It is an experience of objectivity which, according to Adorno, weighs on the subject. As Adorno attempts to demonstrate in his lecture on aesthetics, such an experience is supposed to result from the immanent critique of Kant's subjectivist conception, which develops beauty from a subjective reaction, taste, and therefore defines it, deficiently, merely as the sensually pleasing. For Adorno, however, taste is an inadequate category in relation to art. This conception refrains from a moment of beauty that is independent of the moment of perception, and in this respect does not come close to the subjective aesthetic experience of beauty, which does not merge into immediate enjoyment. Although sensual stimuli, the pleasing, have an effect in the work, these are not essential for the work, but are dispersed in relation to what actually constitutes it, its objective organization as a context of meaning. Aesthetic experience can therefore only perceive the sensual in a broken way, adequately only in relation to this context, never in isolation, because for Adorno this would be tantamount to withdrawing the spiritual moment in the work in favor of the bestial, blindly natural, as well as abolishing the separation of art and reality. The beautiful could thus never be defined as the bearer of aesthetic appearance. Kant's definition ultimately boils down to the mere consumption of art, which effortlessly makes a work commensurable to the subject and is equivalent to the consumption of accumulated exchange value, regardless of the objective content of the work. For Adorno, however, aesthetic experience is not commensurable, since the subject, violated by the work, withdraws into it and thus has a very limited share in it. Kant's retreat to taste can therefore be interpreted as a protection against stimuli, which ultimately closes itself off from the experience of antagonistic reality. Adorno also criticizes Kant's definition of beauty as that which is the object of disinterested pleasure without a concept from the perspective of subjectivism. In aesthetic theory, he states in this regard that Kant falsely promises a unified context of justification, as beauty is merely formally derived here from unchangeable subjective conditions as a priori standards that are independent of any historical experience or social mediation. This, however, makes the definition of interest so poor and indeterminate that it necessarily fails in the face of aesthetic phenomena. The lack of interest, on the other hand, must be accompanied by the shadow of the wildest interest if it is to be more than merely indifferent. With Hegel, who always qualifies the subjective reaction as accidental, external, and meager, beauty is not reduced to sensual stimuli, but can also be defined as objective, through historical, never invariant experience. Hegel's concept of beauty is, however, conceived from the meta-aesthetic idea of the absolute. In this respect, art as an expression of visual truth is subject to the law of unified, harmonious form, in which the overarching idea objectifies itself. Therefore it cannot and must not be affected by its non-identical, dissonant, and ugly aspects. Adorno initially sees the emphasis on the substantial spiritual moment as opposed to the merely sensual as an advance on Kant. The idealistic moment in the sense of objective mediation by the spirit is therefore indispensable to art. For Hegel, beauty is the sensual appearance of a spiritual principle, and the appearance of beauty is always a historical fact. According to Adorno, however, the definition of beauty based on the premise of identity and the exclusion of the non-identical loses its plausibility in a historical situation in which the idea of a general substantial reasonableness, the absolute identity of the objectivity of the spirit and an essential appearance becomes illusory in the face of reality and contemporary art. Adherence to essential appearance therefore not only exposes itself to the ridicule of reality, but must also lead to aesthetic inconsistencies. Only if the total claim were actually honored, i.e., if the idea could be brought historically to the concept, would this principle endure. In a historical phase in which the view of the reality of reason became a bloody mockery, Hegel's interpretation fades, according to Adorno, but despite the wealth of true insight that it opened up to consolation. The metaphysical appearance of objective reasonableness conceals the materialistic moment, not least by means of the harmonious form. That the beautiful has historically also grown into the ugly, the suffering and the horror in the face of reality. This is also evident in Hegel's contempt for natural beauty, to which Adorno's aesthetic theory turns again. Nature, for Hegel the idea in its otherness, cannot be beautiful in itself due to its immediate sensuality, but only for the grasping consciousness. Art, however, corrects this deficiency, in which the beautiful gains the substantiality of the absolute spirit through form. Adorno sees Hegel's formal, absolute concept of beauty as an archaic inheritance. It arose through sealing off from immediate existence, during the emancipation from the fear of overwhelming, terrifying nature, which then, only retrospectively, becomes the ugly, which contradicts the formal concept of beauty. This fear, congealed in ugliness, is the basis of beauty as the content of the works. Without it, the concept would be empty, a journey without freight, as the aesthetic theory puts it. Anxiety must not be suppressed, as Adorno also demands in view of the Kantian concept of beauty. It shows the enduring horror of nature and thus forces us to reflect on history, to turn to the hunchbacked and dull. Art must make what is ostracized as ugly its business, no longer to integrate it, to soften it, but to denounce in the ugly the world that creates and reproduces it in its own image. For Adorno, the ugly moment of beauty thus functions as a drive to move beyond reality. A post-idealist transformed category of beauty would therefore have to incorporate precisely the non-identical moment, which is witness to the impotence of Hegel's law of form. In the absorption of ugliness, beauty is powerful enough to expand itself through its contradiction. The progress of Hegel's concept in relation to Kant's subjectivism goes hand in hand with the exclusion of the critical moment of beauty, namely everything that is not dominated by the subject. Thus it impoverishes the beautiful. Here again it is Kant whose theory of the natural beauty Adorno takes up in order to go beyond Hegel and the dark shadow of idealism, with his concept of the beautiful in accordance with the demand of negative dialectics to change the direction of conceptuality and turn it towards the non-identical. Kant's definition of the natural beauty is directed against the harmonistic ideal of art, which pushed what is valid to the edge of what the broad and dirty mainstream of the spirit carried with it, as this is where the suffering of the dominant subject in reality can be made clear. Kant registers moments in the aesthetic experience of nature that become relevant for Adorno's theory of the artistic beauty. In this respect, for Adorno, the natural beauty is the model of the artistic beauty. For Kant, for whom only that which is recognized without concept as the object of a necessary pleasure is beautiful, recalls the objective mediation of beauty, whose substance cannot be dissolved back into subject, and thus refers to what Adorno understands as the truth content of art, nature. For Kant, it is not the absolute system of prevailing subjectivity that leads to aesthetic judgment, rather this takes place according to an unconscious principle, the eternal rules of an intrinsically purposeful nature, which are given to the subject and cannot be grasped conceptually. The natural beauty points to the primacy of the object, concludes Adorno, and it should be added to the negative definition of beauty. The moment of natural beauty that cannot be subjectively resolved is its negative substance, the dissonance that is therefore perceived as ugly by the unreflected reception. For Adorno, however, Kant conceives the natural beauty too harmoniously insofar as he separates it from the sublime and excludes the dissonant moment of beauty, that which does not conform to the principle of identity and which, with Kant, could certainly be conceived through the essential indeterminacy of beauty. For Kant, dissonance, such as the experience of the superiority and abstract grandeur of nature, corresponds to the sublime, not to the calm feeling of beauty. Adorno draws together the definitions of the beautiful and the sublime in a theory of natural beauty that goes beyond Kant. The analysis of the sublime ultimately also points the way for Adorno's dissonant definition of the beautiful. It proves to be negative, but insofar as it does not have a destructive effect on the experiencing subject, it is always in danger of turning into affirmation. Accordingly, beauty is a field of tension between the pleasing and the repulsive, according to Adorno in his 1958-59 lecture on aesthetics. It moves between the conditional of sensual nature and the non-conceptual unconditional, which can be experienced as a contradiction to the subject. And he goes on to say that the spiritual part of man is delighted in the face of beauty, while the natural part becomes uneasy in the face of the presentation of a transcendent, without there being a contradiction between spirit and sensuality, since the spiritual appears sensual in the beautiful appearance itself. What is tense in beauty is, on the one hand, the possibility of emancipation from the constraints of nature, namely through the subject's awareness of itself and its freedom, and, on the other hand, archaic fear, of which the overpowering nature is a reminder. In other words, although beauty stands out from nature, it simultaneously recalls and repeats it. In this respect, beauty also participates in the dialectic of enlightenment. It has absorbed the pre-worldly horror that, according to Adorno, people once felt due to their actual powerlessness in the face of nature, and whose disappearance is now to be feared. The enlightenment is always accompanied by the fear that the very thing that triggered it, the truth, may disappear. Art is therefore mnemosyne to that which is condemned in the name of truth, remembered horror, which is itself enlightenment. In the work, the fright frees itself from the mythical deception of being itself, but without being reductively related to the subjective spirit. Therefore, for Adorno, beauty is always accompanied by a cruel moment. Its sinister radiance, which aesthetic appearance can only be according to Hegel, is an expression of the overpowering nature of reality, which can no longer be harmoniously transformed into a wholesome form. For Adorno, the negative foundation of beauty in dissonance seems historically to be the only way to save appearance as a representation of truth. Dissonance is therefore central to Adorno's aesthetics, until its difference to consonance is abolished, because it only appears negative as long as consciousness presses for unity. It must therefore be a moment of unity, without which it would not dissonate. Only in the emancipation of art from appearance would the dissonant find its end, and that would only be possible in a reality that no longer insisted on compulsive unity, and in which talk of harmony and consonance would no longer be a bloody mockery. However, the relationship between dissonance and appearance, which is bound to form, is anything but unproblematic. The latter is simultaneously a rebellion against it and bound to its coherence and coherence. Only through form can the dissonant become perceptible as a contradiction at all, which amounts to the disruption of form. At the same time, form must be coherent, must not become amorphous, fall back into nature. Before Adorno, Nietzsche had already tried to mediate the ugly and disharmonious, as the Urgrund of art as the result of suffering, with the beautiful appearance. Pain as appearance, difficult problem, Nietzsche wrote in one of his notes. In The Birth of Tragedy, he also solves the problem by means of the category of dissonance. In Nietzsche's work, this is incorporated into the form without destroying the latter. Although dissonance dissolves all harmony, because according to Nietzsche it lays a veil of beauty over the essence of art, the pain, the beautiful appearance remains intact in its downfall, as suffering can only appear at all through the harmonious form. The dissonant, as Oliver Barron points out, undergoes a change of status in Nietzsche. From the side of the horrific and ugly, it switches to that of the beautiful, so that the horror that has hitherto remained concealed becomes perceptible. Since it demands dissolution of its own accord, it dynamizes the form of the beautiful. Nevertheless, it is not ultimately dissolved into a superordinate whole, but is set free as a caesura in the harmony of beauty. It can therefore be understood as a destruction of the inherent logical order of beauty out of this order, which does not lead to a complete decay of form. Even for Adorno, who, like Nietzsche, attempts to think the preservation of the beautiful in its downfall, the successful, coherent unity of the work is contradictory, conceived as dissonant, which is always already inherent in the synthesis of the moments of the work. Consequently, the dissonant is not harmoniously suspended in the successful form, but is only unleashed in a work of art through the dynamics aimed at harmony, whereby the beautiful appearance is simultaneously disturbed in its evocation. In this respect, for Adorno, the beautiful is only an apparition, a momentary appearance of happiness, without any prospect of holding on to it. Art is the promise of happiness that is broken. The appearance of unity in form, after an instantaneous, immediately extinguishing expression, like the sound emerging naked from the dense form, disintegrates again into disparate moments that refer to the horror of nature, the non-conceptual, the amorphous, which deny any unity. This reference is not an external disturbance of appearance, but takes place on its own basis. As a result, the destruction of beautiful appearance through dissonance is never complete. It has itself become the bearer of appearance. The demarcation against appearance, according to Adorno, also remains appearance, which is necessary so that the work does not fall back into mere nature or affirmative ugliness. Although Adorno speaks of the momentary happiness of beauty, which in this respect does not seem to be conceived in a consequent negative way, for him aesthetic synthesis is not a harmonious whole or beauty a consolation in the face of the complete loss of meaning in reality. Adorno's aesthetic theory is not conceived from the perspective of an outdated harmonious idea of art, which represses historical suffering and which Adorno attempts to overcome critically. That the world, which has lost its fragrance and since then its color, should receive it again from art, seems possible only to the guileless, we read in aesthetic theory. Art laments the harmony that conceals suffering in the world, but at the same time it also laments the necessity of the dissonance that expresses suffering. If such suffering were the last word of art, it would seal it as far as it can still become different. What is defamed as perversion by a harmonistic aesthetic of taste, which, according to Adorno, has survived the catastrophes, that the darkest moments of art should give something like pleasure, is nothing other than that art and a proper awareness of it find happiness only in the ability to stand firm. This happiness radiates from within into the sensual appearance. Just as the spirit of harmonious works of art communicates itself to even the most brittle phenomenon, saving it sensually, so to speak, so the sinister, as the antithesis to the deception of the sensual facade of culture, also entices sensually. There is more pleasure in dissonance than in consonance. The cutting edge, dynamically sharpened in itself and differentiated from the monotony of the affirmative, becomes a stimulus, and this stimulus, hardly less than disgust at positive imbecility, leads the new art into a no-man's land representative of the habitable earth. This moment of sensual stimulus, of desire, which stands for a habitable earth as an objection to the affirmative, but also to the commodity character of art, and in this respect is the highest moment of art for Adorno, must be mediated by dissonance, as it is not immediately present in an art that has become allergic to the sensually pleasing, and is often even completely suppressed in favor of rationality. By means of the category of dissonance, on the other hand, it is possible to think of the sensual as transfigured into its antithesis, pain. The fact that the sensual does not appear as pleasing, but only in its antithesis, is on the one hand due to the permanent social threat of catastrophe, which does not allow us to impute meaning to this society and derive pleasure from it. On the other hand, it is discredited as pleasing by the culture industry, which does not care about this threat of catastrophe and exploits people's need for beauty. For Adorno, this transfiguration of the sensual even does more honor to the idea of beauty than if it were produced as something immediate and pleasing. Of course, it is itself subject to social and historical conditions. According to Adorno, a sensual taboo can at times not only apply to the pleasing, but also spill over to dissonance, since in the latter its opposite is still co-felt through negation, whereby dissonance would lie too close to reconciliation and become a false semblance of the human, similar to that of the culture industry. On the other hand, if dissonance makes this taboo absolute, it can also become completely indifferent material. In both cases, the objective experience directed against the ego in the face of beauty would not come about. Experience, the mode of cognition that abandons itself to the non-identical, indissolubly objective, is, however, an integral part of Adorno's concept of beauty. It is the subjective side of beauty. Although beauty cannot be defined subjectivistically, from the point of view of effect, as Adorno's critique of Kant has shown, it is just as little dissolved in objectivity, since it cannot be conceived without reflection on the human spirit. Beauty is only conceivable as a relationship of tension between subject and object. There is therefore no beauty without the subject. For Adorno, only that which has passed through its for other becomes beautiful in itself. However, this for other is the exact opposite of the desire for beauty to give something to the subject. For Adorno, beauty is not a wall in front of which the recipient only hears the echo of himself, as is the case with the products of the culture industry. The beautiful is only for the subject insofar as it revokes the subject's self-positioning and provides an insight into the essence, and not merely the facade of subjectivity, namely by reminding us of the disturbance that the subject does to the beautiful by behaving in a domineering manner towards its objectivity. Here, too, Adorno uses the beauty of nature as a model. In remembering nature, the ego emerges, spiritually, from its imprisonment in itself. In order to remember nature, however, it must first be overcome. According to Adorno, only the historically strengthened and nature-dominating subject has the power to step back from the beautiful and to revoke its self-establishment. In other words, only a subject that is free from the constraints of nature can relinquish its claim to dominance and give priority to an object. Since it is the subject that must venture into the uncovered and bridge the reflexive distance to the object, it must not already be objectively bound. However, according to Adorno, through this externalization in the failure of dominating subjectivity, the subject, namely the concrete, feeling and suffering individual, simultaneously comes into its own, which is able to experience a victimless non-identity through the spontaneity of thought. Here too, Adorno's argument is directed against idealistic subjectivity. Only the concrete individual can have experiences, and these are always suffering for Adorno as historical. This suffering represents both his own claim and that of the object, as it refers to the disjointedness of subject and object, which the subject feels in his own body. This experience with itself, which the subject has in the face of beauty and its appearance, has been the center of Adorno's thinking. Not least for this reason, the rescue of the category of beauty is so immensely urgent for him. Admittedly, the subject cannot experience its failure in the face of the pleasing, but only of the dissonant. On the part of the work, this is expressed in the disruption of form. Through the negative experience of dissonance, the subject, shaken by the incomprehensibility of the non-identical, becomes aware of its nothingness and limitation. The shocks of the incomprehensible strike back. They illuminate the senseless world. The new music sacrifices itself to this. It has taken all the darkness and guilt of the world upon itself. All its happiness lies in recognizing misfortune, all its beauty in denying itself the appearance of beauty. However, the pain in the face of the shocks and the realization of unhappiness also points to the longing for what has so far been blocked to the subject, the nodding identity. Only then does it reach beyond itself to that which is different. For Adorno, happiness and negativity are always mixed up. In the overwhelming, the erasure of the subject collapsing into itself, there is a moment of happiness only for the reason that the negative refers to the possibility of something non-negative. Only the dilettante finds beauty in what he does not hurt himself.
All bad subjectivism is precisely what makes it brittle. But the advantage of this method is also its greatest disadvantage, because it disregards a decisive moment right from the start. No thinking can be understood purely from itself, from its immanent logic. Rather, the logical discursive forms in which all thinking necessarily takes place are always forms of a particular experiential content, which motivates them, which they express, and whose organon is theory. All thinking, and critical theory in particular, is behavior guided by desire and need. Despite all the criticism of so-called wishful thinking, the desire, ultimately the desire for the good life, is inscribed in every thought in the emphatic sense. And where this desire is denied or pushed aside, where thinking is not saturated by experience, it becomes, however valid its results may be in detail, an accumulation of memorized sentences, a hollow rattling of concepts. The fact that thinking is driven by need is not subject to criticism, because all thinking arises from the need, ultimately from the need to survive, and because, as Adorno and Horkheimer explain in the Dialectic of Enlightenment, the projection of subjective impressions onto the object is inherently indispensable even in the simple act of perception. Rather, only the relationship between need and thinking can be criticized, whether the former is alienated from the thing that ignited it, in order to become aware of itself and the thing through its penetration, in order to finally perish in it. Where an experience remains completely within itself and proclaims itself as such, it hardens and becomes a confession, a reform of life, a compulsory morality, in short, a private lesson sealed off from all experience, which provides the basis for a social sociality. Everything depends on whether subjective immediacy is wasted on its object, as only a lover is on the object of his desire, whether he is able to drown in the object, as only a lover is at the height of pleasure. And what applies to every form of thinking also applies to its reception, because emphatic thinking, i.e. philosophy, as developed by critical theory and immanent critique, is subjective. It expresses the need to address phenomena in an insistent way, and its appropriation is also inevitably guided by need. It only becomes bad when the subject makes the thing equal to itself and its particular determinations and thus remains with itself. In short, when experience does not take place at all and the need remains completely with itself and hardens over it. That this was the case in the relationship between the 68 heirs and critical theory, that the need from which Horkheimer and Adorno were received was a superprojective one, seems to me to be irrefutably established and therefore not in need of any detailed derivation. The only thing of interest is the form of the need itself, and again, not for historical reconstructive reasons, but for the simple reason that the identitarian need, as one might call it, i.e. the obsession with instrumentalizing a way of thinking and its exponents as a source of ideas and key witnesses for one's own very different intentions, not only does not seem to be a thing of the past, but seems to be highly topical. It makes no difference at all whether critical theory is appropriated as a particularly sophisticated radical left-wing variant of the communist movement or as a kind of enlightened, self-critical variant of a bourgeois liberal outlook. What is crucial is not the respective content, but the form of the identitarian need itself, which urges us to assimilate every content according to the measure of our own unintentional intention, the main thing being that meaning is created, the main thing being that the individual does not have to speak for himself, but can derive his thoughts and actions from higher principles. If we look at the needs of the 68 heirs and at the same time understand the current need, we do not see the student movement in its objective political function, but take it seriously in its self-understanding as an anti-authoritarian movement which turned against the authorities and powers that be in word and deed, which was directed against the incapacitation of people by organized capitalism cushioned by the welfare state, which treated the immediate producers as disguised recipients of support. A movement that rebelled against the concomitant loss of a bourgeois and proletarian public sphere, which attributed the ossification of social conditions in post-war Germany to the unbroken continuity of authoritarian German traditions, and which advocated freedom from any predetermined authority and for personal initiative independent of immediate state requirements, and thus for a public sphere as the domain of responsible, self-reliant citizens. The movement strove to restore democracy as a matter for self-determining subjects who are accountable only to themselves and not to any authority, or to establish it for the first time, thereby making up for the civil democratic revolution that had so far failed to materialize in Germany. In the face of the German Intifada of 1989, Joseph Fischer said that for the first time since the bloody suppression of the Democratic Revolution of 1848, the term people in political language has a good, an upright sound again. It sounds like democracy, freedom, human rights. This request is somewhat belatedly raising self-awareness. Without doubt, it could now be demonstrated, as has already happened many times, not only in the Bahamas, that the democratic civic pathos that characterized the protest movement, as expressed in slogans about the politicization of research and teaching for the benefit of society as a whole, of the democratization not only of the university but also of the economy and of all areas of life, is based on that German-style state idealism against which the protest movement was verbally opposed. That the later socialist turn was already logically inherent in this idealism of the bourgeois genus, in the course of which this civic self-awareness began to break away from bourgeois life and to turn against its social natural basis with rabid means. As a result, the radical democratic engagement once again turned into the terror of virtue and life reform, as if in a kind of farce of farces, by its own logic and gravity. A critique of the New Left would, however, only be half the truth and thus completely untrue if it were to attack its civic idealism, but at least to defend the anti-authoritarian impulse, if not to vindicate it. Of course, the anti-authoritarian approach, which seems almost radically liberal, as represented by the 68 heirs, is not only not exempt from the self-destructive dialectic of the Enlightenment, but is an integral part of it. What is more, anti-authoritarian rebellion, which has always had a tendency towards violence and repression in civil liberty movements, is the ferment of the movement that seeks to abolish liberalism and the regime that emerges from this abolition, National Socialism. Anti-authoritarian protest and authoritarian state are not only not mutually exclusive, but are necessarily interdependent. If the 68 heirs now famously claimed the writings of Horkheimer and Adorno, namely Horkheimer's essay The Authoritarian State and Adorno's Studies on the Authoritarian Character, for their anti-authoritarian engagement, one could say that this reception was a non-reception, but that would be an understatement. In reality, the theoretical content was incessantly memorized, but in a constitutive and self-righteous blindness it was applied to everything except to oneself. The fact that liberalism necessarily turns into fascism was and is still being repeated ad nauseum, and the students did not realize that they were themselves in the process of carrying out and promoting this transformation. When Horkheimer, Adorno, and Lowenthal speak of the self-abolition of liberalism, this diagnosis is not only to be understood retrospectively, in relation to the past, as is usually the case, in such a way that the catastrophe of civilization, as it occurred in National Socialism, was already laid down in the Enlightenment, and in the earliest period. The whole thing also has a prospective meaning, namely that fascism, no matter how profound and epochal an event it may undoubtedly be, is not a new epoch, but rather old liberalism, which, at the end of its tether, is now revealing its most vicious and murderous sides. The supposedly new fascism is nothing more than the old, which does not want to pass and is capable of the greatest bestialities in this blind insistence. But the totalitarian order is nothing more than its predecessor, which has lost its inhibitions. Just as old people sometimes become as bad as they always were, class rule at the end of the epoch takes the form of the Volksgemeinschaft, people's community. The mediation is now abolished. Fascism is the truth of modern society, which was hit by the theory from the beginning. Because the concept of a history of capital is basically a contradiction in terms, inasmuch as the unconscious processing of capital describes not a qualitative change but a thoroughly negative self-development, even that dogmatic Marxism which, blind to all historical experience and infatuated with its metaphysics of essence, insists that fascism is only a manifestation of the capital relation, has a moment of truth. However, it is a moment that he himself cannot grasp and that unfolds in a way that goes against his intentions and his entire construction. All the objective determinations of the liberal political economy, capital, value, competition and, indeed, the real categories of the subject and interest, remain in force, but their social content is reversed, because fascism, namely German National Socialism, turns the fundamental moment of every form of human society, self-preservation, into a being toward death, as the Hitler of thought. Martin Heidegger, put it. In other words, it turns life into a life for the sake of downfall. Where once there was a purpose to life, there now reigns a purpose to death, as Hermann Brock once put it. In its liquidationist polemic against liberalism, fascism, in turn, is characterized throughout by the traits of a liberalism gone wild. The youth movement's resentment of the fascist movement against everything traditional, inherited and institutionally entrenched, the view that the state community had been usurped by egoistic interest groups that had spread like a fungus, the resentment against the unproductive in the name of honest labor, is a reprise of the bourgeois polemic against the profiteering of the absolutist state and a resumption of the anti-authoritarian impulse of bourgeois liberalism that is inherent in it, but one that has become completely vicious in itself. Nazi-fascism, which creates an economy that is completely dependent on state directives and, through such forced management, suspends or at least subjects to far-reaching restrictions the competition between functioning and variable capital, the commodity of labor power, thereby unleashes competition to an unimaginable extent. Indeed, realizing it for the first time in its purest form as a competition of displacement, as a fight to the death. It realizes them exactly according to the pathologically projected image of the survival of the fittest, which naturalistic criticism of civilization has always made of liberalism. What has been and is projected onto Anglo-Saxon liberalism or Judaism, boundless egoism, unbridled anarchy, the dissolution of all social cohesion, is what the virtually superfluous secretly long for. And it is fascism that turns this projection into social reality by providing it with institutional support and backing, and by staging the dream of all as a nightmare for those who are marked for elimination. It is not Anglo-Saxon liberal capitalism, but Nazi fascism that, as the popular slogans of today put it, realizes the dog-eat-dog society and pure capitalism, as a collective rampage of a disintegrating society driven into a sociality. As a regime that therefore deserved to be called neoliberal with good reason, Nazi fascism emancipates the subject even in the perverse sense by liquidating it. After the mediation of the bourgeois and citoyen in the form of bourgeois and proletarian public spheres has been withdrawn and confiscated, the bestial and abstract self-interest, which is solely concerned with its own advantage, has shed all conventions and customs, and acts with a profound indifference towards people and things. In other words, the blind, natural self-preservation, which has turned into naked greed, is combined with an equally blind, unintentional selflessness, completely seized by the unilluminated drive. This is the perverse unity of self-preservation and self-destruction in the individual, which can only be named, but not rationally understood. The declaration of enmity that drives all individuals, in the name of which they all band together, at the same time divides them and sets them in a relationship of bitter competition. Everyone wants to prove themselves, everyone wants to be the first and bite all the others away, because at the bottom of this competition lies the sheer panic of superfluity and that downfall that everyone at the same time suspects and longs for. In this way, Nazi fascism realizes freedom and equality, freedom as voluntary self-abandonment and an invitation to uninhibition, because everyone can make it from dishwasher to Gauleiter, as in an evil parody of the bourgeois promise of happiness, provided they serve the state to the best of their ability. And equality as self-administration of one's own oppression in the pack, as voluntary self-sacrifice and virtual self-destruction, which is to be held back by the sacrifice of others, the designated anti-subjects. The subject, which is free of all tutelage, does not measure itself against any objectivity, and is absolutely self-determined, is not the self-determined individual freed from coercion and thus the opposite of repressive objectivity, but on the contrary its adequate embodiment and its exemplar, the monad reflected back upon itself, which, precisely in its complete asociality and blindness to the outside world, reproduces its murderous dynamics upon itself and against others. The absolutely autonomous subject is the individual who has equated himself with the general subjectivity of the absolutized capital utilization, which has rid itself of all consideration and therefore coincides with annihilation. Subjectivism, which, in its unbridled radicalism, turns itself inside out, sets itself up as absolute, pursues its liquidation, which it initially carries out on others. National Socialism is the horrific triumph of that conformist rebellion that has characterized every freedom movement to date, that anti-authoritarian attitude that has coagulated into a system in Fichte's philosophy, that swaggering, insolent attitude that, in principle, does not recognize anything external, foreign, objective, incommensurable with the subject, and therefore can only end in the destruction of the useful world and the eradication of the objective at the subject itself. Because the total integration that National Socialism achieves is only the flip side of total asociality, because anti-authoritarian protest mobilizes and embodies precisely this moment of a social subjectivity, liberalism is to be mistrusted in the post-Nazi German polity just as much as statism. Both are not fundamentally different phenomena, but two sides of the same coin. The opposition between statists and liberals in this country is not an opposition at all. Each is right against the other, both together are wrong, because they act on a common basis that is not addressed by either side, so that a mere fencing match is in progress. The anti-statist effect of the liberals may be able to correctly name the authoritarian, regressive traits of statism, but it remains silent about its own descent from fascism and its own willingness to serve the worst resentments, usually in a very elegant way, and vice versa. The resentment of statists of all colors against liberalism is as malicious, liquidating, and untrue as liberals always rightly suspect, but it cannot only be ruled out that liberals in this country correspond exactly to the distorted image that fascists and state fanatics have always painted of liberalism, and that they stand for exactly the same asociality that drives people into the arms of fascism. When, therefore, the retreat from explicitly state-regulated forms is regularly sold by German liberals in an almost anti-German manner as a break with the unfortunate statist traditions of German provenance and even as a step forward for German conditions towards Anglo-Saxon liberalism, then this not only expresses the necessary narrow-mindedness of liberalism, which cannot admit, otherwise it would have to give itself up, that the differentia specifica of the German variant of capitalist socialization is not the mere fact of state intervention, but the short circuit between bourgeois legality and anti-bourgeois resentment, which is not abolished in the course of the ongoing dismantling of state regulation, but merely takes on a different, leaner, and more grassroots form. Liberalism cannot be re-established, Horkheimer writes in apodictic brevity towards the end of his essay The Jews and Europe, and this statement applies without restriction. Nowhere, not even in the USA and Great Britain, is the trust in the invisible hand unbroken. The fact that liberal currents today have to defend themselves against the state interventionism practiced everywhere and speak out for the restitution of liberalism already indicates that the naive, benign trust in the harmonizing effect of market laws, which once drove the liberal citizens of yesteryear, has long since vanished. The assumption that there was ever a pure, unadulterated liberalism that now needs to be realized again is pure faith today, which is certainly equal to the belief in the all-blessing effect of state intervention. In this context, it is worth remembering the truism that the rule of economic laws has never been as pure as liberal doctrine assumed, and that the liberal state, contrary to the self-image of its protagonists, has always had to act in a compensatory manner. In its immediate sense, the authoritarian, intervening state is not the exact opposite of the liberal state, but the liberal state itself in its otherness, which, however, is limited to subsequent compensatory action in terms of the scope of its actions. What distinguishes Germany from the Anglo-Saxon states is precisely this: that politics does not retroactively and compensatorily shape society, but rather permeates it and virtually merges with it, that the state becomes socialized, becoming the addressee and vehicle of homicidal popular movements, while in those countries where a formal separation of state and society has been able to institutionalize itself for a time, even the late capitalist state, which, as a consequence of liberalism, but thereby breaking with its basic assumptions, acts as a social planner, has never been able to completely shed its immediate authoritarian, socially elevated character. Because neither the complex of state social services is self-evident nor social conflicts have been successfully nationalized, state intervention has not shaped society, and the withdrawal of the state is not a matter that gives rise to a sense of doom and enemy. It all depends on the forms of social facts and the forms of thought that go with them, i.e., on how these facts are negotiated and enforced. What manifests itself in the anti-institutional furor of professed liberals in this country is the urge to eliminate those mediations, unwritten conventions, established rules, and institutional forms that prevent the individual from acting out his uneliminated impulses and evil resentments without restraint. In this context, it should be remembered that post-Nazi democracy did not abolish the National Socialist mobilization of the healthy national feeling, but only suspended it, but on the other hand, it also pushed it into latency and thus slowed it down by forcing it into the mediatizing form of the bourgeois principle of representation. And it should also be remembered that even in the post-Nazi state there were, and in some cases still are, areas in which statist regulation and state funding have enabled certain non-marketable branches of social production to eke out a precarious niche existence, which under other social circumstances would be taken over by patrons and sponsors, for example. Where the general consciousness does not expect the state to take on total responsibility for all aspects of the individual's life from the outset, where the willingness to help oneself has a tradition, the withdrawal of state regulations that are not taken for granted anyway will not cause the whole of society to collapse and sink into anomie. In this country, however, dismantling the welfare state means nothing but envy, hatred, and spittle, and the withdrawal of the interventionist state means its withdrawal into society, its diversification into countless local, competing sovereignties, all of which are driven by one thing: to make each other's lives as difficult as possible. The longing for the strong state articulated by the notorious statists is equal to the longing for the strong market, which post-Nazi liberals consistently imagine politically, entirely according to the model of the state, and from which they, like their hostile brothers, hope that the state will finally clean up with all the riffraff, the unproductive, the parasites, the modern artists, and all the illegitimate subsidy recipients who are only living off the honest citizen and taxpayer. An example may illustrate more effectively than any long-winded explanation what comes to light when fanatics of the strong market feel inspired by calls to clear out the subsidy state and attack old vested interests. A certain Dr. Christian D. Tig, in his capacity as head of music at the Berlin-Brandenburg Broadcasting Corporation, RBB, shone in the early morning program of Kulturradio on May 30, 2005 with the following introduction: "The program of the radio station must be designed in such a way that it still interests the spoiled taste and still seems pleasing and understandable to the undemanding. Particular attention should be paid to relaxation and entertainment, because the vast majority of all radio listeners have a right to find real relaxation and entertainment in their few hours of rest and leisure. In contrast, those who only want to be nourished by Kant and Hegel are of little consequence." And I would venture to say that every ARD director could also sign this without any major changes, and so could I, but I won't, because this quote comes from, "Please fasten your seatbelts, Joseph Goebbels." End of quote. The fact that people like Dr. D. Tig think the same way as the former Reich Minister of Propaganda is nothing new, nor is the fact that they track down their Volksgenossen in the spirit with uncanny certainty. But the fact that they no longer make a den of murderers out of their hearts and that they are now championing the cause of all those who no longer want to be bothered by art, which in their opinion only devours tax money but does not bring in anything, not even relaxation and entertainment, marks a new quality. Worse than the fact that it is possible today to call Joseph Goebbels as a chief witness for the needs of the lifestyle society in public and to criticize his speech held in 1936 in the same broadcasting house where Dr. D. Tig does his business, only because it is from Goebbels. Worse than this process are the reactions to it, which do not bode well for the future. The RBB then ordered his immediate dismissal, but it was not the habilitated Nazi sympathizer Dr. de Tig who was fired, but Martin Demmler, the, now former, RBB editor for New Music, who made the outrageous incident public and denounced it. Demmler was a denunciator and criminal, the RBB management announced, while de Tig's choice of words was merely not fortunate. Springer's Berliner Morgenpost had nothing to say about this approach. Only in the FAZ, which fortunately is still culturally conservative in these matters, did Eleanor Buning find appropriate words for the whole scandal. And Demmler is not the only one who is being treated this way for doing nothing more than defending the standard of what seemed to be self-evident yesterday. The initiative Das Ganze Werk, the whole work, which has been fighting against the so-called program reforms carried out in the last 2 years, especially in the RBB and NDR, which have reduced the respective cultural broadcasters to the level of a wellness doodlefunk, and who are making the modest demand that at least 4 hours a day should be devoted to whole works and not just to snippets, have been called cultural ayatollahs by the director of radio at NDR Kultur, Gernot Roman. When people in Germany take a swing at entrenched or encrusted structures, they always believe they are in league with an overpowering tendency. And it makes no difference at all whether this is, as with Hitler, Providence, with Helmut Schmidt, constraints of necessity, with the New Left, historical necessity, or with Nazified liberals, the market, or, with taskmasters like Dr. de Tig or Mr. Roman, public taste. The standards of counter-enlightenment include the fact that its exponents, in the delusional belief that they are the appointed executors of unstoppable developments, celebrate themselves as bringers of freedom and, with condescending gestures, either ridicule their opponents as die-hard reactionaries who will be swept away by the tide of time, or denounce them as alleged fundamentalists and educational dictators who must finally be put out of business. It is no coincidence that society, which is determined to break out of the paternalistic tutelage, has recently rediscovered the anti-authoritarian attitude of its once wayward and now successful offspring. Whether German society, which is suffocating in the paternalistic welfare state, does not need the radical cure of a new 68 to finally cut off the old traditions, is now being seriously discussed in the arts pages and on television. This shows to what extent the anti-authoritarian protest of a left-wing minority formulates a social need of the majority, which only admitted itself belatedly. In view of the above, it should come as no surprise that Horkheimer and Adorno were extremely repulsed by the anti-authoritarian rebellion of their students, whom they would have liked to consign to the scrap heap as representatives of an outdated, elitist critique that was failing to meet the challenges of the new age. The rebellious attitude, which a decade ago was still the privilege of mavericks, is today an expression of conformism. People want to belong, not be seen as a wimp, Horkheimer laconically noted in 1968. This also says it all about the ideology of the new old, anti-authoritarian liberalism. Adorno and Horkheimer's polemic against the student movement is born by the almost prophetic insight that democratically minded anti-authoritarian protest will release nothing other than the old order again, but now without any inhibitions. Their attitude was one of not harboring any illusions about the situation, of stating that liberal forms of mediation based on the rule of law are no longer substantial in the post-Nazi state, but precisely because of this knowledge, not to because it is better, more digestible for people, if the circumstances are not presented as naked as they could be, but if it is done as if authenticity would be hell. In this context, Adorno's thoughts in the Minima Moralia from the late 1940s read like a comment on the student movement and current events. We owe our lives to the difference between the economic framework, late industrialism, and the political facade. The difference is slight for theoretical criticism. The illusory character of, for example, the alleged public opinion, the primacy of the economy in the actual decisions can be demonstrated everywhere. For countless individuals, however, the thin and ephemeral shell is the reason for their entire existence. Those whose thoughts and actions are the only things that can bring about change, the only essential thing, owe their existence to the unessential, to appearance, to what may come to light as mere chance according to the laws of great historical development. But does this not affect the entire construction of essence and appearance? Measured by the concept, the individual has indeed become as meaningless as Hegel's philosophy anticipated. But subspecie individuationis, absolute contingency, the tolerated, quasi-abnormal survival itself is the essential. The world is a system of horror, but that is why it does too much honor to those who think of it entirely as a system, because its unifying principle is division, and it reconciles by purely enforcing the irreconcilability of the general and the particular. Its essence is the non-essence, but its appearance, the lie, by virtue of which it continues to exist, is the placeholder of truth. It is precisely in the face of such statements that the 68 heirs, disappointed that the critical theory did not live up to the projective image they had of it, its exponents, who did not behave as they expected and demanded of them, betrayal of the radicalism of their own thinking, betrayal above all of the political and practical consequences that were supposedly to be drawn from it. This not only expresses the extent to which the anti-authoritarian protest was essentially a rebellion of the young against those whom they had just idolized as authorities. It is manifested in this attitude, which seeks unconditional loyalty and demands a pledge of allegiance, and which disqualifies all those who do not give it as traitors. Above all, what an unbridgeable abyss existed from the outset between the experiential content of critical theory and the political needs of the New Left, which were projected onto it. The Cologne sociologist Erwin K. Struch had disparagingly described the rebelling students as Anabaptists of the affluent society at the time, and in retrospect it will have to be said that this characterization, which was made with a thoroughly resentful and emancipation-hostile intent, is quite accurate. For in fact the student movement was not a revolutionary movement at its core, but rather a reform and revival movement that was idealistic in the worst sense of the word, which in the name of radical democratic or socialist legitimized faith against bourgeois egoism, in the name of selfless political engagement against apolitical and selfish consumerism, in the name of a true essence against superficial and deceptive appearances, and who was therefore driven by a fundamental contempt for the wealth produced by society and the beautiful appearance of the world of commodities, which was based worldwide on the exploitation of the Third World and only manipulated and pacified people here, distracting them from their true interests and the really important things, such as political activity. The aim was to make a tabula rasa of all social mediation in a radically subjectivist, anti-authoritarian sense, to tear away the merely deceptive shell of social life, to redeem society from the materialism and vice of private consumption through the virtue and idealism of politics. A redemption that the small, ostracized community of the chosen wanted to set the signal for and that they hoped to serve by becoming selfless advocates of the revolution, the proletariat, true democracy, and the oppressed peoples. A necessary complement to this urge for redemption was, as with all movements of this kind, an awareness of the end times, the belief that one was in the last and decisive battle, in which any weighing up, discussing, mediating was virtually forbidden, but in which only the utmost subjective determination, immediate practice, and unconditional identification counted. A political movement that stands for an idealistically exaggerated absolute subjectivism and a way of thinking whose basic materialistic intention consists precisely in the criticism of blind, unbridled subjectivism and is aimed at realizing the primacy of the object are incompatible in every respect. Critical theory is not a superficially political theory, not even a social theory in the common sense, and any attempt to understand it in this way must lead astray. Critical theory is philosophy that, following the radical self-critique of the absolute spirit carried out by Marx and pronounced in Adorno's negative dialectic, makes the effort to turn its activity, the mediation of a knowledge that aims at the whole, and its medium, in which this activity necessarily takes place, the concept, against its own conditioning nature, in order to remain true to emphatic experiences. This endeavor is critical because it recognizes the intellectual reproduction of the movement of capital in the activity of subsuming and classifying, which is carried out blindly against its own preconditions. Philosophy, the epitome of the subjective mediation of the given, should waste itself on that which the concept has its substance, on the thing itself. What such self-critical philosophy aims at, and according to Marx's critique of knowledge, there can no longer be any philosophy that does not behave in a self-critical manner, is what Adorno calls unregulated or ungangled experience. If one wants to speak of betrayal, then it was the 68 heirs themselves who practiced it, namely the betrayal of their own experiences, on the basis of which they had come across the writings of critical theory in the first place, experiences that were buried under a heap of empty phrases and replaced by ideological kitsch. Contrary to a widespread understanding, it is not sympathy for the exploited and disenfranchised, a primarily altruistic moment, that motivates insight and engagement, but rather experiences that are usually outside of any immediate socially relevant or political issues, experiences that would be considered rather remote or accidental by this standard. Experiences that are more like an attack because something about the world suddenly dawns on you in them, concrete insights that have such a force that even in their isolation the possibility of the whole is contained. The fragmentary concrete. The rasping tone of a person in which, as in a burning mirror, the whole authoritarian self-assertion of conformist to social appears, the pedantic, condescending, smart-alecky way of good people who in an instant reveal everything about the resentful and domineering nature of this milieu, or, if you want it to be positive, a sound in which the whole confidence that everything can be good is bundled. A music in which the possibility of a non-commodified, fulfilled lifetime flashes up as if in a single moment, a sentence that in its precision and linguistic perfectness suddenly illuminates something that was secretly known but for which no real expression could be found. Even if it is only that it explains why something was so unclear, these are the sudden, unregulated, Ungangelton experiences that are at the center of Adorno's thinking. For example, because the bourgeois subject is a born positivist, i.e., is so constituted that it thinks of itself as sovereign, behaves as if the world were at its service, as if things and people were the material of its own endeavors, which can be understood entirely from within, it is experiences of this kind that shatter this constitutive illusion, which, it should be noted, is not a delusion but an objectively induced, and therefore real-world, illusion, that one possesses the world and one's experience as if it were a possession. In such seemingly remote experiences, which overwhelm one to such an extent that one forgets one's unavoidable subjective limitations and the time calculation of the stupid everyday, something of the primacy of the object suddenly appears, the subject perceives something of its existence as nature divided from itself. And the perspective opens up that the subject turns its identifying and subsuming activity against itself and wastes it on what it has its denied substance, the outer as well as its own, drive, nature. The subject initially experiences such unintentional layers and alien impulses as an affront to its socially constituted narcissism. Unregulated experience will inevitably always come too close to the recognizing subject as well as to its addressee, by suddenly catapulting it out of the false familiarity with everyday reality. This is the fundamental transgression of every authentic insight, and in this respect it has, if you like, a somatic moment, one that makes itself felt physically, where the subject is no longer quite with itself. Where insight is most advanced, it is at the same time closest to its apparent opposite, the motive force. The decisive thing about such experiences is that they are directed against the experiencing subject, that the experience of the foreign makes the individual foreign to himself. Not the subject has experiences like a possession, on the contrary. Authentic experience has the experiencing subject in its grip, no longer lets go of it, drives it around, and everything depends on the willingness of the individual to be overwhelmed by experience at the same time and to withstand such an overwhelming. By patiently and insistently dwelling on the matter until its apparent isolation dissolves, revealing the full wealth of its mediation and the subject is submerged in the matter, subjectivity is in the knowledge in the form of its own negation. A realization offers up all our experiences, only to destroy our experience. Emancipation does not mean self-assertion or even the realization of the subject. It does not mean inheriting bourgeois creation myths, but rather, to finally realize the precedence of the object through the subject and for it in a socially practical way, the reconciliation of people, of their external and internal nature, and the prefiguration of this is the subject being overwhelmed by experiences of an emphatic character. The crucial point here is that this concept of unhindered experience is in turn based on the model of aesthetic experience, and what is more, that it forms the point of indifference between aesthetics and the critique of philosophy and society. The student movement should therefore not only be reproached for blindly absorbing critical theory and instrumentalizing it for its own political purposes, but also for only receiving it out of a political need and thus denying the experiential content that it expresses and that must have somehow driven the 68 heirs themselves. This split is surprising, if only because Adorno's writings, if one wants to quantify them area-specifically, consist of just 2 volumes of social theory in the narrower sense, namely the sociological writings, while the rest consists of about a third of philosophy criticism, but the majority of writings on art and music in particular. The reception of critical theory by the 1968 heirs was based on the not even explicitly, but tacitly implemented and self-evidently assumed division of critical theory into, on the one hand, political theory and, on the other hand, art criticism, the supposed main thing, the social theory, which was eagerly received, and the essays on art, which were either ignored, dismissed as elitist bourgeois eccentricities, or exploited for a few social theoretical aperçus from which a kind of surplus profit was skimmed off, which was then profitably invested in the next essay or the next campaign, as if to provide left-wing proof that art sometimes pays off. That unadulterated experience inevitably points to an aesthetic attitude, to a love of beautiful appearance, is confirmed ex negativo by the fact that the accusation of treason directed at critical theory has always been attached either to the educated bourgeois habitus of its representatives or to their interest in art and aesthetics. This accusation was expressed most bluntly in a leaflet that Dieter Kunzelmann's Commune 1 had written on the occasion of a lecture by Adorno in Berlin in July 1967, which expresses the whole movement's Philistinism, which has always been linked to the barbarism of the immediate. Quote, Theodore W. Adorno is coming to Berlin to talk about aesthetic problems. He will talk to us about Iphigenia, by Goethe, I think, and will want to claim our rationality for it. But he's a bit too late. Because we only listen to the words of the great Chairman Mao, the slogans of the revolution. What good is old Adorno and his theory to us, which disgusts us because it says nothing about how to burn down this shitty university and a few American houses, one for every terrorist attack on Vietnam. Because he doesn't donate 1,000 marks to the Viet Cong, that would be a helicopter plus 18 dead GIs plus 10 with no feet. Society and Adorno understand each other quite well. Horrendous fees. One renounces arson, the other doesn't even need to imprison the theory. His words may rot in his mouth. End of quote. It is part of the nature of the anti-authoritarian attitude that its representatives, whether they be Nazis, the Commune or today's radio editors, are guided by blind hatred of that which they cannot reach and which they deny themselves. Nothing may exist that does not fit seamlessly into the narrow horizon of the subject from the outset. Horkheimer characterized the repressive intolerance of this attitude, which is in immediate conformity with objective social tendencies, as follows: it is becoming increasingly clear that the students' rebellion represents a consequent form of positivism. If one disregards the ideological embellishment, the general and confused objectives of a just order freed from all coercion, then their demands amount to the fact that nothing is allowed to count that cannot be proven. They are against everything that is connected with tradition and the traditional institutions. Every motive that cannot be scientifically justified is for them romanticism, stuffiness, etc. They turn the perfectly justified demand for a long overdue reform of the university into claims for their rights, which amount to the rape of the vast majority of students and even of lecturers who are willing to reform, and they assert these claims using methods that can only be understood as those of a left-wing fascism. The affinity to the mindset of the Nazis, who were striving for power, is unmistakable. If, as is likely, a right-wing dictatorship should come to power in the Western industrialized countries, then one will be able to find not a few of today's left-wing radicals in the ranks of the new rulers. The division of critical theory into social theory and aesthetics, as well as the anti-aesthetic effect implicit in it, would not be worth mentioning if anything had changed. But even for the most advanced forms of materialist critique, this division still seems to be a matter of course, and the necessary consequences that result from it are also the contempt for the form in which a thought must necessarily be communicated and which is indicated in sloppy language and thus excused by the fact that, as the old leftist lazy excuse goes, it is the content that matters. An attitude that, instead of freely approaching the matter in hand, seeks cover in theory, expects it to provide shelter and intellectual protection, the accompanying illusion of being able to dispose of the respective objects and one's own experiences, to command the world intellectually, as it were, the treatment of knowledge as a retrievable of mnemonic sentences. But above all, an attitude from which one brings mistrust and resistance to experiences that are not immediately transparent, in order to cling to stale and phrase-like rationalizations that promise apparent certainty and precision. Aesthetic experience is related to undiminished, self-critical knowledge in that it counters the need for backing, for absolute mental security and the rationalization compulsion that is implied in it. Knowledge that counts in earnest and that has a truly explosive character is not a strategic arrangement in which everything is decided in advance and organized according to immediate, comprehensible criteria of ends and means, but rather resembles a passion from which one cannot escape and to which one surrenders without reservation, but with a watchful mind, without knowing exactly where it will lead. This would be the most precise and honest answer to the question of why one champions the unity of the many without coercion, even under circumstances in which the prospect of realizing this seems hopelessly obscured. What Adorno noted about the sense of form according to which good composers organize the course of their music can be transferred immediately to authentic recognition, which contains the instruction to break out of the false hole. It is the coercive consciousness of an objectivity whose norm is nevertheless hidden from itself, opaque is, a sense of form means, listening to the music to see where it wants to go on its own, as far removed from the imposed will, the imposed architecture and the alien necessities in which the subjective arbitrariness that has become blind usually entrenches itself, unwavering in the dark, no different from the authentic linguistic structures of modernity. But this requires the utmost subjective effort. It is not philosophy, as a supposedly fixed system of categories, that can be learned, Adorno quotes Kant elsewhere, but at most philosophizing, a way of behaving, a position towards the world. But philosophizing does not primarily mean striving for truth or setting oneself any higher noble goal, but rather, sharing what comes to one in the things. This, however, presupposes an aesthetic relationship to things and to people, the willingness to let oneself be seized by the object and to allow one's productive imagination to be ignited by even the most inconspicuous or seemingly remote details. This behavior is aesthetic because it is modeled on works of art and the experience of them. Works of art project a counterworld that is lifted from the empirical world, even directed against it, but totally related to it, and whose determinations return to it and in it, however recognizable or unrecognizable, however directly or transformed. Like the real world, the counterworld of artworks exists as an artifact that, although created by people, breaks away from them, becomes independent of them, gains a life of its own and unfolds in history. The definition of art as a form of knowledge sui generis cannot be separated from its fetishistic independence. By bringing together the moments that have been blown out of social empiricism as aesthetic materials according to their specific formal laws, works of art they represent, in an irresistible and enigmatic form, objectivizations of something new, something that has never existed before. They express a social content of experience that exceeds the horizon of the individual consciousness and transcends the existing society. Works of art, as Adorno put it, are the social antithesis to society, which demand that the viewer or listener resolve their enigmatic character. Works of art stand polemically against all triumphant subjectivism, allowing the subjective to be expressed only in its objectified form and demanding that the recipient do the same. It is not the subject that recognizes art, but rather the other way around. The works of art recognize the subject. The function of the culture industry is to turn this relationship on its head. What is meant by culture industry is not a specific industry, but rather an objective social mechanism that encompasses all areas of life and, by means of the democratic adaptation of works of art to immediate needs and the mass production of standardized cultural waste, aims to eliminate the productive tension between the art object and the viewer, which is based on the character of the foreign. And on the other hand, the loading of everyday things, phenomena, processes, and activities with meaning and sense, an existentialization of existence, a culturalization of all areas of life. Nothing should remain of art except its abstract nimbus, which is ultimately transferred to everything that can be found, with the effect that today one reverently kneels before any barbarism, provided that it presents itself as an expression of culture, a process that was significantly accelerated by the anti-authoritarian protest against dusty, elitist art and still finds its most determined protagonists in the gray-haired 68 heirs. What the indispensable aesthetic moment in critical theory is can best be understood ex negativo from the criticism that Ulrich Enderwitz, also an old 68er, once directed at Adorno. He once said that Adorno was a child of the 19th century and its emphatically positive concept of appearance, and that Adorno's concept of the non-identical, his intention to save the beautiful appearance and to make himself its trustee, was a romantic relic and the affirmative aspect of Adorno. Enderwitz does indeed touch on the crucial point at which affirmative conceptual clatter and critical endeavor are radically separated from one another, with the difference, of course, that what he would like to see eradicated is the very thing that is absolutely ineradicable from criticism. Adorno formulates the aesthetic intention of philosophical critique in one of his most poetic passages as follows: "No light is on people and things in which transcendence does not shine." The indelible element in the resistance to the fungible world of exchange is that of the eye that does not want the colors of the world to be destroyed. In the light, the lightless promises itself. This delicate and poetic formulation is at the same time the most prosaic and crudest polemic against the intellectual bureaucracy that has always been practiced, especially on the left. Those who do not cling to the beautiful appearance, who do not allow themselves to be overwhelmed by it, are also lost to criticism, because criticism in the truly emancipatory sense can only arise from an experience that arises from the idiosyncratic offense that it means that the capitalized world threatens to destroy the beautiful appearance that it itself produces. The center of all critical effort and a practice equal to it is therefore something that is not political, that does not aim at confirmation and identity, but at the questioning of the cognizing subject, and that could not be learned, taught, or organized. Materialist critique must and will refuse to recognize needs of this kind, or it will give itself up. All that can be done is to point to unregulated experience, to its indispensability. It is up to each individual to make it. The prose of Gustave Flaubert, like his correspondence, revolves obsessively around the connection between literature and somatics, between writing, reading, speaking and eating, digesting, vomiting. No author before Franz Kafka, in whose work this connection was spun out in a more differentiated way than ever before, has so radically contradicted the bourgeois prejudice that opposes language as a form of expression of the mind to the sensual impulses of the body. Flaubert himself was not a bohemian or a bourgeois shocker, but embodied the physical inability of the bourgeois subject to live as it should. Flaubert's unwillingness to pursue a bourgeois profession, which he attributed in letters and notes to the physical disgust for such an existence, corresponded with his inability to make writing his profession. Goethe, the inventor and symbolic figure of the whole man, who could administer and write poetry, be faithful and unfaithful, be bourgeois and a citizen, work and play, was not aware of the contradiction that threatened to tear Flaubert apart, or at least he successfully repressed it. Kafka, who hermetically separated his work in the insurance company office from his second, nocturnal, and intimate existence, made a double life out of this contradiction. Between the two, the author of the bourgeoisie and the author of the 20th century, Flaubert stands as an existentially unemployed citizen. As a passionate bachelor, he, like Kafka, founded no succession of generations, no family, and no school. As a solitary adult, he lived, because conventional adult life was distasteful to him, like an ageless child, alternating between family members, lovers, or alone. But as a writer who wanted to let the physiognomy of his era take shape in a monological, unrepeatable work, he was obliged to the concept of work of Goethe, which Kafka finally destroyed with his non-work. Goethe was famous, Kafka was afraid of fame and wished that his posthumous work would be destroyed. Flaubert desired fame and despised himself for it all his life. The experience of being too late in his era and embodying a form of existence that is about to be cancelled in real history, while only this disappearing way of being could have been appropriate to his own life. This experience of being too late in his era and embodying a form of existence that is about to be consigned to history, while only this vanishing way of life could have been appropriate to his own life, is articulated in Flaubert's work in the form of disgust, retching and vomiting, which repeatedly caused him to lose the stylistic composure and habitual discipline that every sentence of his work testifies to. In 1872, while working on the fragment of the novel Bavard and Pécuchet, which was to be part of an encyclopedia of human stupidity, he wrote to his friend Ernest Feydeau, "I devour printed pages and make notes for a book in which I will try to spit out my bile on my contemporaries. This vomiting will probably take me several years." The literary work is depicted as an arduous and distasteful act of digestion, in which the subject incorporates reality, which presents itself to him as repulsive and tasteless, unwillingly and with disgust, transforms it in the intestinal tract of the mind and brings it out of himself again, changed. Part of what the author has swallowed is regurgitated, another part becomes excrement. And only what remains in the process of self-torturous eating, vomiting and defecating as a coagulated form of expression of the experience of reality deserves to be called a work. The fact that the bourgeois author, in the face of his real liquidation, gains a similar relationship to his writing as to his metabolism, has, in addition to Kafka, probably only been brought to the point in a similarly drastic way by Thomas Mann in his diaries, which revolve around his own innards. In the Flaubert chapter of his essay A Brief History of the Body, one of the few philosophical texts to deal with the forms of mediation between language and somatics in the working practices of modernist writers, Jean Starobinski, 1968, showed how closely Flaubert's metaphors of vomiting link his self-reflections with his literary work. Starobinski cites examples from Flaubert's letters from the 1850s onwards. The basic stench of the topics he had to deal with when writing made Flaubert feel sick, and the ordinariness of my topic caused him nausea. In Madame Bovary, according to Starobinski, the word nausea appears only once, but in a telling place, in the description of Emma's self-poisoning, when it says, "And a nausea seized her so suddenly that she hardly had time to get her handkerchief out from under her pillow." In October 1853, Flaubert used similar words to describe the process of working on his novel, which was repeatedly interrupted and caused him physical and mental distress. "This book is torturing me to such an extent that it sometimes makes me physically ill. For 3 weeks now, I have often had such severe pain that I could faint. Then again, I have anxiety attacks or even nausea at the table. Everything disgusts me." End of quote. The torture that Flaubert describes cannot be adequately described in terms of work. It does not arise from the production of a product that is then handed over to the public so that it can unfold productively in the circle of the audience, but is a side effect of a negative, unproductive, and yet active activity of defense, excretion and rejection. Starobinski interprets a key passage in Madame Bovary as an implicit reflection of this self-awareness. After Emma's death, a nauseating fluid flows from her lips during the laying out of the body, as if it were a remnant of her life. Then they bent over her to put the wreath on her head. They had to lift her head a little to do so, and then a whole torrent of black liquid, like vomit, came out of her mouth. Starobinski connects this scene with a note by Flaubert from August 1853, in which he writes, "Beautiful liquid, this dark liquid. And dangerous. How one can drown in it. How it attracts you." Starobinski comments on the correspondence between the two passages as follows: "The heroine, whose love fever found its pretext in the images of bad literature, slips over into death and final coldness with the taste of the liquid in her mouth that determined her existence. A mirror image of the poisoning. This life, misdirected by the false magic of reading, ends as if the false magic of writing were revealed with it. Flaubert's much-quoted dictum, "I am Madame Bovary," can be sharpened in the sense of this analogy. The decals of a better life that Emma consumed in the form of love stories and that inspired her with desires that could not be reconciled with the reality of life appear at the end of the novel in the form of the ink-colored poison that the deceased emits as the indigestible residue, the false life that is incompatible with the longings of the individual, which denies the real one in death. These remnants, the waste of hopes and illusions produced by bourgeois society, are what Flaubert writes out, not so much to write up, but to write out, to the end, and thereby seeks to repel from himself. The process of projecting and producing Flaubert's books, which took years and decades and many of which were created simultaneously next to and against each other in the manner of overlapping crystallizations, reflects this starting situation. Education Sentimental, published in 1869, belongs to the comparatively early context of Madame Bovary, while the Hermetic historical novel Salammbô, which belongs to Flaubert's later work, was published as early as 1862. The Three Tales, published in 1877, 3 years before Flaubert's death, Three Tales harks back to his early work, while the posthumously published materials on Bouvard and Pécuchet, with their attempt at an unsystematic, encyclopedic exploration of stupidity and its linguistic sediments, form a synopsis of Flaubert's entire oeuvre. Flaubert's 200th birthday will be celebrated on December 12, while the 150th anniversary of Marcel Proust's birth was already celebrated on July 10. 50 years younger than Flaubert and, unlike him, a witness to the 20th century, Proust died in 1922, 42 years after Flaubert. Proust seems to belong entirely to the modern age in terms of his life and experiences. Unlike Flaubert, Proust experienced and commented on the Dreyfus trial and the beginning and end of the First World War in 1894. As a contemporary, he observed the destructive tendencies of the immense acceleration of urban everyday life since the early 20th century, which were completely unleashed in the war. The melancholic tone of his work is an expression of the awareness of being a witness to the irreversible self-destruction of bourgeois culture in the late 19th century. Not least for this reason, Walter Benjamin was almost obsessively preoccupied with Proust. At the same time, however, Proust was exempt from the problems of form and content that characterized Flaubert's work in a way that makes him seem less modern than Flaubert. In his search for lost time, in a creative process that increasingly linked his life and work from around 1890 to 1913, Proust absorbed literary forms of modernism that were only tentatively emerging in Flaubert's work, and which were then further developed in Proust's era by James Joyce, Virginia Woolf, Robert Musil, William Faulkner, and others. Stream of consciousness. The dissolution of narration through essayistic digressions and the pointillistic diffusion of the plot into individual moments. At the same time, however, Proust's Recherche represents a modern recapture of the bourgeois ideal of the work of art that develops organically from its self-imposed form and yet is completely intertwined with the person who creates it. The indelible gulf between life and work, between disgust with reality and the reality of the work, which characterized Flaubert's writing, recedes in Recherche in favor of incommensurable moments captured in their transience, which, although they belong to the past, evoke experiences of totality in memory in a shocking way. This is expressed in a different determination of the relationship between writing and the somatic. Whereas in Flaubert's work the reality of bourgeois everyday life can only be perceived in the mode of idiosyncrasy and the entire work follows an impulse of repulsion and expulsion of empiricism, Flaubert's most consequent student in this regard was Stéphane Mallarmé. The leitmotif of the Recherche is not impulses of repulsion, but rather identification that appears in the medium of spontaneous recollection. The taste of Madeleine, the scent of flowers or animals, the voices of children, the atmospheric web of a winter evening. One can interpret this as meaning that Proust overcame Flaubert's disgust with reality on the basis of the heightened capacity for experience of aesthetic modernism. But it can also be understood as a softening of Flaubert's harsh awareness of the incompatibility of reality and bourgeois subjectivity. The vibrant coldness that makes every single sentence of Madame Bovary seem like an epitaph to what it describes is not contradicted by the shimmering diversity of experience with which Proust went beyond Flaubert. In 1983, Sophie Caillé created the Address Book, which, like almost all of her works, cannot be assigned to any genre, not even to a specific art form. Since the 1970s, Caillé had made it a habit to follow randomly selected passers-by in Paris, equipped with a small camera and a notebook. The involuntary city guides served her as anchor points for fantasies, stories, and meticulously recorded detective games. Caillé has made a new art form out of the deliberate violation of privacy, including her own. She had her mother observe her by detectives or took a job as a maid in a hotel to systematically search the private belongings of the guests. The address book, published in German last year by Schurkamp, brings together columns that she wrote for Liberation about a stranger, the owner of an address and telephone directory that she had found one day. She copied the book, sent the original back to the owner, and then contacted all the people listed in it to ask them to share their memories and experiences of the stranger. Some refused, but many answered her questions without hesitation, providing the material that was processed in the columns. The address book is neither literature nor a document, neither visual art nor performance, but a genuine, incommensurable form, a testimony and reflection of an action that once again gave truly ruthless validity to the demand, which has become a cliché, that art must transgress boundaries, by understanding art as an act in the legal sense as well. This act, which preceded the columns rather than being based on them, is reminiscent of a desire that is thoroughly suppressed in people's everyday lives, to disappear into the lives of others that one will never get to know, to simply switch to the world of some stranger in order to shed the shell of one's own identity, but also to break through the rules and behaviors with which people constantly draw dividing lines around themselves in a purposeless affront. The owner of the address book, who later sued Kaye, had correctly understood that her aim was to understand art as an infringement, as an insubordinate intrusion into the lives of people, who, if she takes her own claims seriously, she must offend in order to concern them. Genuinely literary forms also emerged in extraliterary contexts, from which they were imported into literature, communicated with its forms and joined together to form something new. The entire literary modern age can be understood from this perspective, as a concentrated attempt by literature to absorb that which is distant from it, similar to language but not emerging from it, and to reflect on it as something foreign. The form of prose that Marcel Proust developed in the La Recherche du Temps perdu seeks to bring to linguistic expression the mute layers of somatic experience in the subject that are evoked by taste, smell, or sound. Here too, the detective impulse of such work is hinted at in the title. The author must, as it were, always be ready to catch his subject at the precise moment when it reveals itself, and must devote all his concentration to getting on the trail of the object, which is never fully available and always resists, by recognizing its independence. This is why the detective story developed as a popular side form of aesthetic modernism. What they both had in common was a new awareness of the primacy of the object, which in the case of literature is not simply language as material, but as an original form of expression that is distant from language, from that which necessarily eludes it. Montage and collage as literary techniques therefore do not simply adapt techniques from the visual arts, photography, or film, but attempt to do in the mode of language what the other arts were striving for at the same time in their own forms, to break open their own, immanent logic by assimilating and allowing to migrate into them that which is distant from them, the fragments of reality that never resolves into aesthetic form. This is why montage and collage, contrary to what stale art lessons still teach, are not historical means of the ever-evolving arts, but aesthetic forms of thought that necessarily renew themselves according to their own dynamics. In his work, the recently deceased Roar Wolf combined all the developed forms of literary modernism, from Proust to Kafka to Beckett, with the visual techniques of surrealism and with trivial forms of adventure and detective novels, not to decenter the arts in an intermediate way or to expose them to the whims of unreason, but to take them seriously as an omnipresent archive of human experience and thought. His Encyclopedia for Intrepid Readers, a collection of fragments of human speech and chatter in the tradition of Karl Kraus' Third Walpurgis Night, which was published from 1983 onwards and literally pieced together and glued together, illustrates the universalistic claim that the technique of piecing together has always had. This technique is by no means exhausted by opening up the supposedly closed and thus somewhat authoritarian literary genres of poetry, prose, and drama to the public, collectivity, etc. Rather, it serves at least as much to open up intimate, silent, somatic dimensions of the subject's experience that in turn refer to its reality. Friederich Mayrocker, for example, with the form of the Magischblätter, magic pages, that she created, pursues something like a spontaneous and yet practiced, unsystematic systematic self-capture, with which the author seeks to track down the thoughts that he has without knowing them and the feelings that are buried under habitualized forms of feeling. Here too, the notebook proves to be an appropriate form of expression, as a loose compendium of ideas, memorized sentences, plans and fantasies. In her text-image collages from around the turn of the millennium, such as Im Harknoten wohnt ein Dame, A Lady Lives in the Hairknot, or Die Blassen Herren mit den Mocha-Tassen, The Pale Gentleman with the Mocha Cups, Herta Müller combines lyrical texts with reproductions of cut-out letters and words, which thereby gain a figurative dimension and are ornamented with drawings and scribbles. This sometimes recalls children's art, but also reminds us of blackmail letters or secret messages, in other words, clandestine and anonymous forms of communication that require a different means of communication than the usual media. Techniques of collage, fragmentation, and compendium thus serve as repositories of private, pre-public impulses that remain in the prelinguistic, but precisely because of this represent the general. These are not unreal or imaginary, but rather parts of the reality of experience that fall through the cracks in the everyday reality that we call reality. The aesthetic impulse aims to capture such parts of reality and to ensnare them in its own fabric of forms, without making them commensurable. There is much to be said for seeing the difference between the social and the aesthetic sphere less in the difference between representation and non-representation than in the intention of aesthetic expression to catch its object, which is reality, instead of merely representing it, to capture it instead of defining and pinning it down. In his WINNETOU study Geistersprach, Zweck und die Mittel der Lyrik, Ghost Language, The Purpose and Means of Poetry, literary scholar Heinz Schlaffer develops the idea, contrary to the instrumentalist subtitle, that lyrical speech in the modern age has become the last remaining repository of a communicativeness that no longer has a place in the present. Precisely because lyric poetry in the form of spells, rhapsodies, epics, etc., was once a collective human form of expression sui generis, it has become more and more the privileged form of hermetic, enigmatic, anti-communicative speech in modern times, which, in its self-sealing against communication, preserves the communicative potential of human language as unusable. Poetry becomes such a place of memory not because of the intentions of the poets or the audience, but behind the backs of those whose production and reception constitute literary forms. If we take this idea seriously, literature, and indeed authentic art in general, is the only form of human memory that is created through free activity and reflected spontaneity, because it preserves all those experiences, effects, feelings and traces of reality that are merely collected, filtered, named, classified, and represented in the media of social and historical self-assurance, from museums to encyclopedias to approved and therefore bad art. The more the art business, under the sign of civil engagement, political opinion, and aesthetic manipulation, serves only the collective self-assurance of groups and institutions, the more unstable the ability of the aesthetic sphere to capture what society only organizes, comments on, or propagates. When literature, as in Mayrocker's Magisch Blätter, seems to be returning to the private note and scribbling from which it once emerged, this testifies to how narrow the space has become in which the free gesture of the individual, which eludes not only the general but also the individual himself, can be articulated and felt. On August 9, 1894, Karl May wrote to the zoologist Gustav Eberhard Jäger, who was a friend of his and had expressed cautious doubts about the authenticity of his experiences in his Indian stories. I have actually visited those countries and speak the languages of the peoples concerned. Even without knowing this, every expert must and will see from my works that I could not possibly have done such studies in the study. The characters I bring to life, Halef Omar, WINNETOU, Old Firehand, have lived or are still alive and were my friends. End of quote. May's frequent statements that the characters he invented not only had real-life counterparts, but were also his friends, that he lived with them and learned their languages, are regarded by literary scholars, who have long since run out of imagination, as proof of May's imposture, for which he is secretly envied for his cultural industrial skills, but at the same time eyed as a dubious figure in the literary world. Recently, the diagnosis that May was a cunning marketing expert has been supplemented by indications that he received approval from the wrong side with his sensational novels. For example, the historian and colonialism researcher Jürgen Zimmer discovered that May was a propagandist of white identity politics when the children's book Der junge Häuptling Winnetou, the companion book to the film of the same name, was withdrawn from the Ravensburger publishing house's range and explained on Bavarian radio. It is no coincidence that Adolf Hitler and SS Chief Himmler were great Karl May fans. Parts of their occupation policy in the East were based on ideas of the conquest of the Wild West, as they had taken from the books of Karl May. End of quote. It is true that humanity would have been spared a great deal if the Wehrmacht had limited itself to imitating Winnetou during its campaign in Russia. It is true that it raises more questions than it answers when a historian compares the National Socialist occupation policy in the East with the conquest of the Wild West. The realization that it is no coincidence that Hitler and Himmler were May fans in their childhood and youth does not reveal any German trade secrets, but rather formulates a truism. After all, liking Karl May was not a privilege of later Nazis, but a characteristic of a generation. Els Lasker-Schuler and Walter Benjamin, Albert Einstein, and Max Horkheimer were also passionate May readers. Ernst Bloch, who is quoted as saying, "There is only Hegel and Karl May, everything else is a dirty mixture," analyzed May's Indian stories in a series of texts from the 1920s as exemplary of a popular literature that makes the imagination, dreams, and illusions the driving force of critical fantasy, instead of transforming them into stereotypes. But it is precisely because of their outrageous nature that it is worth dwelling a little longer on Zimmerer's omissions. They show that the thesis of the intellectual kinship between May and Hitler, which comes across as historical knowledge, is in fact based on projection, a projection, however, that Zimmerer discovers exclusively in others, not in himself. He describes it as the key to May's success that he did nothing else but transfer his Saxon experiences to North America. His readers understood that immediately. As an alternative to bands, which he does not think much of, Zimmerer suggests a post-colonial update of the WINNETOU material. The story between a white man who comes to the country and someone who was born there could have been relocated to Afghanistan. The German army fought there for 20 years. Zimmerer describes his late discovery of racism, anti-Semitism, and misogyny in May's works as a clear disappointment, along the lines of, "How could I have been so enthusiastic in my youth?" The historian does not say a word about what Saxon experiences are and why it should be necessary for literary success to transfer them to a North America that is immediately recognizable as Saxony to every reader, why it should be more fruitful to project one's own province onto Afghanistan instead of the Wild West. Nevertheless, Zimmerer's talk of his disappointment in the face of his own earlier enthusiasm for May could be a key to a better understanding, both of why not only later Nazis, but also serious writers, were enthusiastic about these books, and of the defense that May, today no different than in the past, strikes out under the alibi of critical outrage. Where there is disappointment, there must have been deception beforehand, a pretense that was taken for truth, namely, that enthusiasm that today's readers, disillusioned by post-colonial theory, can no longer understand in themselves. It was this enthusiasm that once accounted for the mass success of the WINNETOU and Karabennemsi books, and the way in which this enthusiasm was handled characterizes the difference between the ethnic and the genuinely aesthetic reception of Karl May. During his Bohemian period, Hitler walked around Munich wearing Wild West fringe clothing and moccasins and apparently also attended May's legendary improvised lecture Emperor ins Reich der Edelmenschen, up into the realm of noble people, at the Sophiensel in Vienna on March 22, 1912, according to the Tischgespräch, Table Talks. He always had a complete edition of May's works at hand throughout his adult life. The history of the Karl May Festival, which has been held at the Felsenbund Rathain in Saxon, Switzerland since 1938 and is still organized today, was linked to the cultural activities of National Socialism. The affinity between the Wilhelmine Karl May cult and the mass ornamentation, Siegfried Kracauer, of fascist human formations led Klaus Mann to the dictum in 1940 that the Third Reich was Karl May's final triumph, the terrible realization of his dreams. This affinity has also repeatedly led authors of the aesthetic modern age to return to May, from Bloch to Lasker-Schuler and the James Joyce translator Hans Walschlager to Arno Schmidt. The reason for the affinity of avant-gardism to its apparent counterpart, the novelette, was most precisely described by Bloch in his essay Rescuing Wagner through Surrealist Novelettes, which appeared in 1929. The crucial point in this text is the distinction between novelette and magazine story. While the latter is defined by Bloch as a suite with a plot, the latter, especially the adventure and detective novel, is characterized by the destruction of the synthesis and harmony of trivial literature. The magazine story is garnished with aesthetic ornamentation to make it more consumable, with a stereotypical plot that functions as a moral instruction manual. By contrast, the novelette neglects the dramatic and moral value of the plot in favor of an overgrowth of narrative form. It is more closely related to François Rabelais and Laurence Sterne than to Eugenie Marlitt or Gustave Freytag. Bloch's argument, which is also important for assessing the folkish enthusiasm for Karl May and which remained influential for the preference of avant-garde May lovers up to Arno Schmidt's 1963 study Satara and the Way There, is that the magazine story, as an illustration of ideology, limits the scope of the imagination and only allows fantasy, flights of fancy and illusion to be valid as long as they are compatible with the ideological program, while in the popularization of May, imagination and illusion are taken seriously in their arbitrariness and played off against reality. The enthusiasm of the folkish movement for Karl May is aimed at precisely such standardization, at cutting away everything in May's work that went beyond what lovers of the soil and natural tribes wanted to recognize in his books, without really being able to recognize it in them, because May's imagination repeatedly overlaid the ideology that was to be extracted from it. In their violent efforts to strip May's books of all aesthetic excess and to prune them down to the worldview that they alone want to recognize in them, progressive critics of colonialism like Zimmer resemble the folkish, who referred to Karl May and at the same time tried to prevent children and young people from reading him. They all see in the novel's complex plots only one script, in the contradictory images only stereotypes, and in the imagination only ideology. Those who want to escape this and gain something from Karl May that is not approached in such a way should turn to Bloch's Peons, to Children Playing at Being Indians, or to Arno Schmidt, who appreciated the unparalleled neglect of the texts, even in the sloppy middle of Germany, because undergrowth and weeds have always made the wanderer more curious than the recommended educational trail. Quote, "In Tel Aviv, all people are Jews, old and new, yellowed and blooming. The judge is a Jew, the policeman, the amiable mayor who just nodded at us so fatherly, but also the soldier. A city built by Hebrews, filled with Hebrews. But each of them welcomes the non-believer hospitably." End of quote. The description of what else Lasker Schuler saw of what was then Palestine in her poetic travelogue Das Heberland, published by the Zurich-based publishing house Emil Precht in 1937, is too good to be true. In a single sentence, representatives of the judiciary, executive, and legislative branches are introduced as members of a large family, which forms a community with the soldiers, none of whom seem to know why they are patrolling, and the dissenters, who are nevertheless friends. Das Heberland, which was written in 1934 after Lasker Schuler's emigration from Berlin to Zurich and incorporates impressions from her first trip to Palestine from Switzerland, is more in the form of a children's book than a travelogue. It is full of trivializations that adorn the prose text in the manner of an Art Nouveau picture and remove it from the realm of empiricism. The Arab boys that the Jewish poetess sees playing in the streets are dirty but cute. Vultures become winged messengers that circle protectively over the city instead of threateningly. At the Wailing Wall, the narrator encounters a policeman on his white horse, and in the synagogue, the miracle rabbi prays on the fairy tale divan, beauty without shadow, sublimity without abyss. Those who want to learn something concrete about historical Palestine should, it seems, not read Das Heberland. But it is precisely in the imaginative transformation that turns historical Palestine into Else Lasker Schuler's Palestine that contemporary historical experience is encoded. Her depiction of Palestine was fed by an iconography that had existed in her work long before the time of her exile. In the Berlin of her 1912 novel In Letters, Mein Herz, which also inextricably combines the real and the invented, and in her poetry from the 1910s, contemporaries with whom she was acquainted, such as Karl Kraus and Gottfried Benn, became inhabitants of a wonderland over which the poet ruled as Tino of Baghdad and later as Yusuf, Prince of Thebes, without actually controlling it. The imagery of this country was far more influenced by childhood impressions from the time of the German Empire, the colonial exhibitions, the design of popular consumer goods such as the chocolate brand Cerati, children's books, and travel brochures, which also inspired the exoticism of other avant-garde artists of the time, such as Franz Marc, who was a friend of Lasker Schuler. A template for the Oriental princes, wild Jews and Indians in Lasker Schuler's work was provided by a popular author, for whom the genre of the imaginary journey was as formative as it was for her, Karl May. The travel novels he wrote from 1892 onwards, in which the character of Old Shatterhand emerged, with whom May identified so strongly that he claimed to have experienced their adventures himself, were based on knowledge gleaned from reading, half-digested education, and the imagination ignited by it. By the time he became well known, May, who had lived as a young man from petty crime, had been through several trials for imposture and plagiarism. His adventure novels were considered a danger to young people. Countless passages from May's travel books are copied from encyclopedias, travel guides, and books by other popular writers such as Friedrich Gerstacker. The reputation of the rascal that May had acquired helped to boost his popularity among modern authors. The young Ernst Bloch, an enthusiastic reader of trashy literature, revered him, as did Lasker Schuler's then husband Herworth Walden, the founder of the expressionist magazine Der Sturm. Just as Lasker Schuler's Orient was destroyed by the confrontation with reality when she had to emigrate from Zurich to Jerusalem in 1938, May's world of adventure was shattered by the encounter with its empirical correlate. May's first trip to the Orient, which lasted a year and a half and which he undertook in 1899, and his first trip to America in 1908 were both disasters for his imagination. In view of the poverty of the Indian population and the level of development of the Arabs, the imaginary world of his novels seemed to him to be inexperienced, which is why he devoted himself to the allegorical abstract representation of philosophical ideas until his death in 1912. In the part of her exile work that was written in Jerusalem, Lasker Schuler reflected on the disintegration of utopian Palestine in a hybrid language made up of scraps of Berlin, Swiss, and English. The disintegration of May and Laskerschuller's fantasy countries, brought about by confrontation with reality, expresses a contradiction that is typical of modernist imaginary travel literature. The disillusionment that is created is not simply due to the confrontation of a substanceless fantasy with empiricism. Rather, the travel dreams themselves are fed by encounters with media-conveyed images of a foreign world that hardly any of their consumers had experienced, but which was an aesthetically accessible space of experience. The genre of the imaginary journey has its origins in Miguel de Cervantes' Don Quixote, which was published between 1605 and 1615. Here, the confusion of fantasy, which is nourished by images of a reality that is distant in both historical and geographical terms, with reality was for the first time formative for the novel prose. The social-historical prerequisite for this was that for the bourgeoisie of the early modern period, travel to distant lands was increasingly becoming a real possibility. The utopias from the century before Cervantes, from Thomas More's Utopia, 1516, to Tommaso Campanella's The Sun State, 1602, still worked with the figure of the stranger who comes from afar and reports on a country that only he knows. The genre of utopia is about illustrating abstract ideas, not distant experiences. It was Cervantes who first placed the hero's efforts to actually open up the enticing distance at the center of the story. The topos of the imagination disappointed by reality, which in the 19th century was polemically turned against social reality in Honoré de Balzac's Lost Illusions, 1837–1843, and Gustave Flaubert's Madame Bovary, published in 1856, is encountered in Cervantes in an unclouded, enlightened way. As an attribute of the knight of sad countenance, who can only prove himself in the world from which he dreams himself out by a mixture of wit and the luck of the fool. While Don Quixote's wit and tragedy arise from his desire to live the chivalric novels that unleash and standardize his imagination, and from his plunging into adventure, Flaubert's Emma Bovary does not even attempt to live out the love stories she devours. Where Don Quixote fails to realize his dreams and the plot develops from this failure, Emma is captivated by fantasies that paralyze her instead of encouraging her to act. Don Quixote's chivalric novels deceive him about reality, but drive him out into the world, which exposes him to his illusions. Emma's kitsch novels tie her to the house and prevent her from traveling to distant places, because the books replace her non-existent life and thus confirm her lack of it. In Flaubert's work, the adventurous folly with which the genre of the imaginary journey began in the early bourgeoisie is replaced by adventureless melancholy after the bourgeoisie's revolutionary hopes have been dashed. This change is accompanied by a functional change in prose, which no longer drives the plot forward but closes itself off from reality. Since the 19th century, in imaginary travel prose, language itself has become the imaginary country that is traveled instead of the adventurous wanderings of the heroes. The imaginary travel literature of the 18th century did not know the problem of the linguistic reproducibility of fantasy. It took the genre as an opportunity for epic storytelling, as exemplified in Daniel Defoe's Robinson Crusoe, which was published in 1719 and was followed by numerous reworkings of the material. While Defoe's novel was still indebted to the genre of utopia and full of allegorical digressions, the Crusoe successors, especially Johann Peter Wessel's novel Robinson Crusoe, which appeared in 1779, tamed the philosophical and discursive elements in favor of the plot and prepared the way for the modern adventure novel. This genre, which since the early 19th century had been a hybrid between high literature and popular fiction, reversed the form of the utopia, the island and the foreign country, which in Morris and Campanella remained removed from experience, became accessible places under the impression of the world's travelability and therefore accessible to the narrative. In the contrast between empirical reality and the imagination, which was saturated with experience, the latter was critically measured against the former. The tradition of this travel literature, which was imbued with a belief in progress, described the technical possibilities that formed the basis of the imagined journeys with a love of detail and imagination. From Jules Verne's novel Journey to the Center of the Earth, published in 1864, to H. G. Wells' The Time Machine, published in 1895, a mixture of travel and science fiction literature developed, which continued the Enlightenment optimism of Renaissance utopias. Its counterpoint is dystopian travel literature, in which the exploration of the unknown reveals the destructive sides of civilization and confronts it not with its better possibilities but with its own abyss. The preferred mode of this literature was the ship journey, from Edgar Allan Poe's Arthur Gordon Pym, 1838, to Herman Melville's Moby Dick, 1851, and Joseph Conrad's Heart of Darkness, 1926. But both variants of the genre were euphoric in comparison to the possibilities of language. Verne and Wells described the details of their travel vehicles with the same enthusiasm with which Poe and Melville spread nautical technical vocabulary. Doubts about the representational function of language are only found in Conrad, who compresses the epic form into a novella. Conrad, who had studied Charles Baudelaire and Stéphane Mallarmé, linked the possibility of describing the foreign country that Captain Marlowe travels to in Heart of Darkness to the problem of the travel report itself, thus following a tradition of imaginary travel that had emerged in the 19th century outside of adventure literature. As early as the 1830s, Honoré de Balzac had published Voyages Imaginaires, imaginary journeys from Paris to China and Java, which stood out from the travel literature of the time in their anecdotal brevity. But it was Flaubert, who had written the emblematic novel about the resignation of the bourgeois imagination in Madame Bovary, who wrote the epitaph for the genre of the imaginary journey. His novels Salammbô, 1862, and The Temptation of Saint Anthony, 1874, take us to North Africa in the 2nd century BC and the 3rd century AD, without claiming to realistically recreate the era. Their language does not follow the chronological narrative, but rather, by avoiding any attempt to contextualize what is being presented, it distances itself from reality in a similar way to Mallarmé's poetry in Hérédiade, 1964. The time in which the books are set appears neither as a linguistic space of experience that can be caught up with nor as a counterworld to reality, but as a non-place that is as inaccessible to knowledge as it is to language, which leads the epic imagination to its limits just as much as realistic storytelling. When Else Lasker-Schuler took up the form of the imaginary journey in Das Heberland, she did so at a time when the form had already been eroded. Authors such as Mallarmé, Stephen George, who was influenced by Mallarmé and knew Lasker-Schuler, and who declared language to be the country to be traveled through in his 1892 poem cycle Algabal, but also Lasker-Schuler herself with her Berlin everyday life, had made the limits of epic fantasy conscious. The experience of exile seemed to have demonstrated the empirical impossibility of realizing what the imaginary journeys promised, which is why the ostentatious friendliness and harmony of Lasker-Schuler's Palestine seems more like a confirmation of real powerlessness. After 1945, only one author took on the task of sifting through the genre of the imaginary journey, which had become historical, of dismembering it and using it as a basis for his work in its dismembered form, Arno Schmidt. His work contains references to almost all the authors mentioned here and to many others who have contributed to the genre, such as the Bronte sisters with their stories from the dreamlands of Angria and Gondal, written around 1830, which were important for children's and nonsense literature from Lewis Carroll to Walter de la Mare. Schmidt admired Karl May as much as Johann Karl Wessel. His essays on forgotten authors from the borderline between popular fiction and avant-garde read like a synopsis of the genre of the literary dream journey, compiled by someone who almost never left his Bargfeld. The fact that most authors today find it easy to use language again, just as they find it easy to use their imagination, and that the contradictory relationship between the two is hardly ever addressed even in popular dystopias, Michel Houellebecq, Christian Kracht, Sibylle Berg, is proof that it is not enough to be able to travel the world in order to spark the imagination. Imagination requires the ability to experience, and the successful mediation between the two is called poetry. Where it does not succeed, poetry becomes stale, no matter how imaginative it may appear. Contrary to a widespread prejudice, Robert Musil's novel The Man Without Qualities is by no means a dry, inaccessible work consisting of nothing but theoretical treatises, but rather an adventure novel, at least as far as the second book is concerned. In this second book, with the telling title Into the Thousand-Year Reich, The Criminals, the main characters, Ulrich and his sister Agath, set out on an adventure. The adventure of knowledge, which is not simply understood as a mental event, as a mere process of consciousness, as a categorically shaped event, as a purely philosophical act, but as a way of behaving towards the world as such, a way of behaving that also includes the physical and, beyond that, not only an isolated individual way of behaving, but, as Musil puts it, another state. This adventure is described in the chapter Holy Conversations as follows, but anyone who has not already recognized the traces of what was going on between these siblings should put the report away, because it describes an adventure that he will never be able to approve of, a journey to the edge of the possible, which led past the dangers of the impossible and unnatural, even the repulsive, and perhaps not always past. A borderline case, as Ulrich later called it, of limited validity. Reminiscent of the freedom with which mathematics sometimes uses the absurd to arrive at the truth. He and Agath found themselves on a path that had a lot to do with the business of those seized by God, but they walked it without being pious, without God or soul, and without even believing in an afterlife or a hereafter. They had come upon it as people of this world and walked it as such, and that was precisely what was remarkable. End of quote. Ulrich and Agath set out to live in a different state of heightened, intensified knowledge, not only spiritual but also sexual, incestuous, union. A note sheds light on the importance Musil attaches to the Ulrich-Agath story and the different state, on the chapters on emotional psychology. This is not psychology, in the final intention, but a description of the world. End of quote. Let us continue with this description of the world in the chapter's Sacred Conversations. So she, Agath, told him about the peculiar state of heightened receptivity and sensitivity that causes impressions to overflow and recede, which gives rise to the feeling of being connected to everything as if in the soft mirror of a water surface, and of giving and receiving without volition. This wonderful feeling of the boundlessness and boundlessness of the external and the internal, which is common to love and mysticism. Agath, of course, did not express it in such words, which already imply an explanation, but merely strung together passionate fragments of her memory. But Ulrich, too, although he had often thought about it, was not able to explain these experiences, and above all he did not know whether he should attempt to do so in their own way or according to the usual procedure of reason, which both seemed equally close to him, but not to the tangible passion of his sister. What he expressed in his reply was merely a mediation, a kind of examination of the possibilities. The differentiation of the sense of reality into a sense of reality and a sense of possibility is already the subject of the first book. He pointed out the strange relationship that exists between thinking and morality in the elevated state they were talking about, so that every thought is felt as happiness, event, and gift, and neither wanders into the storehouses, nor does it connect with the feelings of appropriation and mastery, of holding on and observing, whereby the enjoyment of one's own possession is replaced by a boundless giving and folding, not only in the head but also in the heart. This is, in short, the other state that Ulrich and Agath are searching for in this book. This other state, which essentially means a delimitation of the individual, in which the limitations that are normally associated with the process of perception and cognition are to be overcome, in which the individual is sent out into the open, where it is invited to move freely, which means a behavior that does not seek cover in existing certainties, even if they are fundamental, which the forms of knowledge, the categories in which we think, promise us, but rather that which should proceed unprotected and unbound. All that which could be summarized under the keyword delimitation of the individual has a very precise polemical meaning in Musil's second book. He not only opposes the limitations of the individual's cognition, perception, and action, but also, and very pointedly, those intellectual currents that form both the background to the action and the subject of the conversations that take place in the course of it, in which a very different overcoming of the bourgeois individual appears. These are intellectual currents whose representatives gather in the so-called parallel action or in its environment and clash with each other. In Musil's novel, a committee is convened in Austria-Hungary in 1913, in which intellectuals, artists, civil servants, and people from the establishment of the Habsburg monarchy gather to counter the 30th anniversary of the German Emperor Wilhelm's accession to the throne, which takes place in 1918. Since Emperor Franz's 70th anniversary of his accession to the throne is also due to take place in 1918, but the German anniversary is earlier in the calendar, which would give the Germans a head start, the glorious idea of the parallel action is to declare the whole of 1918 an anniversary year of the peace Emperor Franz Joseph. Everyone wants the parallel action to be a world-shaking, historically significant event and is putting forward their suggestions. But none of the ideas put forward lead to anything definitive. The preparatory committee resembles a meeting of the catatonics, with each person at the height of their madness, obsessed with their idea. There is the industrialist Paul Arnheim, for whom Walter Rathenau was the inspiration, who dreams of placing the capitalist economy on a new moral foundation. There is the wife of the section head Tuzzi, Ermelinda Tuzzi, called Diotima, who has a beautiful, noble soul and who wants to something that touches people's hearts, wants to redeem the world from its unbridled materialistic activity. There is the philosopher Maingast, a portrait of the irrationalist philosopher Ludwig Klages, for whom the world suffers from an excess of knowledge and reason and who therefore wishes for it a healthy, strong delusion. Then there is the figure of Clarice, who was once in love with Maingast and is fascinated by the female murderer Moosbrugger, who is imprisoned in a mental asylum. She also strives for the world's definitive salvation through a great deed. Hans Sepp is already a Nazi who rants about the power of blood and wages war against the Jewish merchant spirit. All of them, fixated on their own ideas, act against each other, and the Committee for the Preparation of the Year of Peace only ever gives birth to new committees and subcommittees. But what these ideas are all heading towards, their point of intersection, is something that lies beyond thinking, ideas, or arguments, the First World War. Musil shows how this comes about. When thoroughly heterogeneous currents of thought find their common solution in immediate violence, it is because this act of violence is already anticipated in them intellectually, namely as the self-deletion of thinking, of arguing, of communicating. It is striking that almost all the characters in the novel, with the exception of Ulrich, Agath, and the Jewish bank director Leo Fischel, no longer speak for themselves when they speak, but in the name of a general principle. They present themselves as messengers of a definitive redemption of a world caught up in egoism, licentiousness, materialism, and narrow-mindedness. They are also concerned with something that superficially resembles what Ulrich and Agath are striving for: overcoming, abolishing, removing the boundaries of the bourgeois subject, but it is a different removal of boundaries, which, although it may at first glance appear to be what is characterized by the other state, is in fact its exact opposite. A subject that no longer speaks as a subject, no longer in the name of itself, but in the name of a general, higher principle, has virtually already annulled itself and mentally assimilated itself to this general principle. This expresses a subjectivity, a social character, that is strikingly different from the early bourgeois subject, who saw himself as a sovereign lord, master of the external and internal world, as a representative and master of the bourgeois society named after him, and who acted in accordance with this self-image. The subject expressed here is already a post-bourgeois subject that hallucinates its powerlessness as omnipotence, converts its fatalism into a thirst for action, and ultimately attempts to play the role of the life and death-distributing fate itself, in complete resignation to fate. In these irrationalist, life-philosophical currents of renewal, which by no means appear only in word and writing, but are quite linked to aesthetic and life-reform projects, a post-bourgeois subjectivity is articulated for the first time, a social character that mimics the timeless and stationary dynamics of capital and makes its catastrophic self-destruction its own cause. The fundamental characteristic of the post-bourgeois subject is that it draws its self-confidence and zest for action from voluntary and conscious self-incapacitation, and that it sees itself as the executor of a higher power, thus engaging in anticipatory self-exculpation and absolving itself from the prerequisites and consequences of its actions from the outset. This subject is and remains a thinking and acting one, but it simultaneously deletes its self-reference and thus its self-reflection, voluntarily placing its actions under the tutelage of a higher power. The content of this higher power is arbitrary. The main thing is that it is suitable for representing something general. This can be life or soul. It can be, as in National Socialism, providence. It can be nature. This also occurs in Kozel, and in the figure of Walter, who is obsessed with the earth and health. Kozel invents a wonderful scene here, where Walter and his wife Clarice, together with the philosopher Maingast, eat devoutly from a bowl of raw vegetables, and the philosopher, dressed in a wool jacket, praises the natural pleasures that he is allowed to enjoy here. This kind of self-exculpation then results in the kind of speech that we are all too familiar with. You lay half of Europe in ruins, kill 6 million people, and afterwards you claim that you didn't want it that way and that you didn't know anything about it. It is the specific difference of the National Socialist mass movement. The title Into the Thousand-Year Reich in this second book of The Man Without Qualities points precisely in this direction, that it takes the state of bourgeois socialization that has now been achieved seriously and incorporates it into its rhetoric and program. It is an irrevocable fact that with the bourgeois socialization, the individual has freed himself from all immediate relationships of domination and appears as an individual whose paradoxical social determination is to abstract from society and to see himself as the owner of himself, as an autonomous indivisible, as an individual. This emancipation of the individual is an irrevocable process, and all attempts to eliminate this state of affairs and introduce a new immediate form of rule cannot avoid the individual, his contradictory freedom, his self-understanding, or they are doomed to failure. What distinguishes the Nazis from truly reactionary movements, monarchists, for example, and characterizes them as a perversely progressive movement is their ability to organize the abdication or abolition of the individual as an individual act. The Nazis did not ignore the conditions of mass democracy, but radicalized them. It was clear to them, without them knowing it in this way, a realization of the Volksgemeinschaft requires a minimum of consent and tolerance. Oppression was only realizable if those to be oppressed to a large extent, freely, for something to become what is supposedly a natural process, you have to want it. Against this background, the Nazis could also subjectively and sincerely see themselves as true democrats and put the worker at the forefront in the party name and in their agitation. End of quote. The abolition, liquidation, or suspension of the individual in such regressive mass movements, of which National Socialism is the prototype and the most murderous, and which are today being acted out by the Islamic mass movements as its descendants, describes a double movement. What is taking place here is not simply a rollback. The individual is not simply and directly abolished, or only to the extent that the worst, most regressive traits of bourgeois individualism are realized in him. I would like to explain this first using the example of the Nazis. Their polemic against liberalism is already a reprise of the early bourgeois liberal polemic against the absolutist state. In its liquidationist polemic against liberalism, fascism in turn displays the characteristics of a liberalism gone wild. Fascism, and specifically National Socialism, has much in common with the youth movements that emerged around the turn of the century and from which figures such as Hans Sepp the man without qualities originated. This resentment against everything traditional, inherited, institutionally entrenched, limited, and narrow-minded, which is itself a product of the youth movement and which follows on from it, the view that the community has been usurped by selfish interest groups that have spread like a fungus and are living off the citizenry, the pocket, the resentment against the unproductive in the name of honest labor, is a reprise of the bourgeois polemic against the extortion of the absolutist state and a resumption of the anti-authoritarian impulse of bourgeois liberalism that is implied in it. But now this attitude has become inherently vicious and has been placed in a different context. It no longer serves to install a society that is organized according to an individualistic self-understanding, but rather its opposite. Under National Socialist rule, all the categories of bourgeois economics and society remain in force, but their content is completely transformed. This is the most precise answer to the question of whether National Socialism was also a form of capitalism or a different social formation. It was one, while being the other. Hermann Brock, who was not an explicit fascism theorist, nevertheless put this better into words than all fascism theories put together. National Socialism turns the purpose of life of every society into a purpose of death. Every form of socialization is a confrontation between people and nature for the purpose of self-preservation of the species. This self-preservation, the purpose of all society, is turned into a life for the sake of death, for the sake of destruction. This can be demonstrated by the various definitions of economy and society. Nazi-fascism suspends the competition of both the functioning and the variable capital, the commodity labor power, or at least subjects it to far-reaching restrictions, but in doing so it unleashes the competition between individuals to an unimaginable extent. It realizes it for the first time purely as a competition of displacement, as a fight to the death. It realizes it exactly according to the pathologically projected image of the survival of the fittest, which naturalistic criticism of civilization has always made of liberalism. What has always been projected onto Anglo-Saxon liberalism or Judaism, boundless egoism, unbridled anarchy, the dissolution of all social cohesion, which Musil's Diotima would describe as unbridled materialistic activity, is what the virtually and currently superfluous secretly long for. And it is fascism that turns this projection into social reality by providing it with institutional support and backing, and by staging the dream of all as a nightmare for those who have been marked for elimination. It is not Anglo-Saxon liberal capitalism, but Nazi fascism that realizes the dog-eat-dog society and pure capitalism as a collective rampage of a disintegrating society driven into a sociality. As a regime that therefore deserves to be called neoliberal with good reason, Nazi fascism emancipates the subject, even in a perverse sense, by liquidating it. After the mediation of the bourgeois and the citoyen in the form of bourgeois and proletarian public spheres has been cancelled, what remains is the bestial and abstract self-interest, as Herbert Marcuse describes it in his Enemy Analyses. It is not the case that the National Socialist subject no longer pursues any interests, but it is reduced to that bestial and abstract self-interest. And this interest, i.e. the action that is solely concerned with its own advantage, stripped of all conventions and customs, deeply indifferent to people and things, that is to say the natural self, which has turned into pure greed, coincides with an equally blind, unintentional selflessness, completely seized by the unenlightened, unilluminated drive, in an immediate and indistinguishable way. That sounds complicated, it is complicated, and it is also incomprehensible. The only possibility is to name this perverse, non-rationally comprehensible unity of self-preservation and self-destruction in the individual and to genetically reconstruct this incomprehensibility. The declaration of enmity that drives all individuals, in the name of which they all rally together to form the Volksgemeinschaft, at the same time divides them and sets them in a relationship of bitter competition. Everyone wants to prove themselves, everyone wants to be the first and bite all the others away, because at the bottom of this competition lies the sheer panic of superfluity and that downfall that everyone at the same time senses and longs for. In this way, Nazi fascism realizes freedom and equality as a voluntary self-abandonment and invitation to uninhibition, because everyone can make it from dishwasher to Gauleiter, as in an evil parody of the bourgeois promise of happiness, provided that they serve the state to the best of their ability. It realizes equality as self-administration of one's own oppression in the pack, in the collective, as voluntary self-sacrifice and virtual self-destruction, which is to be held back by the sacrifice of others, the designated anti-subjects, the Jews. The subject, which is free of all tutelage, does not measure itself against any objectivity, and sets itself as absolute. is not the self-determined one, freed from coercion, and thus the opposite of repressive objectivity of social conditions or even of the first nature, but rather, on the contrary, its adequate embodiment and its exemplar, the monad reflected back upon itself, which, precisely in its complete asociality and blindness to the outside world, reproduces its murderous dynamics upon itself and against others. The fascistized subject in Nazi fascism or the Islamized subject in the corresponding movements is the suspension, but also the realization of this subject, and as an absolutely autonomous subject. This would be to define it as a subject that has equated itself with general subjectivity, that is, what Marx, in that paradoxical and equally incomprehensible formulation, calls the automatic subject, with the absolute valorization of capital, which is bereft of all consideration and therefore coincides with annihilation. Subjectivism, which, in its unbridled radicalism, turns itself inside out, sets itself up as absolute, carries out its liquidation, which it initially executes on others. National Socialism is the horrific triumph of that conformist rebellion that has characterized every freedom movement to date, that anti-authoritarian attitude that has coagulated into a system in Fichte's philosophy, for example, that triumphantly and impudently refuses to recognize anything external, foreign, objective, possibly incommensurable with the subject and therefore can only end in the destruction of the useful world and the eradication of the thing objective in the subject itself. And this eradication of the thing objective means nothing other than its actual physical self-liquidation, its voluntarily performed sacrifice in the work of destruction or in the war. The post-Nazi regime of the Federal Republic of Germany, at least in its old form, in which it is the subject of criticism of the authoritarian state, for example in the transformation of democracy, is the model of a fascism that has been tamed by legalism. Joachim Brun has attempted to demonstrate the continuities between National Socialism and the Federal Republic of Germany, also with reference to the Basic Law. Here it may suffice to point out that this Federal Republic model does not return to the state before National Socialism, that it does not end the National Socialist mobilization of the subject, its perverse emancipation, but only keeps it on the back burner and reserves it as an emergency reserve. In the formula of material constraints, for example, the very same speech appears again, which means, we, the politicians, are not the actual actors, but are only the executors of a higher power, of material constraints. Politics today has nothing more to offer than the administration of constraints, whereby constraint does not mean the coercive character of capitalist reproduction, but rather the objective requirements of this reproduction and, under the conditions of mass democracy, the consideration of public opinion, represented by pressure groups and the media that articulate it. Which is why, if you look at Austria, for example, the material constraints can be helped along by the Kronenzeitung exerting a rather simple, direct, personal influence on politics. From an ideological point of view, it is certainly the case that in this formula of material constraints, as the appointed executor of which the political personnel presents itself, the resigned and at the same time action-oriented mythology of the Nazis, who, as is well known, did not speak of the constraints of circumstances but of providence, and thus that post-bourgeois social character, which understands its self-disempowerment as self-empowerment, is preserved in a technocratized form. This specific fusion of self-interest and state interest in the individual, who still exists as an independently thinking and acting person, but who organizes this thinking and acting in such a way that it thereby crosses itself out, is codified, for example, in the way that is quite typical for the Federal Republic's constitution and jurisprudence, in which freedom and equality are themselves defined as a state program, as a collective good, with the consequence that the individual exercise of civil liberty, criticism, dissent, freedom of expression, is not suppressed or forbidden, but rather expressly permitted and desired, but where the individual is expected not only in his actions, but already in the forms in which he speaks and thinks, to make use of his freedom only in such a way that he also takes into account the interests of the whole, the common good. This peculiar entanglement of self-abandonment and self-awareness of the subject is the basis of the business and the declared program of the federal German state, and it is precisely in this that it is the heir of National Socialism. What I refer to with the term post-Nazism, or what should be continued and further developed in it, was of course taken from Johannes Agnoli, not only the transformation of democracy and the still much too little known reflections on the bourgeois state and mainly certain considerations, writings, statements by Hans-Jürgen Karl, which, in my opinion, are still the most cogent things that remain from the so-called 68 movement, which otherwise can be completely and easily thrown out, in terms of state criticism. But even here, one has to realize that certain things have not been addressed or have been overlooked, and this is of course reflected in the conception of this critique. I would like to summarize it briefly. the critique of the authoritarian state has always labored under the fact that it has criticized its object, the authoritarian state, in the name of an anti-authoritarian impulse. Anti-authoritarian, everyone initially imagines something very sympathetic under this. But I have already pointed out that the polemic against authorities can certainly have conformist traits, and one conclusion that must be drawn from the 1968 movement is that these conformist traits unfortunately gained or retained the upper hand in it. I therefore see the anti-authoritarian rebellion of the 68 heirs as nothing more than a youth movement, this time left-wing, hopelessly caught up in anti-imperialist ways of thinking and making these ways of thinking its own, which then only clearly recognized itself in its positioning against Israel and in its siding with the Palestinians. But these are basically only the consequences. I think, however, that the problem is actually already decided in this conformist anti-authoritarian impulse, is decided in a certain idea of what an authoritarian state should be. And here, for example, Hans-Jürgen Karl has different problems from Johannes Agnoli, and in turn other and incomparably greater problems arise in this regard in the common sense of the 68 heirs. In Karl's case, for example, this would be something that one would still have to discuss objectively and which actually still represents an unsolved problem. The question arises as to the perspective, intention, and form in which one can actually characterize the authoritarian state as a new historical phase, a new historical period. And it is still questionable to what extent the idea of an imminent history of bourgeois society or a history of capital is not actually a contradiction in itself, whether one should not rather think of capital as a consequent process of contradiction, as a context of crisis, together with the possibility of a barbaric solution to the crisis, which, once realized, strikes back at the conditions. What matters to me in this context, because it is closely related to the anti-authoritarian impulse, is that the idea of what the specifically authoritarian is supposed to be in the authoritarian state is based on the traditional clichés about what is supposedly the German Sonderweg or German history. This is very clearly evident not in Karl and Agnoli, but in Oskar Negt's book Ohne Demokratie kein Sozialismus, Without Democracy, No Socialism. The authoritarian state was still associated with the authoritarian state of authority, i.e. ultimately with immediate power relations. The authoritarian was defined as a personalistic or bureaucratized state of authority, or the authoritarian was seen, and this is a problem with Johannes Agnoli, in the law, in the rigidity of legal principles. It was believed that this bureaucratized, legalized, rigidified community could be overcome through more citizen participation, more initiative, more influence of the people, the subjects, depending on how you prefer to formulate it, on political decisions and on the social process in general. That was the call of the students, and it is still the unanimous battle cry of all good citizens today, and not just of those who call themselves socialists or who see themselves as left-wing in some way, the call for more democracy. This anti-authoritarian criticism in the name of democracy, in the name of more initiative, in the name of a mature subjectivity, as it was always so fondly called, was a misjudgment of the German model of capitalist socialization and, above all, a misjudgment of National Socialism, as well as of the current situation at the time, and thus a heavy burden for what was to come. And this also included a failure to recognize that this specific form of an authoritarian state was not a national peculiarity limited to Germany, but a model with a thoroughly international appeal. The left certainly assumed that such a model would have such an impact. Some people may still remember the slogan Model Germany. Model Germany, this slogan was initially coined by the then Social Democratic government of Helmut Schmidt with an affirmative intent and was then taken up by the left and left-wing radicals with a denigrating intent. It was understood as a bureaucratized regime cushioned by the welfare state, which, in the spirit of the 1968 agitation, pacified the people, the workers, by allowing them to live in comfort, manipulating them, deceiving them about their own interests and mercilessly persecuting those who stood up for these interests, i.e. the left. This was the time of the Russell tribunals in the 1970s, when the Federal Republic of Germany was quite openly criticized in the context of National Socialism, where people also spoke of a new fascism, in reference to the crude concept of fascism by André Glucksmann from the 1960s, who believed that the new fascism no longer needed mass movements, but rather consisted of a diffusion of state institutions into society, thus being a state-centered fascism. This was also thought to be recognizable in the FRG. In anti-imperialist jargon, one could say that the model of Germany was recognized as a model of counterinsurgency. Of course, this was always complete nonsense, not only theoretically wrong, but also completely contrary to one's own experience. After all, it was not only and often not primarily the state that took action against rebellious individuals with extreme brutality as early as the 1960s, and not only against left-wing opposition, but also, let us remember the Schwabing riots, artists too. It was rather the good and decent citizens who wished you gassing or a concentration camp and whose viciousness foreshadowed worse than the actions of the authorities. In other words, talk of a new fascism was counterfactual. It was contrary to the most immediate and direct experiences of the people who had been through it themselves, who had heard it and had to put up with it. It was not recognized that the specific nature of the German mode of capitalist socialization does not consist in the fact, in the mere presence of state intervention, bureaucracy, not in the fact that there was an organized capitalism and that very early on, but rather, the special feature is the short circuit between popular mobilization and the state, the convergence of extremes. Of resentment and legality, of opinion, of the rumor that urges people to act, of spontaneous mobilization on the one hand, and bureaucracy, expertise, and calculation on the other. In Germany, a constellation of capital socialization was already forming in the 19th century under conditions of catch-up development, which the forces supporting it quickly turned into a head start, based on the unholy alliance between the state and the labor movement against a dilatory bourgeoisie incapable of exercising political power. An anti-bourgeois capital relationship is installed, and this has as its necessary ideological complement the ideology that was long considered to be left-wing or progressive, but which actually first appeared around 1813-14 in the so-called German Wars of Liberation, and which, somewhat later, around 1830, found expression in a particular form of political economy. The concoction of Friedrich List, not coincidentally entitled The National System of Political Economy, which Marx took up with scathing mockery in a work that is unfortunately far too little known. In this anti-imperialist ideology of the German Wars of Liberation, later cast by List into an economic system, and realized in the paradoxical form of an anti-bourgeois capital relation turned against itself, in its rudimentary form already in the 19th century with unforeseen consequences, in this anti-imperialism, everything of German ideology is brought together. The rhetoric of the persecuted victim, which portrays Germany as enslaved, bartered, and exploited by foreign powers, and in this way already expresses in the accusatory invocation of national impotence, national bondage and national death what is later summarized by the Nazis in the slogan of the proletarian and plutocratic nations. Then, above all, the form of thinking implied in it, which is unable to imagine domination in any other way than as the external control of a few, of groups, cliques, the bureaucracy, however you want to put it, over an inherently autonomous structure, as usurpation, as foreign rule based on an anonymous conspiracy and in turn only tangible in its exponents. This is where the idea of the authoritarian state comes into play again. Furthermore, the idealization and naturalization of the people that is set in motion by this, which must break free from foreign rule in order to develop its productive forces for itself and thus a socialization that is not oriented towards self-interest but towards the common good, later propagated by the Nazis under the slogan Third Way. And finally the resentment against the world market and cosmopolitanism that is implied in this. Anti-imperialism is of German origin. I would identify German ideology with anti-imperialism as an objective form of thought, and this form of thought, together with the practice that necessarily arises from it, the welding together of an antagonistically constituted society into a defensive community against external and internal enemies, and not simply in a repressive, authoritarian way, but in such a way that the individual is to organize and pursue his own annihilation in the collective, has historically had the greatest consequences, and if we take all these characteristics together, then we have already arrived in the present. Islamism is nothing other than such a regressive mass movement, which not only suppresses the individual, but also promises him a perverse emancipation in its ultimate form as the self-expropriation of the suicide bomber, which even enables in Islam, in that women can also blow themselves up as suicide bombers, an equality that is realized as equality in death and, to vary Heidegger, as equality toward death. In its basic structure, what is happening here is what is happening in Hugo Chávez's Venezuela. Although no suicide bombings are organized here, it is not by chance that this is a regime that maintains the warmest relations with Iran and Islamist movements. In some respects, Chávez's Venezuela is a regime that is very close to the German post-war model, in that it does not simply abolish or reverse free elections, freedom of expression, and all the attributes of bourgeois democracy, but models their imminent social conditions in such a way the reproduction of the individual is so tied to the state that the free activity of individuals organized in small collectives automatically fits into the prescribed paths of the Chávez mass racket, and these cliques in turn exercise social control over the rest. This anti-imperialist way of thinking, coupled with an ideal of direct democracy, the idea that a state or region can and should organize itself against the world market and international capital, is an international regressive trend. Direct democracy, both as a concept and as a practice, is neither progressive nor appealing, and nothing is more necessary today than a radical critique of democracy. The fact that this is not being practiced is also a bad legacy of 1968 and the slogans of the alleged identity of democracy and socialism. In Islamic countries, free elections would almost always result in Islamists coming to power, who would immediately eliminate any constitutional state and the freedom of the individual. It is becoming evident that the democratic constitutional state is a precarious construction and that democracy is becoming a virtual or actual threat to civil rights. The Corinthian populist, who recently lost his way and was happy to side with Saddam Hussein and the Dalai Lama, acted in precisely this way when he ignored the rulings of the Constitutional Court in the Corinthian sign dispute, referring to the mood of the population. His successor once summed up the underlying attitude with the grandiose formula: law is one thing, public sentiment is another. This makes it clear where materialistic criticism currently has to position itself, in favor of the unconditional nature of legal guarantees against all democratic impositions. Direct democracy is only possible in a state-conformist, affirmative sense. Democracy does not mean, as the left has always believed, that people can actually decide and organize the conditions of their lives, work and production, and I would add, also of their non-work and non-production, i.e. their own laziness, as they see fit, because that would not be democracy, but communism. Democracy means that individuals, whether in a representative or immediate plebiscitary form, discuss how to take into account the inescapable constraints of capitalist production. To involve individuals in a social process that has become independent of them means nothing other than to encourage them to take their own oppression into their own hands and thus to realize the coercive character of individuality against the emancipatory potentials that it also contains. This is precisely what direct democracy is. In this respect, the regime of Hugo Chavez can be considered a prime example of it. However, self-organized disconnection from the world market also takes place on one's own doorstep. Jan Gerber presented some truly shocking examples from the region in this country that can be considered a pacemaker in this direction, namely the German East, a region whose economy has been declared objectively as scrap by the world market and whose inhabitants have been declared human waste, in the objective cynicism of capital. In the state of Brandenburg, for example, no economy will flourish and prosper. No reproductive economy, no self-sustaining upturn will ever develop here. It would therefore be logical to abandon these regions, to leave them, which is indeed happening to a considerable extent. But before a complete depopulation, there are still spatial and regional planning commissions that, in conjunction with committed citizens, do what Jan Gerber has described. New concepts for beautification and improvement are being drawn up, and, as one would expect, the initiative is being taken by locally or regionally patriotic people on the ground. The concept of the human being whose engagement is held in such high regard is revealed by Jürgen Tritton, the former KB comrade and former environment minister, when he propagates the coexistence of humans and wolves for regions like Brandenburg, or when commissions concerned with the upgrading of such areas call themselves the Foundation for Soil, Ecology, and Housing. Blood, soil, ecology, and housing would have been even more appropriate. The human being, the bourgeois subject, is no longer addressed as what it should be according to its self-understanding, that is, as a subject that confronts nature and, virtually, the social conditions of its existence in a self-willed manner, that shapes these conditions and can achieve a reconciliation with this nature, both inner and outer, within them. Rather, man is categorized under natural facts. He is supposed to be nothing more than a piece of nature, and what he does, thinks, his actions as a subject, are themselves a mere natural process. What is happening in the German East, and not only there, is nothing more than an explicitly declared, state-sponsored regression, which people are kindly requested to carry out on themselves, and which is even celebrated as innovative. In fact, it is a high-level self-management of misery, but in its basic structure it is nothing other than what happens in written-off regions all over the world, especially in the so-called Third World, and is propagated by the no-globals as a serious alternative to capitalism. The statements are already similar in wording. One recalls the final declaration of the World Social Forum in Porto Alegre in 2002, where seeds and the identity of peoples are classified as common property of humanity on an equal footing with other goods worthy of protection that are threatened by globalization. In other words, here too, human beings are equated with seeds, soil, and natural phenomena. There is therefore no coincidence, but a necessary harmony arising from the logic of the matter itself, and therefore also an ever-increasing explicit solidarity between such anti-imperialist and direct democratic initiatives, which I also include in the anti-globalization movement, and those countless initiatives that no longer organize themselves at the national level, but quite consciously at the regional, local, even tribal level, but which, precisely because of such narrow-mindedness, feel responsible for the whole world and its salvation from the clutches of capital. When people place themselves under the laws of nature, where they can be addressed in such a way, instead of chasing away such urban planning committees and leaving the country with those who have been chased away, where they obviously no longer find a livelihood and no longer find happiness, then this is the voluntary and conscious abdication of the bourgeois individual. The barbaric delimitation of the subject cannot be adequately countered by a purely defensive attitude, but only by another delimitation. It makes no sense to defend the bourgeois individual in the abstract. Such a defense only makes sense in the context of a critique of this very individual. For better or worse, the individual is always a nexus of social relations. In the form in which it exists, it is, like the society that constitutes it, a contradictory entity, one that inherently has the possibility and tendency to abolish itself, and which it is currently reactivating. In contrast, the bourgeois minimal autonomy should be defended, as a condition of the possibility of thinking about a positive suspension, a positive delimitation of this very individuality. Reflecting on a different individuality, one that is possibly delimited, always necessarily means reflecting on a different form of socialization at the same time. I believe that, in light of what has been said, it is not at all a superfluous luxury to concern oneself with epistemological questions and the other state. It is no coincidence that Horkheimer and Adorno in particular devoted themselves so passionately to epistemological criticism, because the forms in which we perceive and recognize always reflect objective forms in which society and politics exist as their sum. As soon as we agitate with something, as soon as we try to present convictions in order to convince others, as soon as we present convictions to the public, whether at such events, demonstrations, or congresses, we are, willy-nilly, in the sphere of the political, and there is no avoiding that. But it all comes down to not surrendering to this political sphere, but rather to trying to undermine it from the outset. The political is unavoidable, but it is not only the form of politics that needs to be explained, but also the 1968 ideal of the political, of the politicized person. I think it is time to say goodbye to this ideal of the politicized person, i.e., to put it bluntly, the notorious pain in the neck, the notorious know-it-all who believes that he can relate to everything that is going on in the world in a commanding, know-it-all, patronizing way. The political person. This is a very unpleasant manifestation of the post-bourgeois social character, which can no longer speak in its own name, but can only articulate itself as the executor of a general principle, as the appointed lawyer and redeemer of the oppressed. Unfortunately, this general principle can also appear in the form of anti-German content. There is no content that cannot be turned into something identitarian and affirmative, that cannot be reduced to a slogan and made to sound ridiculous. The enlightenment we are called upon to provide must, in the spirit of Ulrich and Agath's holy conversations, be directed against the individual and his false suspension, against the individual who imagines himself to be in possession of himself and his experiences. This demands nothing less of each of us than to think against ourselves. I would like to conclude with a quote from the chapter Holy Conversations in The Man Without Qualities. Ulrich and Agath discuss models for the other state and come up with the following. "Let's go back to our mountain bank with the herd of cattle," he said. Imagine some counselor in brand new leather trousers sitting there, with green suspenders embroidered with Grußgott. He represents the real content of life, which is on vacation. As a result, the consciousness he has of his existence is naturally altered for the moment. When he looks at the herd of cattle, he does not count, does not estimate the live weight of the animals grazing in front of him, forgives his enemies and thinks kindly of his family. The herd has become a practical, so to speak, a moral object for him. Of course, he may still estimate and count a little and not quite forgive, but then at least it will be surrounded by the rustling of the forest, the murmuring of the stream and the sunshine. In a sentence, you could say that what otherwise makes up the content of his life seems distant and actually unimportant to him. It's a holiday mood, Agath added mechanically. Very true. And if the non-holiday existence seems actually unimportant to him, that only means, for the duration of the vacation. So that is the truth today. Man has two states of being, consciousness and thought, and protects himself from a deadly fright that would have to be instilled in him by confusing the one with the other, by taking the one for the vacation of the other, for its interruption, rest or something about it that he believes he knows. Mysticism, on the other hand, would be associated with the intention of a permanent vacation. Translated into other categories, this means that the creation of a permanent vacation from the prison of one's own identity would be exactly what one might call communism. but this includes the realization that all politics, even counter-politics, all knowledge, all intellectual and practical effort that we devote to such unpleasant subjects as post-Nazi democracy, Islamism, the state, capital, that all these efforts are only a means of being able to cope mentally, and hopefully at some point also practically, with the impositions to which we are exposed. But what underlies all knowledge, what drives it, is something that is not political and not identitarian, and which basically represents an aesthetic disgust with what surrounds us. Ahmadinejad is a terrible person, politically dangerous, but above all he is a figure of fun. If you look at what was published in the Bild newspaper, Mr. A with his wife, of course in a big black suit, then this picture and everything it expresses is, above all, an aesthetic imposition that arouses disgust and revulsion because it offends style, spirit, and taste. The politically intolerable about it is then only added and logically results from it. Such images are a betrayal of everything that bourgeois society still holds out as a promise. They are a betrayal in its most repulsive form, expressed in the Islamist slogan "You love life, we love death." Materialistic knowledge and criticism of the individual, of his dispositive, possessive character, would be a foreshadowing of communism, if we appear as individuals who are only too attached to the beautiful appearance of the world, to life, and therefore know something else and better than politics. This means that we want to delimit the individual in such a way that we try, turning against Kant, who forbade the individual to stray into intelligible worlds, which not only means the excess of knowledge in situ, but also not coincidentally reminds us of sexual excess, to live this excess to some extent unimpressed by the unreasonable demands that surround us. To put it unequivocally, of course, this delimitation of the individual is also a regression, measured against the ideal of the bourgeois individual, but one that does not cancel out its potential for freedom, but rather expands it through a second reflection. Any emancipatory plea for a positive delimitation of the individual must be measured against whether, independently of the barbaric regression that can be observed everywhere and directed against it, such a conscious regression is envisaged and succeeds to some extent. Adorno detected such progressive moments in the post-bourgeois social character, as it already appeared in the 19th century in the figures of Richard Wagner's music dramas.
Friedrich Nietzsche made the very apt remark, "It is typically German that the question, 'What is German?' never dies out among Germans." This insight is anti-German in the very best sense, because it states that what distinguishes Germany from other nations and Germans from other citizens of nation-states is not some positively identifiable characteristic declared to be essence or substance, but the question of substance itself and the resulting competition between individuals, each of whom wants to prove themselves as the best German with their own definition. Nietzsche's bon mot is critical in the most beautiful sense of the word, because it does not fall for the self-attributions of Germans, who nowadays see their peculiarity above all in the fact that they are close to nature, waste-separating and peace-loving, and have learned from the dark chapters of German history in an exemplary manner, and sees the typically German, unerringly precisely in the process of a manically obsessed, virtually infinite self-preoccupation. It is German to trace the German as a supposed substance, whereby it does not matter whether the contributions in this regard affirmatively call for a return to national virtues or critically examine the suffering of Germans in their Germanness. What is decisive is that anyone who, however critically, answers the question of what is German instead of destroying the question, becomes an integral part of creating national meaning, an undertaking that can never be decided, can never come to an end according to the character of the German, which is assumed to be unfathomable and unfathomable, and thus also promises the grandchildren and great-grandchildren opportunities for employment and profiling. If typically German is therefore a permanent journey of self-discovery, then the German way of coming to terms with the past, this tortured and never-ending, listlessly chewed over in tedious treatises and stylishly celebrated in hypocritical celebrations of one's own history, this objectless zero-tariff anti-fascism that indulges in ridiculously pathetic gestures, which fights the Nazis all the more resolutely the longer National Socialism goes back, is both its prototype and its most current form. The controversy over the performance of a composition by Hans Pfitzner, 1869–1949, by the Deutsches Symphonieorchester Berlin under its new chief conductor Ingo Metzmacher is a textbook example of the extent to which the jargon of coming to terms with the past saturates the language of even those who are not actually involved in the German mourning business. Metzmacher began his first season by performing Hans Pfitzner's romantic cantata, Von Deutscher Seele, composed in 1921, in a concert on October 3, 2007. This concert in turn marked the start of a series in which, according to a flyer, the special relationship of the German soul to music is to be explored, It will lead us to Kurt Weill and Hans Eisler, to Schumann, Liszt and Mendelssohn, to Hans Werner Henze and Helmut Oring. It's a rewarding path, but it's not easy. End of quote. Pfitzner had written about his cantata in the spirit that Nietzsche had ridiculed. The words of Eichendorff's text explain the epithet romantic. I chose the title von Deutscher Seele because I could not find a better and more summarizing expression for the thoughtful, exuberant, profound, tender, strong and heroic aspects of the German soul that speak from these poems. End of quote. Like all statements that are intended to positively define the essence of a nation, this one is also a null statement, because the characteristics mentioned can be applied to any so-called national character at any time, without anyone knowing what is supposed to be German, Russian, or English about the collective soul characterized in this way. What is German must be determined and asserted by purely declaratory arbitrariness. Pfitzner's sentence demonstrates this strikingly. Pfitzner's introduction to his work therefore does not reveal what special relationship exists between the German soul and the music. Instead, it arouses the almost compelling suspicion that someone who had been thinking decidedly German since August 1914, and even more so since November 1918 was trying to do so, who dedicated a string quartet to Admiral Tirpitz, the organizer of total submarine warfare, and who, after 1933, could basically only dislike the crude and plebeian aspects of the Nazis, wanted to present a defiant piece of perseverance in times of national humiliation. For with the outbreak of war at the latest, which was a welcome opportunity for the overwhelming majority of German poets and thinkers to organize the sellout of German soul poetry to the war press, any naivety that might have previously existed in connection with the German soul was finally gone. Since that time, a reference to the German soul in the context of a musical cycle that expressly does not want to keep up with an ideologue of the caliber of Hans Pfitzner and still wants to save parts of his work can only be made in a negative way, by expressly rejecting the murmuring question of the collective soul as an imposition. Metzmacher, on the other hand, did himself a conceivable disservice when he thwarted his attempt to thematize German musical tradition, an object that can be named and discussed, by trying to negotiate it under the general question of the German soul, an objective ideological phantasm. Those who do not simply reject this question but answer it obediently, even if the answer is so friendly, critical, and pluralistic and is intended to please everyone, as in the flyer of the Deutsches Symphonieorchester, are serving the creation of national meaning and will have no suitable means at their disposal to explain that the composer Hans Pfitzner is not the same as the ideologist and agitator Pfitzner. Dieter Graumann, vice president of the Central Council of Jews in Germany, probably sensed this fatal divergence between possible intention and highly ideological presentation, but obviously did not understand it when he announced in a press release on October 2, 2007 that Metzmacher was scandalously rehabilitating a sympathizer and self-declared anti-Semite with the Pfitzner performance. Graumann qualifies the performance of a work by Pfitzner, who, unlike Wagner in the Third Reich, was not counted among the heroes and of whom, then as now, hardly anyone knew or knows what his music actually sounds like, not only politically but also aesthetically. This is not art and certainly not a contribution to a controversial artistic debate, but the brazen and dangerous attempt to make an incorrigible anti-Semite acceptable through provocation. End of quote. Since Metzmacher wanted to complete the Pfitzner performance with Beethoven's Fifth Symphony and less preludes by Liszt, whose main theme served as the theme tune for the Wehrmacht broadcasts, one had to ask oneself whose brainchild the new chief conductor of the Deutsches Symphonieorchester Berlin is. Apart from the fact that the assertion that the performance of Liszt's Les Prudes was intended to complete the Pfitzner performance is simply wrong, and above all apart from the fact that the scattering of suspicion, as expressed in the meaningful question raised by Graumann, is simply meaningless, the answer to this is quite simple. Musically speaking, Metzmacher, as a pupil of Michael Gielen and others, is a committed advocate of the German symphony orchestra. Metzmacher is a committed advocate of new music, someone who knows how to interpret music of the past from the spirit of modernity, and someone who does not ignore the sensitive political implications of music, but brings them to the fore, as he did during his time as general music director of the Hamburg State Opera, where he realized Wagner's Lohengrin and Meistersinger, together with director Peter Konwiczny in an exemplary critical manner. To insinuate that Metzmacher wanted to rehabilitate an anti-Semite with his Pfitzner performance misses the point, if only because he clearly stated in interviews and in an open letter to Graumann that he would have been the last person to whitewash Pfitzner's political career. The rather unreal character of the whole dispute stems to a large extent from the fact that both opponents share an unease about what is German, which they cannot articulate without falling into practice jargon. When Metzmacher says that You can't just play any festive music on the Day of Unity. He has to resort to statesmanlike pathos and praise Germany for having learned not to leave out even the darkest chapters in commemoration. And when Grauman points out that Pfitzner was an avowed anti-Semite, he has to slip into unreflected admonition and warning and counter that the Pfitzner performance, especially on the Day of German Unity, does the country and its people the worst possible disservice, and encourages right-wing extremist and nationalist activities. With so much critically intended concern for Germany, it is not surprising that both are apparently convinced that the German from which they distance themselves manifests itself in jagged marching music, stubborn Auschwitz denial, repulsive boot Nazis and chauvinistic hate speech, but not in the professionalized whining and ritual contrition about Germany and one's own Germanness, that are typical of German anti-fascism and the German collective consciousness in general, and to which Metzmacher and Grauman, each in their own way, pay their respects. Both are so sincere in their efforts to make a constructive and critical contribution to German identity that the one did not postpone the performance of the cantata to a later date on the Day of German Unity, which he would have been better off not choosing in the first place, and the other could not simply retract his dishonest suspicion as ill-considered. The fact that the Central Council of Jews will have nothing to gain from his constructive stance, in contrast to Metzmacher, whom the feuilleton partly celebrated as the winner of this strange dispute, is tragic, but does not change the fact that the dispute was based on a mutually shared basis, and that the spokesman for the Central Council is obviously so incompetent or overcautious that he did not even talk about the actual scandal, the celebration of the German soul. Nevertheless, Metzmacher must be reproached for allowing a concert evening that could have been interesting and enlightening to be perceived as a demonstration of understanding for all the confessions of German apolitical people, from Thomas Mann's fortunately overcome derailment to Martin Walser's relevant statements. It could have been an enlightening and interesting event, because Pfitzner's political intention is not redeemed at all by the musical content of the work and the poems used, so the national chauvinist and anti-Semite by no means coincides with the artist. The abyss could have been explored between a composer who was, after all, remarkable and a paranoid Neidnickel, Richard Strauss on Pfitzner, who, because he was denied a major breakthrough as an artist, succeeded as a slavering defender of German honor, which is naturally rooted in a very sensitive German soul, and whose career is representative of the path of the hitherto seemingly so apolitical German educated middle class into the ranks of the Brown movement. From trench warfare in the summer of 1914 to February 1933, when Pfitzner, together with Nazi Gauleiters and representatives of the Munich cultural scene, made a public statement in which he primitively and violently labeled Thomas Mann a traitor to the country because of a rather un-German, but nevertheless venerated lecture he had given on the occasion of the 50th anniversary of Richard Wagner's death, and so on. Until 1946, when Pfitzner, now impoverished and almost forgotten, wrote a letter to Hans Frank, the plenipotentiary general for the Eastern Territories, who had just been sentenced to death in Nuremberg, assuring him of his personal esteem. Pfitzner walked unconvincingly, obdurately and full of power-protected inwardness on German wooden paths. The title of Pfitzner's cantata Von Deutscher Seele cannot have been chosen as the motto of a concert series with critical intentions, as Metzmacher tried to suggest, because anyone who thinks they can formulate criticism of German ideology in the forms of this very ideology will not hit a nerve, but will ultimately affirm the basic pattern of German identity mania, inwardness hardened into conviction, blindly projecting itself onto the outside world, and present it to the audience for aesthetic self-indulgence. This is true even if, for example, professional expellees such as Mrs. Steinbach and the like, who essentially admire Joseph von Eichendorff's Upper Silesian origins and are in any case more in tune with folkish rhymesmiths such as Boris von Munchausen or Agnes Miegel, are unlikely to have enjoyed the music presented. Ingo Metzmacher is undoubtedly a critical musician, whose strength at the same time marks his limitations. He is critical insofar as he is struck by the platitudinous or affirmative or by what is misused for the purposes of affirming power in the musical material and stimulates insightful reinterpretations. However, he failed as the organizer of the musical ceremony for the national holiday, not as a conductor, but in the accompanying music of the public debate. The apparent naivety with which he presented that the Pfitzner project had occurred to him quite spontaneously and followed it up with the fact that, since the 2006 World Cup, we now know how peaceful and civil Germans have become, points to a routine agreement with the standard ideologism of the German post-war period, according to which the Germans had become so civilized and normal after 1945 and in the wake of 68 that they could now also face the dark and burdened sides of their past without bias. On the one hand, The performance of this Pfitzner cantata in particular could have been enlightening from the point of view of political symbolism, because the figure of the anti-Semite and Germanist Pfitzner reveals what constitutes the German soul. The insistence on one's own innocence, which necessarily turns into persecution mania directed against the Jews, which nowadays preferably finds its expression in the fact that Germans, referring to the thorough and solid mourning work they have done, take it upon themselves to give lessons in peaceful conflict resolution to the obdurate Jews of Israel who are incapable of learning. But that was not in the program. Musically, as could have been shown once again, the work simply does not fit in with its author's evil political creed. From a musical point of view, the Pfitzner performance, even as it took place, was not an endorsement of nationalists and right-wing extremists, as Grauman believes. For all the criticism of the ideological context, it is a strange idea that Pfitzner's music could pose a threat to democracy in Germany. After all, Nazis probably need music like Pfitzner's for what they think and do, and a fascism that adorns itself with music as brooding and restrained as Pfitzner's would be a rather introverted fascism and would develop about as much dynamism as the German team in Monty Python's Philosopher's Soccer Match. You can object to Pfitzner's music all you like, but one thing can be said without a doubt. That, with a few exceptions, this music is not organized propaganda kitsch and therefore cannot be used to create a state. This also applies to the incriminated cantata von Deutscher Seele, in which there is precisely one passage in which the defiant-sounding words "Und das Land ist doch frei" are affirmatively accompanied by booming brass, full orchestra, and C major. In general, the spirit of the world was so fortunate that it allowed a malicious dialectic to prevail in Pfitzner and his work, which meant that someone who was firmly loyal to the Nazis was so disliked by the Nazis that someone who felt as German and close to the people as Pfitzner wrote music that was so alien to the people and difficult to access. Paradoxically, however, it also came about in matters of art that someone who, for example in his 1920 essay, The New Aesthetics of Musical Impotence, so vehemently defended the melodic incursion granted to the artist through inspiration against atonal chaos and Americanism, as an expression of the internationalist Bolshevik subversion work of the all-Jew, on the one hand, so often wrote music that was anemic, dull, and, according to his own criteria, unimaginative and impotent, and on the other hand, in his best moments, such as the scherzo from the cantata von Deutscher Seele, entitled Der Tod eines Postelen, which Metzmacher rightly emphasized, he repeatedly succumbed to the Jewish atonal chaos that he fought so doggedly against. After all, Pfitzner, who saw himself as a traditionalist and keeper of the German musical heritage of Weber, Schumann, and Wagner, for example, still had a keen sense in his anti-modernist furor that a certain kind of modern music was still in the making, music, mainly based on Stravinsky, which makes a tabula rasa with tradition in order to consciously and deliberately regress to primitive melodic, harmonic, and compositional patterns, fully corresponds in its structure and appearance to National Socialism and its cult of youth. Pfitzner could have been on his stomach in front of the Nazis and been a party comrade from the very beginning. It would not have earned him more than a few additional but nonetheless unsuccessful performances of his works. The Nazi cultural politicians understood more than Pfitzner how the German Silu had to sound in order to function as reinforcement of an atavistic communal experience, which Pfitzner, as an avowed chauvinist in the First World War, was not at all averse to. Their masterminds sensed that contemporary and effective German music would first have to shed the mustiness of 500 years of European and, to a large extent, German musical tradition in order to pay homage to the heroism of the German soul in a rejuvenated, dynamic and vital, i.e. motoric, boring and formally primitive way, and to finally overcome everything ambiguous and abysmal, i.e. the inevitably artistic nature of art. The new men of German music were younger, less talented and far more unscrupulous than Pfitzner. Karl Orff, for example, who successfully came to public attention in 1936 with an Olympic music, in 1937 with his Carmina Burana, and in 1939 with a kind of Aryanized incidental music to Shakespeare's A Midsummer Night's Dream, intended as a replacement for the music of Mendelssohn, who was frowned upon by the Nazis, a work about which Meyer's Handbuch über die Musik still knew how to say in 1971 that it does not emphasize the romantic like Mendelssohn, but the pulsating and lively. Orff was the man who really did not produce art at any time, but wrote music that was actually fascist in its inner composition for all the sympathizers and self-declared anti-Semites, i.e. the majority of Germans. Werner Egk, who is largely forgotten today, should also be mentioned here. In his first successful work in 1935, the Orff and Stravinsky-inspired fairy-tale opera Die Zaubergage, The Magic Violin, a character called Guldensack, discredited as a money wolf, is played by the good Casper with the magic violin in such a vibrant and lively manner that he has to dance until he collapses unconscious, similar to the grim fairy tale Der Jude im Dorn, the Jew in the Thorn, who, of course, did not survive. It is not surprising that Pfitzner, who was aesthetically conservative and attached to the romantic concept of art, is said to have replied to the question of what he thought of the new music in Germany at the end of the 1930s. Eck me on Orff. Incidentally, it was composers and theorists, among others, to whom Pfitzner's attacks were directed, who recognized the contradictory nature of his music. Alban Berg, for example, published a polemic against Pfitzner in the Viennese journal Musikblätter de Anbruch in 1920, in which he disgraced his emotional and imaginative aesthetics with a wonderfully precise analysis of Schumann's Traumerei, and finally, in a final passage inspired by Karl Kraus, exposed Pfitzner to scorn by having a particularly awkward and uninspired melody by Pfitzner printed, without mentioning his name, and commenting on it with his own pompous words. On the other hand, according to Egon Wellisch, a student of Arnold Schoenberg, all the composers of the Schoenberg Circle were unquestionably in agreement about the rank and, in part, the thoroughly modern nature of Pfitzner's music. Wellisch reports, for example, of a performance of Pfitzner's second opera Die Rose vom Liebesgarten at the Vienna State Opera under Gustav Mahler's direction, at which Schoenberg, Berg and Webern were present, all of whom were enthusiastic about the prelude to the first act, where a single note is shaded by different instrumental colors. In other words, a melody of tone colors has already been composed, as Webern and Schoenberg were to develop to the highest level of sophistication in their orchestral pieces Op. 10 and Op. 16 respectively. And it should not go unmentioned that it was precisely those who were reviled as un-German and as incarnations of the corrosive Jewish principle who quite rightly saw themselves as standing quite naturally in a tradition which they, following its imminent logic driving towards atonality, continued by exploding it, while Pfitzner merely preserved and thus corrupted it. The sentence that Alban Berg put at the end of an essay on the 50th birthday of his revered teacher goes back to Arnold Schoenberg, that the work he has given the world so far seems to secure not only the supremacy of his personal art, but, what is even more, that of German music for the next 50 years. To this day, Schoenberg and Berg are accused of this sentence as a terrible chauvinistic derailment, whereas in reality it merely expresses the fact that the exponents of the Second Viennese School quite naturally saw themselves as working within a tradition that fundamentally determined the course of composing and music-making until well into the 20th century, and which was to become the basis for the development of German music. They were right to want this tradition to continue to be generalized, in the continuity of an emphatic concept of music as a formally richly articulated totality that aims to reconcile the general and the particular, as it was coined in the German-speaking world. One could learn from this that there is no reason to raise profound and meaningful questions about the German in or the relationship of the German soul to music, when it is already undoubtedly clear what German music tradition is, which remains all the more effective the less one talks about it in a roundabout way and the more one cultivates it as a matter of course by changing it, both compositionally and interpretatively. This also implies that the German music tradition can only be effective if it does not become hardened to itself and its particular origins, but consciously appropriates the universality of its own objective content. In this and only in this would German music be true world music. In Adorno's words, the meaning that this term may still assert does not lie in hopeless attempts to determine what the German is, but in the transition to humanity. To cultivate such music at the festive concert for the German national holiday with a badly misused summit work of European orchestral music, namely Beethoven's Fifth Symphony in contrast with the musically interesting Cantata von Deutscher Seele by Hans Pfitzner, who is rightly maligned as an ideologue, could indicate that the Germans finally no longer have to obsessively ask their fateful question of what is German and are therefore able to understand the ambivalence of Pfitzner's work. However, the fact that this insight is torpedoed when such concerts are sold as a balm for the souls of Germans who are both mourning and claiming their right to a happy Nazi childhood remains the subject of criticism. As long as the organizers and promoters of such events have a fatal tendency to stage such German soliloquies, and as long as their opponents can think of nothing better than to invoke the old Kreuzberg rule of thumb, according to which whoever says Nazi first wins, in the face of an undertaking that is indeed scandalous but which they have at best managed to name in a rudimentary way. The ever-present threat of the interchangeability of participants in the culture industry must be perceived as an insult, especially where the unmistakable has become a utility value in art. However, people compulsively avoid perceiving the offense as an opportunity for self-reflection, and so they look for guilty parties. The betrayal of authenticity, which is regarded as the hallmark of the non-replaceable, is not only blamed on the art market in general, but especially on the rich, the collectors, the artist millionaires. The co-curator of the Berlin Biennale 2012, Joanna Warsa, considers MoMA and the new museum in New York to be the art institutions dominated by the 1%, and the Occupy museums allied with the Biennale ad in the magazine Camera Austria. The problem is that the richest 1% of the 1%, like on Wall Street, control almost everything. Of course, they pretend to be philanthropic and sit on the supervisory boards of museums. End quote. The MoMA is very much a temple, and it shows the abuse. One wants to storm the temple, because it is the temple of the 1%. Ronald S. Lauder, for example, is practicing money laundering with his Nui gallery. The abuse of public property must be brought to light. From the obvious borrowings from the image of the New Testament expulsion of the Jews as money changers from the temple and the agitation against Lauder, who acquired the paintings restituted to descendants of victims of the Shoah, by Kirchner formerly of Berlin and Klimt formerly of Vienna, the direct path leads to aggression against the State of Israel. This aggression has now crystallized as the goal of all political engagement in art, that is, an engagement that does not want to become aware of its preconditions. At least that is what this Berlin Biennale 2012 has delivered. It was celebrated most audaciously in the transfer of the Palestinian Key of Return, which was chosen as the monument of the entire Biennale. Probably the largest key in the world, weighing around a ton and 9 meters long, it was made of steel in 2008 by the inhabitants of the Aida refugee camp near Bethlehem and placed on the entrance gate of the camp. It stands for the right of return of the Palestinians, who are said to have taken their house keys with them in 1948 and 1967 because they assumed they would soon be able to return. On March 12, 2012, the Key of Return was sent on its journey to the Berlin Biennale, and on April 23, it landed with the help of a crane in the courtyard of the Kunstwerke in Berlin-Mitte. The identity-forming youth movement was formed by Occupy, whose various local representatives had their say in Camera Austria, in the catalogue and in the exhibition. In various press commentaries, it was noted that the invitation to occupy may appear to be a contradiction, as one can only occupy what does not call for it. However, the contradiction is not a contradiction insofar as it is only about the implementation of the desire for the abolition of all mediations, and the Biennale sees itself as the artistic spearhead of the worldwide movement against plutocracy in its submission to an occupation. Occupy has been staged in Berlin as a permanent, socially ambitious cultural revolution that puts an end to the powers that rule the world, precisely by constantly and daily mobilizing and uniting all those who are willing. The Biennale's principle of announcing an action every day, in its furor of supposed arbitrariness, is also the purpose itself. The addresses of solidarity announced each day are also merely means and interchangeable in individual cases, if they only strengthen the community of rebels in general. In this sense, one is post-national and reproduces the belief in oneself as a collective in the daily struggle. It is only through the imagined conspiracy against the community that the community is able to form itself as such and constantly re-establish itself. In a special action beyond its self-purpose as its non-societal opposite, it determined, not arbitrarily and very precisely, what holds it together at its core. The solidarity address for Günter Grass and his variation of the protocols of the Elders of Zion at the height of the time of the peace-moving peoples and Volksgemeinschaft against Israel. The preferred form of occupy is the camp, which can ideally generate the permanent moment, the event in a Land Badiou sense, or in the words of Occupy Wall Street in Camera Austria. Quote, "Tent cities are centers of radicalization. There has been an incredible transfer of homeless knowledge into the camp. How to hold out, survive. Perhaps it is also a prototypical city. The people in the camp, they are the 99%. End quote. And the specific aestheticization of political concerns in the camp is confirmed when Occupy declares that it is not about urban development, art, politics, but rather that they must try to unite all disciplines into an ecological totality of civil society action in our precarious everyday life. The main curator of the Biennale, Arturs Majewski, asks, together with Occupy Amsterdam, could the emptying of the toilets be seen as an artistic intervention? The cultivation of the camp, the cult of the welfare regime, and the administration of misery clearly show the longing for the refugee camp that secretly shapes the fantasies of desire. Giorgio Agamben's Homo Caesar is to be mimed in the camp. The eternal return of all refugees is the perpetuation of the unmediated, the ideal of being constantly on the run as a direct Democrat in battle, nothing other than the state of barbarism. It was only shortly before the end of the Biennale that the Occupy activists complained, as observers had already noticed at the beginning, that they were being viewed here as if they were in a zoo, so that they finally claimed the sole continuation of the art event as a democratic happening and demanded the removal of Zmajewski. And since Zmajewski saw them as confirmation of his cause, they cited him as the guarantor of their demand to present art that is actually effective, influences reality, and opens up a space in which politics can take place. The hierarchical nature of the avant-gardes should give way to the horizontal. Liberation in or freedom of the symbolic is the non-state, whose legal concepts and guarantees would be unsupervised in such a democratic happening, i.e. de facto subject to the pure arbitrariness of the camp or the camp supervisor. And the editors of Camera Austria approvingly quote what Judith Butler proclaimed at Zuccotti Park in Manhattan on October 23, 2011. It is important that we as bodies, as the corporeal beings that we are, appear together in public, that we gather in public. We come together on the streets and in the squares as an alliance of bodies. As bodies we suffer, we need food, a roof over our heads. And as bodies we depend on and desire each other. Therefore, what is happening here is a politics of the public body, the needs of bodies, its movement and its voice. End quote. Butler's words, which are very reminiscent of Leni Riefenstahl's aesthetics, are very welcome here. Quote, this corporeality, which found expression in the urban tent camps that grew into independent organisms, marks an interest beyond a possible weak or even non-existent collective identity, and despite all heterogeneity, in becoming involved in the production of politics, touching it, becoming part of it. End quote. Alice Kreischer and Andreas Siekmann, who are among the few artists who have expressed clear disapproval of the Biennale, see in the activities of movement art above all media branding and emotional clusters like in Hollywood productions and marketing, which accordingly owes itself to the art market. This objection fails to recognize what goes beyond mere marketing in the spectacle, ultimately, what threatens capitalist society in the form of the negative sublation of capital. The criticism that the Biennale only pretends to offer real political art is itself still part of the Biennale's program. It not only ignores the mediations, i.e. that it was the institutions that invited or supported Zmajewski with his programmatic ideas of art and politics, the Federal Cultural Foundation, Kunstwerk Berlin, Goethe Institutes, the selection jury, all of which, according to this objection, are, as Zmajewski sees it, merely agents of the art market and not authentically committed to the 99%. Rather, the unprecedented concentration of anti-Zionist activity in the art scene would show that the crisis in the political engagement of art is now pushing for the anticipation of destruction in politics. And thus those responsible from the institutions can live out their own anti-capitalist and anti-aesthetic resentment in such an art program, and in view of their inherent interchangeability and possible degradation in the art-capital relationship, long for the final blow. At the same time, it is remarkable how close both the specialized press and the feuilleton generally are to this regression when they accuse the Biennale of not being serious at all and at the same time state that it has failed, according to the tenor of 3Sat, Kunstforum, Monopol, etc. The Berliner Zeitung wrote, "The strong material has not yet been translated into another vocabulary of artistic form. It remains protest. And while the Taz found sponge over it, although it almost physically hurt to see how thoroughly Artur Zmajewski and his curators succeeded in discrediting political art." Nicholas Mock summarizes in the Frankfurter Allgemeine, "Grass and Auschwitz to go and an Occupy camp to gawk at. The Berlin Biennale is gambling away its most important idea with cynicism and political kitsch, which is all the more annoying, as the questions posed at the beginning of this Biennale were interesting and justified, as was the chief curator's anger at inconsequential provocations, jaded utopias, and an art that makes do with presenting ideas that no one intends to implement anyway." End quote. In such a failure, the Berlinale succeeded in having its questions recognized as interesting and justified. Seen in this light, it was a resounding success. The persistence with which the artists group Rosa Perutz claims in its article in Jungle World that the Biennale is, above all, nationally determined, must almost be considered intentional. Rosa Perutz herself refers to the Biennale's concern as the subaltern European and international community of victims of global capitalism, and quotes, in relation to the Palestinians, the Biennale as wanting to set a new beginning, beyond all biographical, national, and social conflicts. The beyond of biographies is the erasure of the individual and the leveling of history, The beyond of the nation is to replace the state with the beyond of the social, which is nothing other than the people's state and, beyond that, the Volksgemeinschaft. If Rosa Perutz were right when she writes that the Biennale is about the mystification of the collective vis-a-vis modern nations, she would criticize Majewski as an anti-national instead of lamenting the national determination of his event. After all, he advocates a real protest movement in Israel, which other nationalities can also join. Together they could organize resistance against the military regime in Israel. Biennale activist Jonas Stahl immediately called for a new world summit to bring together representatives of organizations that are on international terror lists, which primarily consist of a host of Islamist groups that are known not to be nationally oriented, and to discuss the possibilities of radical democracy in Europe with them. The book accompanying the Biennale exhibition, entitled Forget Fear, offers a guide to conspiracy theory at the height of the times. In the spirit of anti-racism, the peace movement and the commitment to oppressed peoples, it manifests an anti-Zionism that aims straightforwardly at the destruction of Israel. The persecuting innocence is sought in the form of questions about the Jew as such. What does it mean to be Jewish? And what does it mean to be Israeli? Whereby the Israeli is defined as strong, brutal and cruel, belligerent and ready to use violence. The Israelis are described as these people who kill civilians in the Gaza Strip, the West Bank and Lebanon, who accept atrocities against the Arabs and also war as a solution to their problems. In contrast, weakness is what Judaism is all about. The strength of the Israelis must come to an end. What we need is precisely this Jewish weakness. Not only is the accusation of instrumentalizing the Shoah repeated again and again, but the survivors themselves are also attacked. Israel uses anti-Semitism as part of the desired status quo. Young Israelis are brainwashed to be perpetrators and murderers. The survivors of the Shoah, however, are accused of constantly dealing with the Holocaust without a word of reconciliation. While for Israeli artist Yael Bartana, the Muslims are the new Jews and she condemns Zionism as a brutal and ignorant idea. Space without a people for a people without space. Majewski suggests to the Israeli members of the movement that they give up their citizenship as a form of protest. He propagates an anti-Zionist Congress in Basel, because depopulation is indeed a threat and therefore also a weapon. And Bartana also immediately states who she hopes to rely on. To her surprise, she hears German and Austrian diplomats saying that it would be great to hear a different, sincere voice in Israel. What Majewski says like a joke. Not only religion but also culture can turn Aryans into Jews, becomes the manifest threat of the left-wing anti-Semite as soon as he asks himself several times, referring to the return of the Jews. How are they? Extreme right. But do we really want these people? The question is, do we really want them in Europe? End quote. Forget Fear is certainly one of the most perfidious collections of texts and images for the edification of anti-Semites today. The title is particularly perfidious. Instead of understanding fear as a mode and content of domination and exploitation, as something social that cannot be conquered by the individual as long as the society exists in this form, Majewski simply confesses that he is afraid, only to call on us to forget fear in the next sentence. This is understood as subjectivity after the demise of the subject. Forger fear is thus repressing and repressing repeatedly and only in a different, mostly delusional form, for example as imagination and projection, the relations of violence. The authoritarian character knows no pain, especially as an anti-authoritarian. Forger fear calls once again, and this time for triumphant submission to fear, wants to spread fear itself by forgetting it, is only conceivable as a preliminary stage of what behaves as a celebration of death and has become a battle cry in Islamic rackets. That those others, these individual people love life while you yourself collectively love death. The film Berek, Michigan, which was shown in the main building of the Kunstwerke and was Majewski's only own artistic work in the exhibition, was not understood in the pseudo-critical Biennale commentaries by Dorothy Albrecht and Ludwig Seyfarth as a prime example of how the Biennale can be transformed into a procedure for shaping politics for nothing. The video shows naked adults playing tag in a windowless room, which the artist describes as the gas chamber of an extermination camp. Majewski's declared intention is to create a psychotherapeutic memory of the traumatic experiences in order to overcome what happened. However, the meaning of the intention only becomes clear in Majewski's praise of what is considered the weakness of the Jews and in his vilification of their strength in the form of the State of Israel. This also includes the Congress of the movement, with which Yael Bartana wants to persuade 3.3 million Jews to reverse the Holocaust and return to Poland. The Jews should undo the Holocaust. This project by Bartana, which was central to the Biennale and mobilized against Israel in the gesture of the peace movement, refugee friendship and reconciliation, was one of the few contributions to the Biennale to receive almost nothing but praise and recognition. Very few feature pages were at all disturbed by the constant engagement against Israel. For the most part, a strange naivety was displayed. Nicholas Mock, for example, commented, "Israel appears in this Biennale primarily as a problem," and continued, "Even Yael Bartana's semi-ironic project to call for the return of 3.3 million Jews to Poland seems strange in the context of this Biennale. Where should they come from? From Israel to make room for the Palestinian state." End of quote. Jörg Heiser in the Art and Culture magazine Frieze demands clarity where everything is clear. This means nothing other than that Jarer, an art activist at the Biennale, is speaking out against Israel's right to exist. Why is this not clearly stated? End quote. More characteristic, however, is the procedure according to the motto good guy, bad guy, with which Smejewski is rejected, but Bartana is praised in a hardly surpassable affirmation by Dorothy Albrecht and Ludwig Seyfarth, similarly emotional and great as the key of return is Bartana's project. Almost too good to be true, should this work of art be realized at some point. End quote. In the Taz, Ingo Arendt feels obliged to dispute the only content of anti-Zionism as soon as it presents itself aesthetically, the destruction of Israel in order to make the Jews defenseless again. He cannot recognize any historical revisionism in Bartana. The return is not meant literally. It is anything but Israel or Poland bashing. At the Congress of the Movement for the Return of the Jews to Poland, aesthetically everything was right. It was a symbol of a supranational movement of thought. The aesthetics of democracy were demonstrated here in its purest form, when weakened figures pulled out their voting cards after a tiring debate. It was humanoid, so to speak. End of quote. The movement that Smejewski was concerned with at the Biennale should declare that the Holocaust is finally forgiven, so that the politics of European countries based on feelings of guilt come to an end. End quote. So at this Biennale, in the midst of the Euro crisis, there was also a German debate, and its atmosphere is the approval of the aestheticization of the political as a universal means of forgetting the omnipresent fear, the privatization of history, a mockery of the victims of the Shoah trimmed to intimacy, life as kitsch, culminating in the reconciliation of the perpetrators with themselves and consequently targeting Israel. The Biennale is not so much an attack against so-called neoliberalism, of which the EU is accused, as the abolition of the private as a privatist act, which corresponds precisely to the crisis of sovereignty in European politics. The movement is the community of the incessantly available private. In other words, the more private the totality of the culture industry, the less it contains a residue of what aesthetic experience can do against fear. Mozart's last stage work is the opera of the year. It has been performed in Baden-Baden and Salzburg, Karlsruhe and Ghent, Berlin and Amsterdam. The production at the opening of the Salzburg Festival, the first production of the new era under festival director Markus Hinterhauser, which was also performed in Berlin and Amsterdam shortly afterwards, left no doubt as to the appeal of this opera. Director Peter Sellers, the audience and music critics unashamedly celebrated the appeasement of EU politics. Triumph of the Humane with divine music and Mozart at the height of time cheered Manfred Brugg in Die Welt, July 28, 2017. The title of his article, Long Live Wolfgang Amadeus Mandela, Long Live, Up, is by no means meant ironically. Werner the Uric explained in Spiegel Online, July 28, 2017, how to scale such heights of time. Peter Sellers staged Mozart's hymn to human greatness through gentleness, clemenza, and as a parable about the triumph of forgiveness over hatred and death. Sounds topical, and that's exactly how Sellers brought it to the stage. Peter Sellers had been working on Mozart's last opera for 25 years, until the attacks of 9/11 changed the world and made terror the subject of international politics. He originally envisioned Nelson Mandela as the Roman Emperor Titus, who provided the protagonist for Mozart's work, but now Sellers took the character even further. End quote. So much so that the phrase welcome culture gets two legs and begins to sing as a tenor. Only Jan Brachman from the Frankfurter Allgemeine, July 29, 2017, was able to muster a little irony against this Clemenza D. Merkel. Quote, in Sellers' play, Titus is a ruler who opens his country to refugees and takes Sextus and Servilia into his own family in the refugee camp as role models of his welcoming culture. But Sextus, incited by Vitellia, a domestic political opponent of Titus, develops into a terrorist. He straps on an explosive belt to Adagio and Fugue, the double basses rumble, but then shoots Titus with a handgun. He dies, to the horror of the refugees, most of whom are grateful to him. End quote. These refugees fantasized by the director are also the ones who appear on stage as a multicultural choir instead of the plebeians from ancient Rome, the majority of the women wearing headscarves. The Spiegel correspondent is simply enraptured, costumed, lovingly designed by Robbie Duivman. As a large Christian Western and Oriental Muslim community of faith, they walk, pray, and live together as a utopian projection of a world community that manages to overcome violence and hatred. Rarely has Mozart's music been more intimately united in movement and sound. In contrast, Brachman merely shrugs his shoulders and adds, "You can do it that way. It also works somehow." The amazement that, taking the festival's Baroque ideology at its word, it really somehow works, however, points to the inner problems of this last opera by Mozart, composed as a revival of opera seria on the basis of a 60-year-old libretto by Metastasio to be performed at the coronation of Leopold II in Prague, which the Foz critic at least hints at. Taking Mozart's own aesthetics at their word, the revival did not work out. In order to compose an opera for the coronation of the new ruler, he himself had no choice but to compose something by Metastasio, the most important librettist of the era, and he even wrote another castrato role, for the assassin of all people. Without the lucrative and prestigious commission, Mozart would hardly have resorted to such a model, as essential elements of its form and plot had long since been reduced to absurdity by the musical dramaturgy of his Da Ponte operas. If he now tries to smuggle this dramaturgy into the seria within individual arias and duets, there is a special grace in this, which has its truth in the artificiality, in the contrast to the outer form. And this contrast should not be made up. In contrast, no one has explained the badly anachronistic nature of Clemenza, which obviously helps the work to be successful today, more vividly than Ivan Nagel in his 1988 Mozart essay Autonomy und Nade, in which thoughts on tragedy and drama in Walter Benjamin and Peter Sondi Nagel was a close friend of the latter, are spun further for opera seria and opera buffa, and Adorno's reflections on opera are concretized for the period of Viennese classicism. Unlike in the plays of the French classical period, such as Corneille's China, subtitled La Glimmy d'Agut, which often influenced the genre of opera seria, in Mozart's coronation opera, magnanimity does not prove to be the attitude of the sovereign after the civil war has ended, but rather appears from the very beginning for no reason at all. The sovereign is humanized as much as the civil war is reduced to a mere love intrigue, which here solely motivates the assassin. In order to somehow adapt the genre to his dramaturgy, Mozart had 8 ensembles built into Metastasio's original. Titus sings in no fewer than 3 of them. The emperor takes a part among parts to justify himself, indeed to apologize as a man among men. In his recitative, he also renounces princely godlike status with the Divini Honori. This destroys the space of the seria, the pathos gap between the threatening and the pleading, between sovereign and subject. How could fear and hope call and struggle for mercy, since Titus, a tenorally stiff, pale plaster cast of Sarastro, always proclaims that he is not a monster, a tyrant, but a human being. The lack of conflict is arid in the details, the lack of purpose in the whole, as the emperor is praised from the first bars as the kindest and most merciful, by the rebel who is to murder him. The Risorgimento Republican de Sanctis sneered at the rigged barter of magnanimity at the end, which in the late seria, devaluing all dangers to fiction, always brings the prince posthumous fame, the conspirators always promotion. Tutti eroi e tutti contenti. For Camille, on the other hand, Augustus only appeared as a reconciler at the end of his bloody conquest of power, which also means at the end of the civil war. His sovereignty, any unrestricted sovereignty, is understood as the power that ends les fureurs d'une guerre civile legitimately, until the people forget what they did and suffered in the war of all against all. Cinna emerged soon after the religious massacres, in the midst of the plots of the high nobility that Richelieu cruelly put down. Thus Camille knew how evil and necessary absolute rule was. Metastasio and Mozart no longer knew. They allowed a conspiracy of the apolitical to seep away in an act of mercy devoid of any politics. Without power and the inclination to be a tyrant, the sovereign is nothing. They are a key feature of his godlike nature. He who does not fear God does not believe in him. Metastasio's flattering image of the sovereign, on the other hand, leaves him no choice but to abdicate to man. The predictability of the character of Titus harbors apathic compulsion to repeat himself, marked by the burden of proof of self-control, which rule must constantly purify, of self-disempowerment, which power must revoke every time. As a private citizen, the ruler takes refuge in ceremonial, in the theatrical scheme of the clemenza, which no longer establishes the absolute state, but buries it every evening with choruses of praise and fanfares. The flattering genre of late Syria is too loyal and mendacious to allow the prince's arbitrariness to be blackened even by villains. Thus, this late-night Syria lends itself to a parody of sovereignty. The theater makers of the latest Salzburg Baroque production must have sensed that the transposition of the plot to the current situation in Europe must slide into pure and merely silly travesty. La Elemenza di Tito, or We Can Do It. But it was not only to create a somewhat more tragic atmosphere that they incorporated other Mozart compositions into the opera. They also wanted to create a kind of aura for the counter-sovereign that the production was actually courting. A passage from the Mass in C minor during the plea for mercy for the refugees. Adagio and fugue in C minor to prepare the terrorists for the assassination attempt. The Miserere from the Mass in C minor as a lament by Muslim men and women after the terrorist attack. A few weeks after the premiere of Titus in Salzburg, around 200 Muslims marched along the Ramblas in Barcelona under the slogan "We are Muslims, not terrorists," where the terrorist attack had taken place a few days earlier, leaving 13 dead and over 120 injured. Finally, the director has the magnanimous ruler die as a result of the attack, while in Mozart's work his survival guarantees the happy ending. To be more precise, the sovereign of this directorial theater idea commits suicide by tearing off the tubes of the intensive medical treatment that has tied him to his sickbed since the attack. He sings Tudia Salvo, e tutto oblio, which was used in the Syria to evoke unity under the ruler who withstands all conflicts. The white journalist goes into raptures about this idea once again. Quote, "While the dark, polyphonic music thus ennobles the late work, making it much more transcendent, above all through the formidably weightless-sounding chorus, the ruler is also elevated to the status of Christ, for example in a Benedictio insertion. Sellers portrays him as the leader of an African country. He speaks of Mozart and Amp Mandelt. Whether he is really good or evil, we don't know." End of quote. The last piece is the Mauryan funeral music, which is obviously intended to spread emotion about the sovereign who has abolished himself with the help of the terrorists. But hardly any other composition by Mozart is less suitable for such emotion. There is much to suggest that this erratic instrumental piece was influenced by the impending doom of the Masonic movement, of which Mozart was a member. Designed as a chorale variation, it is at the same time fissured at its core, emphatically unbalanced through the confrontation of different motivic characters, the conceptual juxtaposition of winds and strings, meticulously prescribed alternation between piano and forte, crescendo and decrescendo in the smallest of spaces. It is precisely in this that this morning evokes steadfastness, while the completely unmediated hint of a quiet hope in the C major chord of the last bar appears simultaneously as an expression of powerlessness and the opposite of reconciliation. In the performance of the Moorish Trauer music, which is integrated into the Baroque grandeur of the Salzburg production of Titus, the conductor is challenged. He tries by all means to bend it towards reconciliation so that it is suitable as a melodramatic backdrop to the final tableau. If Theodor Karensis already throttles and speeds up the tempi in the interpretation of the overture, the instrumental pieces and the choral parts without any concern for proportions, switching and changing the time signature at will and with a kind of childish coarseness, in most of the arias and duets he was probably taught better by the singers, then it is obviously done here at the end for a specific purpose, to blur the contrasts in the polyphony and somehow round off the jaggedness of the funeral music after all. It is, in a word, as if Wilhelm Furtwängler were standing at the podium. The dark polyphony that so impresses the world's music critics is more dark, or rather foggy, than polyphonic. The time signature, which should be strictly adhered to and accentuated here, is lost in a kind of swaying undercut by the very last idea of the performance, that the multicultural choir sings something Hebrew to the instrumental piece words from Jeremiah's Lamentations. The only thing missing was an invitation to the audience to sway and sing along. Adorno once said in his introduction to the sociology of music that the great festivals of Bayreuth, Salzburg, or Vienna are almost the only occasions where one can still hear performances worthy of human beings. The Clemenzotti Tito of 2017 was certainly not one of them, but rather proved Karl Kraus' permanent mockery of the Salzburg Festival's entire ideological conception right. But the flattering image of refugee politics was countered this festival summer by a remarkable performance of Berg's Wozik. Reminiscent of Eric and Carlos Kleiber and Pierre Boulez, Vladimir Jurovsky's conducting paid attention to the proportions of the score, intensifying the contrast between the quiet, chamber music-like basic traits and the outrageous outbursts, devoting himself to every subtle nuance of color and the smallest transitions. The unity of the delusional, which manifests itself in and between the characters in the plot, as if to seal it, a C major chord is heard in the midst of atonal contexts, as if in the background as soon as money is mentioned at the expiation, can only be broken through by the devotion with which it is evoked. Jurovsky's interpretation made this particularly clear. If in Wozik we can speak of the fetterless and childless pity of sound, Adorno, then it applies solely to the torturable Leib and the unquenched drive. Matthias Gorn's Wozik is perhaps the first embodiment of the character who, closer to the other characters in the play, deliberately rejects the false pity that seeks to legitimize the murderous insanity of their actions with poverty. As a director, William Kentridge was obviously able to gain a foothold in such true musical fidelity to the work. He did not set out to bring the title character to the stage as a Syrian refugee who commits an honor-killing leitmotif, "We poor Muslim people," but instead accurately associated the music with the catastrophic politics of the First World War in an attempt to imitate the unity of the delusional, the results of which the revival of the Baroque, to which the Salzburg Festival was founded, once sought to console. But Sellers and Carensis Clemenza would have fitted in well with the Documenta program in Kassel this year, as a counterpart to Dim Sampaio's performance Auschwitz on the Beach. The Brazilian artist wanted to use a poem by the philosopher Franco Bifu Berardi, a late operatist and Negri imitator. Berardi's message was that Europe was the center of financial dictatorship. Quote, "We trusted that Europe could overcome its history of violence, but now we have to face the truth. Europe is nothing but nationalism, colonialism, capitalism, and fascism. Europeans are building concentration camps in their own territories, and they are paying their Gauleiters in Turkey, Libya, Egypt, and Israel to do the dirty work along the Mediterranean, where salt water has replaced Cyclone B. To stop migration, Euronazism will build huge extermination camps." End quote. The Documenta 14 concept of subordinating the artwork to the political message undoubtedly found its most significant expression in the announcement of the performance Auschwitz on the Beach. Synthesis of indignation, rebellion, and anti-Semitism. But the ideology that made it possible lay at the heart of the entire Documenta. It was about using simple worldviews to explain abstract and mediated power relations as alliances between established politics and business. Adam Shimczyk, artistic director of this Documenta. In the Nui Gallery exhibition, which was intended to represent the ideological quintessence of Documenta 14, the artwork Sergio Zavallo's A War Machine was shown, which pilloried various portraits of politicians and more or less important business leaders as the embodiment of the military-industrial complex. It was precisely this connection that was not addressed by the criticism from so-called civil society of the announced performance Auschwitz on the Beach, in which a political activist named Franco Bifo Berardi wanted to present a poem, and a Brazilian artist named Dim Sampaio his paintings, and so it remained largely helpless, superficial, and moralistic, although it was aimed at equating the Holocaust and refugee policy, which is made in Berardi's poem published in the announcement. It failed to make an impact. Although Franco Berardi distanced himself from his concentration camp comparison, he did not retract any of the content of his theses. "I will no longer use the word Auschwitz, but the concept remains," said Berardi, who gave a 20-minute lecture at the Documenta in Kassel on August 24. Quote, "If the Italian government criminalizes aid organizations and prefers to let people drown, then I call that extermination." End of quote. This is how the Hessisch Niedersächsisch Allgemeines summarized the quintessence of the evening on which Auschwitz on the Beach was originally supposed to take place. Hessischer Rundfunk also merely reproduced Berardi's trick of getting his message across to the people despite criticism. "I wanted to use the name Auschwitz as a shield against the fascism that is coming back, against the Holocaust lurking on the horizon." Berardi is quoted as saying, pointing out that he in no way regrets having written the poem. "My poem is not bad, but if it causes suffering, it is worth nothing," he said. The reactions from Hesse and Kassel suggest that the puffed-out cheeks in the face of the announcement were due more to fear for the good reputation of the city of Kassel than to a fundamental and substantive criticism of the performance and the artist. After the Documenta announced that it was canceling the performance, the Hessisch-Niedersächsische Allgemeine, Kassel's Lord Mayor Christian Kozel, and the Hessian Minister Boris Rhein welcomed the move. Kozel was quoted in the newspaper, "I welcome the fact that the performance has now been given a new title, Shame on Us, and a new format. I am grateful to everyone involved that we have found this solution." End quote. And Werner Fritsch, head of the culture department, commented with relief, "Your decision to hold a discussion event on this topic instead of the performance is therefore doubly right." End quote. The mayor of Kassel thus also gained the undeserved national fame of having prevented the Auschwitz relativizing action. The performance Auschwitz on the beach had initially been successfully scandalized by the Infostel Antisemitismus Kassel and the Jewish community, which caused those responsible to gradually row back. However, the desire announced by the Information Center to take criminal action against the author and the reliance on civil society predictably led to nothing, because discovering Auschwitz everywhere in order to make it disappear where it was, as well as antisemitism in its socially widely accepted form as criticism of Israel after 1945, are not punishable by law but are part of political culture. It is also naive to hope in civil society, which produces with somnambulistic certainty precisely that which is to be criticized, and on whose wave of indignation Berardi knows how to ride so brilliantly. When it then became apparent that, despite being cancelled, exactly the same thing was to take place in terms of content, the dialogue machine was fired up. A few hours before the start of the event, representatives of the Jewish community and others had met with the Documenta management, curator, and Berardi and agreed that the poem would not be recited. The reasonable consequence of the protest against the performance, an expulsion of Berardi, was not carried out. A substantive critique of the action, which could have shown that Berardi is a common representative of the ethics of conviction, a conformist rebel and a representative of socially conformist antisemitism, was not offered by any of those involved. The statements by the Infostel Antisemitismus that the Holocaust comparison was obscene and left-wing radical, the indignation expressed by the representative of the Jewish community in Kassel that, in our view, it is highly irresponsible and an expression of a lack of empathy towards these people to instrumentalize the terms Auschwitz and Zyklon B in the context of an artistic and political event, are correct, but do not get to the heart of the matter. And so the agreement to dispense with the poem also proved to be hot air. The rejoicing announcement that the organizers had given in to the protests of civil society proved to be premature. The artist withdrew his pictures, but Berardi was given the opportunity to draw all the more attention to his poem. What was presented as a poem was in fact a resignation letter, that Berardi wrote to the former Greek finance minister Varoufakis. Democratic Europe is an oxymoron, as Europe is the heart of financial dictatorship in the world. Peaceful Europe is an oxymoron, as Europe is the core of war, racism, and aggressiveness. We have trusted that Europe could overcome its history of violence, but now it's time to acknowledge the truth. Europe is nothing but nationalism, colonialism, capitalism, and fascism. End quote. A statement of pure ideology is presented here as an aesthetic artifact, in accordance with the concept of Documenta 14, which obviously not only made it its program to dismantle aesthetic awareness of form, but at the same time subordinated any capacity for differentiation to the unconditional will to good feeling and senseless indignation. Even if Berardi speaks here of Europe as the center of the dictatorship of the financial markets, everyone knows who is actually behind the dictatorship of the financial markets. The East Coast, the Jews. Quote, "During the Second World War, not many protested against deportation, segregation, torture, and extermination of Jews, Roma, communist militants, and homosexuals. People had no information about the extermination." End of quote. These lines are followed by the reference to National Socialism, coupled with the lie, "We knew nothing about it," only to then make a direct reference to the present again. Now we are daily acquainted about what is happening all around the Mediterranean basin. We know how deadly is the effect of European neglect and of the refinal to take responsibility for the migration wave that is a direct result of the warn provoked by 2 centuries of colonialism. End quote. Here Berardi exposes his simple binary worldview, which can also be observed in many works of art at this Documenta, absolves those responsible in the countries from which the refugees come of any responsibility for the conditions that exist there and concludes with, "The West is to blame," and then it continues in powermongering jargon. Europeans are building concentration camps on their own territory, and they pay their Gauleiter of Turkey, Libya, Egypt, and Israel to do the dirty job on the coast of the Mediterranean Sea, where salt water has replaced Zyklon B. End quote. The democratic Jewish state is placed in a line of political gangsters and dictators. By calling Israel a Gauleiter, Berardi reproduces the classic motif of the anti-Semites of the right and left. The Nazis of today are the Israelis and the Jews respectively, and as if to emphasize this, the term Zyklon B is then naturally dropped. In the following lines, it is then further explicated that what is happening on Europe's borders today is, in Berardi's view, war and practice of extermination. Quote, to stop the migratory, Euronazism is going to build enormous extermination camps. The extemilization of the European borders means extermination. Extermination is the word that defines the historical mission of Europe. Nazism is the only political form that corresponds to the soul of the European people. End quote. Only after the protests did the assertion follow that they had not wanted to offend anyone and were refraining from the planned action out of consideration for hurt feelings. But then came the denial: we must give space to all voices and encourage a dialogue. Giving space to all voices in this matter and including everyone in the dialogue means nothing other than talking to Holocaust and Nazi relativists. According to this logic, the title "Shame on Us" that was then circulated was also less ambiguous than it seemed. For the shame was still not directed at Berardi, but, in the logic of the speaker and his curators, at the conditions he described as European fascism, but in the original English as Nazism, or ultimately also at those who criticized Berardi, although in his opinion he had said nothing but the truth. This becomes clear when you read the announcement on the Documenta website. Quote, in response to the number of complaints and accusations we have received over the past week, we have decided to cancel the planned performance by Franco Bifo Berardi. We respect those who feel offended by the title of Franco Berardi's poem. We do not want to add pain to their grief. End quote. These are the usual speech bubbles of those who have been made aware that the equation and parallelization of today's inhumanity with the extermination of human beings by Nazi Germany is an insult to the victims of National Socialist extermination policies and cannot be interpreted or understood as such. This line of argument is familiar from other anti-Semites who have been caught out. Those responsible then tried to get out of the affair with verbose and convoluted swearing, and at the same time they took nothing, absolutely nothing, back. On the contrary, the curators cheekily rounded it off by diagnosing the critics with feelings based on misunderstandings and imagining themselves to be highly critical critics. They wrote, "We neither want to simply accept the accusations nor give up discussion and critical thinking." End quote. Szymczyk also neither retracted nor criticized Berardi, but defended him by saying, Berardi's aim is rather to responsibly and seriously identify the Holocaust as the ultimate limit and reference term for the extreme, violent, and systemic injustice perpetrated by national and transnational bodies in Europe on the real bodies of refugees. End quote. And what he meant there, if that is how it came out of him, is clear from his further remarks today. We are talking about a refugee problem that needs to be solved. The Jewish problem of that time has become the refugee problem of today. The final solution has become the solution of today. The same content is being formulated here that Berardi expressed in his poem, except that nobody noticed. The reality today is that the fascist or Nazi threat emanates less from Europe, but rather that Europe itself is the focus of Islamism, which has made that threat its own. The fact that the core project of National Socialism, namely the extermination of the Jews, is propagated today in Germany and also in most, if not all, European states only by a socially largely isolated, politically insignificant and embattled small group of incorrigible neo-Nazis, but is part of politics as the official reason of state of Iran and unofficially of the Palestinians, is certainly not and should not be an issue. Many of those who have fled here also bring anti-Semitic ways of thinking with them and thus contribute to a revival of open anti-Semitism, which is experienced when demonstrations against Israel take place, and to which Jewish children in schools and those who identify themselves as Jews in some districts of German and European cities and increasingly also at universities are exposed. But none of this was up for discussion among those who use the Holocaust as a term of reference. Indeed, pointing out these connections is probably rejected and denounced by the curators as the performative power of language as violence. The Auschwitz and Nazi comparisons as well as other Nazi relativizations have one main effect. By discovering Auschwitz wherever there are atrocities, murder and manslaughter in wars, civil wars, wherever there is state-legitimized violence, practiced injustice, exclusion and discrimination, the specifics of National Socialism are suppressed, namely antisemitism and extermination, and this is how the notorious advocates of participatory discussion see Auschwitz, Nazis and fascists everywhere, except when there are movements and states that want to wipe out Israel, the Jewish state, and they certainly do not see the core component of Nazi ideology when it presents itself as criticism of Israel from the middle of the much-invoked civil society. And because anti-Semitic resentment is an element of the German spirit and, as is well known, not only Islam but also the notoriously good attitude belongs to Germany, neither the performance nor the discussion event were a one-off slip-up. The works of Ahlem Shibli and Emily Jasser, for example, which took expulsion and flight in Germany and Palestine as their theme while deliberately ignoring historical responsibility, as well as the presentation of a children's picture of Israelis bombing Gaza in the exhibition section at the main post office, in the other, the Nui Nui Gallery, went largely unnoticed. They depicted in an ideal typical manner what Israel is commonly accused of. The fact that no one, apart from the Bundes gegen Antisemitismus Kassel, found this worthy of criticism only illustrates the extent to which this ideology has become an integral part of political culture in Germany. On February 23, 2019, the local Kassel newspaper Hessisch/Niedersächsische Allgemeine reported that the members of the selection committee had danced on the occasion of the decision to commission the artist collective Ruanggruppe from Jakarta to direct the upcoming Documenta, probably out of joy, because the artists collective not only promises uplifting activism in the name of diversity and variety, but also expresses the will not to let the city of Kassel miss out. While the previous director outsourced parts of Documenta to Athens and was heavily criticized for doing so, the two leading figures of Ruanggruppe Ade Damawan and Farid Rakin affirmed to the delight of local civil society that Kassel would be celebrated again this year. They would be working here for a long time, looking for local partners, opening up spaces and reaching out to the art scene, schools, universities, and even hospitals, for whatever purpose. Documenta General Director Sabine Skorman was also looking forward to great moments of intercultural understanding. We are already looking for a large apartment where we can cook properly, with a big table. End quote. However, the reason for the exuberant mood was not only the accompanying culinary program, but rather the new Documenta management team is expecting a political participatory spectacle declared as art, which should really get under the skin. If Documenta 1955 set out to heal the wounds of war, why shouldn't we try to focus on today's wounds with Documenta 15? End quote. The Ruanggruppe explained to the public that the so-called Lumbung was at the center of its curatorial work, which focuses on the principles of collectivity, resource building, and equitable distribution. What may have initially sounded like an exotic folk dance for daring office workers to the art-loving Kassel resident actually refers to a political approach that leaves little to be desired in the progressive camp. The basis of the concept with an international network of local, community-oriented organizations from the arts and other cultural contexts can be described with the Indonesian term Lumbung. Lumbung is to be understood as a kind of collective pool of resources based on the principle of collectivity. It brings together ideas, stories, human labor potential, time, and other shared resources. The focus of Lumbung is the presentation and development of these collective, shared resources for new sustainability models and cultural practices. These are supported through residency programs, gatherings, public activities, and the development of appropriate tools. It is not just the general art public that will be the target audience of the upcoming exhibition, but rather a variety of communities will be addressed and local engagement and participation will be encouraged. In short, art meets activism, management, and networking. With this program, which combines sustainability-oriented edification prose for community enthusiasts with postmodern competition ideology and reduces art to the identity fuss of project artists who are obsessively circling around themselves, the requirements of a society geared towards diversity are met almost perfectly. Every sentence expresses the endeavor to showcase the usefulness of one's own undertaking for sustainable entrepreneurship. The collective resource protection of Indonesian provenance is given a specific, albeit no longer original, touch by the constantly emphasized, indeed almost celebrated, harmonistic interpretation of man and nature, which is ideally suited as a projection surface for an exoticizing, and therefore racializing, view of the South, which is why the enthusiastic approval in Kassel's laboratories of the woke generation as well as the diversity and eco-bourgeoisie is hardly surprising. The highlighting of one's own identities, the uncompromising juxtaposition of real and imagined experiences of discrimination, and the submission to the spirit of the world, optionally praised as a virus, as climate, or as nature, is, like the complementary denunciation of abstract racist structures, a constitutive component of a postmodern community paradigm that dominates not only the state-funded cultural administration, but also increasingly society as a whole. And if everyone wants the same thing, city councilors, anti-racist activists, and students with or without a migration background, marketing departments and international collectives with an art background, then the work no longer forces the viewer to reflect on social conditions which are merely duplicated a little more kitschily. Instead, the committed visitor to the exhibition can feel that they are always on the right side of the collective nongkrong, a term used to describe the collective floundering and contemplation of sustainability and residency programs with the activists of the communities and ecosystem. This reversal of art into activism corresponds to the abolition of the individual, which of course has reasons upstream of art. An unmistakable sign of this is the megalomaniacal jargon that tends to be used to stamp even the dullest junk with an undoubted relevance for humanity, which is always in a state of hectic upheaval. Lots of go-getting academics asterisk, activists asterisk, independent researchers asterisk, organic farmers asterisk, fishermen asterisk, and organizers asterisk, and actors asterisk, who face great challenges and initiate significant changes through their actions. The intention to initiate apparent criticism and major changes by means of artistic spectacle has a long tradition at Documenta. As early as Joseph Beuys's project, Stadtverwaltung statt Stadtverwaltung, urban deforestation instead of urban administration, Kozel promoted the idea of singing the swan song of civilization and seeing something like commensurable art for everyone in the artistically projected counter-enlightenment. In his art installations with felt, fat, and honey, which were often viewed with skepticism at first, but above all in his 7,000 Oaks project, the warm community was presented as a contrast to the cold urban society, to the great enthusiasm of the then still emerging generation, which 40 years later established itself as the eco-bourgeoisie. The enthusiasm for Beuys, which continues today in the enthusiasm for Lumbung, reflects the longing for an imagined natural community of always friendly and benevolent people, as aptly described by Jan van Brevern in a critique of the concept of Lumbung, which is only available at the price of a loss of freedom and individuality, and creates the space for an anti-modern utopia fed by Rousseauist and romantic longings. In contrast to back then, however, today people are at pains to present the transformation of society into a tribal society as progressive and downright urban, and are sometimes even prepared to reject the nature that the Beuys generation theatrically professed to protect for the sake of the all-dominant climate protection policy. What unites the one with the other, however, is the unconditional will to morally cleanse the world of the breeding grounds of corrupt civilization. Jan van Brevern, quoted above, who was one of the few who set out to criticize the current Documenta directors for their cult of originality, lost the courage to refine his theses on the critique of contemporary society. On the contrary, instead of placing the Lumbung nonsense in the general context of the postmodern campaign against the Enlightenment and the minimal freedoms of Western societies, he reproduces the elements of regressive communal kitsch by placing a heavily optimistic bet on the creative power of responsible, cosmopolitan communitarians, which he identifies in a Berlin coffee shop chain of all places, which in turn reminds him of a barn. In this way, von Brevern discovers in the contemporary espresso chichia a sham alternative to nature-oriented stuffiness and does not identify the Lumbung values of generosity, humor, local anchoring, independence, regeneration, transparency, and frugality as adequate standard vocabulary that give the shabby content the appropriate form, but he ultimately wants to save the project, which is rubricated as fundamentally sympathetic, by merely freeing it from the already outdated nature fetish. On June 18, 2020, Ruanggruppe presented the first Lumbung members. Inland, Spain, Off Biennale Budapest, Trampoline House in Copenhagen, the Jatiwangi Art Factory in Gudskol from Indonesia were named, as well as the Foundation Festival sur le Niger, Mas Arte Mas Acción from Colombia, and a Khalil Sakakini Cultural Center, hereinafter KSCC. The press was quite surprised that individual artists were not even named when the art collectives were presented. However, people did not want to know exactly who was behind the artists' collectives. Accordingly, the Süddeutsche Zeitung tersely stated that the Inland Group from Spain was an organization that had introduced itself with agricultural activities, while the Danish Trampoline House was concerned with the needs of asylum seekers, and the KSCC came from Ramallah. Coming from Ramallah is an unmistakable sign of quality for the German public, and for a cultural editorial team in particular, at least as much as agriculture, refugee aid, diversity, and sustainability. Of course, with so much political correctness, nobody thought to ask what the Ramallah team is up to in terms of art, what major challenges they are aiming for, and what all this has to do with the concept of lumbung. The press release from June 18, 2020 states the following about the KSCC. In this collective, we begin from the question of funding as a way to engage culturally with politics and economy, rethinking funding and reproposing it as a value that grows through community engagement and collective movement. End quote. In March 2021, the name The Question of Funding, hereafter QOF, suddenly appeared, and from then on nothing more was heard of the KSCC. For a long time, there was not much more to be found about the group than the information on the Documenta 15 homepage. It says, "The Question of Funding is a steadily growing collective of cultural workers and community organizers from Palestine." 6 months later, on December 8, 2021, the HNA reported on the launch of the Lumbung Context series, in which the invited collectives will be presented once a month by the leaders of Ruanggruppe. According to the report in the local newspaper, the discussion format kicked off with music as a global link, the musicality of the soil, dances and sounds, their relationship to the land, and how this forms the basis for collective resistant action. End of quote. In the video discussed in the newspaper, Ferouz Sharkawi and Yazan Khalili spoke as spokespersons for the QOF group. We learn about the group's main concern. They are concerned with social and economic upheaval and autonomy as a prerequisite for liberation. Liberation from the painful compulsion to buy fruit and vegetables from Israel at the markets. A folk dance is now being used to fight this adversity, as it helps to mend social and cultural fabrics. And so the Lumbung member QOF congenially combines art and political activism of the most vile kind, the relevant aims of which were presented to the public for the first time. The artist Khalili, who is named as one of the 2 representatives of the QOF group in the video above, was the director of the KSCC from 2015 to 2019. The KSCC is an NGO that emerged from the Palestinian Authority. So it does not take much to realize that the QOF group is dealing with people who come from the direct environment of official and semi-official Palestinian cultural policy. The KSCC is named after the Arab nationalist Khalil al-Sakakini, who abhorred Zionism, who saw the spirit of a nation in the heroism of terror, and who described himself as a Hitler supporter in the 1930s. However, the fact that the Documenta, despite its intention to address the topic of the National Socialist past of the curators of the first Documenta, invited a group from a cultural center that stands for the preference of Palestinian ethnic fighters for the German tradition of standing up to the Jews, Sakakini, only became public through the research of the Alliance Against Antisemitism Kassel. The former director of the KSCC and representative of the QF Khalili is not a Hitler supporter. However, in a fantasy about a fight with a waiter, Khalili explained that the Jews in the Middle East had no homeland, they came from everywhere. He then elaborated on a variation of the central theses of post-colonialism. It was not Germans obsessed with antisemitism under the leadership of the National Socialists who had organized the extermination of the Jews, but white Christians. Instead of apologizing to the murdered Jews, they collaborated with the Zionists to export the survivors to the Middle East for the purpose of a European colonial project. By interpreting the Holocaust as an act of the white man and seeing the Holocaust as an instrument of Zionism denounced as a colonial policy, Khalili reproduces a central element of post-colonial ideology. By stylizing the Palestinians led by al-Husseini as victims of Zionism and indirectly as victims of the Holocaust, he engages in a classic perpetrator-victim reversal. Khalili's completely crazy worldview is also evident in some of his artworks. He calls an arrangement of colored panels apartheid monochromes. The panels are intended to address the role of Israel's former identity cards. According to Khalili, these determine the political, economic, and social existence of the Palestinians, who he sees as being subjected to apartheid in line with the anti-Semitic international. Khalili calls the day we saw nothing in front of us a series of pictures of various landscapes in which Israeli settlements have been scratched away. The artist's symbolic violence in the work is directed against the actual violence, which he aligns with that of the atomic bomb in another picture installation, No One Saw the Colors. Joseph Kreuteru, who would like to absolve Khalili of the accusation of being anti-Zionist and anti-Semitic, attests to the complexity of Khalili's work, which not only visualizes and verbalizes the specifics of Palestinian life, but also its stereotyping. End quote. The beginnings of the QOF go back to Khalili's time as director of the KSCC. He broke away from this when he went to Amsterdam in 2019 to study for a doctorate, according to Kreuteru's clumsy attempt to cover the brown trail from Sakakini via the QOF to Lumbung. His sociological drivel ultimately fulfills the decisive purpose of overlooking the crucial point, namely that Khalili is primarily concerned with abolishing the Israeli state as a Jewish state and as a state in general. Kreuteru refers with justifying intent to Khalili's essay, The Utopian Project, in which he kindly argues that Jewish Israelis and Palestinians coexist in a non-state space. The moral emancipation of the Palestinian and the Jew, it concludes, is first the emancipation of the state from Zionism, later their emancipation from the state as such. End of quote. Obviously, the word coexistence is enough to allow us to overlook the fact that the theoretically adept Khalili can be recognized as a revenant of Fichte. The liberation of the Jew from Judaism, i.e. from that which makes the Jews a nation and is thus the basis of actual Jewish emancipation in a world of nations, is precisely what Fichte formulated when he sought to exorcise the idea of Judaism from the Jews. To give them civil rights, I see at least no means of doing so other than to cut off all their heads in one night and put on others in which there is not even a Jewish idea. End of quote. As is well known, this is one of the central motifs of modern antisemitism, which distinguishes it fundamentally from racism and hostility towards religion. The concept of Documenta 15, which reads like a mixture of Earth Day and an open day at a One World store, or as a potpourri from the calendar of events of the Palestine fan club Café Buckowace, is the ideal resonance chamber for the modern activist for the cause of the Germans' favorite heroic people, who no longer has a kufiya around his neck and a Kalashnikov and slingshot under his arm, but is now self-critical, anti-national, and modestly giving way to a group from Gaza called Eltica. And, as usual, no one had the idea of investigating who this group, which has a Facebook account and about which scant information can be found in 2 older articles in the relevant electronic intifada, is actually dealing with. It is enough for Khalili to announce that he is interested in questioning the way we as Palestinians see Palestine and the way the world sees us as Palestinians in order to be considered a marketer of art from war and crisis zones. And the accusations that anti-Semitism, anti-Zionism, and hatred of Israel have found a place in Documenta 15 are immediately regarded by the relieved public as nothing more than misinformation and, according to Kreuteru, as an embarrassment. It is not too surprising that neither the Ruangruppe nor the artistic team were bothered by who was invited to this center. Ade Darmawan, who acts as one of Ruangrupe's spokespersons, is a supporter of a letter against apartheid, while Farid Rakan, who also acts as spokesperson, signed a resolution opposing Israel's financial support for the Bienal de São Paulo. The artistic team of 5 people who are to take on the actual curatorial work at Documenta 15 includes 4 people from the BDS supporting environment or the Israel boycott scene. Amar Kunwar and Charles Esch, representatives of the particularly active critics of Israel in the cultural scene, are also members of the selection committee, which will later accompany Documenta as an advisory board. After the publication of the contribution by the Alliance Against Antisemitism Kassel and the subsequent media response, Documenta initially remained silent. However, Documenta is a major cultural and publicly financed event, with political representatives on the supervisory board who, in case of doubt, are concerned with the glamour that the major event casts on Kassel. And this must be defended with all their might. The Lord Mayor of Kassel and Chairman of the Supervisory Board of Documenta and Museum Fridericianum GmbH, Christian Kozel, spoke out after all. The freedom of art is the most important prerequisite for the existence and global significance of Documenta, he said in a press release published on January 16, 2022, when it came to taking a stand in the face of the fact that the art exhibition's important committees include Israel haters and people who consider the condemnation of BDS as an anti-Semitic movement to be a threat to freedom of expression. The Lord Mayor hoped to end the discussion with a "there will be no review." Kozel also presented himself with this authoritarian demeanor in the Hessenschau, in which he spoke the following sentence into the microphone, making a fool of himself. The Palestinians are concerned with economic and social issues, in particular the question of their own agriculture and their own markets in the Palestinian territories. The mayor could have gathered from the local press that "they own" here means "don't buy from the Israeli." He could not recognize an anti-Semitic reference. Alex Feuerhert rightly saw him as an overburdened provincial mayor. However, it is also easy to see that the Lord Mayor was parading as a politically representative speaking puppet for wide circles, delivering the phrases noted down by his speakers, with which it is important to succeed in the postmodern discourse. In fact, it was less about the prestige and reputation of the city and the art exhibition, and more about the perspective of the global South and the reason of state, which was also declared to be the city's reason. And it looks like this. The city rationale would consist of seeing itself as having an outstanding responsibility for people of the Jewish faith and the state of Israel. In this little notice sentence, which only looks like a helpless justification at first glance, the German who has become good again defines Jews as people of the Jewish faith. In the term people of the Jewish faith, it is easy to recognize the emancipation of Jews from Zionism in the Fichtean sense. In practical terms, antisemitism can thus be redefined as hostility towards religion, which is known to affect Muslims in particular, and the perspective of the South, in which there are only Muslims, is established. Whether he intended it or not, the Lord Mayor becomes Khalili's spiritual brother. This brings us full circle to the representatives of postmodern ideology in Lumbung and their brothers and sisters in faith represented in various movements, in the media and in politics, who regard the citizen and his frame of reference, the bourgeois state, as evil anyway, which is why the Israeli state should not insist on its continued existence. It is those who want to see the citoyen as the subject of a political community as a virus, the UN, the climate, or the planet as the embodiment of a hallucinated world spirit, and who are increasingly transforming the political community into a non-state of competing rackets, here BLM, FFF, or Greenpeace and their Fatah, PFLP, or Hamas. Khalili thus presents himself more as the ideal overall Palestinian than the anachronistic autocrat Mahmoud Abbas, striving for his own state, could ever have dreamed of. In unison with his advocates, Khalili sets the ideological direction of travel when he dreams not only of the emancipation of the Palestinians, but also of liberating the Jews from Judaism and Zionism. In addition to largely argument-free tantrums from various journalists, the research conducted by the Kassel Alliance Against Antisemitism also met with approval in the national press. This showed that in Germany the weal and woe of Jews is the subject of social debate. In short, there are pros and cons in the name of freedom of opinion. In some cases, this back and forth took place in one and the same newspaper or even in the articles themselves. This is not surprising when you consider that the critical scene of state-funded artists and the journalistic profession is constantly oscillating between a rejection of relativizing pluralism and a defense of diversity, of which criticism of Israel and anti-Zionism are a constitutive part. After Thomas E. Schmidt took up the argument in Die Zeit that activists at the Documenta were openly arguing for the Palestinian cause, with many denying the right of the Jewish state to exist and falling into the language of antisemitism, the editor-in-chief of Monopol Elke Burr found that Schmidt's aim was to get one over on the penetratingly friendly Ruangruppe members. She then picked up on some of the points made in the blog post by Bündnis gegen Antisemitismus Kassel. The namesake of the KSCC Sakakini is dead, and he is not even mentioned in the name of the invited collective. The fact that the art activists would meet in this center is comparable to the fact that people in Kassel also live in streets named after anti-Semites and colonial criminals, and that Yazan Khalili's history of beatings is just a figment of the imagination. This casual lack of interest is particularly surprising among those for whom fantasies of violence are an important element of right-wing extremist violence and for whom a Hindenburg promenade, a Lutherplatz, a Columbus monument, even an African cookie, gypsy sauce, and words like Moor and Negro King are scandalous. However, residents of apartment buildings in, say, Johnstrasse or Ernst Moritz Arnstrasse in Kassel do not choose their apartments based on the names of the streets, but rather on whether the apartments meet their budget, space requirements, noise protection requirements, and perhaps also the public transport connections and easily accessible shopping facilities and cultural offerings. In any case, residents do not name the streets in which they live. This is not the case with cultural centers, whether their namesakes are dead or alive. It is the operators of these centers who generally choose the names. And because Burr really had nothing to say and until then had only produced hot air, she had to come up with racist undertones, which she thought she had to foist on the Alliance Against Antisemitism Kassel. With this free-floating demagogy, Burr then served as a cue for the lazy-thinking public. The accusations of the Alliance Against Antisemitism Kassel were refuted and, moreover, racist. After the racist undertones were deemed to have been established by an expert, the Berliner Zeitung let Hanno Hauenstein off the leash and Eva Menasse was allowed to let her hair down in Die Zeit. Hauenstein and Menasse stand for those who need the cardboard comrades Hans-Georg Maassen, lateral thinkers, or the right in general to be able to assign antisemitism an acceptable place. The local priests against antisemitism, which, according to Die Zeit, one of the most important German-language writers Menasse, from whom it certainly speaks very German, sees herself surrounded by, as if by Hanukkah candelabras in the public space, must be cleared away. Once these priests have been eloquently hunted down, Israel once again becomes the subject of the debate, which in Germany must be defended with great pathos as the basis of freedom of opinion and artistic freedom. Hauenstein made it clear where the journey is heading by believing he had to scandalize the term Jewish state, used by Schmidt. A Jewish state denies the diversity of a country, that neither represents all Jewish women in the world, nor is it understood as an ethnocracy by the majority of Jews living there. Hauenstein thus expresses what drives left-wingers who are enthusiastic about Tel Aviv because of the LGBTQs, who can be found there just as often as Israeli flags, the party atmosphere, multicultural diversity and liberal atmosphere, but who want to abstract from the fact that only Israel as a Jewish state is the attempt at a modern solution to the Jewish question. Finally, Claudia Roth was able to do her job. It seemed as if the Minister of State for Culture was counteracting the mayor's strong-arm tactics when she consulted with the organizers of the art show about a review of the facts described as accusations. She stated that the allegations against Documenta should be investigated. The statement following the politicians' meeting with political representatives of the state of Hesse, the city of Kassel and Documenta GmbH then pointed out the following path to be taken. It was a matter of bringing the German view, sharpened by historical responsibility, into a constructive dialogue with the perspectives of international artists with their respective horizons of experience. End quote. The media were relieved to hear that the government representative had backed Ruangruppe, which was operating in the shadows, that there was no truth to the accusations and that the Documenta organizers were above suspicion, as they declared on January 12, 2021. Documenta 15 in no way supports antisemitism. It represents the demand for freedom of art and science and supports the cause of resolutely opposing antisemitism, racism, right-wing extremism, violent religious fundamentalism, and all forms of discrimination. End quote. A week later, the organizers of Documenta 15 dared to come out of the woodwork with a press release, stating that falsifying reports or racist defamations, such as those currently being made against participants in Documenta 15, prevented critical dialogue and productive debate. And then they made an announcement that could easily be understood as a manifesto of postmodern discourse. In the spirit of an open and polyphonic debate, Documenta 15 plans to invite to an international expert forum We Need to Talk, Art Freedom Limits, working title, in the near future. Voices from various fields, including colonialism and racism studies, land rights studies, indigenous studies, Holocaust and anti-Semitism studies, law, media, art, and culture, will enter into a debate to discuss the fundamental right of artistic freedom in the face of rising racism and anti-Semitism and increasing Islamophobia. End quote. Whether the members of the Jewish community, as Claudia Roth called the Jewish community in the jargon of postmodernism, will allow themselves to be emancipated from Zionism by Khalili and his German comrades in arms at the Nonkrong in Lumbung in order to discuss Islamophobia with colonialism and racism researchers, or be able to rely on the dictum of the Minister of State for Culture that she will do everything to ensure that they do not feel endangered or threatened, or perhaps rely on the raison d'etat of the Jewish state of Israel. It remains exciting. The Documenta 15 handbook published for the opening of the exhibition greets its readers with a warm and guileless Assalamu alaikum. The Hessische Niedersächsische Allgemeine, HNA, the dominant daily newspaper for northern Hesse and published in Kassel, was enthusiastic about the cheerful and positive, appealing and colorful book, which is also the official exhibition guide. The author of the HNA article stumbled across sentences that stuck in her brain, which triggered thought processes, just as if she were sitting at the dining table in Jakarta when the concepts for Kassel were being developed there. How did they greet each other? The handbook provides information. Assalamu alaikum is the common form of greeting in Indonesia and means, peace be with you. However, hello in Indonesian means, halo or hi, good day selamat siang. The greeting as salamu alaikum, peace be upon you, presented in the handbook is the traditional greeting in the Islamic world, which stretches from Morocco in the west to this huge country in the east. The salam of the greeting initially simply means peace, salvation, well-being, etc. However, this term has religious connotations in the Arab Islamic world. It resonates with the idea of surrender, i.e. peace in the sense of submission. The greeting formula can be traced back to several missives that Muhammad addressed to the Arab tribes. In it, the triad of peace, prosperity, and Islam becomes clear. Accept Islam. Submit to the only God and you will be unharmed, whatever the authors were thinking. The greeting they used is an expression of a creeping process that has also led to the implementation of an increasingly strict and orthodox practice of religion in everyday life in Indonesia, and which has developed a dangerous momentum of its own. In Indonesia, moderate and open-minded Islam was considered to have the greater influence until the 1970s. For years, however, the influence of political Islam, which is always anti-Semitic, has been increasing in Indonesia. This development is intensified by the democratization of Indonesian society, which allows the forces of political Islam more freedom of movement and agitation. Politic Islam relies on value Islam, which is also dominant in certain regions of Indonesia, as well as on the stricter and more orthodox practice of religion in everyday life, which is gaining influence throughout Indonesia, which is establishing itself through the constant sound of loudspeaker broadcasts of calls to prayer and hours of Quran recitations, the enforcement of the headscarf, jilbab, even in the metropolises, shopping malls and universities, the widespread construction of mosques and the enforcement of Sharia law in communities and districts. The handbook does not mention whose peace is desired with the Arabic greeting and under what conditions. Indonesia is not a secular state, but a religious one, in which Islam is the state religion alongside Catholic and Protestant Christianity, Hinduism and Buddhism. Judaism is not granted this privilege. It is the largest Islamic country in the world. 90% of Indonesians are Muslims, and Islam plays a decisive role in national identity for various reasons. There is no freedom of religion, as Article 1 of the Constitution states that every citizen must belong to one of the 5 state-recognized religions, if he or she does not wish to experience any disadvantages in everyday dealings with state authorities. Around 20 Jews still live in Indonesia. Before the occupation of the country by Japan during the Second World War, there are said to have been around 2,000. Under Japanese occupation, the Jews were interned and dispossessed. After the expulsion of the Japanese army, the survivors did not get their property back, and the majority emigrated to Israel and the USA. The country does not maintain diplomatic relations with Israel. It is probably well known who in such a state imposes its greeting formula not only on non-religious people whose parents or grandparents are Muslims, but also on members of other religious communities. The ostentatious refusal of peace for Muslim women who do not wear the hijab, homosexuals who are persecuted, or members of the Chinese minority who fear new pogroms are the consequences of the increasing influence of political Islam. Those who greet visitors to an exhibition with a not at all inclusive Assalamu alaikum call themselves Ruanggrupa, by which they claim to be an art collective founded in 2000 in Jakarta, Indonesia. About Ruanggrupa. The group began experimenting with lumbung, meaning a rice barn, in which a village community stores and manages its crops together. Initially, this metaphor functioned as a way of pooling financial resources in a jointly managed account. In 2013, we, Ruanggrupa, together with other Jakarta-based collectives, tried to create ecosystems based on the understanding that a collective plays a role in a larger context, the ecosystem. These collectives set up an informal educational platform, Gudskull Ecosystem, which, following the principle of lumbung, aims to be a permanent operating system of the ecosystem, a collective of collectives that has firm principles and yet continues to evolve. Without all the verbiage, Ruanggrupa could be described as an initiative of dropouts, activists, political clowns, and agitprop artists who define themselves by an organic worldview and strive to establish contacts with other like-minded groups in order to exchange ideas, initiate projects of all kinds, and acquire the necessary state money for the community coffers. Quote, against this background, when we received the invitation to present a concept for the 15th edition of Documenta, we decided to continue on our path. For our part, we returned the invitation to Documenta and asked them to become part of our journey. End of quote. The journey began with the Ruanggrupa's invitation to 5 individuals from Kassel, Amsterdam, Netherlands, Jerusalem, Israel, and Bonn, Denmark, to form the artistic leadership team for Documenta 15. Israel? Is it one of the common and firm principles of the collective of collectives to include artists or cultural agents from Israel? God forbid. Someone was invited who fights the Jewish state by origin and conviction. The Palestinian activist Lara Kaldi, former director of the Khalil Sakakini Cultural Center, KSCC, in Ramallah and one of the co-initiators of the anti-Semitic BDS movement. Kaldi has signed the militant boycott call, Free Palestine / Strike MoMA, Call to Action, and the Letter Against Apartheid. as have 3 other members of the artistic team, Andrea Linenkol, Iskulek, and Gertrude Flint. Anyone who wanted to or could already recognize the principles guiding the collective of collectives, because 4 of the 11 people in Ruangrupa, including the 2 leading protagonists Van Raken and Ade Darmawan, are also among the signatories of the Letter Against Apartheid. It is possible that the election of Lara Kaldi to the management team later served as an excuse for the curators to invite artists from Israel in order to ensure the proportionality required by German raison d'etat. Of course, the names of the artists were not mentioned. Israel or not, the Ruangrupa's aim of acquiring funds was once again fulfilled. In addition to the public sponsors, the city of Kassel, the state of Hesse, and the federal government, the main partners of Documenta 15 include not only the Sparkassen Financial Group and the VW Group, but also the General Consulate of the Republic of Indonesia in Frankfurt, the Embassy of the Republic of Indonesia in Berlin, and the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology of the Republic of Indonesia, all institutions of a religious state that does not maintain diplomatic relations with Israel. There is also a FANIC fund. This promotes art and culture in the Middle East and in the Arabic-speaking world, which also includes Europe and Africa. All kinds of nations from which individuals and groups can be supported are listed, but Israel is not. Those responsible, and with them the German public, who must have known that the financial support of the biennial in Sao Paulo by the Israeli embassy had caused a call for a boycott, which was joined by Ruangrupa spokesman Farid Raken and Documenta Advisory Board member Charles Esch, among others, did not want to notice that a world cultural exhibition was sponsored by the Ministry of Education of a religious state that has no diplomatic relations with Israel. Those who begin with a hearty Assalamu alaikum have long since ensured that Jewish artists from Israel, who are characterized by a loyal relationship to their state or even see themselves as Zionists, will not be found at Documenta 15. There was therefore no danger that Israel or one of its institutions would support this exhibition, and thus give rise to protest from the German cultural scene. What the scrawled remark "the Israeli government behind" in the middle of a so-called harvest drawing is supposed to mean is not initially clear to the unbiased reader. Instead, one learns a lot about the worldview of the people around Ruangrupa and the collectives, activists, cultural workers, and artists appointed by this group. Since Ruangrupa has been based in Kassel, they refer to the city and its social structures as ecosystem. Ecosystem is the Bahasa Indonesian term for ecosystem and is intended to create an understanding of the social role of collectives in society, which in any case cannot be autonomous. Rather, society is understood as a system comparable to nature, in which different species fulfill their specific functions and roles in order to keep an ecosystem in balance. Restoring this balance, which the various participants curated by Ruangrupa believe can still be found in village structures in particular, is the program of this Documenta. The program is supported by various Lumbung members, including the group Chow Mingho and AMP, Chan Jianjun, who want to contribute to making regions less dependent on imported industrial goods, which is why they advocate support for subsistence farming by livestock farmers. A group called Inland is promoting the cheese coin, which is a limited money substitute that is to be circulated among local producers through exchange networks. The cheese coin with a metric design is intended to serve the restoration of the environment and enable the long-term well-being of communities, provided they are of a rural nature and have nothing to do with accumulation and productivism. Another Lumbung member is the Jatiwangi Art Factory, which is entirely committed to the Indonesian village, which has been stripped of its dignity and resilience. The villain who did this to the village was the Indonesian autocrat Haji Muhammad Suharto, who wanted to establish an economic system based on the principle of progress in the rural regions with his New Order regime in the late 20th century. Many villagers were forced to go to the cities to work. They dreamed of becoming modern Indonesian citizens. End quote. Even if every student who paid attention in history class is familiar with the phrase "city air makes you free," and even if the dreams of most farmers who migrated to the cities may not have come true, in the world of ecosystem, rural exodus is considered a betrayal of the people, customs, subsistence, and thus of ecology. For parents with small children, it is an achievement when an exhibition organizes childcare, because it allows them to enjoy art undisturbed. Why shouldn't this also be possible at the Documenta? In the centrally located Fridericianum, you will come across a project by Grazila Kunch, who has set up a creche and thus created a space in which parents and babies can learn together. End of quote. A few sentences further on, it becomes clear that it's not about looking after children at all, but about parents bringing their babies into the eating, sleeping, or changing rooms to look after them themselves. Just as Grazila Kunch instructs them, their parents are there, but they don't lead the play. It's a space where we adults can perhaps learn more from our babies and each other than we teach the babies. End quote. And here, too, one of the central achievements of being human and a prerequisite of every civilization, the upright walk and education for maturity is declared to be a question of multi-perspectivity. Adults, for example, tend to influence the motor positions of babies by helping them to sit down, stand upright, or walk, in the hope that babies will become part of the adult world as quickly as possible. But what if we reverse this view, get down on the floor? End quote. For those who are less inclined to crawl around, kneel down and bend over as acts of submission, activist Kiri Delina presents something more tangible in her film, The Gorilla is a Poet. In it, she celebrates the Filipino communist Jose Maria Sison, who lived in the forests with his henchmen and recommended re-education through immersion in rural life, in harmony with the Maoist teachings of his nation. This threatened waterboarding of Filipinos by Maoist forest guerrillas corresponds to the concept of the Khmer Rouge in Cambodia, who exterminated people they identified with urban life, intelligence, and civilization by the hundreds of thousands. Almost needless to say, Kiri Delina is not only a supporter of Maoist re-education but, like other Lumbung members, one of the Palestinian people's struggle. This connects her with Yasmin Itzaba, who had already presented the saga of the Palestinian refugee to the inclined audience at Documenta 14 and at the current exhibition reports on people who were forced to leave historical Palestine, more precisely the territories that became the State of Israel in 1948. In an art exhibition co-financed by the federal government and the city of Kassel, she once again rehashes the myth of the UN, which recognized the Palestinians' right to return, which they are now being prevented from doing for the fourth generation. Itzabaga's work is an illustration of people's stubborn resistance to the erasure of their history through colonialism. And everyone knows that it is only a small step from the erasure of a people's history to genocide or genocide in the usual terminology. The group, Subversive Film, formed around the former Japanese Red Army terrorist Masao Adachi and the two activists for the Palestinian cause Reem Shilla and Mohanad Yaqubi, wants to revive the flourishing artistic practice of Palestinian revolutionary aspirations, which was abruptly interrupted by the Israeli occupation of Beirut in 1982. The praised, revolutionary aspirations of art practitioners were not only the prelude to years of civil war, in which Lebanon sank and was ultimately handed over to Hezbollah. Such movements were responsible for countless terrorist attacks against the Israeli civilian population, which ultimately forced Israel to intervene militarily in Lebanon. The revolutionary comrades from the Japanese Red Army also practically seconded their Beirut comrades. They were instrumental in the attack in Lod, in which 26 people fell victim in 1972. The film project presented at the Documenta not only spits on the graves of the tenor victims posthumously and in the faces of their bereaved, but also makes a blatant threat against Jews in Israel by demanding that transnational relations between different liberation movements be rebuilt. Or take Jumana Emil Aboud, whose work for Documenta 15 was dedicated to the theme of water. She is referring to a special kind of water, namely that which gushes from the springs on the slopes of Abu al-Adam near Ramallah. In her workshops for diviners, Aboud wants to symbolically give the people living here back their right to water, which was denied to them by settler colonialists. Quote, "The loss of water rights appears here as part of the Israeli state's settlement policy. Water is tapped from springs in Palestine and diverted to nearby new settlements. It is about returning the water in both concrete and cultural terms." End of quote. The message in plain language: no water for the Jews in concrete and cultural terms, supported by funds from the city of Kassel, the state of Hesse, and the federal government. There is no room here for all those involved. Examples include the death metal musician Safter Ahmed, who explicitly outed himself as a BDS supporter, the Lumbung member The Black Archives, which maintains a section called Free Palestine in its archives, which are otherwise more committed to the black cause, and the caricaturist Khalid Al-Bai, presented by the group Trampoline House, whose blood-soaked anti-Israeli drawings, which he regularly posts on his Instagram account, would have done credit to the caricature exhibition in Tehran. To the delight of Kassel's politicians and civil society, Ruangrupa did not curate an art exhibition, but a show of cultures designed as a happening, reminiscent in parts of the highly controversial human zoos of the 1920s. Exoticism, Orientalism, a celebration of the idiocy of country life, team spirit, good humor, a sense of justice, respect for nature and the firm will to share resources, to shape the future in general and art and culture in particular together without the Israeli. That is what the heart of the German who has become good again and the castle local patriot desires. The good mood was spoiled for the expectant city, the politicians and the exhibition organizers, because according to the FAZ author, Nicholas Mock, some media accused the Ruangruppe of providing a forum for anti-Semitic artists. These media included the FAZ, in which not Mock himself, but his colleague Stefan Trinks, like some authors of other national newspapers, also took up the work of a politically rather dubious blog, Mock, and stated that the invitation of the QOF group amounted to state-sponsored anti-Semitism. The accusations of anti-Semitism that emanated from a Castle blog in January 2022 and were taken up by the German media were then the reason for convening a virtual General Assembly of the offended aggressors, the Majlis Akbar. Anyone who finds this term a little disreputable is right, as is usually the case when the Ruangruppe is up to mischief. Enter Majlis Akbar on Google, and a radical Islamic Instagram group with the name Majlis Dakwah Islam Akbar shows its peaceful face. Of course, the reader of the handbook is not told what kind of accusations were made on the Castle blog. It states succinctly, Documenta 15, the artistic direction, team members and individual artists were attacked in a way that we understood to be racist. This was a shock for us and even led to concerns for our safety. End quote. Against racism and accusations of anti-Semitism, joined forces with Majlis Akbar. The chairman of the supervisory board of Documenta GmbH, Lord Mayor Christian Giselle, the SPD, CDU and Die Link parliamentary groups of the Castle City Council, the Hessian Minister for Culture and Art Angela Dorn, the Minister of State Claudia Roth and numerous claqueurs of the Municipal Society, as well as, after initially still differentiated reporting, also the HNA. The Castle United Front of Anti-Semitism trivializers and relativizers had formed. The detailed criticism of the self-chosen tradition of the KSCC, based on the work of Israeli historian Tom Segev, as well as the criticism of the clearly formulated anti-Zionist political ideas, sometimes underpinned by anti-Semitic arguments, of the spokesperson of the QOF collective, Yazan Khalili, but also the evidence that countless people in the management of Documenta are close to the anti-Semitic BDS movement or similar initiatives, are committed to them or defend themselves against. Criticism were swept aside without a single substantive argument or even a denial. Even the term accusation of anti-Semitism in connection with anti-Semitic arguments and positions, which is still dominant in the social debate today, refers to the strategy of contextualization as it is found in the attribution, presumably Islamist, when a perpetrator runs through a shopping street stabbing with the call, Allahu Akbar. Despite clear and often undisputed evidence, it is suggested that hatred of Israel, criticism of Israel, anti-Zionism, and sometimes even openly expressed anti-Semitism could also be seen as permissible criticism of political decisions by the Israeli government, or as a legitimate, Meron Mendel, expression of the liberation struggle of a despised and oppressed people against illegitimate rule. One is certain that the criticism of Zionism, i.e. of Jewish national consciousness and the will of the Jews to constitute themselves as a nation, has nothing to do with Jews. But in the statements they did not even bother to name the difference between criticism of Israel, anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism in order to point out, as is customary in Germany, that of course they are against anti-Semitism and are only criticizing Israel's policies. They simply turned the tables and accused the critics of Islamophobia and racism. As is always the case when it comes to pointing out that anti-Semitism is not just a matter for Nazis, extreme right-wingers, irradiated left-wing radicals and often state-funded cultural workers in Germany, but is also part of the worldview of activists with a migration, or rather Islam or Palestine background. The racism card had to be played, which for some years now has also included Islamophobia or anti-Muslim racism. This has included Islamophobia or anti-Muslim racism for some years now, as if the commitment to Islam were an innate and unalterable characteristic of an individual regarded as the other and the rejection of their chosen ideology should be subsumed under the heading of hate speech. However, some also used the remark that lumbung is not an alcoholic drink, but means rice barn, which belongs to the village culture of Java like the lynching of the Chinese grocer, as proof of racism in the argumentation of the Alliance Against Anti-Semitism Castle, both of which have nothing to do with progress and liberation. That hatred of Jews is part of Christianity, that anti-Semitism is one side of the coin of German nationalism and social rebellion in Europe, is part and parcel of the general knowledge of anyone who deals with the subject. No one would be outraged if it were stated that anti-Jewish pogroms, antisemitism, and the Holocaust were as much a part of German history and culture as the Paulskirche, the invention of Fat Bertha, Kaiser Wilhelm and Friedrich Eben, Goethe or Schiller. The realization that antisemitism, similar worldviews and related mechanisms of exclusion exist in countries of the tricontinent is just as sacrilegious to the European and American postmodern left and cultural elite as the facts of the murderous contempt for the other, the foreigner and the individual in the history and counterhistory of many societies of the so-called Global South. Even before the arrival of Francisco Pizarro, the individual subject counted for nothing in the indigenous tribal societies of North America and in the imperialist regimes of terror in Latin and South America, especially if they belonged to another tribe or another nation to be subjugated or simply exterminated. Slavery and contempt for Jews are integral parts of Islamic ideology, everyday life in Islamic societies, and the practice of Islamic rule. Hatred of the Chinese in Southeast Asian societies has a similar function to hatred of the Jews. In Indonesia, for example, the Chinese are seen as particularly greedy for money. They would give preference to their own kind when doing business. Bans on practicing certain professions led to the overrepresentation of Chinese in other areas, usually in trade. Because the Chinese, similar to Jews in Europe, were foreigners without rights in Indonesia and tried to compensate for this precarious position by maintaining good relations with the rulers and the respective colonial powers, but also with each other, a secret plan to dominate Indonesia was attributed to them. The social separation also meant that assimilation did not take place, and led to the stereotype of the eternal Chinese. Jacqueline Nor also attributes the connection between the resentment that still exists today to the social significance of Islam. Quote, belonging to Islam is therefore also used to construct a common national identity, and not being Muslim is often associated with a lack of national consciousness and loyalty to the Indonesian state. This is particularly true for Chinese, whose loyalty to Indonesia is also questioned in other ways. End quote. The complete lack of rights of the individual is an essential feature of the systems of rule of Oriental despotism, Karl August Wittfogel, and the Asiatic mode of production, Karl Marx. The fact that these presented themselves over generations as regimes of terror that fundamentally humiliated and stunted the individual subject for centuries lives on in the collective unconscious and in the ideological structures of the people socialized there. The ideologies and worldviews of Oriental despotism that appear to be indestructible include Islam, Buddhism, and Hinduism in particular. The history of Islam is historically conditioned and religiously constitutive of contempt for the Jews. It initially differed from Christian hatred of Jews in that the Jews were not seen as religious and/or theological competitors and thus as a threat, and no secret power was attributed to them. It was only towards the end of the 19th century, and especially since the alliance of political Islam with National Socialism in the Near and Middle East, and even more so since the founding of a separate, defensive state that elevated the Jews from the status of dhimmi, that the typical Islamic contempt for Jews first became a component, then the spearhead of modern antisemitism. With the failure of secular states in the Islamic world and the revolutionary rebirth of a religion that was hastily dismissed as antiquated, Islamism broke out and is now on the rise or already dominant in all Islamic societies. In short, the consciousness structures of individuals in societies shaped by Islam, Buddhism, Hinduism, or Confucianism, which have been deformed over centuries, cannot be attributed any liberating or resistive momentum against relations of violence and exploitation. The idea of the individual being responsible for themselves, an inescapable prerequisite for liberation, was developed in a contradictory process in the Occident with all its abysses, but also the attempts to understand them. This process is based on the philosophy of Greek antiquity, Roman law, Christian theology, and the modern European philosophy that emerged through scholasticism. To ascribe to the self-contained ideological structures of the Orient more than the recurrence of the same old thing, more than a fateful, God-ordained, karma-induced role of the individual in the Ummah, in the caste system, or in an eternal cycle is as simple-minded as it is insane. And yet, insanity is constitutive of the cultural scene and the university intelligentsia, which not only grafted their post-colonial and anti-racist ideological edifice onto Documenta 15 without having to fear criticism. The fish stinks from the head. Even if they always present themselves as the innocents of the countryside, for of the 10 or 11 activists of Ruanggrupa have signed a letter against apartheid, 2 of them, Ade Darmawan and Farid Rakan, are repeatedly presented as the 2 leading heads of this group. This little-noticed fact deserves a closer look. The letter was written primarily by Palestinian cultural workers on the occasion of the military clashes between Hamas and Israel in spring 2021. The Israeli army had previously attacked Hamas rocket positions and command centers after the latter had fired rockets at Israel in a completely random and unprecedented manner. This letter describes the military actions of the Israel Defense Forces, IDF, to protect the Israeli population as another massacre, an intentional pattern of killing families and destroying the local infrastructure in Gaza. The Gaza Strip is not seen as a zone dominated by the Islamo-fascist Hamas, but as a whole to which one feels a sense of belonging. We are one people, isolated only by the violent separation by the Jewish state. Hamas' war against Israel is not a battle between two sides, but the result of Israel's colonial and apartheid policies. This had led to the Palestinians seeing themselves as a large unit that met with support all over the world. The letter claims that Palestinians strolling through cities are attacked and lynched by armed Israeli soldiers and civilians. On the occasion of the dispute over the ownership of a house in a district of Jerusalem, which is primarily being fought out in court, there is talk of ethnic cleansing. The Palestinian community is being systematically denied the right of return. It is being forcibly dispersed and erased since the Nakba. The Israeli War of Defense is seen as a continuation of settler colonialism that has been ongoing since 1948. The letter calls on the world to stop supporting Israel and to dismantle the apartheid regime in Israel. The Israeli state should be sanctioned for its crimes against humanity, and trade relations and cultural contacts with Israel should be terminated. Artists and activists are called upon to support the Palestinian struggle, a struggle, mind you, in which no distinction is made between the various factions of Palestinian groups. We are one people. Finally, it is emphasized that it is cynical to equate legitimate criticism of the state of Israel with anti-Semitism, conflating. Racism, including anti-Semitism, does not exist in the Palestinian liberation struggle, as do all forms of hatred. The term legitimate criticism of the state of Israel deserves a brief response here. The letter itself describes what it means: a state in which Arabs, despite the ongoing war against Israel since 1948, have the same rights as Jews, in which they are represented in parliament and local authorities, in whose security apparatus they serve and at whose universities they work and study, is described as an apartheid state. Defense against terrorist rocket attacks is called a crime against humanity. A court ruling enforcing property rights to a house in Jerusalem is called ethnic cleansing. And because the Jewish state of Israel is described as an apartheid state and its dismantling is demanded, the abolition of the Jewish state is also seen as legitimate criticism. To deny the Jews and their state the right to self-defense and national self-determination is an arrogance that can only be taken against Jews. It is special treatment. It is anti-Semitism. The two protagonists of Ruangruppe who signed this letter gave an interview to the Süddeutsche Zeitung in which Afanisa states, "It may seem naive or ignorant, but I first had to Google what BDS is. I also didn't know what anti-Semitic meant in our context." End quote. It is irrelevant whether Afanisa is actually unaware of the BDS movement. He signed a letter that differs from the BDS movement in terms of political perception, but not in terms of argumentation and thrust. Afanisa's excuse was, "Perhaps we were not aware enough of how raw the memory of the war, of the Holocaust, still is here." End quote. This may also be true, as Indonesian society is characterized by the fact that the Council of Islamic Scholars has called for the demolition of the new Holocaust Museum. But what does he mean by raw? Is his memory boiled down, i.e., callous, ruthless, or unscrupulous? In his statement, Afanisa regrets that a society deals with its past and a crime it committed against the Jews, however flimsily, instead of denying both. Frederik answers the question about the role of a commission of experts, which was set up to clarify questionable images and, if necessary, point out necessary options for action. Reviewing works, making recommendations, that's how its censorship has always started. He therefore does not see fascism in the anti-Semitic threat, but in the defense against it. Nevertheless, he asserts that we firmly reject anti-Semitism. He speaks here of a we, thus including his companion, who had just claimed not to know what anti-Semitism means in a certain context. The claim that one rejects anti-Semitism in the same way as any other form of oppression and discrimination only serves to reinforce another. Accusations of anti-Semitism only serve to distract in a racist manner from the real, naturally post-colonial threat to people in the global South. How do you say that? Naturally sensitive, humanizing, and presenting himself as a victim, Rakin presents the innocence of the countryside with the words, The atmosphere is poisoned. Artists don't feel welcome in Kassel either. Assaults that some of us have experienced. We are exhausted and ask ourselves every day, what's next, what statement, what accusation, what new case? End quote. Of course, the atmosphere is not poisoned because groups such as Ruangruppe and the artistic team are made up of anti-Israel activists, but because this is not accepted uncritically and Jewish associations in particular have raised objections and called on the German state to intervene against the autochthonous freedom heroes. It should have become clear who, in the opinion of the two Ruangruppe spokespersons, is not only poisoning the atmosphere here. On the day of the opening of Documenta, June 18, 2022, the Tearing Potty Group presented the People's Justice banner on the centrally located Friedrichsplatz in Kassel. The handbook introduces Tearing Potty as a collective of progressive artists and activists, which was founded in Indonesia in 1998. The name means rice-catching teeth and is intended to allude to the working population, the rice farmers, whose interests the collective claims to represent. In addition to the usual dichotomy of the ideal world of rural life and its threat from Western civilization presented by various other Lumbung members at the Documenta, the banner presented a skull site on which Rwanda, El Salvador, Congo, and Vietnam, although completely different wars, are referred to, in which civilians fell victim to the soldiery in large numbers. Both sides were responsible for crimes against the civilian population in the Vietnam War. As is well known, My Lai stands for the criminal operations of U.S. troops and the largely unknown massacre of around 5,000 civilians in Hue in January 1968 stands for the equally criminal actions of the Viet Cong. There are other skulls, some inscribed with Aboriginal and American Indian, alluding to the subjugation of the indigenous population in the founding years of the USA and Australia, and others whose inscriptions refer to Iranian and Palestinian victims. On this skull site stands a wanking black U.S. soldier. The skull with the inscription Iran therefore does not refer to the murderous mullah dictatorship that has ruled since 1979. And it is also made clear to whom the skull with the inscription Palestine refers. Directly above the cynical GI is a figure identified as a Jew with vampire teeth and the inscription SS on his hat. On the left of the picture, alongside various other figures depicted as security forces, is one with the inscription Mossad and a red scarf bearing the Star of David. A pig's snout can be seen under the helmet with the inscription Mossad. The Great and the Little Devil in one depiction. This depiction, especially the caricature of the Jews on the banner, was consistently recognized as anti-Semitic in the media and also in politics. It is unlikely that the Ruangruppe was unaware of the large banner of the Tearing Potty Group, also from Indonesia, which had already been presented several times. The Tearing Potty Group is also not unknown in the anti-Israeli art scene. For example, it took part in the exhibition Arise, presented by the group Art Forces and Clarion Alley Mural Project, CAMP, together with the Palestine Action Network. The exhibition was about the 70-year occupation of Palestine. In an interview, Tearing Potty spelled out the principle of her banners with that of multi-perspectivity, to which the Palestinian ethnic struggle belongs like the Amen in church. There are many issues that will be addressed in the form of banners. From the woodcut posts to colonization, gender equality, LGBTQIA+ rights, human rights, anti-racism, indigenous peoples, religious freedom, and, of course, last or foremost, solidarity with the victims of violence in Palestine. To put it in a nutshell, Tearing Potty presented a caricature of a Jew which, apart from the SS runes, could easily have been found in the Sturmer. The style in which the Jew was depicted can also be found in many other figures presented by the group at the Documenta. Pigs or rats are intended to represent the unscrupulous capitalist as the embodiment of the capitalist accumulation process, just as greedy speculators represent the sphere of circulation. The court of the people, the people's court, sits above the whole picture. There, those to be sentenced are depicted as rats, pigs, and dogs. It is not difficult to recognize parallels here with Andrei Vyshinsky's diction towards those accused in the show trials of the late 1930s in the Soviet Union, many of whom were of Jewish origin. In short, in the banner, the connection between anti-Zionism, anti-capitalism, and anti-Semitism, but also Stalinist ideology, became ideally clear, just as it can also be found in the agitation of the Nazi groups Der Drittweg or Direct, or was represented by the anti-capitalist folkish wing of the NSDAP in the 1920s and early 1930s, which always showed itself to be compatible with the similar agitation of the KPD. Whether the action of the great anti-fascist Arthur Harris, whose aviators had taken action in 1943, should be repeated, as Eva Menasse feared, or whether it should be left to burning down the trash exhibited at Documenta 15 and sending the artists and curators home, was neither a topic in the press nor among the groups that would otherwise shout "Bomber Harris, do it again," in the face of a few Nazi hooligans or AfD grandpas, or imagine themselves on the barricades of the city of Madrid, chanting "No Pazrin." In the face of this Nazi propaganda in front of the eyes of the world public and in the middle of a world cultural exhibition, the only thing that could have been said was, "Tearing potty out?" or "Ruangrupa go home." Tar and feather Christian Giselle. The anti-fascist action failed to materialize. Ministers and the Documenta Supervisory Board did not resign, and apart from the Jewish associations and the FDP member of the Hessian State Parliament Stefan Nass and the AfD, no one demanded the resignation of those politically responsible. In view of the presentation of anti-Semitic images, the Documenta Supervisory Board proposed the appointment of a scientific advisory board, composed of academics from the fields of contemporary anti-Semitism, the German and global context, post-colonialism, and art. This committee was to be responsible for an initial stocktaking of the processes, structures, and reception surrounding Documenta 15, make recommendations for the reappraisal, and discuss which aspects require in-depth academic analysis. Only at first glance does the declaration appear to be a document of helplessness and helplessness. In reality, it is an expression of the unconditional will to talk about the misdeeds of post-colonial anti-Semites together with post-colonial anti-Semitism experts. So while critics of anti-Semitism at the art exhibition were accused of racism, Islamophobia, and anti-Palestinian racism, thus declaring them to be social pariahs, indeed, in view of the criticism in some national newspapers, they spoke of a racist media campaign that had been going on for months. Even now it was still talk with the anti-Semites. This becomes clear when, in the same declaration, the Supervisory Board calls for Documenta 15, as the first Documenta curated from the perspective of the so-called Global South, with over 500 participating artists, to be evaluated in its entirety and uniqueness, and for the Documenta Advisory Board, which initiated the whole disaster of Documenta 15 with the appointment of Ruangrupa, to be involved in this evaluation. Despite the efforts of the Supervisory Board to smooth over or sit out the scandal, the curators and artists of the Documenta rejected its proposal in a whiny self-presentation as a victim that could hardly be surpassed in terms of tastelessness. Quote, "We are deeply disappointed that you have chosen to ignore the racism and violence to which the artists, artistic direction, and team have been subjected over the past 8 months. The artists have spent months and years away from their homes and families to bring collective, collaborative work to Germany and the Kassel communities. These gifts have not been recognized or appreciated. The inclusion of an advisory board sets a precedent and creates an environment of fear and self-censorship. This environment of intimidation, mistrust, and censorship is untenable." End quote. But if you are a true artist, you know how to stand up to violence. We are here to stay and want to keep the exhibition open. End quote. The newly appointed General Director Alex Fahrenholtz agreed with the artists, and there was no more talk of the Supervisory Board's proposal. When the agitation artist, Hezbollah propagandist, and denouncer Hamza Hassan called Federal Chancellor Olaf Scholz a fascist pig on his Twitter account, things suddenly happened very quickly. He was banned from performing, but his works of art remained unchallenged, because in Germany anti-Semites enjoy artistic freedom, even if Hassan's allegedly ironic reminiscence of the PFLP once again insults the relatives of the countless victims of PFLP terrorism. Jewish victims of the Palestinian ethnic struggle, who gives a damn, but just like in the old days. Lèse majesté is still frowned upon in Germany today, artistic freedom or not. Whereas in the days of the Kaiser, brave socialists and social democrats who fought for democracy, better working conditions, and the 8-hour day were punished, and courageous people lost their lives when they made fun of the leader of the Germans. In the Federal Republic of Germany, only a few satirists and cartoonists have to answer for insulting the federal president or leading politicians or exposing them to pig-ignorant ridicule. An anti-Semitic representative of the Global South is only affected if he damages the reputation of the office of the federal chancellor with his statement. Statements such as "no exhibition space for the Israeli, child and mass murderer Israel," "Zionists are not wanted here," and "down with the Jewish state," on the other hand, are to be contextualized as an expression of the anti-colonial liberation struggle against the Jewish state. When the German writer Martin Walser trembled with boldness in October 1998, the whole hall stood and celebrated him. The fact that Ignaz Bubis was the only one not to stand up did not affect the others. In 2022, Documenta 15 will be curated by proven anti-Zionists and Israel haters. Anti-Semitic works will be presented, others that heroize the fight against Israel, the fight against the Jewish state, against the national self-determination of the Jews. Visitors to the exhibition, the city of Kassel, its representatives, and the local newspaper HNA have no problem with this. Under the motto, "We're coming anyway," they celebrated the fact that despite Corona and Eklat, the masses are coming and won't let themselves be spit on, neither by the Springer Press, nor by the Jewish associations, and certainly not by the fountain poisoners who wanted to deprive the city of its greatest pleasure in January. When Volker Beck dared to call the whole smear comedy what it is, an anti-Semitic firework display, the readers' letter gangs were mobilized by the leader of the local newspaper Axel Welch to prevent the Springer Press from spreading its protective umbrella over Jewish life, because it is viewed from a different angle, from a different hemisphere, i.e. it is being released for firing. In the HNA, active readers complained for days about the influence of Jewish associations and their will to counter anti-Semitism. Julia Alfandari from the Anne Frank Educational Center experienced the whole thing in person. Quote, "Many at the stand accused us of exercising censorship, that the documenta had been dragged into the mud and parallels were drawn with the actions of the National Socialists. The accusation that the Jews were an extremely influential power that also aimed to destroy documenta was very common." End of quote. In 2022, Rudolstadt, a small town with a population of 24,672 in the green heart of Germany, hosted the 30th edition of the Rudolstadt Festival, which is dedicated to world, folk, and roots music with an annually changing country focus. Since 1991, the Thuringian province has been home to the world for 4 days in July. The festival opens the eyes to the musical richness of the most diverse cultures, and artists from around 40 countries bring the whole city to life on almost 30 stages. End quote. The repertoire of the bands ranges from traditional folklore to hip-hop, from jazz to punk, from rock to techno. What they all have in common is that they incorporate traditional elements into their music, be it bagpipes blown to electro beats, banjos mixed with electric guitars, or rock bands intoning traditional lyrics. The history of the festival goes back to the first festival of German folk dancing, which was first held in Rudolstadt in 1955. Against the backdrop of the then GDR striving for reunification with the Federal Republic of Germany, the unity of German culture was invoked in order to counter the American lack of culture with something down to earth. However, the organizers abandoned the all-German orientation at the latest when the wall was built. As a replacement for the previously courted West German participants, groups from the brother countries, USSR, Poland, CSSR, Hungary, Romania, etc., brought the longed-for touch of internationalism to the sala for the first time at the end of the 1960s, and at the same time frustration and contrition about the local ensembles. The Slavs were more spirited dancers, had more colorful costumes, and more furious choreographies. In a word, they regularly scored. The fall of the GDR brought another turning point, as the future of the festival was up for discussion. But in 1991, the city then dared to make a new start with a completely different, contemporary concept under the label TANS UND Folkfest, which integrated the traditionalists of the GDR dance festival but focused on folk music. At the time, the team had no idea that this idea would develop into a world music festival of international renown. As a result, the seemingly anachronistic folk dance groups were increasingly pushed into the background, and not just in terms of content. Due to fears that the previous label did not sufficiently reflect this shift in content and the musical diversity of the festival, the decision was made in 2016 to rename the event the Rudolstadt Festival. It certainly didn't harm the event's reputation. On the contrary, the name change stands for self-confidence. The place name is now just as big a deal as Roskilde. This assessment corresponds to reality insofar as the event had blossomed into Germany's biggest festival for roots, folk, and world music. Both visitors and the media were enthusiastic about the concept and the city, which was transformed into a walk-in soundscape for the duration of the festival. In addition, the event is a colorful boat full of happy people who live for 4 days what often has to be hard-won during the rest of the year. A solidary, inspiring, and inspired community. In view of this, the number of visitors increased steadily and soon exceeded the city's population, so that the organizers decided in recent years to forego large advertising campaigns and limit the number of tickets to 25,000 per day. The festival owes its good reputation everywhere to, among others, the token Aussie of the time, Henrik M. Broder, the author Christoph Diekmann, whose services were honored this year with the German Ruth World Music Prize. This includes prize money and is symbolized by a female figure made of reddish-brown wood with hair on her head and feet that look like roots. Over the past 3 decades, the prize winner has not only dedicated himself to numerous artists and their musical work, but has also been a regular publishing companion of the Rudolstad Festival and one of its most important national ambassadors almost from the very beginning, according to the laudation. Over the last 30 years, Dijkman's mastery of writing has not only been limited to tracing the stories told in songs, but he has also seen himself called upon to address the interweaving of history and politics in his reports. Dijkman provided the really great explanation of the world in 2001 when, following a visit to the former Auschwitz concentration camp, he came to the conclusion in Die Zeit that the nationalism of the Christian peoples is nothing but a copy of the Jewish belief in the election of the people, which means that any blind partisanship for Israel is out of the question. For, were not the people of Israel, to whom God revealed his commandments, on their way to a promised land in which other people had long since lived? Doesn't Israel still hold foreign soil today and pay for it with death and killing every day? We register this without German commentary, as if our history commands us to remain silent, as if Auschwitz justifies Israel's Palestine policy. Israel's hybrid of election is a curse. End quote. In this article, he also circulated the legend that on the 10th day of German unity of all days, the Palestinian boy Mohammed al-Dura was shot dead in his father's arms, which, as Henrik M. Broder stated in Better Days, apparently proved for the Ossi-Schmack the brutality and ruthlessness of those who today consider themselves the chosen people. With his remarks, the deeply German prize winner may have spoken from the soul of a band from the so-called Global South, which performed in a very prominent position in the concert program last July, on Friday evening on one of the main stages in Heinrich Heine Park, and which explicitly traded under the country name Palestine, although its members have long resided in London. 47 Soul. The band is credited with producing songs for the club in order to encourage their fans to consciously dance to their political lyrics, for which they have created their own genre with Shamstep. According to their own statement, this is a play on words. Sham comes from the Arabic term Bilad al-Sham, which translates as Greater Syria. This Greater Syria included Palestine, and of course today's Israel, Lebanon, Jordan, Syria, parts of Egypt, and even Cyprus. We associate Sham with step, which of course comes from dubstep. End quote. The fact that Arabic music is mixed with other musical styles is nothing new, but no one has yet taken the music of our traditional folk dance dabka, mixed it with the sounds of the Arabic keyboard and sung it in English. Our young people want music about which they can say, yes, this is our traditional sound, but at the same time it is also completely new. End quote. In any case, the lifestyle magazine Vice can't stop raving about it. Quote, a central component of Shamstep are the swirling synth tracks and syncopated, reggae-tone-like beats of the dabka, a traditional circle dance that originated in the region and is widespread there. In a 6-part combination of stomping and stepping movements, the dabka is danced at weddings and other festive occasions. End quote. According to David McDonald, professor of ethnomusicology and anthropology at Indiana University, dabka has more to offer than rousing beats and wacky dance moves. According to him, dance is a particularly powerful tool for Palestinian musicians and activists to assert their identity in occupied territories like the West Bank. When they do it, it's more than just a dance. They are asserting themselves as Palestinians and saying, we are here, we have lived here for centuries, and, by stamping our feet, we are reclaiming this land. End quote. The band name itself indicates that 47 Soul have dedicated themselves to the mission of combining party and intifada through their music. Quote, it refers to the year 1947, the year before our grandparents were expelled from their homeland of Palestine with the founding of the State of Israel. In 1947, it was still possible to travel from Haifa to Baghdad, eat a falafel there, drive on to Beirut to go to the movies, and spend the night in Jerusalem the next day without anyone even asking for a passport. At that time, there were none of these borders that we got through colonialism a year later. End quote. Colonialism in the following year, of course, meant the founding of the State of Israel, which destroyed the harmony that had supposedly prevailed, because from then on things got worse and worse, and in 1948 the catastrophe happened. Before that, Palestine was an open country in which Christians, Muslims, and Jews lived together peacefully. End quote. The Israelis have destroyed this harmony, however, because they let others live in concentration camps. Of course, they are very aware of the history of Germany and the two world wars and that the term concentration camp is linked to this, as they explained in an interview with Taz when asked, but we as Palestinians and Arabs are paying the price for what the Europeans did to the Jews. Ultimately, the wish is to appear in historic Palestine, in a united Jerusalem without apartheid towards the indigenous population. End quote. It is at least difficult to imagine that a festival team led by Leipzig cultural manager Simone Dake did not know who, in the person of Christoph Diekmann, would be awarded the Ruth World Music Prize and which bands would be engaged. In 2018, the team leader had stated on record that the festival saw a great need to position itself outside of its core business. Quote, "We always try to be and are political to take a stand, including with the artists we invite." End quote. In view of this statement, which was of course motivated by the fight against the right, it must be assumed that the award ceremony came about not despite, but because of Diekmann's life's work, and that it was well known what 47 Soul mean when they sing songs about quite relevant topics such as flight and expulsion and the freedom of Palestine, and that they are sophisticated Israel haters and therefore genuine anti-Semites. The question therefore arises as to whether these two personalities are pure coincidence, or whether they harmonize perfectly with the festival's concept of providing a stage for folk, roots, and world music, if not being inherent in it and therefore consequent. Generally speaking, the need for music exists in bourgeois society and grows with the problems of social conditions, which force individuals to seek their satisfaction outside an immediate social reality that denies it to them. Musical life grants them this satisfaction ideologically, by absorbing their dialectically produced tendency to flee from social reality or to reinterpret it, and projects contents for them that social reality never possessed or has long since lost, and to hold on to which objectively includes the intention of thwarting a change in society that would necessarily have to expose those very contents. End of quote. It is obvious that folk and roots music also represents such an escape from reality and refers to the traditional folk music of a country or region. While folk and roots music, especially in its purest version, seems to dispense with any modern element, world music does not want to know about such restrictions and instead organizes the mixing and crossing of styles and ways of making music, the crossover. In reality, the difference is not a substantial one, as all styles, contrary to the appearance they give off, are engaged in a reworking of traditional music. The deliberate primitivism of roots music is just as perversely modern as, conversely, the seemingly open-minded method of world music is archaism with modern means. The term world music became established in the 1980s when some record labels were looking for a marketing tool to categorize products of artistic exchange between the North, the USA and Western Europe, and the South of the world. While world music initially represented a collective category for all conceivable styles and regional origins of non-Western, especially non-European music, which had previously been categorized as ethno or folk music. This category in its current usage implies a per se hybrid mixture of diverse styles that fuses traditional music with Western popular music. As early as the 1960s, the Beatles and the Rolling Stones were inspired by Indian and Arabic sounds, while in Germany, Krautrock was all about implementing ethnic music. Its representatives were more or less threatened by the attraction of the exotic, whereby not only music, but also religion, worldview, image of man, etc. play a role. But it was the WOMAD festival established by Peter Gabriel, which offered a stage to musicians unknown in the West, as well as Paul Simon, who collaborated with musicians from South Africa for his album Graceland, that ensured that the world music steamship really got going. The onset of the world music boom had the effect that a not inconsiderable proportion of the West student youth in particular got on the ethno trip in search of something authentic and original, and that sales from the world music segment now make a significant contribution to the cash flow of the music business. In view of the undeniable wasteland of modern popular music, this success is undoubtedly based on the attempt to enrich the spectrum of the international music landscape with new musical raw material from exotic nations. End quote. Instead of the ridiculous accusation against musicians and listeners that they are engaging in a colonialist Western appropriation of non-Western traditional forms of music, a critique of folk, roots, and world music is urgently needed that not only focuses on the ideological needs behind and served by these pieces, but also on the cultural industrial techniques by means of which this music is produced, promoted, and consumed. Despite all the stylistic differences, the ideological core of world, folk, and roots music consists, according to its immanent logic, in the attempt to counter the alienation that undoubtedly takes place in capitalism and especially in Western popular music, which allegedly suppresses and levels all evolved cultures, through a recourse to older, thoroughly pre-bourgeois musical forms, in which one assumes a primordial natural state of music. As an enclave in modern society, traditional and modern roots music thus function as an objection to civilization, and succeed as a musical attitude that tramples on universality and barbarically imposes its own limitations, its being one way and no other, as a higher law. End quote. Even if the subjective motivation for some musicians may be not to let historical instruments and songs fall into oblivion, objectively such cultivation of tradition initially turns out to be a reminiscence of the spontaneity of music-making unconcerned by rationalized norms. This goes hand in hand with a regularly politically acknowledged attachment to barren landscapes and their local ethnic groups, as well as the de facto glorification of an allegedly harmonious past together with its socio-economic and political conditions. The folk musicians take refuge in periods which they believe to be protected from the prevailing commodity character, from reification, and to which the aura of the wholesome and unspoiled is attributed. But the supposedly intact relationships that are regularly invoked are no longer archaic, but are themselves products of a failed capitalization that has fallen into crisis. Simple impoverishment that throws people back into those traditional forms of socialization and which are admired and adored as primeval by middle-class metropolitans weary of civilization because they also long for them again. Even if the protagonists of folk, roots, and world music may position themselves, critically, against the prevailing social order by striving to reanimate the lost pre-capitalist immediacy, they are in fact doing nothing more than providing the entertainment program and the soundtrack for a self-administration of misery, which they advocate nolens volens and which politicians and the media would like to impose on the people in this country, for which an infectious disease and the current war in Ukraine provide the occasion and pretext. The musical folk musicians are therefore the product and expression of an ideological tendency of society as a whole, which is reflected in an increasing unease with civilization and what has become established as culture. This is why their opposition to the Western culture industry, whose products they despise as boring trash, is only apparent and pretended. In fact, they themselves embody both the core and the ultimate stage of a Western culture industry that has long since become an anti-Western industry of cultures, which not only ideologically and morally flanks the disintegration of society into identitarian, panic-marked communities, but also aggressively pursues it by delegitimizing a universal concept of art and culture. A critique of the culture industry could only consist of showing how its methods exploit existing traditions and make them digestible, and it could only be achieved from the point of view of a consciousness that presumes to intervene in all traditions in the same way that the most advanced musical tradition at the beginning of the 20th century dealt with the musical tradition of Europe, to abolish it in a double sense. When Werner Fuhr, former editor of WDR3 Musikulturen, enthusiastically attests to the Rudolstad Festival that it is something like a search for happiness, the search for a better life, this says something about the no longer existing appeal of the bourgeois promise of happiness, which is obviously losing ground to an affirmative recourse to the rawness of the natural state. The fact that this diagnosis is by no means a polemical exaggeration was demonstrated in 2010, when the festival management admiringly justified the country focus on Ethiopia in the program booklet by stating that no other country is so archaic and so deeply connected to an ancient tradition. Not a word about the miserable living conditions, which are both unimaginable and unattainable, because they obviously encourage those living under such conditions to provide the audience with the longed-for and guaranteed authentic arts and crafts folly. Consequently, whenever cosmopolitanism is proclaimed, it is always a matter of a show of the essence of foreign cultures, which are held in the highest esteem solely because they appear to have retained a certain power of resistance to what could roughly be described as modernity, but in reality are merely the products of its decay and the protagonists of a regression. It is therefore logical that the ecologically savvy world music fan glorifies the life of autochthonous peoples, characterized by simplicity, immediacy, poverty of needs, and apparent happiness, in short, by the absence of Western impositions, as paradise. And it is anything but a coincidence that a music event, whose essence is the cult of the supposedly genuine, unadulterated, and culturally and locally rooted, more than clearly takes a stand against Israel with the tribute to Christoph Diekmann and the performance by 47 Soul. With the performance of the Intifada professional Palestinian band, which acted as ambassadors of the most authentic of all peoples, the organizers signaled their agreement with their fight against Israel, which is regarded by the anti-Semites of the world as the embodiment of the rootless, artificial, and abstract. 8 years ago, Ulf Postchart wrote in Die Welt that black metal was the sound of the hour. The reality of IS terrorism at the time and the shocking brutalization of interhumanity had caught up with the nihilistic and anti-humanist themes of this musical genre. In the meantime, after October 7th, the hour of anti-Semitism in particular has struck worldwide, and it can be said that black metal is also up to date in this sense. In no other style of music is the hatred of the corrosive Jewish spirit, whether in the form of alien Christianity that destroys the healthy native culture or, without detours, immediately in the form of the Jew, so linked to its own history, something that even the one or other explicitly anti-fascist band from the spectrum can no longer change. Although black metal is hardly music for the masses, the nerve-wracking screeching vocals typical of the genre alone prevent this. There is no lack of recognition in the Western cultural scene. Even classical orchestras have long been working with such groups on avant-garde projects. Initially viewed rather critically as a curiosity in the metal scene, the genre has proven to be particularly fast-growing since its beginnings in the 1980s. The website metal-archives.com lists around 50,000 black metal bands worldwide, and the number is growing daily. The YouTube channel Black Metal Promotion, which provides over 5,500 videos, is not very politically selective and uploads new music every day, and has over 400,000 subscribers. Practically all the big names in the scene have played at the Wacken Open Air, which attracts up to 100,000 visitors and is sometimes broadcast on public television, and whose founders were awarded the Order of Merit of the State of Schleswig-Holstein in 2019, a remarkable success story. Black metal got its name from the dark content that was to be conveyed. In the early years, this meant in particular the processing of satanic themes. The performers were mostly teenagers from the secularized affluent societies of Scandinavia, Western Europe, or even liberal US states, who knew little about their subjects but were keen to provoke. The Christians who remained in their environment, who had long been on the defensive and had become harmless opponents, were to be blasphemously insulted and driven to indignation. In the texts, Christianity was soon portrayed as alien and culture-destroying, while the seemingly reasonable old paganism with its healthy attitude towards sexuality, revenge, and simply natural instincts was idealized. People had made themselves comfortable on the winning side because this attitude corresponded pretty much exactly to the ethno-esotericism of the environmental movement, which at that time, if not yet conquered all institutions, at least conquered hearts. The old folkish topos had become modern again, according to which the original, pure spirit of the people was being subjugated by the external, inauthentic Christian faith and had to reclaim its rightful place in the world. This gave rise to a scene that appropriated the worst aspects of the postmodern, regressive critique of civilization that is now mainstream in Western societies, which seems all the more sinister when you consider the rapid affirmation of National Socialist topoi in the scene at the time. The East German label No Colors, for example, released Nazi bands such as Gravel and From Poland and Absurd, consisting of the murderers of a teenager in Sondershausen, alongside the later megasellers Dimmu Borgir in the heyday of black metal in the 1990s. The underground at the time regarded this unquestioningly as part of the scene. Nobody would have thought of boycotting or even just paternalistic criticism. At extreme metal concerts in the late 1990s, as the author of this text still remembers, black metal CDs with clear Nazi content were sold as a matter of course. Even today, highly respected record companies within the scene unapologetically give a platform to obvious anti-Semites, which is also widely ignored due to general social tendencies according to which there are also good anti-Semites. For some time now, it is no longer just whites who have been propagating murderous ideals in the form of music. Ideals in the form of music, but increasingly also people who stylize themselves as victims of imperialism and incite their people to retaliation and revenge against the West. They glorify a nature that manifests itself in archaic tribal associations and resists being tamed by enemy figures who are both weak and cunning in their actions against everything real. Why black metal in particular? The metal subculture loves the clearly assignable, the reference to great role models. In this respect, it is worth taking a historical look at the development of themes in this subgroup. The Swedish project Bathory had a lasting influence on the style. Its debut was recorded in 1984 by the then 18-year-old Thomas Forsberg, who devoted himself to the Viking theme from 1988 onwards. A constant theme was the proud, unyielding, and at the same time completely innocent heathens who had been cruelly murdered by Christians. For all those who died, 1988. The strange men, with no hair on their faces and smelling of flowers instead of beer, had killed those who refused to build a house for the strange god, and exploited the survivors materially. One Road to Asa Bay, 1990. A son of a Nordic tribe, on the other hand, respected the powers of the earth and passed this knowledge on to his own sons. Baptized in Fire and Ice, 1990. Because the gods of the fathers were to be fought and died for. A Northman was naturally destined to do so by fate, the covenant of blood, through blood by thunder, 1991. The hatred against the foreign Christians in the scene was formulated ever more aggressively, combined with an archaic cult of masculinity and an idealization of country life close to nature, of nature in general, identified with pagan religions, which were reasserting themselves against Semitic Christianity after centuries of servitude. If the Swedes in battle, representing legions of such groups, had their way, Christians should never again breathe Nordic air. The symbols of Jerusalem should be destroyed. Aden, 1997. The armies of the north set fire to cathedrals and cut the flesh of Christians, kneeling cowardly before the cross with their swords. Rage of the Northmen, 1998. This hatred quickly took on increasingly paranoid traits, reminiscent of the delusions of folkish esoterics. In the German project Falkenbach, strongly Bathory-inspired, released on No Colors, the Christians rape a fair maiden, kidnap children, burn girls, and kill respectable farmers, justifying the revenge campaigns of the Northmen, whose spirit is said to always be alive in their descendants. Heathen Pride, 1996. The genre of Viking or pagan metal, which grew out of black metal, then had almost no other themes. The best-known band of this genre, the Swedes Amon Amarth, played on the tiered ducks with stories of a son who was beaten to death by the nasty one-god believers, for which the father then took grim, merciless revenge on all the Christians, dogs. He could find Ride for Vengeance, 1998. They bleed for the old gods, burning with hatred, cutting their way through weak Christian flesh. Bleed for Ancient Gods, 1999. So that the 1,000 years of tyranny will soon be over. Releasing Surtur's Fire, 2001. Churches were actually burning in Norway back in the 1990s. On their concept album Odelheim, 2012, the Swedes unleashed, who do not belong in this context musically, but lyrically imagined how continent after continent is being reconquered and Mother Nature is taking back what belongs to her. Mayans, Celts, Gauls, Iberians, Germanic tribes, all would drive Christ out of their land. He is later pursued like a dog to Jerusalem, his homeland. The city of Jorsala shall fall, 2018, which is characterized as the womb of the holy elite. The opening to anti-Zionism takes place in the vision of a collapsing Jerusalem that is now open to all again, open to all the world, 2018. The Finns' impaled Nazarene also made it clear early on that the hatred was directed against the Jew God, the Son of the Jews, to whom they sang a cheerful Heil, Hail, Heil, and then call him a dirty homo in False Jehovah. The band was also known for its nationalistic and homophobic tones in the following years. In Finland, the black metal scene is characterized to no small extent by openly right-wing bands, as is the case in Eastern Europe and France. The Finnish singer of the French band Deathspell Omega has other projects with right-wing extremist and anti-Semitic content, including Clandestine Blaze. On the 1999 debut, alongside the usual fantasies about destroyed cult images, hanged priests and violated nuns, there is talk of those foreigners having come to our country, destroying the cultures everywhere, consequently the true wisdoms. Those who follow this alienating religion would shamefully deny their roots. Native resistance. 1999. The culture of Zion was never meant to be here. Fist of the Northern Destroyer, 2002. Blunt killing fantasies, especially against the clergy, have been part of black metal culture since the beginning. For example, the band Nuns Laughter, singing about the rape and bestial murder of nuns on the altar, including necrophilic fantasies. The anti-imperialist aspect of this critique of Christianity has obviously reached non-white bands, such as Impiety from Singapore, which was already popular in the 1990s due to its exotic status in the Western underground. In Impiety's lyrics, Christians are described as pigs and dirty Jewish cunts. Cows Command 696, 2002. All of whom should be killed so that the spirit of the ancients can return. The Shoah is glorified. The Jews had it coming to them, carbonized. They and their religion are mocked. Adonai made excrement, 2004. The world has put up with them long enough. They dream of the annihilation of Israel with murdered rabbis and destroyed synagogues. The flock of Abrahamic pride is to be wiped out, as Judea bums, 2009. If such statements would immediately lead to a total media boycott among whites, the supposed victims of imperialism are obviously not held so badly. The band Impiety, which is currently touring Europe in 2024, made a particularly lasting impression on the emerging black metal scene in South Asia. The band's leader, Shathan, is an important integration figure there. Since the mid-2010s, some of the most musically extreme black metal bands of all have come from India. The best-known band wants to offend the Jewish god in its very name, Tetragrammicide, and proclaims a third world esotericism, an allusion to the aforementioned church desecrations of the 1990s. The colleagues from Brahmastrika long for the devouring of the throne of Elohim, not that of their own deities, of course. Most of these bands have Hindu themes, they are teeming with swastikas, and musicians who pose with t-shirts of European Nazi bands cannot be blamed for not being aware of the ambiguity they are flirting with, given the largely Western buyers of their products. Many Indian bands have become known in Europe in recent years through the German labels Iron Bonehead Productions and Dunkelheit Produktionen, including Kapala from Calcutta. Releasing unsavory stuff like Nun's Laughter at the beginning of the millennium, they were joined in the 2010s by bands from NSBM circles like Moonblood. An album by Crucifier, consisting of well-known NSBM musicians, was released in 2024. Problematic bands, such as the German Goatblood, with burning synagogues and stereotypical Jews on their covers, as well as titles such as Last Siege of Jerusalem or Chanfuka, have also been appearing there for a long time. Although they themselves clearly make Western music, the musicians complain in an interview with Bardo Methodology magazine about cultural appropriation, specifically the use of Vedic themes and symbolism by Western bands, such as the linking of Kali with Satan. Impaled Nazarene already used a representation of Durga, from which the goddess of death Kali emerges, for their 1993 album, Ugra Karma, with songs such as Kali Yuga. The true nature of our alpine heritage is not respected, whereas it is represented with strong authenticity by Tetragrammicide, strongly influenced by the noise music of the hated imperialist countries. The consumerism of Western modernity and, according to the Vice interview, also certain parts of the Western world, that fuel fires are condemned by genocide shrines from Sri Lanka, who publish with Iron Bonehead and name Impiety as an important source of inspiration. They identify themselves as Buddhists but, critical of the corrupted, organized religion, also worship the warlike demon king Ravana, who has generally experienced a revival locally in recent years. This is linked to the glorification of the early days of the island's settlement and the myth of the four tribes, whose original language and culture are to be revived. Although they are also friends of the traditional music of their homeland, genocide shrines see black metal as an ideal vehicle for conveying their ideas. The bridges they build to the West are remarkable. They thematize nothingness or emptiness, non-existence as a philosophical concept of Theravada Buddhism, with its ideal of self-dissolution, the abandonment of all desire, which from a Western perspective must appear as a destructive longing for death. This obviously makes it possible to connect with a Western subculture that has grown out of trivial pubescent crises of meaning and has never overcome the primitive hatred directed against itself and the outside world, but on the contrary has tried to rationalize and secularize it. In the following, we are talking about ideologically consolidated and thus trend-setting groups. Two different directions can be roughly distinguished, with some taking the so-called left-hand path, and others the, usually rather pejoratively attributed, right-hand path. In the end, however, the paths converge again. Both make use of at least potentially anti-Semitic topoi. Instinctive rebellion against the norm becomes an uprising against the modern world. The actual Satanists are on the left side. The path to the left hand is based on a Hindu concept that has found its way into Western esotericism via theosophy. Within the strict order of Hindu society, which is interested in the other, there are antagonists who celebrate the breaking of taboos through the earthly consumption of forbidden things, including intoxicants. The Indian Agori want to achieve the liberation from earthly attachments typical of Far Eastern religions, passing away as a goal, precisely by explicitly breaking all the norms intended for this. For them, the conscious separation from weak ego attachment also implies detachment from social or legal fear. The occultist Aleister Crowley, who is revered in the scene, once saw happiness par excellence in breaking social, including sexual norms. Satanist liberation is supposed to consist of transgressing boundaries, so it cannot be without the idea of boundaries. Corresponding rituals are copied in an almost helpless way from the Catholic cult, thus only seemingly desecrating it, because one is always dependent on the continued existence of norms outside the seemingly enlightened elite. Breaking taboos is what makes the left-hand path happy. Despite the expectation of a spiritual new age, this makes it unintentionally structurally conservative in favor of a culture that is understood as hegemonic and closed and whose taboos can be broken. Apart from the fact that the luxury of a Satanist way of life presupposes a society that does not confront the crossing of boundaries with immediate annihilation, which explains its relative success in the tolerant climate of the West, where a Crowley in 1939 could declare it legitimate to kill anyone who wanted to forbid him from acting according to his own laws. Because a taboo-free society would be the end of the taboo-breaking reserved for only a few, it becomes part of the respective culture as its negation. It refers affirmatively to tradition, even if it is invented, and flourishes all the more strongly the more vividly that which it wants to negate is shaped. In a Western liberal context, it then becomes seemingly world citizen-like. Local esotericism sees a universal principle behind the path to the left hand, which finds expression in the worship of personified destructiveness, bringer of chaos, violence, war. Thus deities from Indian, Zoroastrian, Ahriman, ancient Egyptian, Set, or even Aztec or Northern European contexts are equated with Lucifer. Thomas Tannenberger, stage name TT, from the Austrian band Abigor logically emphasizes that he draws inspiration from many cultures and religions and consequently laments the acute Islamophobia. In an interview with Deal, Forever magazine, 2024, he states that the same causes lie behind all destructive aspects within cultures, namely demonic energies that affect people. Across cultures, two opposing forces are at war with each other, which is why people are naturally driven to war, deified as Thor, Ares, etc., as purification. In black metal, one stands by nature, and so it is always the destructive forces, such as those of Norse mythology, Fens, Loki, Nidhogger, that are sung about. Even from the fantasy world of the Catholic writer Tolkien, who enjoys great popularity in metal circles, the antagonists are traditionally glorified. Abigor, for example, released an EP called Orc Blood. But who is the imminent antagonist created by Western modern society itself, the civilization breaker par excellence? The answer is known and the conclusion is drawn. When the left-hand path glorifies National Socialism, Crowley was also enthusiastic about Hitler, at least for a time. The elitism of National Socialism is in the foreground, social Darwinism breaking out of the despised normal, the average. Liberation here consists of rebellion that has become an end in itself. The ideal is not primordial jubilation, but death, non-existence in the style of Lucifer's self-hatred, whose pride is manifested in a self-destructive act of rebellion against the Creator. Examples include the Frenchman behind Kristallnacht, L.F., or the early Pete Helmkamp, a key figure in the development of U.S. black metal. The tendency towards nothingness was sometimes celebrated in the scene through suicide, for example in the case of the then 31-year-old Swede John Notveit dissection in 2006. A Satanist decides the time of his death himself, not out of sadness, but strength. At the peak of existence, death is the orgasm of life. In black metal, the term void has been appearing in band names, album and song titles for several years now, often artistically depicted as a kind of black hole in the artwork. Here, Far Eastern ideals are taken up in the form conveyed by anti-civilization, genuinely Western esotericism. The addiction to rebellion escalates into total war when the spirit of the people appears to be replaced by open society. Judaism, insofar as it transgresses and reverses the accepted principle of the particularization of the supposedly universal, is excluded from the concert of the love-hate relationship with cultures. The theosophical idea of a current Kali Yuga, an age of decay characterized by greed, materialism, and hostility towards nature, has a distinctly anti-Semitic flavor, as it always blames Jewish Christianity for having suppressed and even destroyed the respective very own traditions and values of the peoples. For Julius Evola, 1898 to 1974, another esteemed figure in certain black metal circles, Jewishness, which was not necessarily linked to biological descent, was the materialistic and anti-traditional par excellence. The West, described as a Hebraized civilization, had perished because of Christianity, because of the typically Semitic, unheroic weakness of Jesus Christ, and therefore because of the separation of nature from the supernatural and thus its desecration, which also finds its expression in the de-divinization of rule. Despising modern decadence, Evola combined destructive nihilism with Aryan racial pride. The Kali Yuga would give way to a purely spiritual age. Everywhere there were still traces of the actual spiritual heritage of the peoples, and in Buddhist asceticism, the militant striving for liberation in the void, Evola located the essence of the Aryan tradition. The return to the beginnings was for him in accordance with his anti-materialist doctrine of decay, the ideal par excellence, the war against modernity, as a heroic act, a value in itself. The current South Asian connections in the orthodox segment of black metal are ideologically consistent in view of the peculiar mixture of pride and self-hatred, the willful denial of one's own basis of existence, and correspond to old Aryophile longings and projections. Bands that are categorized by this faction as belonging to the right-hand path, as a path of pure neo-paganism, on the other hand, want to counter all this negativity with something positive, an authentic Nordic worldview. They also detest the existing civilization, but focus on improving the world, searching for buried folk heritage, ancient and pre-Christian. Bands often switched from the left to the right path because they thought it was a better way to escape the hated Christianity. Even Bathory's Forsberg turned away from satanic themes after the first 3 albums and turned to Nordic mythology because the figure of the devil was too Christian for him. Folkish and openly National Socialist ideology appears even more frequently in this segment. National Socialism is viewed here more from its egalitarian side. The people are not to be divided into good and evil, but united in the course of the return of the old gods, against Jewish divisiveness. Nazi projects such as Absurd or Burzum, which despise Christian humility, elevate Nordic warrior and heroism to the ideal. Gravel and explicitly rejects Satanism because of its Christian background. The hatred of decadent modernity and Jewish Christianity in Poland leads almost logically to a turn to National Socialism, understood as a force of old paganism, of the own, against the spirit of the times there. Even the best-known Polish band, Behemoth, before turning to Crowley's Thelema ideology, invoked the eternal pagan pride one should die in honor, not serve on one's knees. The beloved fatherland, taken from the Christians, should be avenged with the sword, crosses should be broken, bodies should be dismembered. Dragon's Lair, 1996. In the eschatological search for the ethnically pure idol of the future, black metal is stylistically just right, as it combines provocation and hatred with folklore and romanticism in a peculiar way. As early as the 1990s, there was a wave originating in Norway of singing the praises of one's native nature, with escapist kitsch images of untouched winter forests suddenly appearing on what felt like every second cover. The pioneering enslaved, with song titles such as Ethica Odini, were primarily concerned with creating a pre-Christian Viking atmosphere. The main influence was Bathory, creating a Nordic, closed-to-nature atmosphere. In interviews, band leader Ivar describes himself as a conservative guy, idealizes pre-modern country life, and likes the heroic aspect of the Viking theme. In contrast to satanic black metal, not everything is black. Accordingly, T.T. Abigor regrets that Enslaved turned to the side of light after the album Vikinglagerveldi, which still celebrated the dark powers of the North. A similar development could be observed with Absurd, as well as with another murderer, Christian Vikernes, Burzum, who once worshipped Lucifer as a real deity, but abandoned this in favor of a life-affirming Odinism, T.T. While nationalism in Norway was originally shaped by Christianity, the idea of a species-specific, Nordic religion first emerged there in the Nazi-friendly folkish milieu of the 1930s, through contacts with the German faith movement or Ludendorff sect. Modern scientific insights were to be combined with ancient Nordic wisdom, but on the occult side, too, the reactionary criticism of civilization, to be distinguished from progressive cultural criticism, led to a very similar glorification of nature. In an interview with Bardo Methodology, Deathspell Omega criticized the Enlightenment accordingly. Man, although such a toxic being, was declared good, an anthropocentric worldview was developed. In order to channel and use man's aggressive impulses and dark energy, industrialization was promoted, the conquest of nature. Man had thus begun to fight against life itself. The human hubris of rising above nature, on the basis of a purely materialistic perspective, would have led to decline and thus to modernity. Similar to left-wing regressive ecologism, the longing for a world as a natural utopia, populated only by an awakened elite, permeates here. It is not the survival of humanity as such that is sought. No hope is placed in people, progress and confidence in the future no longer exist, only the rebellion of the all-crushing nature, as whose part, indeed avenging arm, it is to be regarded. Ultimately, it doesn't matter whether Midgard or Nirvana is being sung about. For left-handers as well as right-handers, the degree of masculine heroism is value-determining, modernity a culture-destroying fundamental evil, however conscious the underlying idea of corrosive world enemy influence may be in each case, that is to be fought on principle. Bathory's programmatic turn to the pre-Christian culture of his own homeland, a seemingly natural idol destroyed by foreign invaders, had a great influence on the emerging scenes outside the Nordic countries. Xibalba, one of the oldest Mexican black metal bands, founded in 1992, now releasing on the US cult label Nuclear War Now, whose internet forum was long a stomping ground for neo-Nazis, have been treating ancient Mayan culture since their first demo. Label boss Yosuke Konishi is considered a follower of the Japanese ultranationalist Yukio Mishima. Even after the Second World War, Mishima glorified the divinity of the Japanese emperors, admired Indian culture and how the people there, preserving their own traditions, opposed westernization. In Japan, on the other hand, everything was going down the drain because of Western materialism and consumerism. He missed the heroic spirit of the samurai, the willingness to use violence. He liked religion when it was pure and masculine, as he also attributed to Islam. In an interview with Bardo Methodology, they attribute the homage to their cultural heritage directly to Bathory's influence. By means of spiritual texts, they want to reach up to the hands of the gods. The connection to their ancestors and their wisdom should liberate them from the modern world. The roots would determine existence, and there is also a lot of talk about the cosmic heritage of the Mayas. There is now a large amount of indigenous black metal in the USA and Mexico, whereby at least an uncritical proximity to white Nazi bands, if not a direct ideological mixture, must be stated. Numerous band projects in recent years have celebrated pre-Columbian culture in Mexico, sometimes cheerfully combining feather crowns with swastikas. The ONSP label is primarily dedicated to such productions, correctly interpreting the Nazis' enthusiasm for the Indians and propagating a worldwide murderous uprising against everything Abrahamic. Bands from this milieu often have lyrics in the pre-Columbian language Nahuatl. The extremely bloodthirsty religion of the respective cultures is praised. Sacrificial rituals or other acts of violence are frequent cover motifs, sometimes combined with symbols from Western brown esotericism, black suns, etc. Tlaidioticani from Fresnillo, Mexico, are one of the most active projects on ONSP. Their album, Cult of the Noble Blood, shows a photo of party Nazis with a man in Native American clothing and features songs with titles such as The Real Ancient American Blood or Ancestral Blood Calls for Revenge. The musician behind it releases masses of music with lyrics glorifying the murder of Jews, alongside Indo-American themes, celebrating Quetzalcoatl, the creator god associated with light and nature. Although Nuclear War Now does not contain any such obvious Nazi releases, Ixtlahuac, now on an NSBM label from El Salvador, for example, clearly belong to this milieu. The swastika in Aztec and Mayan variants is strikingly often at the center of the imagery of such bands, out of all proportion to its real epigraphic occurrence. It is obvious that here, as with the South Asian counterparts, the symbol is being flirted with. One of the best-known projects from this Haze Pan-American Native Front releases on the Chinese label Gotowarex, among others, which takes everything under its wing that is sufficiently anti-Western. There they find themselves in the company of Makwahwitl from California, whose Martin Tudden confesses that he prefers white neo-Nazis to leftists who only want to portray his people as victims. In 2017, they released an album on the Absurd Main Musicians label, including a song in honor of Tezcatlipoca. This Aztec god tempted people to wage war, incited them against each other, but at the same time granted them power and prosperity. Human sacrifices were made to please him. So it also fits well into the cross-cultural left-hand path context. The projects Blue Hummingbird and the Left and Valon e.g. with Hail Huitzilopochtli celebrating the god of war in the dualistic balance of power, which also revolve around Aztec mythology, are released on Nuclear War Now and Iron Bonehead and have already been discussed beyond the niche media, including an interview in the lifestyle magazine Vice. The main musician behind it, Eduardo Ramirez from California, naming Xibalba as his main influence, distances himself from those indigenous NSBM projects that openly glorify National Socialism, but only because they mix two different cultures from opposing regions of the world by processing foreign influences such as the aesthetics and ideology of the Second World War. This makes them traitors who have no pride. Ramirez, who rails against the parasitic conquistadors while making Western metal in the language of the conquerors, is thus bothered by the fact that the Mexican indigenous Nazis do not puristically limit themselves to their own culture. He seems to have at least a relaxed relationship with ideology as such, as he counts gravel and among his influences, has performed with explicitly anti-Semitic bands, Nyocthablis, Goat Penis, and even took part in a camp with Wolves of Vinland personnel, right-wing extremist neo-pagans, as the left-wing website N's Boneheads reports. His former fellow musician Tudin also has masses of Native American NSBM releases under his belt. Another Aztec fan, along with the clean label Hellfire Death Cult, releases music with titles like Guardians of the Race and Native Americans Against Zoji equals Zionist occupied government. This trend is now taking on such proportions that we can no longer speak of confused outsiders. The Estonian neo-Nazi label Israr, which otherwise features bands such as Der Stürmer, Einsatzgruppen, Action T4, Aryan Kampf 88, Kristallnacht, or Bloodcult, also distributes albums by projects by indigenous North American musicians, such as Mapia Luda, Lakota, or Ifernak from Canada, Abrahamic Disintegration, which glorify the wave of arson attacks on churches there in 2021. In 2020, Bardo Methodology published an insightful interview with Finian, the musician behind Ifernak, and NSBM projects such as Aufnorden. Ifernak is dedicated to ancestral revival and spiritual retribution through reestablishing a connection with heritage and soil. The musician, who has both European and Native American ancestors, laments the fact that so many people from First Nations backgrounds are so indifferent to their roots. His awareness of these roots helped him to escape the fate of being a disciple of Jesus. The great Manitou had had other plans for him. In the beginning, there was Bathory's influence. Finian had felt the Scandinavian landscape when listening. Now he wanted to let his own country speak through him. For him, the country is the main point of reference. He wants to liberate it again by turning to pre-Christian myths. Learn the language, go into the forest and speak to the forefathers. Break the chains of colonialism and just be. The invaders had failed. The old gods would return as prophesied. Finian believes that North American black metal bands should no longer focus on pre-Christian European mythology, but on the pagan gods of America. When the thunder rumbles here, I don't hear Thor. When I travel to Norway, I think I will hear Thor. End quote. He believes in forces that shape and determine the essence of a specific place. It doesn't matter where you come from as long as you worship the forces that belong there. Total nature supremacy. Right-wing ethnopluralism, which knows no human being as such but only superordinate entities each with their own species nature, is finally blurred here, partly debiologized in an anti-materialistic way, with postmodern cultural relativism, which wants to isolate the cultures from each other and oblige individuals to return to their own real. Black metal connects people on the far right with those on the left-wing ecological spectrum. Fear of contact is rare and is likely to diminish further in the USA, for example. In 2019, it caused a scandal when a musician from mainstream black metalers Agalah, John Hamm from the eco-hipster stronghold of Portland, Oregon, referred to Facebook as Jewbook, given the current situation in the university city, where it feels like more Hamas supporters live than in Gaza. This is hardly conceivable. A further connection between the two camps results from the shared preference for anti-capitalist rhetoric, which admittedly remains inconsistent. If, for example, criticism of consumerism is to take place through the manufacture of consumer products and the domestic loss of culture is to be overcome with the marketing of modern sounds of an international subculture, it becomes clear that instead of dropoutism and subversion, black metal has a bland mainstream content. While the Western culture industry has long lived largely from the assuredly inconsequential, insulting of the social foundations of its own existence, here, under capitalist conditions, what belongs together grows together. The large market for anti-Western romanticism knows no right or left. only consumer longing for the fiction of old culture. The old culture itself can no longer be supplied by anyone. In truth, it is not even coveted, only in the quasi-museal mediation through Western modern media or fetish objects of the culture industry. The buyer, like the producer, even if he or she appears as an ego company on Bandcamp, is part of this industry with corresponding needs for absolutely primal Western commodities. Even the indigenous or Indian black metal of German record companies is a market-adapted product of the westernization of the world, because the musicians have long since become part of the West without wanting to admit it. In this context, the promotion of supposedly indigenous culture means little more than serving the Western culture industry with historically white music styles and inciting hatred against Christians and Jews through lyrics. It is not a matter of anti-colonial resistance, rather Western self-hatred, quite neo-colonial, has simply taken root outside the geographical West. Whether woke laments against America or Nazi roars, whether left-handed elite nihilism or right-handed nature mysticism, the allegedly hated capitalism is not shaken. The only effect is the constant lowering of the inhibition threshold for violence against Jews and Christians. Black metal. Still the sound of the hour. Quote, Israel must not continue to try to be culturally Europe in the Middle East, but must become a cultural power in the Middle East. End of quote. Strangely enough, no one took offense at this sentence from a speech by Gregor Gysi, leader of the Left Party parliamentary group in the Bundestag. On the contrary, it was noted appreciatively that Gysi had declared war on anti-Zionism in the party with his speech. It is not surprising that the social center did not want to notice anything, but where was the criticism from those circles, to which the Bahamas expressly does not belong, for whom solidarity with Israel is such a matter of the heart that they seek the broadest social alliance against the Iranian mullah regime? Gysi's statement is an insult to the Jewish people and its history. It is also a mockery of what Europe once was and could once be together with other Western countries. And it is also an ideological surrender not only of Israel to Iran, for example, but also of the West in general to the Orient. For what do the Jews and their state stand for? To paraphrase a dark philosopher according to Adorno, whose lightning cleverness almost makes him forget his occasional delusions and spleens, for this, quote, in the darkest times of the Middle Ages, when the Asian cloud layer had settled heavily over Europe, it was Jewish freethinkers, scholars and doctors who held up the banner of enlightenment and intellectual independence under the hardest personal duress and defended Europe against Asia. It is due in no small measure to their efforts that a more natural, rational, and at any rate unmythical explanation of the world was finally able to triumph again, and that the ring of culture which now links us to the Enlightenment of Greco-Roman antiquity remained unbroken. If Christianity has done everything to Orientalize the Occident, Judaism has helped considerably to Occidentalize it again and again. End quote. How far would practicing friends of Israel follow these considerations of Friedrich Nietzsche? I'm afraid not at all. The distinction between Orient and Occident as spiritual spheres is only possible if people make it in a biased way, no matter in which corner of the world this explicit judgment of the culture of the Orient is made. To make an unworthy judgment against its state constitution, its ideology, which is particularly shaped by religion, and its treatment of the individual people subjected to its rule, demands more from one than to give the Berlin Biennale audience cinematic educational tracks on the occasion of an Iranian film about Ahmadinejad's career. To take Nietzsche at his word would mean recognizing that we are dealing with an unmythical explanation of the world that must be victorious and with a bond that holds modern enlightenment together with ancient Greek and Roman enlightenment. To affirm this and, against this background, to do justice to the historical role of the Jews and the current role of the State of Israel in the confrontation between the Orient and the Occident would be to acknowledge something that is basically completely banal. That, of course, Israel, by its very existence, must culturally be Europe in the Middle East, if it does not want to hand itself over to a culture that has made its downfall its program. But this is not happening in Germany. As is well known, Germany, which set about exterminating the European Jews after first Orientalizing itself, only became part of the West formally and superficially after 1945 due to pressure from the Western Allies, the loss of the Eastern territories, the separation of the essentially Prussian Protestant GDR, and a historical exception in political responsibility, Konrad Adenauer, albeit a very hollowed-out West that was hardly aware of itself. However, the forces of the Orient remained powerful. They ranged from a falsification of history that outlasted its author Joseph Goebbels, who multiplied the number of deaths in Dresden in February 1945 by 10 in order to prove the downfall of the German Occident through Anglo-American bombing terror with 250,000 dead, and on to the British Nazi David Irving, whose The Fall of Dresden, published by Rowohlt in the mid-1960s, became a West German bestseller. A book that the brothers and sisters in the East didn't need at all, as they had adopted Goebbels' diction of Anglo-American bombing terror 1-to-1. And when liberated Dresden now officially and publicly commemorates its bombing war dead and the Nazis feel encouraged by this to hold their biggest rally in a long time, then it becomes evident that civilization, enlightenment, culture, or simply Europe translated into German ideology is at least as far east as the thoughts and actions of the two friends of the former German Chancellor, Putin and Ahmadinejad. Shouldn't we protest against the mufti of the Karl Liebknecht house wherever he appears and accuse him of betraying Israel and thus civilization? Isn't Gregor Gysi more dangerous than his sidelined parliamentary colleague Norman Page or Gerhard Schroeder precisely because he is not considered an anti-imperialist crank or a bought sales representative of totalitarianism, but celebrates anti-Semitism at the height of the times by vilifying the West with the Jews? What could be called Western civilization has almost completely sunk, part of an unloved and misunderstood past to which we nevertheless owe our existence. It is dead, unloved ballast that is perceived as an annoying reminder, which strangely enough sometimes touches you out of the sum of your own way of life, the prosperity you have achieved, the freedom you have realized. It is perhaps that shock when you compare the role of Western women in society with that of their new neighbors from parallel societies, which not only makes you measure the enormous progress achieved in emancipation, but also causes something like indignation to germinate in a weak second in a not yet fully hardened cultural relativist. Indignation that is fed by a sense of responsibility, yes, by the obligation not to tolerate it. Not to tolerate it because you have to let others share in the little that you yourself enjoy and which you almost want to choke on in that brief moment of shock. Now Western civilization, this process of liberation from natural depravity and surrender to predetermined fate, which was only provisionally completed through the victory of capitalism, is by no means to be measured only by the actual results, this less arbitrariness, the small increase in social security and the great increase in prosperity. According to the understanding of its heralds, people who have been dead for a long time and almost all of whom were not Germans, the process of civilization should lead to a liberated human being who, living in a meaningful order, voluntarily and reasonably engages with others and actively develops the potential that lies dormant within him. Civilization, the West, had set out to realize a universal context of meaning beyond gender and origin, which until then had only been created by religion, without adhering to concepts of the afterlife that had become questionable. This included the still unredeemed presumption of making oneself equal to the murdered God, starting from the day when it was no longer doubtful that the earth and its inhabitants were nothing more than a trivial coincidence in the boundless meaninglessness of the universe. This goes hand in hand with the obligation to hold on to this world as the center of every human endeavor, as if the stars and planets continued to revolve around the earth as their center, as if the Ptolemaic worldview were still a scientifically recognized fact. To stay with Nietzsche. Today, when some Bible-believing Christian in a Berlin park invites people to the nearest Adventist church with his Jesus Lives poster, the defiantly stupid edition scrawled on a Sharpie, "God is dead," Nietzsche had his famous statement proclaimed by the great man, who ran across the market square in broad daylight with a lighted lantern and the exclamation, "I seek God."
I seek Gud.
Quote, "God is dead. God remains dead. And we have killed him. How do we comfort ourselves, the murderers of all murderers? The holiest and most powerful thing the world has ever possessed has bled to death under our knives. Who will wipe the blood off us? With what water could we cleanse ourselves? What atonement ceremonies, what holy games will we have to invent? Is not the magnitude of this deed too great for us? Must we not become gods ourselves just to appear worthy of it? There has never been a greater deed, and whoever is born after us belongs, for the sake of this deed, to a higher history than all history has ever been." End quote. Compare this with the credo of the self-satisfied atheist of today, who prefers to vent against the Catholic Church, which does not want to stop at a simple-minded yet cunning "Jesus lives," but rather seeks to maintain a building in a politically often obscure theological and sometimes philosophical manner that the Protestant competition has already abandoned. When Nietzsche's great man exclaims, "What are the churches if they are not the tombs and monuments of God?" he must have been thinking of the Catholic ones, because the Protestant ones have long since become institutions of necessity for the organizers of atonement ceremonies and holy games, the purpose of which is precisely not the preparation of that higher history into which humanity would have to enter after the murder of God, but public apology rituals for the fact that one once adhered to a universal claim to truth. This goes hand in hand with the assurance never to even think of something similar again. Lastingly desecrating the tombs of God unites Protestantism, which publicly ponders whether missionary work is a sin, with those all-world atheists who, in addition to their God is dead mantra, can only think of the outrageous claim that the world was a happy place before religion came upon it, and that the abolition of religion is therefore the order of the day. Piglet Smart from an atheist children's book, in which all monotheistic religions are mocked in equal measure, i.e., in reality Christianity and Judaism, sounds like this: Piglet, I now know what we've been missing all this time. What was it? Without God, we weren't afraid, said the hedgehog. That's right, said the piglet. But did you lack fear? No, replied the little hedgehog. End of quote. So much for life without fear in godless times. Before the end of the 19th century, it was probably difficult to break out into such a seemingly enigmatic lament about the murder of God as Nietzsche did, because until then everything had been done from the crypts of God to force the corpse as the living one onto the people for worship, and it was more important to defend oneself against such impositions than to reflect on the loss. All attempts to revive religion as a pseudo-naive exuberance of the soul, not because of but despite the denial of the natural sciences, also proved to be so tasteless that it seemed more important to declare war on the spiritual ration for the search for meaning after work, offered for sale today in esoteric form, together with its Protestant and Catholic propagandists, than to devote oneself to the last things. It is understandable why Karl Marx was not interested in the nature of Christianity or Judaism. His opponents were also not the representatives of the official church, but literary figures and political sect leaders who did not want to break out of religious logic and prevent others from criticizing it. However, spreading class and mission consciousness with Ludwig Buchner's vulgar materialist book, Kraft und Stoff, Power and Substance, published in 1855, the later bestseller of the social democratic worker, would have remained just as alien to him as agreeing with the age-old aberrations of his friend Engels, whose dialectic of nature led from the movements of thought and human history to those in nature and involuntarily contributed to a materialist substitute religion, whose highest being must have been a chemist. Marx had always admired the dead god's highly lively creations and, with a penetratingness that was annoying for later socialists and communists, had used the Old and New Testaments as an almost immeasurable fund not of evidence, but of unfolded universal thought that did not yet distinguish between the spheres of the exemplary narrative, the philosophical parable, and the proclaimed law. Marx also knew that the legacy of religion in the West had by no means only migrated into metaphysics, but also into art. Generations of Marx adepts must have wondered why William Shakespeare is so frequently represented in the first volume of Capital, right after the Bible, but not only there. Quotations from his work and that of other classics serve to illustrate abstract contexts that can only partially be traced back to their crazy material basis using the language of strict conceptuality. And they did not enter Capital inseparably from the discussions of value out of linguistic incapacity, but out of an anti-religious, but nevertheless profoundly poetic imagination. Possibly from a need to banish all too systemic temptation, but certainly from an enthusiasm for religious and poetic explanations of the world, in which realism, naivety, and the effort to find consolation in the magic of language have come together to convey human historical experience and hope. Explanations of the world in which necessarily false thinking found its way to the truth through surprisingly clear-sighted images. A truth that came closer to the idea of the universal human race than almost everything that followed in the enlightened centuries, precisely through the consolation of the individual in the face of fear and death. Although after the betrayed revolution, which has tarnished the name of communism so lastingly that it actually borders on presumptuousness to want to continue to come up with this promise, which in practice stood almost exclusively for mass murder, misery, and spiritual deadening, a Neo-Ptolemaic worldview, the West, can only be justified if its completion, which must be communist, is adhered to. For as much as non-communist Western civilization experienced its final barbaric grimace in National Socialism precisely when the all-destroying German result had nothing at all to do with a bourgeois republic and capitalist competition and yet had developed from both forms, the Stalinist, Maoist, etc. horror is not to be blamed on those who are not communist. The Stalinist, Maoist, etc. horror cannot be blamed on those who recognized in communism the only salvation from a predetermined downfall of the human race, and thus sought nothing less than to rescue the principle of competition to the higher level of human comparison without affirming a hierarchy that ranges from worthy of life to unworthy of life. Today, in the West, the by no means accidental state of socialization is hardly regarded as something that has been worked for and fought for, let alone imagined, painted, or written about in advance, and the foreboding of doom is imagined almost with relish as soon as share prices have fallen by 50%. What communism is supposed to overcome, the endless drudgery, the dull life plans, the constant fear of economic downfall and death, does not mean the opening of an age of no less dull doing nothing in a state of complete collective equality, in which even the sexual act would become boring due to the lack of individual actors, as is already being exemplified today by self-proclaimed revolutionaries for the sake of a pseudo-communist ideal. Although everyone is in a panic mood, staging wild farces about what competition could be even under capitalism, they are so preoccupied with their struggle for survival, which is more imaginary than real, that they are barely able to recognize the others. And yet the degenerate pseudo-communist goal, which was trashily but convincingly satirized in a 1960 film adaptation of H.G. Wells' Time Machine starring Rod Taylor, has long since become an expression of godforsaken utopia and to some extent even the state of being of the inhabitants of the West. In the filmed Time Machine, an Arcadia appears in which half-naked beauties of both sexes, who lust after each other without ever leaving the pack, who indulge in idleness at bubbling springs, but who, at the call of fate, go to their certain doom as if remote-controlled. The call of destiny sounds from the steam whistles of the man-eating Morlocks, the subterranean operators of this not-so-natural Arcadia, into whose slaughterhouse the Arcadian humans silently enter until another steam whistle closes the gates to hell again and releases those who have not gotten their turn this time back onto the playing field until the next time. The West, civilization, and its original promise, communism, were and are not a call to the individual to finally let go. On the contrary, the individual should be helped to finally raise his voice as the master of his interests, and his interests should not be an expression of his asocial arbitrariness, but should come into harmony with a reasonable general interest, a process that I would like to call, with Lessing, the education of the human race, and, beyond Lessing, the self-education of the human race on a voluntary basis to a life without fear. This means activity, openness towards the world around us, envy-free recognition of the individual achievements of others, and at the same time an incentive to be productive for our own sake and for the sake of others. But it also means no compulsory obligation to overcome state or socially imposed hurdles like an obedient racehorse, but only to do what can bring one's own knowledge into line with generally established liberation. It is about a promise that decisively rejects any form of community that is the opposite of the association of free people, for the sake of a utopia that does not deny the history of humanity, that recognizes man's natural destiny but rebels against it, that rejects the puritanical forms of lifelong self-discipline just as much as it rejects the inherent, essentially death-seeking tendency to subordinate oneself to a pseudo-nature that supposedly suits him, for which the Morlocks stand, who today no longer need steam whistles because they can rely on the call of the muezzin, which will soon if the current crisis spreads. It can also be the call of all kinds of community priests, who will no longer be able to tell whether they are right-wing or left-wing extremists, or whether they speak for the center of society. It is indisputable that the West, in the form of late capitalist societies, is no longer able to convey any meaning unless all the alternatives currently on offer, be they utopian or even a reality that has become a state somewhere on the periphery, only hold horror in store. A state, or, increasingly often, a horror that has become a gang, which finally relieves the individual of any effort to explore the meaning of their life, or the meaning of the society in which they live it, or even the meaning of the world in which it all takes place. To stay with the image of the H.G. Wells movie, the Arcadia that the European longs for cannot be had without the Morlocks. Delegating self-government to an eternal principle that is beyond criticism gives birth to man-eaters. To woo a beautiful woman or a beautiful man is an effort, which of course you shouldn't let yourself notice. To be able to recognize natural beauty is an effort. Simply not giving up is sometimes an effort. Pleasure and fulfillment do not come to us any more than life, which we are given in a completely natural sense. But making something out of it that deserves to be called life requires activity, productivity, and the courage to take risks. The defeats, which often consist of the fact that one has not even tried to succeed, can be cheaply compensated for. In a novel by the equally great Charles Dickens, the poorly compensated defeat is presented as malice. The hero, who has not fared so badly materially or otherwise, meets the beloved of his youth 20 years later, who has spurned him. Now it is she, who has aged much faster than he has, who is abandoned and far worse off materially, a distorted image of what she once was, who is courting him, and it is he who now spurns her. This revenge is cheap because it is no longer his beloved whom he is rejecting, and yet the need for malice, depicted in the caricaturing exaggeration, expresses a defense that testifies to the fact that a disappointment has been expressed as a lifelong grievance and has never been dealt with. The malice against the failed civilization, measured against its great promises, as it has become the basic attitude in Europe, expresses the petty hatred of the scorned, who only want to recognize the undeniable decay in the idol of the past and yet have to seal themselves off from the promise that still shines in the ruin, the distorted image, in order to at least be able to stand up to themselves. For what is left of the West? The constant, tormenting reminder that instead of wearing out one's life in the blind scramble of the struggle for existence, one could start something else, which, however, requires effort and activity. The tormenting reminder of this, that one has to distinguish between leisure and that laziness which is filled with work and everyday obligations with such tremendous diligence that one does not even realize that one is doing nothing, that one has to work first, for one's own sake, on the dawn of a higher history than all history so far. The weariness of these efforts, which turns into malice, seeks a way out in two seemingly opposing extremes, which are nevertheless expressions of the same thing. There is the invocation of mediocrity as the required modesty, and there is the cult of genius, which has always had something of the cult of the leader. The heralds never live up to the proclaimed ideal. They are immodest when they proclaim mediocrity and avowedly mediocre when they pay homage to genius. The praise of mediocrity is the business of esoterics who, together with the others, believe themselves to be the collective heroes of genius, but watch inwardly to ensure that no one breaks out. Those who pay homage to genius do so in order to warm themselves like a sun and yet have always been concerned with equaling or overthrowing the idol. For a good century now, however, they have been largely deprived of this, because the geniuses of the 20th and 21st centuries, insofar as they do public business, are from the outset flesh of their admirers, whose concentrated will to inhumanity they merely represent. When there is hostility towards mediocrity, there is usually a misunderstanding behind it. The hatred of mediocrity only partly referred to the comfortable settling in of the German bourgeoisie after 1870. The career of the magazine Simplicissimus, founded in 1896, from the supposedly radical fighting paper against Philistinism to the propaganda magazine for the German War of Conquest from August 1914 onwards, testifies to the belief in the higher calling of the Germans described as Philistines in the seemingly no longer mediocre state of exception, which was evident from the outset. The lives of the French petty bourgeoisie, characterized by paranoid avarice, were also only partly at the center of the criticism, whose inhumanity Balzac memorialized in his little-known novel Pierrette, 1843. For these petty bourgeois were also driven by the urge for higher things when, from 1850 onwards, they cheered on a nephew and farcical revenant of Napoleon Bonaparte who wanted to add splendor to their existence. Significantly, contempt for mediocrity turns into resentment when it is directed against Great Britain and, to a greater extent, the United States, because in both countries, for partly related reasons, neither the cult of genius nor the associated mediocrity of the subject's followers have made history. The pronounced sense of privacy of the bourgeoisie there was always paired with a distrust of the geniuses of statecraft, those matadors of the state of emergency that were not wanted. There is nothing glorious about the bourgeois retreat of Anglo-Saxon provenance, which ennobles it, and at the same time it remains as imperfect a life plan as the society in which it takes place. Their counterparts are the ingenious heroes who, in the early bourgeois period, could possibly really express in their person the hope of their contemporaries for improvement. As a man of destiny, i.e., gifted by fortune as a social character of a new age, i.e., a type of the new man, and as the executor of a new order, i.e., a real helper in the implementation of overdue reforms. However, the tendency towards arbitrariness, crudeness, excess, and embarrassingly pompous self-presentation is just as much a part of their nature as their constant plebiscitary appeals to the people. In this respect, what Sigmund Freud wrote in a letter to Arnold Zweig in 1934 applies to Napoleon Bonaparte. This magnificent rascal Napoleon, who, fixated on his puberty fantasies, favored by unheard-of luck, inhibited by no ties except to his family, fluttered through the world like a nightwalker, only to finally crash in megalomania. There was hardly ever a genius to whom all trace of gentility was so alien, a classic anti-gentleman, but he had great stature. End quote. Napoleon was the last genius of the state of emergency, in whose person and work not only the great catastrophe was laid out, but also the great success. When it became clear that the French Revolution had been definitively betrayed by an officer of the revolution who had set himself up as a dictator of the bourgeoisie with monarchist aspirations and who surrendered quite unheroically, one of the most clear-sighted poets of the time, Lord Byron, turned his attention to a completely different country. Byron asked himself the question, "Where may the wearied eye repose when gazing on the great where neither guilty glory glows nor despicable state? Where may the wearied eye repose when gazing on the great where neither guilty glory glows nor despicable state?" And he came up with the following strange answer: "Yes, one, the first, the last, the best the Cincinnatus of the West whom envy dared not hate bequeathed the name of Washington to make man blush there was but one." End quote. This thoroughly British turning away from the idolized idol, a hero whom Byron initially reproached most vehemently in the same Ode to Napoleon Bonaparte, in the face of his fall in March 1814 for not at least killing himself like other so-called heroes, then turns to another hero who would have to be the last one until mankind would be ready to dispense with this term or finally make it its own. As a war hero and statesman, Washington had done what the ancient Cincinnatus had already exemplified, and returned to his estates after his accomplishment instead of being proclaimed dictator for life. Perhaps this also explains why a later major U.S. city, which was known as Fort Washington during the Civil War, was renamed Cincinnati shortly after the Union victory. Where reason, including the reason of the state, expresses itself in the seemingly unregulated, there is genius at play, whereas the cult of statutory law already carries within it a petty and narrow-minded regulatory frenzy that reaches out from the possibly reasonable purpose of law to the expedient citizen. Anglo-Saxon law is case law, which has far fewer texts than French or German law, and yet is not arbitrary law because it absorbs and develops the experiences of a constantly changing society, remains faithful to the few statutes which, minus a few amendments, go back to Washington and his own and which to this day prevent the total state from being proclaimed by a totalitarian society. This is directed against the arbitrariness of a so-called Great Order, as Bertolt Brecht celebrated Soviet industrialization under the regime of Stalinism, and speaks out in favor of the unfinished and improvised, in which something of genius is preserved, just as in Byron's admiration for Washington's desire to retreat from all too pompously celebrated responsibility for the homeland. For narrow, small-minded, and therefore authoritarian conditions are often recognizable in the regulated and compartmentalized monstrosity that the banlieues built by the French welfare state since the 1950s stand for, or the sham idol of the Kreuzberg tenement Biedermeier, devoid of any sense of form, and not the skyscrapers of Manhattan and Chicago, which at least reach for the stars. The American middle class, the social mediocrity, has retained little more of the genius of a different projection of freedom than the legacy of the French Revolution on the continent than the private dream of a cause, which in turn can only be realized in escapades, the great and small escapes of Harry Angstrom, for example, the protagonist of John Updike's 4 important rabbit novels published between 1960 and 1990. Israel must not continue to try to be culturally Europe in the Middle East, but must become a cultural power in the Middle East, said the party grandee Jai, obviously wanting to warn against presumption. So he was not talking about the dead dog that Europe has become, not least due to the actions of its peers in the state parties of the East and the social democracies of the West, but with a shuddering foreboding of what it once was and thus from the heart of those who, as genuine free thinkers, not only cheekily put the 2 testaments on the same level as the Quran, but have long since decided that they cannot understand the meaning of Gregor Gysi's anti-Semitic imperative. They will therefore not be comfortable going beyond Lord Byron's bow to George Washington as the representative of the political alternative to the European-influenced West and say with Nietzsche what concerns all communists. What is the point of genius if it does not communicate such freedom and height of feeling to its beholder and admirer that he no longer needs genius, making oneself superfluous? That is the glory of all greats. End of quote. Applied to the question of Israel and the so-called Jewish question, it would mean that it is not the Jews who have to make themselves equal to the East, but that the Jews first find so many observers and admirers in the West that, with the curse of the Orient, the historical burden is also lifted from them, which forces them to constantly communicate the freedom and height of feeling to unwilling members of the Occident. Our central task, above all others, is to ensure that this succeeds.